The Way Home. The first sign was the sky, and Max Mercer knew enough about machinery to fear a thing that looked beautiful while it was failing. He stood outside the hotel bar in Mobile, Alabama, with a sweating bottle of beer in his hand and a day of dock grit drying on his arms. The heat had not left with the sun. It hung over the street, thick and damp, pressing the smell of brine, diesel, old asphalt, and fryer grease into every breath. Above the hotel, the night had gone wrong. Green ribbons moved over the city like slow fire in water. Violet light pulsed behind them, bruised and unnatural, bright enough to paint the glass fronts of nearby buildings. People came out one by one. They were laughing at first because people laughed when they did not know what else to do. A salesman in loafers held his phone high, trying to catch a video. Two women from the hotel desk stood near the doors, whispering and pointing. A drunk man at the curb said it was the end of the world, then grinned like he hoped someone would buy him another drink for being dramatic. Max did not laugh. He had grown up in Dover, Maine, where winter skies could go hard and bright with northern lights. But this was Alabama in wet September heat. It was too far south. It was too bright. The air felt charged, as if a storm had gathered without clouds. The phone in his pocket buzzed once and died. He pulled it out, pressed the side button, and watched the black screen refuse him. A moment later, the salesman swore at his own phone. More curses rose along the sidewalk. "No signal," someone said. "Mine just shut off." "The power's flickering inside," said the bartender, a broad man with a towel over one shoulder. His voice was calm, but his eyes were not. Max looked back through the front windows. The hotel lobby lights went dim and bright in a pulsing rhythm. The television over the bar flashed with static, showed the face of a weatherman for half a breath, then broke apart into gray snow. The streetlights buzzed once. The sound was sharp and insect-like. They buzzed again, and then every light in downtown Mobile vanished. The darkness did not fall. It struck. A woman screamed inside the hotel. Car horns blared at the intersection, where traffic signals had gone black. Tires scraped as drivers hit brakes and rolled through the dark. Somewhere down the block, metal crunched hard enough to echo between the buildings. Across the bay, blue flashes burst from the power lines, one after another like giant sparks crawling along the water's edge. Each flash came with a distant thump that Max felt in his chest. The ribbons in the sky kept moving, silent and almost graceful. The bartender stood beside him, gripping the towel in both hands. "That ain't normal." "No," Max said. "It isn't." He had been in Mobile for 12 days, repairing industrial refrigeration equipment at a seafood processing plant near the docks. His company in Maine handled emergency contracts along the East Coast, and he was one of the few technicians willing to travel alone, work ugly hours, and sleep anywhere if the pay was right. The plant had 3 failed compressors, a cooling tunnel that sounded like rocks in a cement mixer, and a manager who seemed to believe yelling could repair bearings. Max had spent most of the last week sweating inside a machine room so hot it felt alive. That afternoon, his boss had handed him an envelope of cash in the plant office. The payroll system was down again. Max was supposed to start 2 weeks of vacation the next morning, point his old Ford Ranger north, and take his time getting home. His mother had called 3 nights before and reminded him that his younger sister was planning a small birthday supper for him when he got back. Max had told her not to make a fuss. She had said fuss was what mothers did when sons kept leaving. Now his phone was dead, the city was black, and the sky looked like something from a fever dream. Inside the hotel, emergency lights glowed weak red along the hall. People pushed toward the front desk. The manager, a narrow man named Vickers, climbed onto a luggage cart and tried to be heard over the voices. "Please remain calm," Vickers called. "We have candles and bottled water for guests. The power company will be notified as soon as service returns." "The phones are dead," a woman shouted. "The landline is dead too," another clerk said, though she looked sorry the moment she said it. The crowd tightened around the desk. Questions became accusations. A man in a golf shirt demanded a refund for the room he had already slept in. A mother holding a toddler asked if the elevators had people trapped in them. The bartender moved toward the bar to check on his staff. Max stayed near the doors and watched the street. A police cruiser rolled slowly through the intersection with no lights showing. The officer inside leaned out the window and shouted for drivers to move their cars out of the road. His voice was already hoarse. He sounded angry because fear would not help him. Max went to his room on the 4th floor by way of the stairs. The hallway smelled of candle wax and carpet glue. Every few doors, someone stood half-dressed in the gloom, asking strangers what had happened. Max gave the only answer he had. Grid failure, maybe. Don't know yet. His room was hotter than it had been when he left it. The air conditioner had stopped. The little digital clock beside the bed was blank. Max set the beer down, emptied his pockets, and laid his cash envelope on the table. He had $980 in folded bills. Yesterday it had felt like freedom. Tonight it felt like paper. He opened his tool bag and checked what he had because checking tools steadied his hands. He found ratchets, wrenches, a multimeter, lineman's pliers, a flashlight with spare batteries, electrical tape, work gloves, a folding knife, and a short pry bar he used for stubborn housings. He set the pry bar in the bed, not because he wanted a weapon, but because he already understood that wanting had very little to do with need. Then he went to the window. Mobile had become a dark shape under a moving sky. The hotels and office buildings had lost their edges. Here and there headlights crept along the streets, but many cars had simply died where they sat. People moved like shadows. A few blocks away, a siren began, rose, then faded to a tired mechanical groan. Max thought of Dover. He pictured his mother's old clapboard house, with the green shutters, the wood stove in the kitchen, the little shed where his father had taught him to sharpen a hatchet before cancer stole the man down to bone. He pictured his sister Emily, quick to smile and quicker to argue, probably sitting with their mother at the kitchen table and pretending not to be scared. He pressed the dead phone button again and the screen gave him nothing. "Come on," he whispered, but the phone did not care. A knock came at his door. Max turned off the flashlight before he answered. He did not know why. Instinct, maybe. The sort of instinct that had kept his grandfather alive during hard winters and bad fishing seasons. "Who is it?" he asked. "Nora from 2 doors down," a woman said. "I saw you had a flashlight earlier. There's an old man in 212 who fell on the stairs. Do you have anything we can use for light?" Max opened the door with the chain still set. The woman in the hall was about his age, maybe mid-30s, with dark blonde hair pulled back in a loose knot and a face made serious by exhaustion. She wore jeans, a gray shirt, and running shoes. In one hand, she held a tiny keychain light that barely touched the floor. "I have a flashlight," Max said. "Is he bleeding? I work in urgent care back home. I can handle it if I can see what I'm doing." Max closed the door, unhooked the chain, and grabbed his light and a clean work towel. "Lead the way." They found the old man sitting on the landing between the 2nd and 3rd floors, his back against the wall, his left hand pressed to his scalp. Blood ran through his fingers and down the side of his face. His wife knelt beside him and kept saying his name as if repetition could hold him in place. Nora became calm in a way that made Max trust her. She asked the man simple questions. She asked for his name, the month, and where he was. She checked his eyes with Max's flashlight and pressed the towel against the cut. "He needs stitches," she said softly. "Can he wait?" Max asked. "He has to." That was the first honest thing Max heard after the lights went out. They helped the couple back to their room. Nora washed her hands with bottled water and soap from the bathroom, then leaned against the wall in the hall and shut her eyes for one breath too long. When she opened them, the controlled look returned. "Thanks," she said. "You from Mobile?" Max asked. "No, I'm from Pensacola. I came up for a conference that already felt like a waste of time before the sky caught fire." She tried to smile, but it did not reach her eyes. "What about you?" "I'm from Maine." "Work trip." "Maine, then." She said it like he had named another planet. "That's a long way from here. Feels longer tonight." A crash sounded from below. Someone shouted in the lobby. Then came another shout, deeper and angrier. Nora looked toward the stairwell. People are going to get stupid before they get brave. Max thought about the blue flashes across the bay and the dead phone in his pocket. They might already be there. They stood in the dim hallway while the hotel breathed fear around them. Max wanted to tell her it would be fine by morning, but the lie would have shown on his face. Nora seemed like the kind of woman who would not thank him for it anyway. "Keep your door locked," he said. "You too." Max went back to his room, wedged a chair under the handle, and lay on top of the bed in his clothes. Sweat dampened his shirt. Voices rose and fell in the hall. At some point, glass broke downstairs. A baby cried for a long time. Max did not sleep so much as sink and rise to shallow darkness, his hand resting on the pry bar, his mind walking the distance from Alabama to Maine until the miles became impossible. Near dawn, the sky faded from green fire to dirty gray. The power did not come back. By 7 in the morning, the hotel had run out of patience, and by 8, it had run out of coffee. Max stood in the lobby with a paper cup of warm tap water and watched people discover how thin comfort really was. The elevators were dead. The automatic doors had been forced open and tied back with luggage straps. The air inside the hotel was already sour from sweat and fear. A line formed at the front desk, though no one in that line knew what they expected the clerks to do. Vickers tried to manage with a clipboard and a smile that had lost its strength. He told guests the city was experiencing a wide power disruption. He told them emergency services were aware. He told them to conserve water. He did not tell them the hotel generator had failed after 15 minutes, because Max had watched 2 maintenance men stare at the dead unit behind the building, with the helpless look of men hearing bad news from a doctor. Nora stood near the lobby doors with a small backpack on one shoulder. She had changed into a clean shirt, but a smear of dried blood remained at the cuff. She was watching the street too. "You slept?" Max asked. "I rested my eyes while listening to a couple argue about whether candles were included in the room rate. What about you?" "I counted every car alarm in downtown." "How many?" "Too many." That earned him the smallest real smile. It changed her face. For a second, he could see who she had been before the night broke open. Then a man at the front desk slammed his fist down, and the smile vanished. "My rental car won't start," the man shouted. "You people need to call someone." The clerk stared at him. "Sir, none of the phones are working." "Then use a different phone." Max turned away before he said something useless. He had seen this in machine rooms when a critical system failed. The worst managers did not ask what was true. They demanded a reality that fit their schedule. Reality never cared. "I'm going to the gas station on Government Street," Max said. "See if they know anything." Nora adjusted the strap on her backpack. "I'm coming." "You sure?" "No, but I don't want to sit in that lobby and watch people get meaner." They walked east under a sky that had cleared to pale blue, as if the night before had never happened. Mobile looked bruised in daylight. Cars sat crooked in intersections. One sedan had gone up over a curb and struck a light pole. The driver was gone, but blood marked the shattered side window. A delivery truck blocked half a lane with its rear doors hanging open. Cases of soda had been stripped from it. The air held that odd hush cities had after hurricanes, except there was no wind damage, no flooded streets, no visible reason for the sudden absence of the modern world. At the first corner, they passed a young man trying to start a new pickup. He turned the key again and again. The engine did nothing. He kicked the tire and cursed until an older woman on a balcony told him to save his strength. "Why are some cars dead and some aren't?" Nora asked. "Maybe age. Maybe shielding. Maybe luck. My truck is a '98 Ranger. It started last night when I moved it away from the street. If it starts today, I'm going to treat it like a miracle. You know engines? I know refrigeration systems. Engines and cooling equipment are cousins that don't visit enough." That almost sounded like a joke. "I'm rusty." The gas station had a crowd wrapped around it. The pumps were silent because pumps needed power, but that had not stopped people from waiting. Drivers stood beside useless cars with gas cans in hand. A man near the front yelled that the store owner had a generator in back and was refusing to use it. The owner, a thin man with a white beard and a pistol on his belt, stood inside behind the locked glass doors and shook his head at everyone. A police cruiser rolled along the curb with its windows down and lights off. The officer driving looked younger than Max expected and more tired than any man should look before noon. "Go home," the officer called. "Stay calm. City services are being restored. Do not block the roads." "Since when?" someone shouted. The officer kept rolling. He did not answer because he did not know. A woman beside Nora held a battery radio to her ear. The volume hissed with static. Every few seconds, a voice broke through and vanished. The woman turned the dial with shaking fingers. "Please," she whispered to the radio. "Please, work." Max leaned closer despite himself. A male voice came through, distant and broken. Solar event, severe geomagnetic impact. Failures reported across multiple states. Remain indoors. Preserve water. Emergency management. Static hit the rest. Solar event? Nora said. The woman with the radio looked at them. Her eyes were wet. My brother works for the county. He called me yesterday before the phones went down. Said there was a warning about a coronal mass ejection. They thought maybe satellites, maybe power, but not this. A man behind her laughed too loudly. The sun did this? That's stupid. Max looked at the dead pumps, the dead phones, the dead traffic lights, and the dead hope in the station owner's eyes. Stupid doesn't mean false. The crowd began pressing toward the glass. Someone threw a plastic bottle. It bounced harmlessly, but the sound changed the air. The station owner drew his pistol, but kept it low. His wife appeared behind him, crying and trying to pull him away from the doors. Nora touched Max's arm. We should leave. Max had already decided. They were half a block away when the glass broke behind them. The first gunshot followed before they reached the corner. People screamed, scattered, then surged all at once. Max grabbed Nora by the backpack strap and pulled her behind a parked van. A man ran past them with blood pouring between his fingers. Another man fell hard in the street and crawled toward the curb while shoes pounded around him. The second shot sounded muffled by bodies and panic. Nora started forward. Nora, Max said. He's hit. And we can't fix a bullet in the street. Her face tightened with anger. Not at him, he thought. At the truth. She knelt behind the van, breathing through her nose, while the screaming at the station turned into the wet, ugly noise of a crowd taking what it wanted. They cut through an alley and came out behind a shuttered restaurant. A cook stood at the back door, smoking a cigarette with trembling hands. He looked at them like they had arrived from a war zone. They shooting over there? He asked. Yes, Max said. The cook took one last drag, dropped the cigarette, and locked himself inside. Back at the hotel, Vickers had placed a hand-lettered sign on the desk announcing that each room would receive 1 bottle of water per registered guest. People were not accepting the math. 2 men argued over who had been in line first. The old man from the stairwell sat in a chair with his head wrapped in a towel while his wife fanned him with a brochure. Max went to his room and inventoried everything. The act felt different now. Last night he had been checking tools. Now he was measuring life. In his bags, he had 3 changes of work clothes. 1 light jacket, a rain shell, steel-toed boots, gloves, basic toiletries, a paperback novel he had not opened, his cash envelope, his tool bag, and a cooler in the truck with melted ice and 2 sandwiches that would not stay safe for long. In the truck he had a half tank of gas, a small socket set, a tire plug kit, a camp stove he used on long jobs, 2 one-pound fuel canisters, and a cheap sleeping bag he kept behind the seat because motels were not always available when compressors failed at 3 in the morning. It was not enough for 1,500 miles. It was more than many people had. He filled the bathtub with water before the pressure failed. Then he filled the ice bucket, the coffee pot, and every bottle he could find. He moved his truck to a small lot behind the hotel, backed it against a brick wall, and locked the tailgate. It started on the first try. The sound brought 3 men to their windows. Max shut it off quickly and sat in the driver's seat, listening to his own heart. When he stepped out, Nora was standing at the edge of the lot. That yours? She asked. For now. For now? Everything is for now. She looked at the truck, then toward the city. I'm not asking for a ride. You weren't? I was thinking about it, but I hadn't asked yet. Max leaned against the fender. The truck's paint was faded green, the hood scratched, the rear bumper spotted with rust. It looked like a farm tool with plates. He had never loved it more. Where would you go? He asked. My father has a place north of Montgomery. Small farm. He retired there after my mother died. It's a little out of your way if you're heading north, but not much. You know if he's all right. No, not now. She folded her arms and looked away. That's why I need to go. The answer was too close to his own to dismiss. I have family in Maine, Max said. Mother and sister. I don't know if they're all right either. Then you understand. He did. That was the problem. Before he could answer, shouting erupted near the service entrance. 2 men from the hotel kitchen were trying to stop a guest from carrying out a case of canned tomatoes. The guest swung at one of them with a wine bottle. The bottle shattered against the brick wall, and the fight became fast, close, and stupid. One kitchen worker slipped in spilled juice. The guest kicked him in the face. Blood dotted the concrete. Max moved before he decided to move. He crossed the lot, caught the guest by the back of his shirt, and hauled him off the fallen worker. The man turned with a jagged bottleneck in his fist. Max raised his left forearm and drove the pry bar into the man's wrist with his right hand. Bone cracked under the blow. The bottleneck fell. The man screamed and stumbled back. "Get inside," Max said. The guest clutched his broken wrist and spat at him. "This isn't your business." Max stepped closer. "It is if you cut somebody in front of me." For a second, the man looked ready to try again. Then he saw the kitchen workers getting up behind Max, saw Nora near the wall with a brick in her hand, and decided there were easier victims elsewhere. He backed away, cursing, and ran toward the street. The fallen kitchen worker sat up with blood streaming from his nose. "You didn't have to do that." "He was going to open you up." The man laughed once, then winced. "I guess that means you did have to." Nora set the brick down. Her hands were shaking. "Your arm." Max looked. The jagged glass had sliced the sleeve and left a shallow red line along his skin. He had not felt it. "It's a scratch," he said. "Don't be macho. It's annoying." She cleaned it in the hotel laundry room with soap and bottled water while Max sat on an overturned bucket. Her touch was efficient but not harsh. She wrapped the cut with gauze from a small kit she carried in her backpack. "You keep medical supplies with you?" he asked. "I keep enough to make people think I know more than I do." "You handled the old man well. Urgent care teaches you that people mostly need someone calm, clean hands, and the truth. Hospitals are where the miracles live. We are not in a hospital." Max watched her tie the bandage. "No, we are not." She met his eyes, and for the first time since the lights died, the noise outside seemed to move farther away. Her face was close. She smelled faintly of soap, smoke, and the mint gum she had been chewing to cover nerves. He felt the strange pull of another person who understood danger without needing it decorated. Then someone pounded on the laundry room door and yelled for towels, and the moment broke apart. By sunset, the hotel was no longer shelter. It was a box full of frightened people with too little water and no rules anyone respected. Max made his decision while watching a man try to pry open the vending machine with a chair leg. He would leave at first light. Nora found him beside the truck, loading tools into the seat. "My father's place is near Pine Level," she said. "If you can get me that far, I'll help with fuel, food, driving, whatever you need." "Do you have fuel?" "No, not now." "Do you have food?" "A little." "Can you shoot?" "No, not really." "Can you?" "Not well enough to brag." "Good enough." "I hate bragging." Max almost smiled. "Why should I take you?" She did not flinch from the question. "Because you may need someone who can stop bleeding, read people, and tell you when you're being dumb. Because 2 sets of eyes are better than 1. Because you are going north, and I need north. Because if you leave me here, I'll try to walk anyway. That last part isn't my fault." "No, but you would think about it." He hated that she was right. Max looked toward the Black City and then at the old ranger. Every mile would cost fuel, judgment, and luck. Another person meant another mouth, another risk, another reason to stop. It also meant help if he got hurt, someone awake while he slept, and a human voice in a world going quiet. "First light," he said. "1 bag. No arguing when I say move. I argue when people are wrong. Then I guess I'll try not to be wrong." Nora held out her hand. Max shook it. Her grip was steady now. Above them the sky remained ordinary, which somehow made everything worse. Max did not leave at first light because first light brought men with questions. 3 of them waited near the ranger when he came down with his bags. They were not dressed like looters. That would have been easier. They wore polo shirts and travel shorts, and the strained expressions of men who had decided panic sounded better when called a plan. One had a golf club. Another carried a chef's knife from the hotel kitchen. The third held his hands out as if showing he meant no harm while standing close enough to block the driver's door. "You're the guy with the running truck," the man with empty hands said. Max stopped 10 feet away. Nora stood beside him with her backpack and a canvas tote. The lobby behind them murmured with waking fear. "I'm a guy with a truck," Max said. "We need to get to Atlanta. My wife is there with our kids. We'll pay you." I'm not going to Atlanta. Then sell us the truck. No, not now. The man with the golf club laughed under his breath. That's not really fair, is it? You can't just keep something like that when people need help. Max set his bag down slowly. Fair ended sometime last night. The man's mouth tightened. You think you're special because your piece of junk starts? Nora stepped half a pace forward, back away from the door. The man with the knife looked at her. Lady, this is between us. No, she said. It isn't. Max saw the moment tipping. He had seen enough fights in bars back home, enough angry men in plant break rooms, enough foremen who mistook volume for strength. There was always a breath where everyone still had choices. After that breath, bodies moved faster than reason. A truck engine rumbled from the alley. All three men turned. So did Max. A white hotel maintenance pickup rolled into the lot, coughing smoke from the exhaust. Two maintenance workers sat in the cab. The kitchen worker Max had helped the day before stood in the bed with a pipe in his hand. Any problem? The kitchen worker called. The three men near the Ranger measured the odds again and found them changed. No problem, the empty-handed man said. He backed away first. His friends followed, though the one with the golf club stared at Max as if memorizing his face. Max loaded the Ranger with his jaw tight. Nora climbed into the passenger seat and set her backpack between her boots. That will happen again, she said. I know. Does the truck have a name? No, not now. It deserves one if people are going to start dueling over it. Don't name my truck. I was thinking Mildred. Max started the engine, and the old Ranger rattled like a box of bolts before settling into a rough idle. Absolutely not. They did not head for the highway? Max drove toward the seafood plant. Nora looked over. I thought we were leaving. We are, after I get what we need. From work? The plant has tools, fuel drums for the forklifts, bottled water in the break room, and canned food in the emergency hurricane supply, if nobody has cleaned it out yet. You know that for sure? I know where the manager keeps the keys. The streets near the docks were worse than downtown. Without traffic lights or police control, the main roads had become slow knots of stalled vehicles, fender benders, and shouting drivers. Max kept to side streets where shotgun houses leaned close to cracked sidewalks and dogs barked behind chain-link fences. A man pushed a shopping cart full of bottled drinks while two boys followed him with baseball bats. A woman in a nurse uniform walked alone with pepper spray in one hand and a lunch cooler in the other. Every face they passed had the same question behind it. How bad is it going to get? At a corner store, the front windows had been smashed. A teenager crawled out with his arms full of cigarettes and lottery tickets. He looked confused, as if the things had become important only because they were behind glass. People still stealing lottery tickets, Nora said. Hope dies hard. The plant sat behind a chain-link fence near the water, a long metal-sided building with loading docks and a smell that even disaster could not improve. The main gate was open. That was bad. A forklift sat halfway out of a bay with its forks buried in a pallet of empty boxes. That was worse. Max parked behind a row of shipping containers and killed the engine. He listened before opening his door. Gulls cried over the docks. Far away, someone shouted. Inside the plant, metal clanged once and then went still. Stay behind me, he said. I thought you said no arguing when you say move. This isn't move. This is stay. Then say what you mean. He looked at her. She lifted both hands. Fine then. Behind you. The office door had been forced. Papers covered the floor. The manager's desk drawers were open, but whoever had gone through them wanted cash, not keys. Max found the ring behind the loose baseboard where the manager hid it, because he trusted nobody and hid everything badly. The break room had been raided. The vending machines were broken, the snack shelves bare, and the refrigerator doors hung open, breathing spoiled meat and sour milk into the room. Nora gagged and covered her nose. Hurricane closet, Max said. Please tell me it smells better than this. Nothing smells better than this place. Some things just smell less aggressive. They moved through the plant by flashlight. The machines that had roared for days were dead. Condensation dripped from pipes. The cooling rooms had begun to warm, and the seafood inside was turning fast. Max knew what 10,000 pounds of spoiled product could become in this heat. The plant would be unlivable soon. They found the hurricane closet locked. Max used the key, and for the first time that morning, luck gave instead of took. Inside were cases of water, boxes of crackers, canned beans, canned fruit, powdered drink mix, tarps, work gloves, batteries, and cheap flashlights still in blister packs. Not enough for a town. Enough to matter. Nora stared. This is treasure now. Then we move fast before pirates arrive. They carried what they could to the truck in tense silence. Max packed water low and tight, food behind the seats, tarps and tools under a blanket. He took a hand pump from the maintenance bay, a length of clear hose, 2 empty 5-gallon jugs, and a bolt cutter he had always hated using because the jaws were dull. He hated it less now. Near the forklift charging area, they found Darnell Price. Darnell was the night supervisor, a big man with a shaved head and reading glasses that lived on a cord around his neck. He sat on an overturned bucket with a shotgun across his knees. His left cheek was swollen. A dried trail of blood ran from one nostril. "Mercer," he said. "Figured you'd come sniffing around." Max lowered the flashlight. "You all right?" "No, not really, but I'm upright. That counts today." Nora moved closer. "Who hit you?" Darnell looked at her, then back at Max. "Bunch came through before dawn. Took petty cash, the manager's truck, and half the food. I convinced them the rest was locked in the freezer and spoiled. They hit me because they didn't like being corrected." "You alone?" Max asked. "2 guys from sanitation left to check on their families. I don't blame them." He rubbed his face and winced. "You heading out?" "I'm trying." "Heading north?" "Eventually, Maine. Taking her to Pine Level first." Darnell gave Nora a tired nod. "Your family?" "My father," she said. "Then that's worth the drive." Darnell stood with effort. "Take the forklift propane cylinders if you can. Camp stoves can be rigged if a man is careful. Take the first aid cabinet too. Manager ain't here to complain." "You coming?" Max asked. Darnell looked toward the plant floor, then toward the dead city beyond the loading doors. "My mother lives in Prichard. Can't leave her, but I'm taking a pallet jack and every can I can carry." Max wanted to argue and knew he had no right. "You got a vehicle that runs?" "Old church van of my cousin's. If it starts, we may have a chance. If not, we walk." He looked at the Ranger through the bay door. "That truck is going to bring you trouble. Already has." "No, not really. I mean real trouble. Once folks understand the lights aren't coming back today, a running truck will be a crown on wheels. You better decide now who you are willing to hurt to keep it." The words settled between them. Nora looked at Max, but he kept his eyes on Darnell. "I don't want to hurt anyone," Max said. Darnell gave a humorless smile. "Nobody worth a damn ever starts there. That doesn't mean you won't arrive." They split the supplies. Darnell refused more than he could move, even when Max offered. Pride still had a place in him, and Max respected it too much to push after the second refusal. Before they left, Darnell handed Max a road atlas from the manager's office. "Phones are dead, but paper still knows where things are. Avoid the interstate if you can. Highway north out of the city is already full of fools." Max took the atlas carefully. "Thank you." "Don't thank me. Remember me when you get somewhere safe and somebody else needs help." Nora touched Darnell's arm. "Let me look at your face before we go." "Ma'am, my face was ugly before he hit me." "Then we will only be protecting the original damage." Darnell laughed, and the sound made the dead plant feel human for a few seconds. Nora checked his nose, cleaned the dried blood, and gave him packets of pain medicine. When she finished, Darnell walked them to the loading bay with the shotgun held low. The trouble arrived as Max was tying down the last tarp. A blue sedan rolled through the open gate and stopped hard near the office. 4 men got out. 2 carried pistols openly. 1 had a tire iron. The 4th wore the uniform shirt of the plant manager, though Max had never seen him before. His face was narrow and busy, always moving, always calculating. "There they are," the narrow man said. "Told you somebody was stealing." Darnell stepped down from the loading bay. "This plant has employees, Calvin. You are not one of them." Calvin smiled. "Darnell, I always liked you. Don't make that difficult." Max moved to the driver's door. Nora was already near the passenger side. He could feel the keys in his pocket like a burning coal. One of the men with a pistol pointed it at the Ranger. "Leave the truck." Leave the supplies. Walk away. Max froze. There were moments in life when fear sharpened everything. He saw the crack in the sedan's windshield, the sweat running along Calvin's jaw, the tremble in the pistol man's wrist, the dark opening of the loading bay behind Darnell. He heard a gull cry and the distant thud of something heavy falling inside the city. Darnell raised the shotgun just enough. You boys don't want to start trading shots around propane cylinders. Calvin's eyes flicked toward the forklift tanks stacked near the bay. He had not noticed them. Now everyone noticed them. Nobody needs to shoot, Calvin said. We just need what they stole. Manager told me to secure emergency supplies, Darnell said. Manager ain't here? I am. Manager is probably dead in a ditch. Then he can't disagree. The man with the pistol took one step forward. Nora opened the passenger door and slid inside. Max saw it from the corner of his eye. Calvin saw it too. Stop, Calvin snapped. Max moved then. He yanked the driver's door open and threw himself behind the wheel. The first shot hit the brick wall behind him. Darnell fired once into the air under the loading awning, and the sound was a hammer blow that made everyone flinch. Max started the Ranger. The engine caught, coughed, and roared. Nora shouted his name. He dropped the truck into gear. The second shot shattered the driver's side mirror. Glass sprayed across Max's shoulder. He ducked and hit the gas. The Ranger lurched forward, clipped a stack of plastic crates, and bounced hard over the curve at the edge of the lot. Darnell fired again, not at the men, but into the sedan's front tire. Rubber blew apart. The sedan sagged. Max swung the truck through the gate. In the rear view, he saw Darnell backing into the plant with a shotgun up. Calvin was screaming. The men with pistols were not chasing. Not yet. Nora twisted in her seat, pale and furious. We left him. He knew what he was doing. That doesn't make it feel better. No, Max said, turning hard onto a side street. It doesn't. They drove north through a city that was beginning to learn hunger. Behind them, the sky over the docks was clear, but smoke had started to rise. The road out of Mobile did not look like an escape route. It looked like a question nobody could answer. Max kept the Ranger on secondary roads, moving through neighborhoods where curtains twitched and people stood in yards with garden tools, rifles, and fear. Every mile required a decision. Take the open road and risk being seen. Take the narrow road and risk being trapped. Stop for information and risk losing the truck. Keep moving and risk driving into something worse. The atlas lay open across Nora's lap. She'd marked a route with a pen from the hotel desk, tracing roads that bent northeast through small communities before joining a state highway toward Montgomery. She had a neat way of marking small circles around danger points and tiny arrows near possible detours. Max found himself watching her hands when the road allowed it. They were steady now, the nails short, the knuckles scraped from carrying water cases. You did triage before urgent care, he said. She looked up. What makes you say that? You mark maps like you sort patients. Fast, clean, no wasted lines. Emergency room for 5 years. Then I burned out and decided urgent care would be easier. She gave him a sideways look. It was not easier. It was just less bloody. Why'd you burn out? For a while she watched the road. A dead minivan sat at an angle near a ditch. Children's toys were scattered behind it, bright plastic in the dust. Because people kept arriving on the worst day of their lives, she said. And I started carrying pieces of those days home. My father told me I was becoming a closet full of other people's grief. He has a poetic streak when he wants to annoy me. Sounds like he loves you. He does. That's why I'm scared. She tapped the map. Turn left after the church. The church had a hand-painted sign up front that read, Food pantry closed until further notice. 2 women were taping cardboard over a broken window. A man on the steps held a shotgun with the unsure grip of someone who had learned from television. He watched the Ranger pass with open envy. Max kept his speed low. Fast drew attention. Slow invited approach. There was no right speed anymore. They stopped at noon near an abandoned farm stand. The shelves were empty except for a few rotten peaches collapsed into their own syrup. Max parked behind the stand and left the truck pointed toward the road. They ate crackers and canned fruit with plastic spoons, drinking only enough water to take the dryness from their mouths. We need rules, Nora said. Max tightened the cap on his bottle. What rules? Yes, it is. before we are exhausted and angry enough to make bad ones. All right, you start. We don't stop in crowds unless there is no choice. We don't tell people everything we have. We don't fire a gun unless death is already at the door, which is easy for me to say because I don't have one. We don't pretend every person is dangerous, but we don't pretend they are safe either. Max looked across the empty fields. Grass had gone yellow at the edges from late summer heat. A crow hopped along a fence line and tore at something in the weeds. We don't steal from people who are still alive, he said. Good enough. We don't abandon children. Nora's eyes shifted to him. I don't know what that means in practice, Max said, but it's a rule. It means we will hurt because of it someday. Probably true. Put it down anyway. He liked her for that, and liking her felt dangerous. Affection was a handle the world could grab. A pickup appeared on the road while they were packing. It rolled slowly past the farm stand, stopped, backed up, and turned into the gravel lot. Max stepped away from the Ranger with the pry bar in his hand, keeping it low beside his leg. Nora closed her door without slamming it. The driver was an older black man in overalls and a sweat-stained cap. A girl of about 10 sat beside him, hugging a pillowcase to her chest. The man's pickup sounded rough but alive. He raised one hand through the open window. Not looking for trouble? Neither are we, Max said. Name is Silas. This is my granddaughter, May. We saw your truck. Thought you might have news. News is thin. Fawn's dead. Power out across more than Alabama. Maybe a solar storm. Silas closed his eyes for a moment, as if the answer confirmed something he had not wanted to believe. My daughter is in Jackson. I was hoping maybe Mississippi still had power. We don't know, Nora said gently. The little girl stared at Nora's toot. Do you have medicine? Silas put a hand on the girl's shoulder. May wait. Nora moved closer. What kind of medicine? Inhaler, the girl whispered. Mine's almost empty. Nora looked at Max. The rule about children had taken less than 10 minutes to test. They did not have an inhaler. Nora searched her kit anyway, then asked Silas about the child's breathing, triggers, and how long the current inhaler might last. Max stood guard and hated the uselessness in his hands. He could fix a compressor, patch a line, rebuild a pump, and improvise a siphon from trash. He could not pull medicine from air. Silas offered to trade a 5-gallon can of gasoline for anything that might help. Max almost said no out of shame. Nora stopped him with a glance. We can trade information, she said. There is an urgent care clinic west of here in Saraland. I worked in one like it. If it hasn't been stripped, inhalers might be in the medication cabinet or sample closet, but it could be dangerous. Silas nodded slowly. Everything is dangerous now. Max took the atlas and showed him the best route back. In exchange, Silas insisted on giving them the gasoline. Max resisted once. Silas looked at the Ranger and then at the girl. Son, I am not buying your kindness. I am paying for a map that might help my grandbaby breathe. Let an old man keep his pride. Max took the gas. Before Silas left, May leaned out the window. Are you going home too? Trying, Max said. My mama says home is where people remember your favorite breakfast. Nora smiled, but her eyes shone. Your mama sounds smart. She is. She makes pancakes with cinnamon. After they drove away, Max poured the gasoline into the Ranger with a funnel made from a cut water bottle. We could have used that gas without telling him about the clinic, Nora said. Yes, it is. I am glad we didn't. Me too. They got back on the road. The afternoon grew hotter. Without air conditioning, the cab became a metal box of sweat and road dust. Max drove with the windows down and listened to the engine for changes. The Ranger had always been noisy. Now every tick sounded like a warning. Near a small town north of the city, they hit the first roadblock. It was not official, though someone had tried to make it look that way. 2 pickups were parked nose to nose across the road. Orange cones narrowed the lane. A hand-painted sign said local traffic only. 4 men stood nearby with rifles. A 5th sat on the tailgate of a truck, drinking from a bottle wrapped in a paper bag. Turn around, Nora said. If I turn here, they know we're avoiding them. They already know we don't belong. Max slowed. The man in the center stepped forward and raised one hand. He had a gray beard, a red face, and the relaxed stance of someone who had pointed a rifle at strangers before. Max stopped with 20 feet between the ranger and the roadblock. He kept both hands visible on the steering wheel. "Where are you folks headed?" the man asked. "North," Max said. "North is a big place. Family near Montgomery." The man looked at Nora. "That true?" "My father," Nora said. "Pine Level." The man studied her long enough for Max's grip to tighten. Then he spat into the dust. "Roads closed to outsiders. Too many people coming up from the city. Taking food. Looking for das. We have our own," Max said. "Then you can spare some. Toll is 10 gallons. Max almost laughed, which would have been a bad mistake. "I don't have 10 gallons to spare." The man with the bottle slid off the tailgate. "Then leave the truck." Nora's voice went cold. "We are not leaving the truck." The gray-bearded man ignored her and looked at Max. "You carrying guns?" "No guns." "That's dumb." "Maybe so." A younger man at the roadblock walked slowly along the passenger side, looking through the window at the stacked supplies. Nora shifted her body to block his view, but he had seen enough. Hunger changed his face. "They got water," he said. The gray-bearded man sighed as if Max had caused him trouble by owning things. "Step out. We can sort this friendly." Max had no intention of stepping out. He had parked in second gear with the clutch down. The road shoulder to the right dropped into a shallow ditch, but beyond the ditch was a flat, grassy strip leading around the roadblock and back to pavement. It was not a road. It might be enough. "No," he said quietly. "I know." The younger man reached for her door handle. Nora slammed the lock down. Max released the clutch and hit the gas. The ranger leapt right. A rifle cracked. The passenger window spidered, but held. Nora ducked. The truck dropped into the ditch, hard enough to slam Max against the seatbelt. For a terrifying second, the front wheels dug into mud. Then they grabbed. Max kept his foot down. The engine screamed. Grass whipped under the bumper. Another shot snapped past the cab. They burst back onto pavement beyond the pickups. Max corrected a fishtail and kept going. Nora stayed low until the road curved. Then she sat up, breathing hard, and touched the cracked passenger window. "That was their friendly version," she said. Max did not answer. His hand shook on the wheel, and he let them. Shaking meant he was alive. They drove another hour before stopping in the trees off a logging lane. Max checked the truck. The passenger door had a crease from a cone or rock. The window was cracked. The rear quarter panel had a fresh dent, but the tires held. The engine still ran. The truck had survived, and survival had already begun to feel like debt. Nora sat on a fallen log while Max looked over the damage. "I wanted you to stop for that man at the gas station yesterday," she said. "I remember. Today I wanted you to run those men over." Max wiped dirt from the headlight with his sleeve. "You didn't." "No, not really. But I wanted it. Does that matter?" He leaned against the fender and looked at her. The afternoon light through the pines made her look younger and more tired at the same time. "It matters if you start enjoying it." "I didn't." "Then you're still you." She looked away. "How do you know?" "I don't. But it's what I'm using until something better shows up." For a moment, she almost laughed. Instead, she covered her face with both hands and breathed until the trembling passed. Max wanted to sit beside her. He wanted to put a hand on her shoulder and offer something stronger than words. He stayed where he was because they had known each other less than 2 days, and disaster did not make closeness simple. It only made loneliness louder. When she lowered her hands, she said, "Tell me about Maine." So he did. He told her about cold mornings when the river smoked in winter, about his mother's habit of feeding every stray cat that found the porch, about Emily stealing his truck in high school before she knew how to shift properly and leaving it stalled halfway across the yard. He told her about his father's workshop and the way grief had made the house too quiet after the funeral. Nora listened as if he were describing a place that might still be reachable if they believed hard enough. "Your mother sounds stubborn," she said. "She is." "Good enough. Stubborn people last." Max looked north through the trees. Then maybe she's still there. Neither of them said what both were thinking. Maybe it was not enough, but it was all the world had left to spend. They reached the edge of the next town near dusk and found the grocery store bleeding people into the parking lot. The sign above the building said Piggly Wiggly in cheerful red letters that felt obscene against the scene below it. The front doors had been smashed. Carts lay on their sides. A woman sat near the cart return with both hands pressed to her stomach, while an older man shouted for help. No one seemed able to give. Two teenagers sprinted past the ranger carrying sacks of dog food. A pickup burned near the far end of the lot, sending black smoke into the evening. Max slowed but did not stop. Nora grabbed his arm. There are injured people. There are also armed people. I can see that. Nora, wait. That woman by the carts is losing blood. Max drove past the entrance, circled behind a closed bank, and parked where the building blocked most of the view from the store. He killed the engine and looked at her. 5 minutes, he said. If it turns bad, we leave. It is already bad. Then, if it turns worse. She took her medical kit. Max took the pry bar and a flashlight, though the sun had not fully set. They moved along the side of the bank toward the lot. Max kept scanning. The store had been stripped in waves. The first wave had taken the obvious things: water, bread, canned food, batteries. The second wave had taken anything that could be traded: cigarettes, pain medicine, alcohol, baby formula. The third wave was here now, angry at what was already gone. A man came out of the shattered doors with a raw steak in each hand, laughing. Another man tried to grab one. They wrestled in broken glass until the first man drove his knee into the other's face. Blood sprayed across the white tile just inside the entrance. Nora knelt beside the woman at the cart return. Nora, can you hear me?" The woman groaned. She was maybe 40, with a cashier's green vest over her shirt. A deep cut crossed her lower side where something sharp had torn fabric and skin. Her hands were slick red. The older man beside her was likely her husband. He looked at Nora with desperate hope. "Can you fix her?" "I can help," Nora said. "I need clean cloth, Max." Max pulled a folded towel from the bag. Nora pressed it to the cut and guided the woman's hands over it. "Hold pressure. Harder than feels polite." The woman's husband swallowed. They were fighting over water. She tried to get out. Some fool swung a broken shelf hook. Max stood over them, watching the lot. A group of men near the entrance had noticed Nora's kit. That was all it took. Supplies had become a scent. "We have company," he said. Nora did not look up. "How many?" "Maybe 3. Maybe 4. The first man approaching wore a camouflage cap and carried a revolver low by his thigh. His eyes moved from Nora's kit to the ranger's hidden direction, putting pieces together. "You a doctor?" he asked. "No," Nora said. "Got medicine in that bag?" "Only bandages." "My cousin got cut." "Hand it over." Max stepped between them. "She is using it." The man's eyes hardened. "I wasn't talking to you." "You are now." Behind him, Nora's voice remained calm. "Sir, if your cousin can walk, bring him here and I will look when I can. This woman is first." "My cousin is first to me." "That is not how bleeding works." The revolver came up a few inches. Max moved inside the man's reach before the gun fully rose. He trapped the wrist with both hands and drove forward, not with grace, but with every pound he had. The revolver fired into the asphalt. The sound stunned the lot. Max slammed the man's hand against the metal cart return. The gun dropped. The man swung with his free hand and caught Max in the cheek. Pain flashed white. Max answered with the pry bar, striking the man's thigh above the knee. The leg buckled. Another man rushed him from the side. Max turned too late. They hit the ground together. The man's fingers clawed at Max's face. Max smelled sour breath and beer. He drove his forehead into the man's nose. Cartilage gave with a wet crunch. The man screamed and rolled away, blood pouring over his mouth. The parking lot erupted around them. Some ran from the gunshot. Others came closer. Nora grabbed the fallen revolver and held it in both hands, arms locked, face pale but steady. "Back up," she shouted. "Back up now." Her voice cut through the chaos because it did not sound like panic. It sounded like a decision. The man with the damaged leg crawled away, cursing. His friend with the broken nose held both hands to his face and stumbled toward the store. The others decided the medical kit was not worth being shot over by a woman who looked like she might hate herself later, but would still pull the trigger now. Max got to his feet. His cheek throbbed. Blood from the other man's nose marked his shirt. "You okay?" Nora asked. "Yes, I am." "Are you?" "No, but I am functional." She lowered the revolver only when the men had backed beyond the burned pickup. Then she looked at the weapon as if surprised to find it in her hands. "Put it in your bag," Max said. "I don't want it." "I know." Put it in your bag. She did. They finished with the cashier. Nora used gauze and pressure and a tight wrap made from strips cut from a clean shirt the husband brought from their car. She told him how to watch for shock, how to keep his wife warm, how not to remove the packed cloth even if it soaked through. The woman needed surgery. They all knew it. Nora did not say it in front of her. The husband gripped Nora's hand. God bless you. Nora's face tightened because gratitude was too heavy when she could not give enough. Keep pressure. Get her somewhere safe. Where exactly? No one had an answer. On the way back to the Ranger, Max and Nora moved quickly. The gunshot had changed the lot. People looked at them differently. Not just as travelers with supplies, but as travelers who had survived a fight and gained a gun. That bought space, but not safety. When they reached the truck, Nora got in and sat with the medical kit on her knees. Her hands were red. She stared at them. Max started the engine but did not drive at once. Use some water? We need to save it. Use some water. She washed her hands over the gravel while he poured. The red thinned to pink and disappeared into dust. When they were clean enough, she pressed her palms against her eyes. That woman may die, she said. You helped her. That is what people say when help is too small. Sometimes small is all there is. She looked at him then, and there was anger in her eyes, but beneath it was grief so raw he almost looked away. I hate that sentence, she said. I do too. They drove as the sun slid behind pines and the road turned copper. For several miles, neither spoke. The revolver lay in Nora's backpack at her feet. It had 4 rounds left. Max knew because Nora had opened it, counted with shaking fingers, then closed it again as if sealing something poisonous. They camped that night in a stand of trees beyond an old cemetery. Max backed the Ranger between 2 pines and covered the supplies with dark tarp. No fire. Smoke could guide strangers. They ate beans cold from the can and split a pack of crackers. Crickets sang as if the world had not changed. Somewhere far away, a dog barked until it became a howl. Nora sat with her back against a tree, knees drawn up. The moon gave enough light for Max to see the shape of her face. My father used to say every person has a line they think they won't cross, she said. Then life puts a fire behind them and they learn the line was chalk. Max leaned against the truck tire. Your father sounds like he spent time thinking about hard things. Vietnam, then 40 years of farming. He doesn't talk about the first much. The second taught him almost as much. What's his name? Thomas Caldwell. Everyone calls him Cal, which makes him sound friendlier than he is. You close. We fight like we were hired for it. But yes, he's the only person who can make me furious and safe at the same time. Max smiled in the dark. That's family. Tell me about Emily. My sister? You said her name at the farm stand when you were talking about Maine. Tell me something that is not disaster. So he told her about Emily at 13, furious that their mother would not let her dye her hair black, sneaking into Max's room and coloring one streak with permanent marker instead. He told her how it stained her forehead for a week. He told her how she cried when their father got too sick to split firewood, then went outside and tried to split it herself until Max found her swinging an axe bigger than her patience. Nora listened with her chin on her knees. She sounds strong? She is. But strong people still need help. So do stubborn men driving old trucks to Maine. I am not stubborn. You were crossing half a country after the sun punched the grid. Determined sounds better. Stubborn is more accurate. The teasing was soft, but it warmed something in the cold place beneath Max's ribs. He had not realized how quickly he had begun to expect her voice beside him. That frightened him almost as much as the roadblock. He had lost enough in life to know that hope did not always ask permission before making itself necessary. He took first watch. Nora tried to sleep in the cab. After an hour, she climbed out and sat beside him with the revolver in her lap. I can't sleep, she whispered. Me neither. Do you think the government is coming? Max looked through the trees at the dark road beyond. Coming where? She let out a tired breath. That's the problem, isn't it? Above the branches, the stars were brighter than he had ever seen them in the south. No city glow softened them. No airplane lights crossed them. The sky had become ancient overnight. We'll get to your father, Max said. Then I'll get to Maine. You say it like saying it builds a road. Maybe it does. A little. Nora leaned her head back against the tree. After a while, her shoulder touched his. Neither of them moved away. They sat like that until dawn began to color the edges of the world. Two strangers sharing warmth beside a truck everyone would want, on a road that no longer belonged to anyone. The farther inland they drove, the more the world changed from panic to preparation. In the city, people had believed rescue was delayed. In the rural stretches, people were less sure rescue existed. Farm gates were closed. Driveways were blocked with tractors, trailers, felled trees, or cars pushed into place. Hand-painted signs warned travelers away with polite language at first, then less polite language after that. A church fellowship hall had become a distribution point guarded by men with rifles and women with clipboards. A school parking lot held dozens of families camped beside cars that would not run, their belongings spread under blankets like yard sale grief. Max wanted to stop for all of them, and none of them. Nora grew quieter as they neared Pine Level. She navigated without needing the atlas now, pointing at turns before Max asked. The land opened into fields, pecan trees, and low houses with tin roofs. The road narrowed. The ranger's tires hummed over cracked pavement. Every mailbox seemed to carry a memory for her. "He bought the place after Mom died," she said. "I thought he was running away from us. He said he was running toward quiet. I hated that answer for years." "Do you still?" "No, not really. Now I think quiet might be the only honest thing he knew how to ask for." They passed a pasture where cattle stood near a dry pond. A dead car sat in the ditch with its doors open. Clothing had been pulled from suitcases and scattered in the grass. There were no people in sight. Nora sat forward. "Slow down. His road is ahead." The road to her father's farm was half gravel, half dirt, edged by pines and scrub. Someone had dragged a gate across it and chained it to a post. Beyond the gate, a hand-painted sign read, "Private Road. No supplies for strangers." Nora was out of the truck before Max shut it off. "Nora," he called. She did not stop. She reached the gate and grabbed the chain. "Dad, wait!" No answer came from the trees. Max stepped out with the revolver tucked into the back of his belt and the pry bar in his hand. He did not like how still the property felt. Farms were never silent. There were always insects, birds, animals moving. Here the quiet had a held-breath quality. Nora shouted again. "Dad, it's me!" A rifle bolt clicked behind them. Max froze. Nora turned slowly. An older man stood in the brush near the road with a scoped hunting rifle pointed at Max's chest. He was tall but lean in the way of men whose bodies had been worked down by sun and years. His beard was gray. His eyes were Nora's eyes, with less mercy showing. "Step away from my daughter," he said. Nora's face broke open. "Dad, please." The rifle wavered. "Only a little." "Nora, is that you?" She ran to him. He lowered the rifle just in time to catch her with one arm. For a moment, he looked less like a hard old farmer and more like a man pulled back from the edge by the weight of his child. He held her so tightly Max turned away, giving them what privacy a gravel road allowed. When Thomas Caldwell finally looked up, the rifle was lowered but not forgotten. "Who are you?" "Max Mercer." She needed north. "I was going north." "You bring trouble with you, Max Mercer?" Max glanced at the loaded Ranger. "Some behind us. Some already everywhere." Thomas studied him for a long moment. Honest enough to be inconvenient. "I can work with that." He unlocked the gate and waved them through. The farmhouse sat back from the road in a clearing bordered by pines. It was a plain white house with a deep porch, rain barrels under the gutters, and a garden that had been worked even in late season. A barn stood to the left. A chicken coop sat beyond it, surrounded by wire. Smoke rose from a metal chimney added to one side of the house. Max saw preparation everywhere. Firewood stacked under tarps. A hand pump by the well. Solar panels on a rack near the shed, though Thomas said they were useless now because the charge controller had cooked. A root cellar door half hidden behind the house. This was not a bunker fantasy. It was a working place shaped by a man who expected hard weeks and knew hard years were possible. Nora would not let go of her father for long. She kept touching his sleeve, his arm, his face, as if checking that he was not a story she had made up on the road. Thomas pretended to be annoyed by it and failed. Inside, the farmhouse smelled of wood smoke, coffee boiled on a stove, and onions frying in cast iron. A woman in her 60s stood near the counter with a pistol in her apron pocket and flour on her hands. Thomas introduced her as Mabel Greer, a neighbor whose sons had gone to check on family south of Montgomery and not yet returned. "You look hungry," Mabel said to Max. "Yes, ma'am." "At least you answer simple questions." "Wash up. Food's on." Nora laughed then, sudden and bright, and the sound made Thomas close his eyes for half a second. They ate at a scarred wooden table with the windows covered by quilts to keep light from showing after dark. The meal was simple: beans, rice, onions, and cornbread baked in a skillet over coals. Max had eaten finer food in restaurants with white tablecloths and forgotten it by morning. He knew he would remember this meal for the rest of his life. Thomas asked questions while they ate. Not rude questions. Necessary ones. What did Mobile look like? Were police functioning? Did any radio stations still broadcast? What vehicles still ran? How much fuel did Max have? Had they seen military convoys? How quickly had violence started? Max answered as best he could. Nora filled in what he missed. Mabel listened without interrupting, but her hands tightened around her coffee cup when Nora described the grocery store. "People will come this way," Thomas said. "Not all at once. At first, they'll follow highways. When those dry up, they'll take county roads. When those get blocked, they'll walk property lines and creek beds. Hunger makes mapmakers of everybody." "How many here?" Max asked. "Me, Mabel, her nephew Luke, when he isn't patrolling or sulking. 2 families down the road, both decent. 1 fool with more ammo than sense a mile east. We are trying to form a watch, but folks are still arguing about whose authority counts." "Authority counts less than trust," Max said. Thomas looked at him with new interest. "You learned that fixing refrigerators?" "I learned that on job sites where the man with the title didn't know where the shutoff was." Mabel gave a small snort. "I like him." After the meal, Nora helped Mabel clean dishes with water drawn from the hand pump. Thomas took Max outside to inspect the Ranger away from the windows. The sun had dropped low. Shadows filled the yard. "You plan to keep going," Thomas said. "My mother and sister are in Maine. That's a hard road. It's the only one I have." Thomas leaned against the truck bed. "Nora will want to go with you." Max felt the words land. "Her place is here with you." "You planning to tell her that?" "No, not now." "Good enough. She doesn't obey well." Max checked the tie down on the tarp because it gave his hands something to do. "I don't want to put her in more danger." Thomas laughed without humor. "Son, danger came through the gate before she did. The only question is where a person spends it." From the porch, Nora watched them through the dusk. Max could feel her attention. "She saved lives already," Max said. "She always did." Even as a girl, she'd bring home broken birds and half-dead kittens and demand the world explain why mercy was so much work. "What did you tell her?" "That mercy costs because it matters." She hated that too. They stood in silence while insects rose from the field. In the distance, a dog barked twice and stopped. Thomas straightened. "Come on. I'll show you where you can sleep. We keep watch in pairs after dark. Since you brought my daughter home, you get a blanket before I ask more of you. I can take a watch." "I know. I said blanket first. I'm old, not rude." The sleeping place was a cot in the front room near the cold fireplace. Max sat on it and took off his boots. His feet ached. His cheek had swollen from the parking lot fight. His arm throbbed under Nora's bandage. Exhaustion moved through him like weather. Nora came in carrying a folded quilt. "Dad likes you." He pointed a rifle at me. That's almost a hug for him. She handed him the quilt and sat on the edge of a chair nearby. For a moment, they listened to Mabel and Thomas talking in the kitchen, their voices low and familiar. "Thank you," Nora said. "You already said that. Not for the ride. For not making me feel foolish for needing it." Max looked at her. Candlelight softened the tiredness around her eyes. There was blood under one fingernail she had missed, a reminder of the road between here and the hotel. "I needed help too," he said. "You would not have asked." "Probably not. That is something you should work on if we survive long enough for personal growth." He smiled. "I will put it on the list." Her smile answered, then faded. "I don't know what I do next." "You don't have to decide tonight." "Neither do you." "Maine won't get closer while I sleep." "No, but you might get smarter." He could have answered lightly. Instead, he said what had been sitting in him since the first gunshot at the gas station. Every hour I wait feels like I'm leaving them in the dark longer. Nora's expression changed. Not pity. It was recognition. I know. Those two words carried more comfort than any promise would have. She rose to leave, then hesitated. She touched his shoulder, quick and gentle. It was not romance in the easy sense, not the clean warmth of a date or the simple thrill of wanting. It was something built under pressure, two people finding that the other's survival mattered. Max watched her go and understood that if she chose to come with him, he would not be able to pretend it was just practical. Outside, Thomas called for watch change. The house settled into night without electricity, without certainty, without the old world humming beneath it. For the first time since mobile, Max slept more than an hour. The attack came the next afternoon, not with a roar, but with a neighbor's boy running so hard he vomited in the yard. His name was Luke Greer, Mabel's nephew, 17 years old, all long arms and terror. He stumbled through the gate waving both hands. Thomas, Max, and Nora were in the barn sorting supplies from the Ranger. Mabel came off the porch with her pistol already out. "Highwaymen," Luke gasped. "At the Wilkes place. They got Ben Wilkes on his knees. They are asking who has fuel?" Thomas took the boy by the shoulders. "How many?" "Maybe 6. Maybe 7. 2 trucks. They have guns. One has a shotgun. They hit Adele Wilkes when she cried." The farm went very still. Max felt the old urge to move and the new need to think. The Wilkes place was one of the families Thomas had called decent. It sat half a mile south along a dirt lane, close enough that smoke from their chimney could be seen on clear mornings. "They'll come here next," Thomas said. "Or they will take what they want there and leave," Mabel said. But she did not sound as if she believed it. Nora looked at Max. "There are children at that house." The rule had found them again. Thomas opened the locked cabinet in the barn and took out 2 rifles, 1 shotgun, and a canvas pouch of ammunition. He moved with quick precision, handing Mabel the shotgun and Max a bolt-action rifle that had seen deer seasons older than Max. "You shoot?" Thomas asked. "Some, but not enough. Today some may have to be enough. Nora, you stay here with Luke." "No," Nora said. Thomas's face hardened. "This is not a debate. If people are hurt, I am going. If you want to waste time yelling, start now." For one raw second, father and daughter stared at each other with love disguised as fury. Then Thomas pointed toward the house. "Medical bag. 2 minutes. You stay behind cover unless I call you forward. That I can do." Max checked the rifle. 5 rounds loaded. Old scope. Smooth bolt. He had hunted deer with his father as a teenager and never enjoyed killing. His father had made him learn anyway. "A man should know where meat comes from," he had said. "A man should also know what a bullet does before he points a rifle at anything living." Now Max knew enough to be afraid. They moved through the pines between properties. Thomas first, Max behind him, Mabel farther right with a shotgun, Nora behind Max with her medical bag and the revolver. Luke stayed at the farm with instructions to lock the gate, hide the younger children from the neighboring family if they arrived, and ring the iron dinner bell if anyone approached from the road. The woods smelled of resin, dry leaves, and smoke. Every snapped twig sounded too loud. Thomas knew the land and moved like it belonged to his feet. Max followed, trying to place each step where Thomas had placed his. They heard the men before they saw them. "Fuel doesn't vanish, old man," a voice said. "You got a generator. Generator needs gas. Tell me where." A child cried. A woman pleaded. A slap cut her off. Thomas crouched behind a fallen pine and motioned Max beside him. Through the trees, the Wilkes yard opened like a stage. 2 pickup trucks sat near the porch. 6 men were visible. Ben Wilkes knelt in the dirt with his hands tied behind him. Blood covered one side of his face. Adele Wilkes stood near the steps holding a little boy against her skirt. A teenage girl stood beside her, rigid with fury and fear. One raider wore a red bandana around his neck. He seemed to be in charge. He held a pistol loosely, like a man comfortable with being obeyed. Another raider kicked over a rain barrel and cursed when only water poured out. "Barn," Thomas whispered. "They'll search next. If they find the cellar, they'll strip them bare." Max put his mouth close to Thomas's ear. "Can we scare them off?" "Maybe so. But if they think we won't shoot, they will rush us." Mabel had moved to a thick oak near the side of the yard. Nora crouched behind her, pale but focused. Thomas raised his voice. "Step away from that family." The yard froze. The man in the red bandana turned toward the trees. His pistol came up. Thomas fired before the man found a target. The shot struck the dirt at the raider's feet, spraying dust. Not a miss, Max realized. A warning with teeth. "Next one is higher," Thomas called. The raiders scattered for cover behind the trucks and porch posts. One fired blindly into the trees. Bark snapped near Max's shoulder. His body wanted to flatten to the earth. He forced himself to stay behind the fallen pine and bring the rifle up. "We don't want your place," Red Bandana shouted. "Walk away." "You are on my neighbor's land," Thomas called. "That makes it my business." The raider laughed. "Old man, the country fell down. Business changed." He gestured to one of his men, who grabbed Ben Wilkes by the hair and pressed a knife to his throat. Adele Wilkes screamed. Nora made a sound behind Max, half breath, half pain. "You shoot, he dies," Red Bandana called. "Then we burn both places and take our time with what is left." Max looked through the scope. His sight picture shook. The man with the knife was partially behind Ben Wilkes. Too much risk. He moved to Red Bandana. The raider stood near the truck's front fender, pistol out, body angled. Max could see his chest. A person filled the scope. Not a deer. Not a paper target. A man. Darnell's words returned. "You better decide now who you are willing to hurt." The raider turned his pistol toward the trees where Nora hid. Max fired. The rifle kicked hard into his shoulder. Red Bandana spun and slammed against the truck and fell to the dirt. His pistol skittered under the bumper. For 1 second, nobody moved. Then the yard exploded. Mabel fired from the oak. The shotgun blast tearing splinters from the porch rail near a raider's head. Thomas fired again, this time striking the leg of the man with the knife. The knife fell. Ben Wilkes threw himself sideways. Nora ran then, low and fast, because Nora did not wait when blood was spilling. "Nora, stop!" Thomas shouted, but she was already moving. Max worked the bolt and searched for targets. A raider rose behind the second truck with a rifle. Max fired too fast. The shot shattered the truck window. The raider ducked. Another man sprinted toward the driver's side of the first pickup. Thomas hit the tire before he reached it. The tire burst. The man fell, rolled, and crawled under the truck. One raider had enough. He ran toward the woods on the far side of the yard. Mabel tracked him, but did not fire. Another followed. The man with the rifle fired once more into the trees, then dragged his injured friend toward the second pickup. Max saw Red Bandana move on the ground. Not dead. Trying to reach the pistol under the truck. "Gun!" Max shouted. Thomas turned. Too late. Nora was in the yard beside Ben Wilkes, cutting the rope at his wrists. Red Bandana pulled the pistol free and raised it toward her. Max did not think this time. He fired. The shot hit Red Bandana high in the shoulder and drove him flat. The pistol fired into the dirt. Silence came in pieces. First the shooting stopped. Then the screaming thinned to sobbing. Then the woods seemed to exhale. The second pickup roared to life. Its windshield was cracked, one door hanging open. 2 raiders climbed in, dragging a third. It tore backward, swung around, and fled down the lane in a cloud of dust. The man under the first truck crawled out with both hands raised. "Don't shoot," he cried. "Don't shoot me." Thomas kept his rifle on him. "Hands where I can see them." Max stood slowly. His ears rang. His shoulder hurt. His stomach rolled with the knowledge that he had shot a man, then shot him again. He wanted to look away from Red Bandana, and could not. Blood darkened the dirt around him. His chest still moved, but shallowly. Nora was already working on Ben Wilkes' face. "Max, I need gauze." Her voice pulled him back. He grabbed the medical bag and crossed the yard. The teenage Wilkes girl held the little boy now, whispering into his hair. Adele Wilkes knelt beside her husband, shaking so hard she could barely touch him. The injured raider Thomas had shot, in the leg, groaned near the porch. Mabel covered him with the shotgun. "Nora," Max said quietly, looking at Red Bandana. She followed his glance. For a second, her professional calm cracked. Then she swallowed and pointed at the bag. "Pressure bandages. Both of them if we have enough." "Both of them?" "Yes, both. Mercy costs because it matters, remember?" Thomas heard her. His face tightened, but he did not argue. They kept Red Bandana alive because Nora told them how. Max pressed bandages against the man's shoulder while the raider cursed him, begged him, then cried for his mother. It would have been easier if the man had stayed a monster. Instead, he became a hurt human being under Max's hands, and that made the cost of living heavier. Mabel searched the raiders' trucks and found stolen fuel cans, canned goods, jewelry, pain pills, and a child's stuffed rabbit with one eye missing. The Wilkes girl took the rabbit and held it like evidence. Thomas made the surviving raiders drop their weapons and sit in the dirt with their hands tied. Nobody liked leaving enemies alive. Nobody wanted to become the kind of people who killed tied men in front of children. Back at the Caldwell farm, Nora washed her hands at the pump until the skin reddened. Max stood nearby, unsure what to say. He had blood on his sleeves. Some of it belonged to men who had deserved stopping. That did not make it lighter. "You saved me," Nora said without turning around. "I shot him. He was aiming at me." "I know." She shut off the pump and faced him. "Max, look at me." "He did?" "You saved me. Do not make me spend the rest of my life wishing you had hesitated." The words struck deeper than comfort. She stepped closer and wrapped her arms around him. For a second he stood stiff, still half in the yard with the gunfire. Then his arms came around her. She held him tightly, not soft, not delicate, but like a person holding another person together until the worst shaking passed. Thomas saw them from the porch and looked away. Mabel did not. Mabel watched with the sharp interest of a woman who had survived enough years to recognize the beginning of something and the danger that came with it. That night, the nearest families gathered in the Caldwell barn by lantern light and agreed to share watch schedules, warning signals, and information. They did not yet trust each other enough to pool food, but the raid had taught them that separate houses could fall one by one. After the meeting, Thomas walked Max to the edge of the yard. "You did well today," the old man said. Max looked toward the dark tree line. "I don't feel like it." "Good enough. Men who feel too clean after shooting usually need watching. I am leaving in the morning." Thomas was silent for a long moment. "Nora told me." "She is staying, right?" Thomas gave him a tired look. "You know she isn't." Max closed his eyes. "I can't ask her to come?" "You don't have to. She already decided. You are her father. Tell her no." Thomas almost smiled. "You met her, didn't you?" Max looked back at the farmhouse. Nora stood in the kitchen window, a lantern behind her, her face turned toward the yard. For a heartbeat, the glass reflected firelight around her like a fragile halo. "The road to Maine may kill us," Max said. Thomas's voice softened. "So might staying. At least on the road, she is choosing what kind of danger gets to have her." Max had no answer. Morning came gray and wet over the Caldwell farm, and the whole place seemed to hold its breath while Max Mercer loaded the Ford Ranger. The sky had no color in it. Low clouds dragged across the pine tops, and mist clung to the pasture fences in pale strips. Roosters called from some distant yard. Somewhere beyond the barn, a milk cow complained at the cold, her sound rolling over the damp field like a tired horn. The world should have smelled like coffee, diesel, and wood smoke. Instead, it smelled of ash, mud, and the sour metal stink that clung to clothing after gunfire. Max moved without talking because talking would make leaving real. He carried fuel cans from the shed and strapped them into the bed with rope Thomas Caldwell had cut from hay bale. He checked the oil twice. He touched the patched rear window as if a hand could make broken glass whole again. The truck looked worse in daylight. The paint was scratched along both sides. The tailgate carried a bullet hole near the Ford badge, and one rear tire had a slow leak. Thomas had plugged with an old repair kit and more hope than rubber. Nora came out of the farmhouse with 2 canvas bags over one shoulder and a lever-action rifle in her right hand. She had braided her hair tight to keep it out of her face, but loose strands had already escaped around her cheeks. She wore her father's brown coat, faded jeans, and boots that had seen years of mud before the lights went out. She looked smaller with the bags on her, and at the same time she looked harder than she had the night before. Max set down a can of fuel. "You still have time to change your mind." She dropped the bags beside the tailgate. "That is a strange way to say good morning." "I mean it." "I know you do. This road will be worse than anything here." Nora looked across the yard toward the fresh dirt behind the tool shed where 2 of the raiders had been buried before sunrise. Thomas would not leave bodies for animals, not even the bodies of men who had come to rob and burn. The third man, the one with the red bandana, was locked in the old smokehouse with his shoulder wrapped and his wrists tied. He would live if the town decided to let him live. That decision did not belong to Max. Nora's mouth tightened. Worse than men shooting at our kitchen windows? Maybe so. Then we better leave before I get bored. He wanted to smile, but the line was too close to grief. Nora, listen. She stepped nearer. Max, my father has this farm. He has neighbors now. They are scared, but they are awake. They know what is coming. Your mother and sister may have no one. If my family was 1,500 miles away and I had even a small chance to reach them, I would go too. That is why I cannot ask you to come. You did not ask. You know what I mean. I know exactly what you mean. You think refusing help is noble because it keeps your guilt clean. It does not. It just makes everyone else pay for your pride. Max looked down at the wet ground. A month ago, a woman saying that to him would have ended a conversation. He had been good at walking away from hard things that did not have a wrench or a busted compressor attached to them. The dead grid had burned away that habit. Now hard things followed him into every field and road. Before he could answer, Thomas Caldwell came out of the barn carrying a coffee tin. His face looked carved from tired wood. He had shaved badly in a cracked mirror, leaving gray stubble along his jaw, and he moved with the slow care of an older man whose body had spent the night reminding him of every year he had survived. He handed the tin to Max. Small parts, nails, matches, fish hooks, sewing needles, and a little coffee. Do not open it near thieves unless you want to make friends you cannot afford. Max accepted it with both hands. I already owe you too much. You owe me nothing. You stood when you could have run. I brought trouble here. Thomas gave him a flat look. Son, trouble does not need a ride. It walks fine on its own. Nora slid one bag into the truck bed, then waited beside her father. The silence between them changed the air. It was the silence of 100 meals, 1,000 arguments, and every word they could not afford to spend because time had become expensive. Thomas looked at his daughter. You remember what I taught you about strangers? I remember. You remember what I taught you about men with soft voices and fast hands. I remember that too. You remember that bravery and stupidity look like twins until the bill comes due. She swallowed. I remember everything. Thomas nodded once, but his eyes shone. Then I guess I did what I could. Nora hugged him hard. He held himself still for a moment, as if moving would break him, then wrapped both arms around her. Max looked away toward the road. The mist made the lane look endless. Mabel Dawson arrived with a basket covered by a towel. Her gray hair was pinned up, and her shotgun rested in the crook of her arm like a walking stick. She handed the basket to Nora. Biscuits, ham, boiled eggs, and 2 jars of blackberry preserves, Mabel said. If you lose those preserves to bandits, I will haunt both of you. Nora laughed, and the sound almost hurt because it belonged to a better world. Mabel turned to Max. Do not let her drive when she is angry. Nora sniffed. I drive better angry. That is what worries me, Max said. I will keep that in mind. Mabel's eyes sharpened. And do not make a habit of thinking you are the only one who gets to choose danger. That kind of thinking gets women buried behind polite words. Max nodded because arguing with Mabel felt like arguing with weather. Thomas walked to the passenger side and rested one hand on the door. Road north through Montgomery is choked. East side is crawling with folks who lost homes and food. West side has men charging tolls they invented last week. If you can get past Prattville, cut toward Wetumpka, then find farm roads. Avoid the interstate unless you want to donate the truck. Max pictured the paper map folded in the glove box. What about fuel? You have enough to make a start. After that, you barter, siphon, or walk. That is not much of a plan. Thomas nearly smiled. Plans died with the phones. Nora climbed into the passenger seat and set the rifle between her knees. Max stood by the driver's door, holding the coffee tin, unable to make himself move. Thomas came around the truck and offered his hand. Max shook it. Get her north if north is where she insists on going, Thomas said quietly. I will do everything I can. That is all a man can promise without lying. Max got behind the wheel. The engine turned twice before catching. The sound seemed too loud in the damp morning, rude almost, like a machine laughing at all the dead machines lined across America. Nora kept her face forward as they rolled down the lane, but Max saw her hand rise once in the side mirror. Thomas stood in the mist with Mabel beside him until the trees swallowed them. For a mile, neither Max nor Nora spoke. The truck bumped along the narrow road between wet ditches and fields gone silver with fog. Mailboxes leaned beside driveways. A child's bicycle lay in one yard with the front wheel bent. Smoke rose from chimneys where people had managed to keep fires. Other houses sat sealed and dark. Nora finally wiped her face with the heel of her palm. "If you say something comforting, I may hit you. I was not planning to." "Good enough. I am not much good at comforting anyway." "I noticed." That one earned half a smile from him. She saw it and looked out the window before he could see hers. At the first intersection, someone had dragged a school bus across the road. Its tires were flat, and a hand-painted sign hung from the side, "Local traffic only." Two men with rifles stood under a pecan tree near the ditch. Max slowed and kept both hands visible on the wheel. One of the men stepped close. He was broad, red-eyed, and unshaven. "Where are you coming from?" "Caldwell Place," Max said. The man looked at Nora and softened. "Thomas know you left?" "He does," Nora said. "You sure about that?" "I said he does." The man took that with a nod. "Road ahead has been hit twice. Folks missing chickens, fuel, and one boy's bicycle. You see a blue Chevy with a white camper shell, you turn around." Max asked, "Armed?" The man snorted. "Everybody is armed now. These ones are eager about it." The bus moved just enough for the ranger to scrape through. As Max eased past, he felt the eyes of the two guards in the mirrors. It was not hatred. It was hunger for control. Every little place was becoming a kingdom, every intersection a border, every man with a rifle, a judge. Nora watched the bus shrink behind them. Yesterday, they were asking my father what to do. Today they are checking papers no one has. Fear likes a uniform. She glanced over. That almost sounded wise. Do not spread it around. The road narrowed into pine country. Limbs met overhead and turned morning into dim green tunnel light. Max drove slowly, staying away from the center line. He had learned that dead cars could hide people, and people could become worse than any wreck. The ranger smelled of damp canvas, gasoline, gun oil, and Mabel's ham biscuits. It should have felt crowded with Nora beside him. Instead, the cab felt warmer than it had before. 10 miles later, they found the blue Chevy. It sat angled across a culvert with both doors open. The camper shell was missing. The windshield had spiderweb from a shot or a rock. No one moved around it, but a strip of red cloth hung from the antenna, wet and limp. Max stopped 50 yards back. Nora brought the rifle up from between her knees. "Is it a trap?" "Maybe so." "Can we go around?" "Not here." The ditch on one side was deep and full of black water. The other side dropped into trees. Max studied the brush, the truck, the wet ground. A crow moved on the far fence line, then lifted away. He put the Ranger in reverse. A shot cracked from the trees and punched the hood with a metal slap. Nora ducked and shouted, "Left side." Max slammed the truck backward. Another shot broke the passenger mirror. Glass sprayed across Nora's coat. She leaned out just enough to fire once toward the tree line. The rifle report rolled through the pines, deeper and cleaner than the raider's shot. A man yelled in pain from the brush. Max backed until the road widened near an old logging entrance. He spun the wheel, dropped the truck into drive, and shoved it into the rutted track. Maud grabbed the tires. The Ranger fishtailed, bounced hard, and clawed forward between pine trunks. Branches beat the windshield. Nora twisted in her seat, trying to watch behind them. "They are coming!" A shape burst from the brush near the road, running with a shotgun. Max drove faster. The track curved downhill, slick as grease. The Ranger slid sideways, clipped a sapling, and kept going. Behind them, a shot boomed. Pellets rattled through the tailgate and cracked ajar in the basket. Nora looked back at the basket. Mabel is going to hunt them first. Max almost laughed. Then the front tires dropped into a rut deep enough to throw his teeth together. The truck lurched, shuddered, and climbed out with a sound he did not like. The logging road dumped them into a pasture half a mile later. Max cut across wet grass toward a sagging gate and prayed the ground held. The truck slid through mud, knocked the gate open, and bounced onto another county road. He drove 3 miles before stopping behind an abandoned feed store. Nora stayed aimed at the rear window until the engine idled down. "Are you hit?" Max asked. She touched her cheek where a sliver of mirror glass had drawn a thin line of blood. "Just scratched." He reached toward her face, stopped, then waited. She saw the hesitation and leaned closer. "You can look." He used a clean cloth from the glove box to wipe the blood. The cut was small, but seeing it lit a cold anger in him. "Sorry," he said. "For what?" "For telling you this road would be bad, then proving myself right before breakfast." She studied him. "That was not your fault. It still happened with me driving. You drove us out, after I drove us in." Nora took the cloth from him and pressed it to her cheek. "Max, listen to me. If you keep score like that, the road will beat you before the people do." He looked through the cracked mirror at the empty road behind them. The pines stood quiet, innocent as church walls. "Then how do you keep score?" he asked. She looked toward the north. "Alive or not alive?" That answer was too clean for comfort, but it was the only one the morning had given them. By noon, the mist burned off, and the heat returned with a damp hand. The old world had always hidden work inside systems. Water came because pipes knew where to send it. Food appeared because trucks moved while people slept. Fuel waited under bright station canopies like a promise. Now every promise had to be dragged out by hand. 1 bucket, 1 mile, 1 hard trade at a time. Max and Nora reached a crossroads town that had been called Miller's Ferry on the map, though the sign at the edge had been shot until only ferry remained. The town was small enough to count from the road: a shuttered bank, a brick school with broken windows, a diner with chairs stacked inside, a church at the center with white siding, a steeple, and sandbags piled beneath the front steps. 2 pickup trucks blocked the road. Men stood behind them with rifles. Not boys this time. These were farmers, mechanics, and retired men with thick wrists and tired eyes. A woman with a pistol on her hip stood under the church sign, writing names in a ledger. Max eased to a stop. Nora rested her rifle low where it could be seen but not mistaken for a threat. The woman approached the driver's side. She looked to be in her 50s, with sun marks around her eyes and gray in her dark hair. Her gaze took in the truck, the fuel cans, the damage, and the 2 travelers. "Names," she said. "Max Mercer, Nora Caldwell." The woman's pen paused. "Thomas Caldwell's girl?" Nora nodded. "Yes, ma'am. I heard your place got hit. They failed." The woman smiled without joy. "Good enough. She wrote their names anyway. Where are you headed?" "Maine," Max said. A man behind the pickup laughed under his breath. The woman did not. She looked at Max with something closer to pity. "Maine is a long way from a church roadblock in Alabama." "I know. What do you want from us?" "Passage, water if you can spare it, and news if you have any." "What can you trade?" Max glanced at Nora, then back at the woman. "I can fix refrigeration units, engines if the problem is simple, pumps, generators, wiring that does not require parts we do not have. She can handle trauma, infection, childbirth in a pinch, and people who think being loud makes them right." Nora slowly turned her head toward him. The woman's mouth twitched. Useful pair. Trying to be. She closed the ledger. "I am Ruth Haskins. We have a well pump acting ugly behind the church. If you can get water moving without us hand-drawing every bucket, we can talk." Max killed the engine and stepped out carefully. The armed men watched his hands. He let them. Nora took her medical bag because people always had some need they were trying not to admit. The well house sat behind the church under a tin roof. A dozen plastic jugs waited near the door, and 2 teenagers leaned against the wall with the exhausted anger of young people who had learned that boredom could become survival labor. Max opened the pump housing and saw the problem before touching anything. The motor had not failed from the Sky event because it was already dead in a different way. The belt had split, and the bearing was nearly frozen. Ruth stood behind him. "Can you fix it?" "Not right." "That was not my question." "I can make it work for a while." "Most of us are working for a while." He used a knife to trim the belt, tightened it shorter than was kind, pulled the bearing, cleaned it with a rag, and packed it with grease from a coffee can. He had to file a burr off the shaft and forced the pulley back into line with a hammer. It was ugly work, the kind that made real mechanics curse because every step was wrong and necessary. While he worked, Nora sat on the church steps with 3 women and a small boy who had a fever. She spoke low to his mother, felt the boy's neck, checked his breathing, and asked questions without making the woman feel foolish. Max looked over once and saw Nora smiling at the boy while the mother cried silently into both hands. The pump coughed in the first test. On the second, it groaned. On the third, water burst from the pipe in a brown rush that cleared after several seconds. The teenagers cheered like Max had raised the dead. Ruth did not cheer, but she filled a cup and drank. "You bought your passage." "I would like to buy more than that." Her eyes narrowed. "You mean fuel?" "Information first." Ruth led them inside the church. The sanctuary had been turned into a storehouse and meeting hall. Pews were pushed to the walls. The altar held maps weighted with candle jars. Canned food sat in cardboard boxes where hymnals had once rested. A chalkboard listed names beside watch shifts, kitchen shifts, well shifts, and burial duty. Max tried not to stare at the last words. A man in a deputy's tan shirt stood near the maps. His badge was missing, but the pale outline remained over his breast pocket. Ruth introduced him as Dale Mercer, then looked between him and Max. "No relation," Dale said before Max could ask. "Could be worse," Max replied. Dale huffed once. "Road north through Montgomery is bad. City folks are coming out, country folks are keeping them out, and everybody thinks they are the injured party. Bridges are being controlled. Some by law. Some by anyone with enough guns to call it law." Nora asked, "Any military?" "Some convoys went through 3 days ago. Did not stop. People threw rocks and begged for food. After that, no uniforms came back." Ruth traced a route with her finger. "If I were you, I would avoid Montgomery proper. Take county roads east, cut across toward Wetumpka, then try to find a way north of the river. But listen carefully. There is a group near an old quarry taking women in trucks. They mark trees with white paint. You see that, turn away." Nora's face changed only slightly. Max noticed because he was learning her silences. "What happens to the women?" Max asked. Ruth held his stare. "The kind of thing men pretend other men do until hunger gives them permission." For a moment no one spoke. Dale tapped the map. "I would not camp near any bridge. People who cannot travel gather where travelers must slow down." Max studied the lines. In the old world, a map was a suggestion. Now it was a confession of traps. Roads led where roads led. Rivers forced hands. Towns became gates. The country was no longer open. It was a house full of locked rooms. Ruth gave them 2 gallons of water, a sack of cornmeal, and a jar of honey in exchange for the pump repair. Nora received 3 aspirin tablets for the feverish boy, wrapped in wax paper as if they were diamonds. Max tried to refuse the honey because it felt like too much. Ruth pushed it back into his hands. "Sweetness is medicine, too," she said. Outside, a thin man approached the truck with a bicycle tire over his shoulder. "You folks headed north?" Max said, "Trying to?" The man licked cracked lips. "My brother is in Clanton. You could take a message." "No phones, no mail, and no promises," Dale warned from behind him. "I know," the man snapped. Then his anger drained. "I know. I just thought maybe." Max looked at Nora. She gave the smallest nod. "Write it," Max said. "If we pass that way, and if it is safe, we will try." The man dug a pencil stub from his pocket with shaking fingers. He wrote on the back of a church bulletin, folded it twice, and handed it to Max. "His name is Alan Crouch. He works at the feed store. Tell him Mama passed clean. Tell him we buried her beside Daddy. Tell him she was not alone." Max put the note in his shirt pocket. It weighed more than paper. They left Miller's Ferry with the repaired pump groaning behind the church and the men at the roadblock watching them like they were watching a story walk away. For a few miles, Nora was quiet. Then she said, "You took the note because you know what it feels like to wander. That is right. You think your mother and sister are alive. I have to. That is not what I asked." Max tightened his hands on the wheel. "I think my mother is tougher than she looks. She grew up poor, raised me and Lily after my father left, and once drove herself to the hospital with a burst appendix because she did not want to wake the neighbors. Lily is 22 and smarter than I ever was. but Dover gets cold. Maine cold is not a bad night with a blanket. It is the kind that finds weak houses and punishes them. Nora watched him. Tell me about Lily. She sings when she cooks, and she sings badly. That sounds like a little sister. She reads old mystery novels and leaves them everywhere. She wanted to be a nurse, then a paramedic, then a teacher, then a baker. Last I heard, she was working in a hardware store and taking classes online. He stopped, because online was gone and the word felt cruel. She calls me when her car makes a noise and then argues with my diagnosis. Nora smiled. So she is family. What about you? She looked ahead. Mother died when I was 16 from cancer. Dad held the house together with work and stubbornness. I stayed because someone had to help. I worked part-time at a clinic in Prattville, took emergency medicine classes, did some volunteer rescue calls. I had plans, I guess. Everyone had plans. What were yours? Nora leaned her head against the seat. Leave, maybe. Not forever. Just long enough to find out whether I was really loyal or just afraid. Max let the truck roll over cracked pavement. And now? Now I left with the man going to Maine during the end of everything, so fear lost that argument. He gave her a sideways look. You make it sound romantic. It is not romantic yet. It is mostly mud and poor judgment. You said yet? She looked up the window, but he saw the color rise along her cheek. Do not get smug, Mercer. I am armed. The road climbed to low hills where pines gave way to fields, and fields gave way to clusters of silent houses. They passed a gas station with every window smashed and a body covered by a tarp near the ice machine. They passed a daycare with children's paintings still taped inside the glass, bright handprints fading in the heat. They passed a man sitting in a lawn chair beside the road, holding a sign that read, Need insulin. Have tools. Max slowed. Nora's hand went to his arm. We do not have insulin, she said softly. I know, and if we stop for every pain we cannot answer, we will never reach the ones we can. The man with the sign watched them pass. He did not curse. That made it worse. Near sundown, they reached an abandoned farm supply store with a fenced yard and no fresh tracks at the gate. Max parked behind a stack of concrete culverts where the truck could not be seen from the road. Nora checked the building while he watched the tree line. Inside, they found torn feed sacks, broken shelves, and a dead raccoon in a cage trap. They also found a small office with a lockable door, a metal desk, and 2 chairs. It was not safe. It was safer than the open road. They ate biscuits and ham in the office by lantern light. Nora divided the food evenly, then gave Max the larger piece of ham when she thought he was not looking. I saw that, he said. You are bigger. You need strength, too. I am not the one who spent the morning fighting a water pump like it owed me money. They chewed in silence. Outside, insects sang in the weeds and something moved once against the fence. Max sat with his back to the wall and the pistol across his thigh. Nora cleaned the line on her cheek with water and a strip of cloth. After a while, she said, When that shot hit the hood this morning, I was scared. Me too. I mean scared in a way that made everything sharp. The tree line. Your hands on the wheel. My own breathing. I could feel every second trying to decide whether it belonged to me. Max turned the pistol slightly in his hands. I had that in Birmingham once, years ago. Not like this. A compressor line burst in a plant. Steam everywhere. A man was pinned behind a pallet stack, and I had maybe 30 seconds to shut down the valve before he cooked. I remember thinking there should be more time for a person to become brave. Were you? I did the thing. I do not know if that is the same. Nora looked at him across the lantern glow. It is close enough for the people who need you. The words settled between them. It was not soft. It was not easy. It felt real. They slept in shifts. During Max's first watch, he stepped outside and stood under a sky that had become brutally clear. Without city light, stars crowded overhead in numbers that felt impossible. The heavens looked ancient and whole, which made the broken world beneath them seem smaller and more tragic. He thought of his mother's house in Dover. He thought of Lily laughing with flour on her shirt. He thought of Thomas standing in the mist, letting his daughter go because love was not the same as keeping. Behind him, Nora stirred in the office but did not wake. Max watched the road until dawn began to gray the east, and he understood something he did not want to understand. Home was no longer a place waiting unchanged at the end of the road. Home was something people carried, and sometimes it took two hands to keep it from falling. They found the message man's brother 2 days later, but not in Clanton. Max and Nora had spent those days creeping along county roads that twisted through open fields, pine woods, and towns too small to defend themselves. The ranger drank fuel like a fever patient drank water. Every mile mattered. Every stop became a calculation. They siphoned from a burned minivan, traded a wrench set for 4 gallons from a retired lineman, and pushed the truck twice when mud tried to keep it. Clanton itself had become a ring of smoke, not burning all at once, but smoldering in sections as if the town had been chewed slowly. The main road was blocked by wrecks, and a dump truck turned sideways. A man had painted a warning across the dump bed in white house paint, "Keep out, unless you can feed yourself." Max did not argue with the sign. They circled west and came upon a feed store at the edge of town, standing alone beside a road lined with peach orchards. A hand-painted board near the drive read, "Trading noon to 4." No credit. No begging. No trouble. A dozen people waited outside. Some had sacks. Some had tools. Some had the hollow, shiny look of people who had already spent their last useful thing and were hoping pity still had market value. 3 armed men stood by the entrance. One of them wore an apron over a shirt, dark with sweat. Nora touched Max's arm. "Feed store." "I see it." The note said Alan Crouch worked at a feed store. Could be this one. Could be a bad idea. Most things are now. They parked where they could leave fast. Max tucked the folded bulletin into his shirt pocket and walked with Nora to the edge of the line. The people waiting turned to study them. Hunger had made strangers into questions. The man in the apron held up a hand. "Line starts back there?" "We are looking for Alan Crouch," Max said. The man's face changed. It did not soften. It closed. "Who was asking?" "Max Mercer. A man at Miller's Ferry gave me a message for him." A thin woman near the front began to cry. She turned away and pressed her fist against her mouth. The man in the apron stepped down from the porch. He had broad shoulders and eyes red from too little sleep. "I am Alan." Max handed him the folded bulletin. Alan took it, opened it, and read. The noise of the line seemed to fade around them. Alan read it twice. His lips moved on the second pass, but no sound came out. Finally, he folded the paper carefully and slid it into his apron pocket. "Thank you," he said. "I am sorry." Alan nodded too many times. She was not alone? That is what he wrote. Alan looked toward the orchards. "Good enough. That is good." He breathed through his nose until he could speak normally again. "You trading?" "Maybe so. We need fuel more than food." Alan gave a humorless laugh. "So does God and everybody." A commotion rose behind them. A man near the back of the line shoved a woman aside and strode toward the porch with a machete in his hand. He was tall, jittery, and sunken-faced, with sores around his lips and a military pack hanging from one shoulder. "I got silver," he shouted. "Real silver. I am not standing behind people trading rusty pliers." The apron man's guards raised rifles. Alan stepped in front of them, palms out. "Calm yourself." "I am calm." "You are waving a blade at hungry people." The man held up a small cloth bag. Coins clinked inside. "Silver buys first choice." "Not here." The man's eyes darted across the waiting crowd and landed on Nora. Something in his expression made Max shift his weight. Nora saw it too. Her face went still. The man smiled at her. "You a nurse?" Nora said nothing. "I asked polite." Max stepped half a pace forward. "She heard you." The man looked Max over and decided he wanted the argument. Men like him always did. The old world had given them rules to resent. The new one gave them space to test whether cruelty could pass for strength. "I was not talking to you," the man said. "You are now." The machete lifted slightly. Alan said, "Friend, I am going to ask you once. Put that away or leave my property." The man's smile vanished. "Your property? You think paper at the courthouse still means something?" "No," Alan said. "I think the 3 rifles behind me do." The crowd shifted. Fear moved through them like wind through dry grass. Max saw a second man near the fence open his jacket. Not a bystander. A partner. He saw Nora and noticed too. The machete man lunged toward Alan. Max moved before thought finished. He grabbed the man's wrist with both hands and turned hard. The blade flashed past Alan's ribs. Nora shouted a warning. The second man drew a pistol from inside his jacket. One of the store guards fired. The shot struck the second man low, spinning him into the fence. The line broke apart in screams. People dove, ran, or froze. The machete man drove his forehead into Max's cheek. White light burst across Max's vision. He staggered but kept the wrist. The man clawed at his face with his free hand, nails ripping skin. Max slammed him backward into the porch post. The machete fell, clanging on the step. The man reached for Max's throat. Nora hit him from the side with the butt of her rifle. He dropped to one knee, dazed but not done. Max kicked the machete away. Alan caught it and flung it under the porch. Then a third attacker came out of the crowd with a knife, fast and low, aiming for the guard nearest the door. Nora fired once. The man fell hard, clutching his thigh, blood spreading to his pants. He screamed and rolled on the dirt. The sound opened the whole place. People ran into the orchards. A child cried beneath a wagon. The guard who had fired first worked his bolt with shaking hands and nearly dropped a cartridge. Alan shouted for everyone to stay down. Max pinned the machete man against the post with his forearm. Who else? The man spat blood. You think you won? You think this little store lasts? Who else? Max repeated. The man laughed until Alan pressed the recovered machete against his throat. Answer him, Alan said. The man stopped laughing. 2 on the road. 1 in the ditch. Maybe more. Depends who followed. Nora moved to the porch rail and scanned the road. Max, wait. He heard it in her voice. A pickup rolled from behind the orchard with 4 men in the bed. The driver did not slow. The men had long guns resting on the cab roof, and the truck came straight for the store. Alan shoved the machete man to the ground. Get inside. Max grabbed Nora's sleeve and pulled her through the door as the first shots tore into the porch. Wood splinters jumped from the frame. The glass front had already been replaced with plywood, but bullets punched through it like fingers through paper. The feed store smelled of grain dust, oil, and fear. People screamed in the aisles. Alan's guards fired through gaps in the boards. Max dragged a pallet of seed bags toward the front and kicked it over to make cover. Nora crawled behind the counter where the injured knife man had been dragged by 2 customers. I need pressure here, she shouted. An older woman pressed both hands to the man's leg while Nora tied a strip of cloth above the bleeding. The man sobbed and cursed her. She ignored both. Max found a side window facing the orchard, cracked it open, and saw the pickup skid to a stop near the porch. 2 men jumped out. One carried a shotgun. The other had a crowbar. They were not desperate raiders with no plan. They had planned this around the line, around confusion, around hunger. He fired through the window. The shotgun man spun and fell against the truck. The crowbar man dove behind the front tire. Max's hands shook as he worked the pistol. He hated that he was getting faster at this. Nora crawled up beside him with her rifle. How many? Driver, 2 in the bed, 1 behind the tire, maybe the ones the machete man named. Alan has front. Then we keep side. The driver tried to reverse, but Alan's guard shot through the windshield. The truck jerked, stalled, then rolled into a ditch. 1 man in the bed climbed out and ran for the orchard. Nora tracked him, breathed, and fired. He dropped behind a peach tree and did not rise. The fight lasted less than 3 minutes. It felt like an hour. When it ended, the road outside was full of moans, smoke, and feed dust drifting from shattered boards. The crowd did not come back at first. Hunger could make people brave, but gunfire taught lessons fast. Max stepped outside with Alan and 2 guards. The machete man had tried to crawl away. He lay near the porch steps with both hands on a bullet hole in his belly. His eyes rolled toward Max. Help me, he whispered. Nora came out behind Max. Her face was pale, but her voice was steady. Bring him inside if you want him to have a chance. Alan looked at her. He came to rob us. He is still breathing. He will hang if he lives. Nora's eyes hardened. Then let him face that breathing. No one moved for a second. Max understood them all. He understood Alan's rage. He understood Nora's refusal to let the man's evil decide our own. He understood the terrible math of supplies. Saving people now cost things they might need later. Max bent and grabbed the machete man under the arms. Alan cursed softly, then grabbed his legs. They carried him inside. By late afternoon, the store had become a field clinic, a court, and a fortress. Nora worked until her hands shook. She stopped the bleeding on one attacker, failed with another, and held a crying child whose mother had been grazed across the scalp. She cleaned Max's cheek and told him the swelling would make him ugly for a week. "I was not winning any pageants before," he said. "That is good. Expectations are important." Alan gave Max 6 gallons of fuel from a hidden drum and a burlap sack of dried beans. For the message and the fight. "We did not do it for pay." "I know. That is why I'm paying." Max accepted because pride did not move trucks. Before they left, Alan walked them to the Ranger. The sun had dropped low, staining the orchard's gold. Bodies lay under sheets near the ditch. The living kept their distance from the dead, as if death might be contagious if named too clearly. Alan rested a hand on the truck bed. "My brother always was the gentle one. I stayed here because I thought someone had to keep business going. Can you imagine that? Real business. As if receipts would matter again if I just kept writing them." Max said, "People still need a place to trade. People need a place where rules mean something. Maybe that is all business ever was." Alan looked toward the store. "Tell Ruth at Miller's Ferry that my mother was loved, if you ever make it back that way." Nora said, "We will if we can." Alan studied her. "You saved a man I would have let die." She did not look away. "I saved myself from becoming someone who could watch it easily." Alan took that in, then nodded. "That is worth more than silver." They drove north as dusk thickened. Max's cheek pulsed with pain and his knuckles ached from the fight. Nora sat with her head against the window and her rifle across her lap. She looked exhausted down to the bone. After several miles, she said, "I thought I could handle blood." "You did." "I handled the work." "That is not the same as handling what it costs." Max kept the truck slow around a curve choked with dead branches. "Back at the store, when you told them to carry that man inside, I was not sure I could do it. But you did." "I did it because you were watching." She turned toward him. "That is not weakness." "It might be dependence." "No way. It is accountability. There is a difference." He thought about that while the headlights picked out a mailbox shaped like a small barn. "You make me want to be better than I am." Nora's breath caught. "Just slightly. That can be dangerous." "That is right. It can make people lie to keep the good opinion. I do not have enough polish left to lie well." "No, you really do not." He laughed, and she smiled despite herself. The sound did not erase the day. Nothing could. But it built a small bridge over it. They camped that night in a pecan grove behind a collapsed roadside stand. Max cleaned the pistol by lantern light while Nora sorted bandages and counted pills. They ate beans cold from a jar because fire felt too risky. In the dark beyond the grove, coyotes yipped and answered one another. Nora sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched through their coats. "Max, wait. That is right. If we make it to Maine and your family is alive, what then?" He stared into the dark. "I do not know. What do you want?" That question feels like something from another language. "Try anyway." He took a long breath. "I want my mother warm. I want Lily safe. I want a place with walls that hold, people who work, and enough food that children stop looking at adults like we stole their future." Nora leaned her shoulder harder against his. "That sounds like more than survival. Maybe survival is just the floor." "And above it?" He looked at her then. Lantern light caught in her eyes. "Maybe something worth walking toward." Neither of them kissed. The day had too much death on it, and some lines deserved cleaner ground. But she did not move away, and he did not ask her to. In the morning, the road was waiting. The bridge north of Wetumpka was not on the map as anything important, which made it valuable. Important bridges were dead ends now. They drew crowds, guards, toll gangs, refugees, and every kind of opportunist who could read a river and understand that water gave power to whoever controlled the crossing. Max wanted a forgotten bridge, the kind used by farmers, school buses, and men who knew where the fish ran in spring. They found one near midday under a sky smeared with white cloud. The river below was broad and brown, carrying branches, trash, and the swollen body of a deer. The bridge was a narrow steel span with wooden planks bolted over rusted beams. On the far side, 3 men sat beneath a tarp stretched from a pickup. A cable blocked the road. Nora lifted the binoculars Ruth had given them at the church. 3 visible, 1 older, 2 younger. They carried shotguns. The pickup is old enough to run. Road behind us? Empty for now. For now is the only kind we get. Max stopped well short of the bridge and got out with his hands away from his pistol. Nora stepped out on her side, rifle held at rest. The older man across the bridge stood and lifted one arm. "Bridge closed," he called. Max answered. "We need north. Everybody needs somewhere. We can pay a toll if it is reasonable." The older man laughed. Reasonable died before the phones. He walked to the center of the bridge while the younger men stayed near the cable. He was lean, sun-browned, and dressed in overalls with a straw hat darkened by sweat. A white beard covered his chin. His shotgun hung loose in one hand, but not careless. "Name is Silas Runn," he said when he was close enough. "This bridge belongs to my family land on both sides." Nora murmured, "Convenient." Silas heard her and smiled. "Girl, ownership has always been convenient to someone." Max said, "We are not looking for trouble." Trouble rarely asks what folks are looking for. Silas looked over the Ranger. Fuel cans. They had supplies. 2 guns. Young woman. Northern plates. Truck is from any word from Maine. "You are a long way from lobster." "I am trying to get back to it." Silas spat over the side into the river. "Tall is 1 fuel can, 1 firearm, or 10 pounds of food." "No way." The old man's eyebrows rose. That was fast. "We can trade work, small parts, maybe medical help. We cannot give up fuel, weapons, or that much food. Then you cannot cross." Nora stepped forward. "Anyone sick?" "I'm up." Silas's face gave him away before he could stop it. Nora saw it. "Who is sick?" The old man looked toward the far bank. "My grandson." "What is wrong with him?" "He has a fever. Belly pain. Throws up water." "How old?" "He is 7. Nora looked at Max. He nodded once. Silas studied them both. "You fix him. You cross. You fail, we talk toll again." Nora's jaw tightened. "I do not fix people like pumps. I can try to help him. I can tell you what I think. I will not promise what no honest person can promise." Silas looked ashamed and irritated by the shame. "Fair enough." They crossed on foot first. The bridge planks groaned under them. Max did not like the exposed span or the way the younger men watched Nora. One had a narrow face and restless eyes. The other looked barely 20, with acne on his chin and fear disguised as hardness. On the far side, Silas led them down a dirt road to a cabin shaded by pecan trees. Inside, the air smelled of sweat, vinegar, and wood smoke. A boy lay on a mattress near the hearth, knees drawn toward his chest. His mother sat beside him, wiping his face with a damp cloth. Her eyes searched Nora's face with the desperate hunger of parents everywhere. Nora knelt and spoke to the boy first. "I am Nora." "What is your name?" "Caleb," he whispered. "That is a good, strong name. I am going to touch your belly, and you tell me where it hurts most." Max stood back near the door, feeling useless. Silas hovered until Nora told him to give her space. She checked the boy's pulse, his temperature, his mouth, the stiffness in his belly. She asked about water, food, stool, pain, and when the vomiting started. The mother answered every question before Nora finished it. After several minutes, Nora stood and walked outside. Max followed. "What is it?" he asked. "Could be bad water. Could be appendix. Could be something else I cannot prove here." "Can you help?" "I can give him fluids, small amounts, keep him cool, try to control fever. If it is appendix and it ruptures, he likely dies without surgery." Max looked toward the cabin. "Do you tell them that?" "I have to tell them some of it." Nora did. She did not make it soft, but she made it human. The mother cried without sound. Silas stood rigid, gripping his hat so hard the brim folded. Nora gave them instructions, traded 2 aspirin for a jar of boiled water, and showed Caleb's mother how to make a safer drink with a little sugar and salt. She repeated the measurements 3 times until the woman could repeat them back. Then Nora washed her hands outside and stared at the dirt. Silas came to Max with his shotgun lowered. "You can cross. We appreciate it." "I said you can cross. I did not say the truck can cross free." Max felt the old anger rise. Your grandson might need those supplies we keep if we live long enough to send help back. Silas's eyes flashed. There is no help coming. You do not know that. Do not sell me hope like a city preacher. Max stepped closer. Then do not sell me a bridge like a thief with land papers. The younger, narrow-faced man lifted his shotgun. Nora was suddenly beside Max, rifle angled down but ready. Silas raised one hand to stop the younger man. For a long second, the only sound was the river below and Caleb crying weakly inside the cabin. Silas said, "You are either brave or tired of breathing." "I am tired of being taxed by every scared man who found a choke point. Be careful. I am being careful. That is why I am still talking." The old man looked at Nora. "You chose a difficult one." Nora said, "He was already difficult when I found him." Silas snorted despite himself. Some of the tension leaked away. He looked toward the cabin, then at the truck waiting beyond the bridge. 1 gallon, he said. "Not a can. 1 gallon for the bridge? I have a sick child and young fools to feed. Do not ask me to be better than the world allows." Max wanted to refuse on principle. Principle did not float trucks across rivers. 1 gallon, he said. The crossing took 10 minutes and aged him a year. Nora walked ahead while Max drove the Ranger onto the bridge in low gear. The planks popped under the tires. Rusted beams moaned. Halfway across, the truck stopped moving. Max's stomach dropped. The rear tire had broken through a weak plank. "Do not spin it!" Nora shouted from the far side. "I know!" The younger man ran toward the bridge. Silas cursed and waved them back. Max got out carefully. The truck leaned toward the rail, and the river moved below through gaps in the wood. Nora came toward him despite his raised hand. "Do not tell me to stay back." I was going to say step where I step. That is acceptable. They used the jack, a fence post, 2 scrap board from Silas's shed, and every curse Max had been saving. He lifted the axle just enough while Nora and Silas shoved boards beneath the tire. The narrow-faced young man helped after Silas barked at him. Sweat ran into Max's eyes. His hand slipped on the jack handle. Twice the bridge groaned in a way that made everyone freeze. At last the tire climbed free. Max drove the remaining distance with his jaw clenched so tight it ached. When the Ranger reached the far bank, Nora leaned against the fender and let out a breath that sounded almost like a laugh. "Alive or not alive," Max said. She gave him a weary smile. "You remembered." Silas took the promised gallon in a dented can and handed Max a smaller thing in return. It was a folded map page with pencil marks across rural roads. "Quarry Gang holds the main route here," Silas said, tapping one line. "You want this road instead. It floods after hard rain, but it avoids their painted trees. There is an old schoolhouse near the bend. Do not stay there. Too visible." Max accepted the map. "Why help?" Silas looked back toward his cabin. "Because she tried with Caleb and did not lie. Because you fought me with words before bullets. Because I am still deciding what kind of man gets to survive in my skin." Nora's expression softened. "Boil every drop he drinks." Silas nodded. "I heard you." They drove away from the river with the bridge shrinking behind them. Max watched Silas in the mirror until the road curved and hit him. The marked road led through bottomland where cypress knees rose from black water and moss, hung like old curtains. The air cooled under the trees. Mosquitoes gathered at the windows whenever they slowed. Twice Max had to get out and move fallen limbs. Once they passed a white painted mark slashed across a pine trunk near a side road. Nora saw it too. "Quarry Gang?" "That is probably true." They kept driving. Late in the afternoon, they came upon the old schoolhouse Silas had warned them about. It stood in a clearing with a rusted flagpole and broken basketball hoops. Someone had built a fire in the doorway recently. A child's backpack lay in the ditch, pink with faded cartoon cats. Nora stared at it as they passed. "Do not," Max said softly. "I was not asking you to stop. I was talking to myself." A mile past the schoolhouse, a woman stepped into the road holding a baby. Max braked hard. Nora raised her rifle, then lowered it a fraction. The woman stood barefoot on the cracked pavement. Her dress was torn at the hem. Her hair hung in damp strings around a face so pale it looked painted. The baby did not cry. That frightened Max most. The woman lifted one hand. "Please help. Trees pressed close on both sides. Nora whispered, "This is wrong." "I know." "Could be real." "I know that too." The woman swayed. "Please help my baby." Max kept one foot on the brake and one hand on the shifter. "Where are the others?" "No others." "Then come forward slowly." She took one step, then looked toward the left ditch. Max hit the gas. Two men rose from the brush with guns. A shot cracked through the space where the windshield had been a second before. The ranger lurched toward the woman. She dove aside with the baby clutched to her chest and rolled into the grass with practiced speed. Nora fired through the open passenger window. One man dropped his shotgun and fell backward. The other ran along the ditch, shooting wildly. Max kept the truck moving, heart hammering. In the mirror, he saw the woman stand, the baby held against her, watching them leave with no fear on her face at all. It had been a doll wrapped in a blanket. Nora sat back, breathing hard. "I almost asked you to stop." "So did I." She used a baby. She used what would work. Nora looked down at her hands. "I hate that I will hesitate less next time." Max wanted to say she was wrong. He could not. The road was teaching them, and every lesson took something human as payment. They drove until darkness made the trees crowd too close. Then they hid the ranger in a stand of young pines and slept without fire. Sometime after midnight, Max woke to Nora whispering his name. He opened his eyes to darkness and the smell of damp earth. "What is it?" "Listen close." From far away came the faint sound of engines. More than one. Moving slowly. Max sat up, reaching for the pistol. Through the pines, pale light flickered over tree trunks. The quarry gang had found the flooded road after all. Engines moved in the dark like animals hunting by smell. Max lay flat beneath the low pine limbs, one hand on the pistol, the other pressed against the cold ground. Beside him, Nora held a rifle against her chest and breathed through parted lips. The ranger sat 10 yards behind them under cut branches they had dragged across the hood and windshield. It was not hidden well enough. Nothing was hidden well enough from men who knew what they wanted. Headlights drifted between the trees on the road below. One truck, then another, then a third with a roof light sweeping lazily across the ditches. Men's voices rose and fell too far for words but close enough for intent. Nora leaned near Max's ear. "They are not hurrying. That means they think the road belongs to them, or they know we cannot go anywhere." The lights stopped near the place where their tired tracks left the road. Max closed his eyes briefly. He had brushed the tracks with pine boughs, but the ground had been damp. The ranger might as well have signed its name. A voice called out, "Come on out and save everybody time." Another man laughed. Max did not move. The roof lights swept across the pines. It passed over the ranger, came back, and held. The engine noise changed as a truck turned off the road. Nora whispered, "We run?" "Not through open trees with a spotlight." "Should we fight?" "Only if we have to." She gave him a look. He could feel more than see. "That sounds like we have to." Max studied the slope. The ground fell sharply toward a drainage ditch between their hiding place and the road. Beyond the ditch, the 3 trucks sat nose to tail. Men were climbing out, careless but not stupid. He counted 6 shapes, maybe 7. One carried something long that looked like a rifle. Another held a light. If Max and Nora fired first, they might drop too. Then the rest would pour bullets into the pines until leaves fell like rain. If they ran, the trucks would chase. If they surrendered, Nora would face the thing Ruth had not wanted to describe. A hard calm settled over Max. It frightened him less than panic. "Crawl back to the truck," he whispered. "Get the bottle from under my seat and the red shop rag." "Why is that?" "Fuel matters." Her eyes narrowed, then she nodded. While Nora crawled back, Max eased downhill through the pine needles. He moved slowly, feeling for branches before his knees found them. The men were at the ranger now, yanking branches away. "Truck is here," one called. "No people." "They are close," another said. Grilla could not have gone far. Max felt the words pass through him and leave anchor behind. Nora returned with the glass bottle half filled with gasoline and the rag stuffed in the neck. He pointed toward the drainage ditch, then toward the lead truck. She understood fast. "You throw like a mechanic?" she whispered. "Worse than that. Like a man who never played baseball past 12. Then get close." They crawled until the ditch hid them from the road. The smell of wet mud and rot filled Max's nose. The lead truck was 20 yards away, maybe less, parked with its driver door open. Its headlights poured a white light across the road, blinding the men behind them and making the world beyond darker. Nora struck a match from Thomas's coffee tin. The flame trembled in her cupped hand. For 1 second, Max saw her face lit by it, pale and determined, eyes clear. On 3, he breathed. She lit the rag. Max rose from the ditch and threw. The bottle hit the lead truck's windshield frame and burst. Fire climbed the glass, rolled across the dash, and dropped into the cab. A man screamed. The men near the Ranger spun toward the sudden light. Nora fired once from the ditch. The man with the roof light fell against the truck, and the beam swung wild into the trees. Max fired twice at the shapes near the road, then grabbed Nora's coat and pulled her along the ditch away from the Ranger. "Move now!" Gunfire erupted behind them. Bullets tore through pine limbs. One slapped into the mud inches from Max's hand. He and Nora ran bent low through the ditch water while the burning truck lit the night orange. Men shouted over one another. Someone yelled about the girl. Someone else screamed for help from the cab. They reached a culvert with a ditch passed under the road. It was barely wide enough for a person. Max shoved his pack through first. Nora stared. "You have got to be kidding." "Not tonight." He crawled in on his stomach. The metal pipe stank of stagnant water and dead leaves. His shoulders scraped both sides. Nora came after him, pushing her rifle ahead. Behind them, boots splashed into the ditch. "There he is!" a man shouted. A shot rang inside the culvert like a hammer striking Max's skull. Sparks jumped from metal near his boot. He kicked backward hard, not knowing if he hit anything. Nora pushed him forward with both hands. "Go, Max!" He clawed through mud and came out on the other side beneath thorn brush. Nora slid out behind him, gasping. They scrambled up the far bank and into trees just as a man reached the culvert mouth behind them. Nora turned and fired into the opening. The man cried out and fell back. They ran. The forest was a dark wall of vines, roots, and branches. Max's lungs burned. His cheek throbbed from the feed store fight. His knees struck hidden logs. Nora stayed with him, silent except for breath. Behind them, the burning truck snapped and popped. Men fired blindly into the woods, but the shots spread wider as distance and fear confused them. They did not stop until the orange light faded behind the trees. When they finally crouched under a fallen oak, Max could barely breathe. Nora bent over with both hands on her knees. Her braid had come loose and mud-streaked one side of her face. "The truck," she said. "I know. Our supplies." "I know. We cannot lose it." "I know, Nora." She flinched at his tone. He shut his mouth and swallowed the rest. The Ranger was more than transportation. It was shelter, food, fuel, tools, distance. Without it, Maine moved farther away by more than miles. Max leaned his head back against the oak. "We circle wide. Wait until they leave. What if they take it? Then we track them, or walk. What if they burn it?" He looked toward where the firelight had been. "Then we walk." Nora sank beside him. "I do not want to walk from Alabama to any word from Maine." "Me neither." For a few minutes, they listened to the night. The shots stopped. One truck engine started, then another. Men argued. The burning truck gave a sharp crack, followed by a whoosh of flame. Max smelled smoke through the trees. Nara touched his sleeve. "You saved us with that bottle. I may have stranded us with it. You chose between a bad chance and no chance. That is starting to feel like the only menu." She leaned her head back, eyes closed. "And I hate the restaurant." He laughed under his breath despite everything. She opened one eye. "What is funny?" "Nothing at all. Just glad you are still making jokes." "That was not a joke." That was a complaint with structure. They waited until the forest settled. Then they moved east, using the stars when breaks in the canopy allowed. Max kept the river of road noise in his mind and tried to judge distance by memory. He had done plenty of hunting as a teenager in Maine, but Alabama woods were not Maine woods. The darkness smelled different. The thorns were meaner. The insects made a constant electric whine around his ears. Near dawn, they found the road again 1/2 mile from the hiding place. The lead truck sat burned to its frame, still smoking. One of the quarry gang trucks was gone. The other was parked at an angle near the ditch with its hood open. The ranger was still there. Max almost did not trust the sight. Nora grabbed his arm before he stepped from the trees. "Wait here." They watched for 20 minutes. No movement, no voices. Crows landed in the road, then lifted again from the smell of burned fuel and flesh. At last, Max moved down the slope with Nora covering him. The ranger had been searched. Bags were slashed open. Food was scattered. One fuel can was gone, another leaking. The windshield had cracked further and one tire was low but not flat. The thieves had taken the coffee, half the ammunition, and Mabel's honey. They had missed the spare pistol parts under the seat, the map pages Nora had tucked into her coat, and the folded money Max still carried because old habits had not yet died. Nora found the basket from Mabel, crushed behind the truck. The blackberry preserves had broken. Purple-black syrup mixed with mud and glass. She stared at it. "Mabel is going to be furious." Max said, "If we live long enough to tell her, I will take the blame." "No, you will not." She would not believe you had enough sense to appreciate preserves properly. The line should not have made him feel better, but it did. They worked fast. Max patched the leaking fuel can with soap, cloth, and pressure tape. Nora gathered what food could be saved. They found one of the quarrymen in the ditch, dead from Nora's shot, and another near the burned truck, beyond help. Max did not search their pockets until Nora told him to. "We need what they have," she said quietly. He looked at her. Her face was hard with disgust, but she did not look away. "I do not like it either." The dead men carried cartridges, a folding knife, matches, a small bag of coins, and a ring on a chain that might have belonged to someone they loved or someone they robbed. Max left the ring. Nora saw and said nothing. The disabled truck near the ditch still had fuel. Max siphoned what he could while Nora kept watch. The gas tasted bitter when he got the hose started, and he spat until his mouth burned. They gained nearly 8 gallons, enough to keep North alive. Then Max saw the white paint. A slashed mark had been painted on a pine behind the ranger, fresh and bright. Nora followed his gaze. "They marked us, or marked the road where they found us. Does it matter? No way. They left before the sun fully rose. By mid-morning, they reached a low-water crossing where the road dipped through a creek. Max stopped to let the engine cool and to wash mud from the radiator. Nora cleaned the cuts on his hands. Her fingers were careful, professional, and just a little unsteady. "You have glass in this one," she said. "Can it stay?" "Only if you want infection." "That sounds like a no." "It is a strong no." She used tweezers from our kit and pulled a sliver from his palm. He hissed through his teeth. "Big, tough Maine man," she said. "I have never claimed toughness against tiny, sharp things. That is oddly specific honesty." He watched her work. Dirt streaked her temple. A bruise had darkened near her jaw. She looked exhausted, angry, and alive. He wanted to touch her face, and the wanting itself felt like a risk. "Nora, listen." She kept her eyes on his hand. "Yes, I can. When we get somewhere safer, I am going to kiss you." Her finger stopped. Max looked away. "Unless that is unwelcome. Then I will pretend I said something about the radiator." She resumed cleaning his palm. "Somewhere safer may be a long wait. I am patient." "No, you are not." "No, I am not." She wrapped his hand with cloth and tied it firmly. "When there is a wall between us and people trying to steal the truck, ask again." "That sounds like a maybe. That sounds like a woman with standards." He smiled, and for once she did not hide hers. The smile ended when they heard another engine. Max grabbed the pistol. Nora took the rifle. A small tractor came around the bend, pulling a flatbed trailer loaded with children, sacks, and one elderly man wrapped in a quilt. The driver was a woman wearing a straw hat and a revolver across her lap. She stopped when she saw them. Nobody spoke for several seconds. The woman called, "You with the white paint men." Max shook his head, running from them. She studied the ranger, the damaged side, the blood on Max's shirt. "Then you best not linger. They lost men last night. They are telling folks a northern raider and a woman doctor ambushed them." Nora muttered, "That is almost impressive." The woman nodded toward the road ahead. "Bridge at Marlow is out. Take the Church Camp Road, then Old Quarry Lane, but do not go near the quarry itself. Their main camp is there." Max asked, "Why help us?" The woman's eyes flicked to Nora. Because if they call her a woman doctor, it means she helped someone they wanted dead or useful. Either way, I know which side I favor. Nora stepped forward. Do any of your children need looking at? The woman hesitated. A little girl in the trailer coughed into a rag. 5 minutes, Max said. We can spare 5. Nora spent 20. She listened to the girl's lungs, gave advice about steam, clean water, and rest they probably could not provide. The driver gave Max a paper sack with 4 sweet potatoes and a handful of pecans. Road takes more than it gives, she said. Take it when it gives. They drove on with the white painmen behind them and the broken country ahead. Max kept one eye on the mirrors. Nora rested her rifle muzzle down, watching the ditches with a gaze that no longer trusted pleas, dolls, or empty roads. By nightfall, they crossed into hill country. The air cooled. Pine gave way to oak and rock. Somewhere ahead lay Birmingham, a city Max already feared by reputation and smoke. They pulled into the shell of an old church camp after dark. The cabins had been stripped, but one storage building still had a door that barred from inside. Max pushed the Ranger behind it. Nora swept the rooms with him, moving silently now, each of them knowing where the other would turn. Inside the storage building, away from windows, they ate sweet potatoes roasted over a tiny fire in a coffee can. It was the first hot food they had tasted since the feed store. Nora sat across from him, firelight moving on her face. There was a wall. Max looked around at the thin boards. This may be Jeddar's language. It is still a wall. He understood then. The air seemed to change around them. He set his cup down. Nora, may I kiss you? She looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. Yes, Max. He moved carefully, as if gentleness had become the rarest supply left in the world. The kiss was not dramatic. It did not erase fear, hunger, blood, or the miles ahead. It was quiet, warm, and shaking with all the things they had not said, because death had been standing too close. When they parted, she rested her forehead against his. Still alive, she whispered. He closed his eyes. Still alive. Birmingham announced itself before they saw a single building. Smoke lay across the northern sky in a long, dirty smear. It turned morning sunlight copper and made the air taste of burned plastic. By the time Max and Nora reached the outer neighborhoods, ash speckled the hood like gray snow. The city did not roar anymore. It crackled, groaned, and murmured with the uneasy life of something dying slowly. Max had planned to avoid Birmingham completely, but the back roads had become a maze of blocked bridges, burned subdivisions, and armed signs. Twice, they turned away from neighborhoods where trees had been felled across the roads. Once they watched men strip copper wire from a powerless substation while 2 others stood guard with rifles. Every detour cost fuel, and the Ranger's gauge had dropped below a quarter. Nora studied the map against her knees. We can cut northwest if we can get past this industrial section. That if matters. I know. That word is doing a lot of work. So is the truck. The Ranger rattled as if in agreement. They entered through a corridor of warehouses and repair shops. Many had been smashed open. Some had burned so hot the roof sagged inward. Forklifts sat dead in watts. Tractor trailers lined the curbs, their cargo doors open and empty. A billboard above the road advertised a phone plan with smiling faces and the words, always connected. Someone had thrown a brick through the woman's printed smile. Max slowed near an auto parts store that had not fully burned. The front glass was gone, but the metal security grate hung twisted rather than cut. He stared at it. Nora followed his gaze. You are thinking parts. I'm thinking radiator hose, belts, oil, maybe tire plugs. I'm thinking trap? That too. They circled once. No fresh smoke. No visible movement. A dead sedan sat in the lot with its hood up. 2 shopping carts lay on their sides. Max parked behind the building near the loading door. He left the engine pointed toward the exit. Inside, the store was dim and hot. Shelves had been stripped of obvious things. Batteries were gone. Oil was mostly gone. Tools had vanished except for odd sizes and cheap plastic junk. Max moved with a mechanic's sadness, seeing exactly what would have mattered if they had arrived a week earlier. Nora kept watch near the office door. Find anything? Some hose clamps. A serpentine belt that might fit if the universe feels generous. Brake fluid we do not need yet. Tire patches. Fuses, though I doubt anything electronic will thank us. Take the universe belt. He did. In the back room, they found 3 cases of bottled water hidden behind a stack of floor mats. 2 bottles had burst from heat. The rest were good. Max stared at them like he had found gold. Then a voice from the office said, "Leave 1 case." Nora swung her rifle toward the sound. Max drew his pistol. A man stepped out slowly with both hands raised. It was thin, maybe 30, with the mechanic's shirt and a beard grown wild over a narrow face. A teenage girl stood behind him holding a tire iron. Her eyes were enormous in the gloom. "Easy," the man said. "We do not want to fight." Max kept the pistol low but ready. "You work here?" "Used to. Name is Peter. This is my niece, Sadie. We have been hiding upstairs." Nora lowered her rifle a little. "How many with you?" "Just us now." The now hung in the room. Peter looked at the water. "Take 2 cases. Leave 1? Please help." Max studied him. The man was scared, but not in the way ambush men were scared. He kept glancing toward the ceiling, toward whoever was not there anymore. "We can leave 1, Max said. Nora looked at him, then nodded. Peter's shoulders sagged. "Thank you. You know a way north out of here?" Max asked. "Several ways. Most bad." "That seems popular." Peter almost smiled. There was a rail service road behind the old steel site. Rough, but it skirts the worst of the highway mess. "You'll need to get through Avondale first." Nora asked, "What is in Avondale?" "People are there. Fire too. Some good, some hungry, some will stop caring which they are." Peter rubbed his face. "There is also a clinic near there." "Or was? If you are medical, they might need you." Nora stiffened. Max saw it. Peter saw it too. "I am not sending you into a trap. My sister died there 2 days ago. They tried to save her. Could not. But they tried." Sadie spoke for the first time. "A woman there gave me crackers." The girl's voice made Nora's decision before words did. Max leaned close. "We cannot save Birmingham." "I know." "Nora, listen." "I know, Max. But a clinic that is trying is different from a crowd with a sign." He closed his eyes briefly. "Then we go carefully." Peter marked the route on their map and traded local knowledge for 2 hose clamps and a promise to carry word if they ever found a settlement with radio contact. Max did not tell him how unlikely that was. False hope was still false, even when it was kind. They reached the clinic near midday. It had once been an urgent care center wedged between a pharmacy and a laundromat. Now beds lined the parking lot under tarps. People waited in lines that did not move. Some held bandaged arms. Some held children. Some sat with the blank stare of fever or grief. The pharmacy next door had been stripped to bare shelves and broken drawers. A hand-lettered sign on the clinic door read, "Care given as able. No drugs for trade. Violence gets you removed." Nora got out before Max could stop her. He followed, with his pistol hidden under his shirt. A nurse at the door looked them over. She was black, middle-aged, and so tired her eyes seemed too large for her face. "If you need care, line starts by the blue tarp." Nora said, "I can help." The nurse stared. "Help how?" "Emergency medicine training. Clinic work. Field care. I have my own kit." The nurse's expression did not change, but her voice did. "Can you start an intravenous line?" "If you have supplies." "Can you clean burns?" "Yes, I can." "Can you keep your head when people scream at you because their fear needs a target?" Nora glanced at Max. "Recent practice." The nurse opened the door. "I am Denise. Wash your hands with that bucket and come in." Max caught Nora's wrist gently. "How long?" "An hour." "Nora, listen." 2 hours. He saw that arguing would only waste one of them. "I will keep the truck close." For 2 hours that became 4. Max guarded the ranger, hauled water, moved cots, and stood between angry people and the clinic door while Nora worked inside. He saw her through the glass in flashes, bending over a child, holding pressure on a bleeding arm, speaking to a man whose burned face twisted with pain. She did not look like someone who had left home days ago. She looked like someone who had been waiting her whole life to be necessary. That thought filled Max with pride and fear in equal measure. Trouble came near sunset. A group of men arrived pushing a grocery cart full of liquor bottles and stolen medicine. Their leader wore a red football jersey and carried a pistol openly. He was broad, drunk and smiling too much. He walked to the clinic door. "Doctor gets first pick, right?" Denise blocked him. "No trades for drugs." "I did not ask for drugs. I asked for a doctor." "You get in line." The man laughed and looked at the people waiting under tarps. These folks look patient. Max stepped away from the truck. The man in the jersey noticed him. "You security?" "No way." "Then go be no somewhere else." Max kept his hands loose. "Clinic has rules." "What rules?" The man turned to his friends, delighted. "You hear that? What rules?" The pistol came up fast. Max moved sideways as the shot cracked. The bullet smashed into the clinic sign. People screamed and scattered. Max drew and fired into the man's shoulder. Not the word Nora hated him avoiding, but the place where arm met body. The man spun, pistol falling from his hand. His friends reached for weapons. The parking lot erupted. Max dove behind the Ranger as shots broke windows across the clinic front. Denise dragged a patient inside. Nora appeared in the doorway with blood on her sleeves and fury on her face. She pulled an injured teenage boy behind the wall, then fired from the doorway with a guard shotgun. The blast drove two men behind the grocery cart. Bottles shattered. Liquor spread across the pavement, sharp and sweet. One of the men threw a burning rag without thinking. Fire raced across the spilled alcohol and climbed the cart. People ran in every direction. A tarp caught fire. Max sprinted from the truck and yanked it down before flames reached the patients beneath it. He'd licked his hands. Someone grabbed at his coat. He shoved the person toward the alley. The Jersey man crawled toward his pistol. Max kicked it away, then had to block a knife from another attacker with his forearm. Pain tore across his sleeve. He drove his shoulder into the man's chest and slammed him against the Ranger. The attacker's head hit the doorframe with a crack, and he dropped. Nora shouted his name. A man had come around behind him with a tire iron. Max turned too late. The swing caught him across the ribs instead of the skull, because Nora fired and made the attacker flinch. Max fell against the truck, unable to breathe. The man raised the tire iron again. Sadie, the girl from the auto parts store, appeared from nowhere and hit the attacker in the knee with her own tire iron. He buckled. Peter tackled him from the side, and the two crashed into the burning grocery cart. The attacker screamed as flame caught his sleeve. Then Denise fired a revolver into the air and shouted with such command that even panic seemed to obey. "Enough now! Drop weapons or bleed outside my door." The fight broke apart. The attackers who could run, ran. Two stayed on the ground. The Jersey man lay on his back, sobbing and clutching his injured arm. Fire snapped from the cart until Max and Peter smothered it with the tarp. Afterward came the work. Always the work. Nora cleaned burns. Denise stitched cuts. Max hauled the dead to the edge of the lock with Peter and tried not to think about how quickly people became weight. Sadie sat near the clinic wall, shaking with both hands tucked under her arms. Max crouched in front of her. "That was brave." She stared at him. "I wanted him to stop." "That counts. I hit him and he burned." Max did not lie. "He chose the fire before you pushed him into it." "Does that make it better?" "No way. It only makes it true." Nora came out after dark. She looked drained beyond words. Max stood, wincing from his ribs. She saw the pain. "Let me look." "Later, please." "Right now." He obeyed because her tone allowed no vote. She checked his ribs by lantern light beside the Ranger. Her fingers moved over bruising already swelling under his shirt. "Not broken, I think," she said. "You will hurt." "I had plans not to." "Cancel them." Denise joined them and handed Nora a small pouch. "Antibiotics, gauze, burn cream, iodine." "Not enough." "More than I should give." Nora shook her head. "You need it here. I need trained hands more. You gave me 4 hours and stayed when shooting started. Take it before I become sensible." Nora accepted the pouch with visible conflict. "Thank you." Denise looked at Max. "Northwest Rail Service Road. Peter said you were trying to reach any word from Maine." Max nodded. "You have people?" "My mother and sister." "Then go before the city eats your truck." Peter and Sadie came with them as far as the rail service road. Peter had decided the auto parts store was no longer safe after the attackers saw him helping the clinic. He and Sadie carried backpacks and grief. At the split, Peter pointed north. "That road will take you around the worst." After that, you choose between interstate wreckage or farm roads toward This is Tennessee. Max said, You are sure you do not want a ride? Peter looked at the ranger bed, already crowded, then at Sadie. You do not have room for our bad luck, too. Nora stepped close to Sadie and pressed a small packet into her hand. For fever. Only as marked. Make him read the directions twice. Sadie nodded, eyes wet. Are you a doctor? No way. You should have been. Nora swallowed. Maybe someday. They parted there. Max drove into the dark along the service road, the city burning behind them. Nora sat silent for a long time. Then she took his right hand from the wheel and held it in both of hers. He glanced at her. She looked forward. Just drive. So he did, with Birmingham ash on the hood, her hands around his, and the road unspooling into black. The land changed after Birmingham. Not all at once. Cities never truly ended cleanly. They thinned, frayed, and left pieces of themselves scattered across miles of road. Subdivisions gave way to trailer parks to salvage yards to cattle fields and timber. Burned cars became less frequent, then appeared again in clusters around every place people had tried to gather. The farther north Max drove, the more the world seemed to breathe. But it was not relief. It was the breath between punches. They were both quiet that morning. Max's ribs hurt with each bump, and the cut on his forearm throbbed under Nora's bandage. Nora had slept only an hour. She sat with the clinic pouch on her lap, sorting its contents over and over as if order could make scarcity less cruel. We need a place to stop before dark, she said. We stopped last night. We hid last night. There is a difference. He could not argue. His eyes felt gritty. Twice he had blinked too slowly and jerked awake with the truck drifting toward the shoulder. Nora noticed both times but waited until the third to speak. Pull over. I am fine. You are not fine. You are driving like a drunk priest. That is oddly specific. My father used to know one. Of course he did. She pointed to a gravel drive ahead. There ahead. Pull in. The drive led to a small farm tucked behind a ridge. The mailbox had been removed, leaving only a post. A gate stood open. Beyond it sat a white house, a barn with one side collapsed, and a pond green with algae. No smoke rose from the chimney. No animals moved in the pasture. Max stopped before the yard. They watched. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. A curtain fluttered in one window, but the glass was broken and the movement came from wind. We clear it together, Nora said. He was too tired to object. The house had been abandoned in a hurry. Drawers hung open. A chair lay overturned. The refrigerator door had been left wide, and the smell from inside had become a physical thing. Nora tied cloth over her nose. Max shut the door and shoved a towel under it, though it helped little. In a back bedroom, they found an old man on the bed under a quilt. He'd been dead long enough that Nora stopped Max in the doorway with one hand. Do not go in. Max removed his cap. Was he alone? Maybe not at the end. There was a glass of water on the nightstand, half full. Someone had tried. They closed the door. In the pantry, they found jars of green beans, peaches, pickled okra, and tomato sauce hidden behind empty cardboard boxes. In the barn, Max found a hand pump, a coil of rope, and 3 bales of hay that did them no good, but meant someone once planned for winter. Nora found a stack of quilts sealed in a cedar chest. They did not speak much while searching. Taking from the dead felt different from trading with the living or stripping the violent. It felt like trespassing in a life that had not finished saying goodbye. In the kitchen, Max found a family Bible with names written inside. The old man's name was Harold Jennings. His wife, May, had died 6 years earlier. Children's names followed, then grandchildren. Max copied the names onto a scrap of paper and placed it on the table with a note. Harold Jennings found at home. We took food to live. We are sorry. Nora read it over his shoulder. That matters. Not to Harold. To us. They buried him in the afternoon beneath an oak behind the house. Max dug badly because his ribs screamed with each shovel stroke. Nora tried to take over twice. He refused the first time and accepted the second because pride had become expensive and he was learning to spend less of it. They wrapped Harold in the quilt from his bed and lowered him carefully. Nora said a prayer. Max did not know if he believed in the words, but he believed in the act of saying them. Afterward, they washed at the pump. The water came up cold and iron-tasting. Nora scrubbed dirt from her hands while Max leaned against the post, lightheaded with fatigue. "You need sleep," she said. "I need to keep moving. You need sleep so we can keep moving tomorrow." The difference was small and absolute. They secured the house as best they could. Max parked the Ranger inside the barn behind fallen boards. Nora set cans on strings across the front and back doors. They chose an upstairs room with only one entrance and a window that opened onto the porch roof. It was the closest thing to a defensible space they had seen in days. For supper, they ate green beans warmed over a small flame, peaches from a jar, and a biscuit so stale it had to be soaked before chewing. It was a feast by the standards of the road. Max sat on the floor with his back against the bed. Nora sat beside him, close but not touching at first. A lantern burned low between them. "My mother had quilts like those," Max said. "She kept them in a cedar chest and yelled at us if we climbed in it." "Did you climb in it?" "Constantly, yes." "Then she was right to yell." "She usually was." He smiled faintly. "Her name is Elaine. My father called her Ellie, but she hated it after he left. Lily still calls her Mama when she wants something, and Elaine when she wants to sound grown." Nora listened with her whole face, the way she did with patients and frightened children. "What about your father?" "He is gone. Not dead, as far as I know." "Just gone?" "He decided family was a thing he could step out of like a pair of boots. I was 14. Lily was 6. I am sorry. I spent years thinking I did not care. That is a lot of work for not caring." Nora leaned her shoulder against his. "Do you think he is alive?" "I do not know. I am not sure what I want the answer to be." "That is honest." "It is ugly. Honest things are not always dressed for church." He laughed softly, then winced. She shifted. "Is it your ribs?" "Laughing is now on the danger list." "Then stop being funny. I will try to return to my usual dullness." She smiled and rested her head against his shoulder. For a long while they sat like that while night sevied around the old house. Outside, wind moved through the oak leaves above Harold Jennings' grave. Somewhere far off, a dog barked and barked until it stopped too suddenly. Nora spoke into the quiet. "At the clinic, Sadie said I should have been a doctor." "You still could be." "In what world?" "This one, maybe. Not with white coats and billing codes. But people will still need healers. Healers die tired. So do mechanics." She turned her face toward him. "Do you believe there will be anything after this besides guarded farms and bad roads?" Max thought of Ruth's church, Alan's feed store, Denise's clinic, Silas, trying to decide what kind of man survived in him, Thomas letting his daughter go, Mabel threatening ghosts over preserves. "I think there are pieces," he said. "Not enough. Not connected, but pieces. And if pieces are all we get, then we carry them to other pieces." Nora kissed him then, not because there was finally safety, but because there was honesty. The kiss deepened slowly. It carried hunger, but not just the kind born in the body. It carried days of fear, hands held too briefly, words swallowed because gunfire interrupted them. Max touched her face as if she were something he had no right to find in a ruined world. She touched his chest, careful of his ribs, and laughed softly when he flinched. "Sorry," she whispered. "Worth it." They did not rush past what the night could hold. The world had taken enough by force. Whatever grew between them would not be another theft. They stayed close under Harold Jennings's borrowed quilts, whispering stories from the lives they had before the sky burned. Nora told him about sneaking out at 17 to swim in a quarry and getting caught because her wet shoes squeaked on the porch. Max told her about falling through lake ice at 12 and lying to his mother while dripping on her kitchen floor. They laughed quietly. They mourned quietly. Near dawn, they slept. The cans at the door rattled 3 hours later. Max woke with the pistol in his hand before he knew he had moved. Nora rolled off the mattress and reached for the rifle. The rattling came again, then a low voice from downstairs. "Anybody in here?" The second voice answered, "Food smell." Max and Nora looked at each other. Not raiders crashing in. Scavengers, maybe. Hungry enough to enter, cautious enough to speak. Max moved to the top of the stairs. "Stop where you are." A young man below cursed. "We do not want trouble." "Then do not climb." "We got children." Nora's expression tightened. The oldest trap on the road had already used a false baby. The real ones would pay for that forever. Max said. How many? 5 of us? 2 kids. My wife. My brother. Nora whispered, could be true. Could be the same song. From below came a child's cough, wet and frightened. Nora closed her eyes. Max sighed. Everyone visible in the front room. Hands empty. We come down armed. You make one fast move and this house gets worse for all of us. They came down to find exactly what the voice had claimed. A young couple with hollow cheeks. A boy of about 9 holding a smaller girl against his side. A teenage brother with a hatchet at his belt and fear in his eyes. They had packs made from pillowcases and shoes wrapped with duct tape. The little girl stared at Nora's rifle, then at the jar of peaches on the counter. The young father swallowed. We saw tracks, Max said, and decided to walk into a house with tracks outside. We have not eaten since yesterday. Nora lowered her rifle first. Max did not like it, but he understood. They fed the children peaches and green beans. Not much, but enough. The family's name was Bell. They had left a suburb south of Birmingham after their apartment complex burned. They were heading toward an uncle's place near Decatur, though they did not know if the uncle was alive or if Decatur still existed in any useful sense. The teenage brother, Chris, kept looking at the ranger through the barn cracks. Max saw him. Did not think about it. Chris looked away. I wasn't. You were. The boy's face reddened. You have a truck? We have kids. The young mother put a hand on his arm. Chris, stop. Max crouched so he was level with the boy instead of standing over him. You're not wrong to hate that. But if you try to take it, one of us dies, and your niece watches. Do you want that lesson in her head? Chris's jaw worked. Tears filled his eyes, humiliating him. No way. Then be angry and stay decent anyway. That is the job now. The words seemed to hit everyone in the room, Max included. They shared information before parting. The Bells had seen smoke columns near the interstate, and armed men stopping vehicles at an overpass. They had also heard from another traveler that a relief station might be forming near a National Guard armory north of Coleman. No one knew if it was real. Max marked it on the map, but did not put faith in it. Before the Bells left, Nora checked the children's feet and gave their mother cloth strips for blisters. Max gave Chris the cheap folding knife from the quarryman. Chris stared at it. Why is that? Because being angry and decent is easier with a tool than with empty hands. The boy nodded, unable to speak. They watched the family leave along the tree line, avoiding the road. Nora stood beside Max in the barn doorway. You sounded like a father, she said. That poor kid has enough problems. I mean it. Max leaned against the frame. I was talking to myself as much as him. I know. By afternoon, they were back on the road. The ranger felt heavier with jars from Harold's pantry and lighter with the food they had given away. Max did the math and hated every answer. Nora watched the map and the sky, guiding them north through towns with names that passed like half-remembered songs. Near Coleman, they found the Armory Rumor. It had been real once. The building stood behind a chain-link fence, its parking lot jammed with people, carts, wagons, and vehicles that would never move again. A flag hung limp from a pole. Men in mismatched uniforms guarded the gate. A line stretched down the road. A hand-painted sign read, Water. Limited food. Medical care. No weapons inside. Max stopped far enough away to study it. Nora looked at the line. They may have news. They may have measles, theft, and a reason to take our guns. They may have a radio. That mattered. A real radio, a shielded radio, a working set with reach beyond rumor. It could tell them if Maine still had any organized voice. It could tell them if roads north were worse than roads south. It could tell them nothing and still cost them the truck. Max pulled off behind a closed garden center. We watched first. They watched for an hour. People went in without weapons and came out with jugs of water. Some came out angry. Some came out crying. Nobody came out carrying food in any visible amount. A fight broke out near the gate and was ended fast by uniformed men with batons, not bullets. That restraint impressed Max more than the rifles. Nora said, I am going in. No way. Medical line may need help. Nora, listen. I can ask about radio, trade help for information, and come back. You keep the truck outside. If it feels wrong, I leave. He hated it because it made sense. They stripped obvious weapons from her, but she kept a small blade in her boot and the medical pouch over her shoulder. Max waited with the ranger, every minute stretching. The sun crawled. The line shifted. A man tried to sell him a watch for food. A woman asked if he had seen her husband in Birmingham. A boy offered to wash the windshield, then laughed bitterly at himself because there was no water to waste. Nora returned after 90 minutes with a canteen, 2 folded papers, and a face full of hard news. "They have a radio," she said. "Short range, military set, intermittent. They heard from Huntsville 2 days ago. Some federal command exists somewhere, but not here in any way that helps. Atlanta is chaos. Nashville has checkpoints and disease camps. Knoxville may still have organized militia. Northern states are not answering much. Weather reports are gone, but everyone says an early cold front is moving down." Max absorbed it. "Any word from Maine?" No direct word. He nodded. No news was not death. He repeated that silently until it stopped sounding like a lie. Nora unfolded one paper. "They gave me a route recommendation. Avoid Nashville. Skirt east through smaller roads toward Knoxville, then into Virginia if we can. That adds miles. It may remove bodies. What did you trade?" She hesitated. "Nora, listen. 4 hours tomorrow if we stayed. We're not staying." "I know." "Then what did you trade?" She looked at him. "A promise I could not keep." Denise was not the only one short on hands. A captain inside wanted me to remain and help run triage. I told him I had family north. "You do?" She glanced away. Max understood a second later, and the force of it nearly took his breath. He said softly, "Nora, listen. Do not make it large." "It is large. You are heading to your mother and sister. I am heading with you. That makes them the family I am moving toward." He reached for her hand. She let him take it. Behind the armory, the crowd murmured around water, hunger, fear, and the thin thread of order stretched across a broken day. Ahead lay Tennessee, colder air, and roads full of people carrying their own losses like packs. They drove at sunset, leaving the armory behind. The ranger climbed into darker hills as the first cool wind slipped through the cracked window. Nora fell asleep with the route paper in her lap, and her hands still resting near Max's. Just before midnight, they crossed the Tennessee state line on a 2-lane road with no sign left to mark it. Someone had torn the welcome board down for firewood or anger. Only 2 posts remained, standing black against the stars. Max stopped anyway. Nora woke. "What is it?" "This is Tennessee." She looked at the empty posts. Not much of a welcome. "No way. Still north." "Still north," he said. They sat there for a moment with the engine ticking, the road ahead pale in the headlights, and the dead country spread around them. Alabama had taken fuel, blood, sleep, and innocence they had not known they still possessed. Tennessee waited with its own price. Max put the truck in gear. Nora reached across the seat and threaded her fingers through his. Together, they drove on. The morning after they left the Caldwell farm, the world had the hard gray look of old iron. Frost silvered the fence rails and grass along the county road, and every breath Max took felt sharp enough to scrape the inside of his chest. He walked with the strap of his pack riding against one shoulder and the rifle held low in his right hand, not pointed at anything, but ready enough that any stranger watching from a window would understand he was not a man to rush. Nora walked 10 yards behind him at first. That had been her choice, not his. She said it gave them space to listen. He knew there was more to it than that. She trusted him enough to travel with him, but not enough to forget the last month. Trust was not a light switch. It was a fire built from small sticks, and the country had gone cold enough to make every stick precious. The Caldwell place disappeared behind a fold of pines before the sun reached the treetops. Mrs. Caldwell had cried when Nora hugged her. Her husband had stood stiff in the yard with a shotgun balanced across both palms, pretending the wetness in his eyes came from the wind. They had given Max and Nora a paper sack of cornbread, 2 jars of canned pears, and directions to a state road that might still be passable if they stayed off the larger highways. Max had thanked them without making promises. Promises had become expensive. A man could spend one by accident and never have the strength to pay it back. By mid-morning, they found the first bodies of the day. 2 men lay beside a burned sedan at the edge of a ditch. One had a hand still curled around a tire iron. The other had his face turned into the grass. Their pockets were turned out. Their boots were gone. Max stopped long enough to study the road, the tree line, and the shallow prints frozen into the mud. Nora came up beside him. She did not look away from the bodies, and that told him something about her. He said, "This happened yesterday or the day before." "How can you tell?" "Ash is damp, but not washed flat. Prints are still clean. No snow over them. Whoever did it went east. Should we go west?" "We should go quiet." She nodded and tightened the belt on her coat. It was too large for her, a man's brown canvas coat patched at the elbows, but it gave her room to move and room to hide the pistol Caldwell had given her. Max had not asked where she kept it. He preferred not to know until it mattered. They moved on through a landscape that looked peaceful until you noticed what was missing. No engines. No distant airplanes. No saws from a work crew. No dogs barking from every other yard. The silence had depth to it. It made the small sounds larger, the crack of ice under a boot, the flap of a crow leaving a branch, the faint clatter of a loose shutter at a dead farmhouse. The first town they reached had been called Millbrook, according to the sign at the edge of the road. The sign had 2 bullet holes in it and a smear of dried paint across the population number. Someone had written, "Keep walking on the pavement" in black letters that stretched from one shoulder of the road to the other. Nora read it and gave Max a sideways glance. Friendly place. Could be honest advice. "You always this cheerful?" "Only when the road welcomes me." She almost smiled. It was small, gone fast, but he saw it. The road had taken plenty from both of them, but it had not yet taken that. They did not enter the center of town. Max led them around it through a strip of woods behind a church with a white steeple. The church doors were open. Blankets covered the pews. The air smelled faintly of smoke, old food, and sickness. A child had drawn a house on the wall with a red crayon. The house had a chimney, a sun in the corner, and 4 stick figures holding hands beneath it. Nora stared at the drawing longer than Max expected. "You have kids?" he asked softly. "Not yet." She rubbed her gloved thumb across the edge of her sleeve. "I taught 3rd grade before all this." Max let the answer settle. "Where was that?" "Outside Savannah. Little school with leaky windows and a principal who thought printer paper was a luxury item. I used to complain about it." "Can you imagine that?" "Complaining because the copier jammed. I complained about hotel coffee in Mobile." "Was it bad?" "It was criminal." This time her smile lasted longer. Then it folded under the weight of the room. They found nothing worth taking except a candle stub and a dented pot in the church kitchen. Max took the pot. Nora took the candle. Neither of them spoke about the blankets in the pews or the child drawing on the wall. Some things got carried without being packed. By afternoon, the wind shifted north. Clouds thickened until the sun became a pale coin behind them. Max studied the map Caldwell had drawn on a page torn from an old road atlas. The line they needed bent around Millbrook, crossed a creek, and met a narrow state road that would carry them toward the Tennessee line if it was open. On paper, it looked simple. The New World hated simple things. The bridge over the creek was gone. Max stood on the broken asphalt and looked at the twisted guardrail dipping into brown water. The creek was not wide, maybe 40 feet bank to bank, but it ran fast from recent rain, and the cold gave it a dangerous look. On the far side, the road continued north, empty and quiet. The missing span lay downstream like a snapped spine. Nora dropped her pack and breathed out through her nose. "Please tell me you have a bridge in that bag." "I used the last one, in Alabama." "That was selfish." He crouched near the edge and studied the banks. The water moved with force around broken concrete. A crossing here would soak them at best and kill them at worst. He looked upstream. Trees leaned over the creek where the bank narrowed. One fallen oak stretched halfway across, but not far enough. "We follow it upstream," he said. "Find a shallow place. And if we do not, then we find something that floats." She looked at the creek, then at the low clouds. "I hate that answer." "Me too." They followed the creek for nearly 2 miles, pushing through brush and slipping on leaves frozen at the edges. Max found raccoon tracks, deer tracks, and once, the print of a boot larger than his own. The boot track made him slow down. It was fresh enough that the edges had not softened. Nora noticed him looking and went quiet. The crossing came where a gravel farm lane met the creek at a shallow ford. The water spread wide there, moving over smooth stones. It was still cold enough to steal breath, but not deep enough to take them if they moved carefully. Max tested the depth with a fallen branch. Knee-high in the middle. Maybe higher on you. I could make it. We go one at a time. Packs high. Brutes stay on. Bare feet go numb too fast. She gave him a look. You planning to carry me? Only if you fall. Then do not enjoy it. I will keep a professional attitude. Her laugh came out quick, surprised, and then she looked almost ashamed of it. Max understood. Laughter felt like theft now, a small thing taken from people who had lost everything. He did not think that made it wrong. The water hit like knives. Max went first, stepping sideways, using the branch for balance. Stones shifted under his boots. By the middle, his legs had gone numb and his breath had shortened into harsh bursts. He reached the far bank, dropped his pack, and turned. Nora entered the creek with her jaw tight. She made it 3/4 of the way before her left foot slid off a stone. Her arms flew out. The pack dragged her sideways. Max lunged knee-deep into the water and caught her by the front of the coat. For 1 second, they both hung there, water pushing against them, faces close enough that he could see the flecks of green in her eyes. I have you, he said. Then move, she said through clenched teeth. He pulled her to the bank. They climbed out together, shaking, soaked from knees down. The cold became pain as soon as the wind touched their clothes. Max stripped off his wet socks and made her do the same. They rubbed their feet with a dry shirt from his pack, then put on spare socks and kept walking because stopping would let the cold settle into their bones. A mile later, they found the farm at the end of the gravel lane. The house had been burned. The barn still stood. Max watched it for 10 minutes from the trees before leading Nora inside. The barn smelled of hay, dust, and old animal heat. It felt like shelter, and shelter had become a kind of grace. They climbed into the loft, spread a tarp over the boards, and changed into dry layers. Max built no fire. Smoke could draw eyes. Instead, they ate cornbread and pears in the dim light while wind moved through gaps in the siding. Nora sat with her back against a beam and her knees pulled up. You ever think about just stopping somewhere? Every day. Why do you keep going? Max looked at the strip of sky visible between 2 boards. My mother and sister are in Maine. If they are alive, they were waiting. If they are not, I need to know. That simple? Nothing is simple. That is just the part I can understand. She nodded slowly. I had a brother in Charleston. He was a firefighter. Big man, loud laugh, always late, always hungry. I tried to get to him after Savannah went bad. Roads were cut. People were shooting at cars. I never made it. I am sorry. Do not be sorry yet. I do not know he is dead. Then I hope he is alive. She looked at him for a long moment. I believe you mean that. I do. Outside, something moved near the barn doors. Both of them froze. Max lifted his rifle. Nora's hand disappeared inside her coat. The boards creaked below. A slow scrape, then a low snort. A cow pushed its head through the broken door and stared up at them with solemn eyes. Nora closed her eyes and pressed her head against the beam. Max lowered the rifle. For the first time in days, he laughed hard enough that his ribs hurt. Nora tried not to join him and failed. The cow stayed until dark, chewing at spilled hay like the collapse of civilization had been an inconvenience scheduled between meals. They slept in turns. When Max took the first watch, Nora lay wrapped in her blanket with her face turned toward the wall. He thought she was asleep until she spoke. Listen, Max. I am awake. When I slipped in the creek, you did not hesitate. Not yet. Most people hesitate now. He looked through the gap in the boards at the dark yard below. I am trying not to become most people. She was quiet for a long time. Wake me when it is my turn. I will. But he let her sleep an extra hour. He told himself it was because she needed it. That was true. It was not the whole truth. Snow began before dawn, thin and mean, falling out of a sky the color of ashes. It did not soften the world. It sharpened it. Fence posts became black strokes against white fields. The road vanished beneath a skin of ice. Each abandoned vehicle they passed looked less like a machine and more like an animal carcass left beside the trail. Max and Nora left the barn with the first gray light. The cow watched them from the doorway, chewing with patient disappointment as if they owed it an explanation. Nora waved 2 fingers at it. "Good luck, ma'am," she said. "You just call the cow, ma'am." She has survived longer than most officials. She earned respect. Max could not argue with that. They reached the state road before noon. It ran north through farmland and low wooded hills, mostly clear except for the dead cars that had rolled to the shoulders during the first hours of the blackout. Max checked every older vehicle with a fuel door he could open. Most tanks had already been drained. Once he found half a gallon in a lawn service truck and poured it into a metal bottle for trade. Another time, he found a tire iron better than the short crowbar on his pack, and he handed the crowbar to Nora. "I already have a pistol," she said. "Pistols make noise and run out. A bar does not." She tested the weight. "Cheerful and practical. That will be on my tombstone. Not if I write it." "What would you write?" She glanced at him. He kept walking. Max looked ahead at the pale road cutting through the trees. There are worse things to be remembered for. By early afternoon, they saw smoke over the next rise. Not a house fire, a cooking fire. Several of them. Max led Nora off the road and up through the trees until they could see down into a crossroads settlement that had formed around an old gas station, a feed store, and a volunteer fire department. Wagons and bicycles were parked along the shoulders. People moved between barrel fires. Men with rifles stood at each road leading in. A hand-painted sign hung between 2 posts, toll for passage. Food, fuel, ammunition, medicine. Nora whispered, "That looks organized." "Organized can be worse." "Can we go around?" Max studied the map. The crossroads sat where 3 roads met, and all 3 followed the easiest ground between 2 steep ridges. Going around meant climbing through unknown woods with a storm coming. Going through meant dealing with men who had turned the road into a business. "Maybe," he said, "but not before dark." They watched for nearly 20 minutes. Most travelers paid and passed. One man argued. The guards dragged him behind the feed store and beat him until his wife gave them a backpack. They let the couple leave after that, but without the pack. Nora's face hardened. "They are thieves with a sign." "That is true." "What do we do?" "We wait." Waiting was harder than moving. The cold worked through their gloves and sleeves. Max kept his eyes on the men at the road, counting weapons, patterns, habits. 6 visible guards. 2 near the gas station. 1 on the roof of the feed store with a scoped rifle. 3 at the north road where most travelers passed. The man in charge wore a red hunting jacket and carried himself like he liked being watched. At dusk, a wagon approached from the south. An older couple sat up front, and a teenage boy walked beside the mule with one hand on the harness. The wagon bed held sacks of grain, blankets, and a wooden crate stamped with the faded logo of a hardware store. The tollman came alive at once. The man in the red jacket stepped into the road smiling wide. Max felt Nora tense beside him. "Do not," he whispered. "They are going to take everything." "Maybe so." "Maybe is enough?" He hated the answer before he said it. "We cannot fight everyone." Down below, the old man argued. The red jacket man laughed and gestured to the crate. One guard grabbed the teenage boy by the collar. The mule shied. The older woman screamed when another guard pulled her down from the wagon. Nora stood. Max caught her sleeve. "Listen, Nora." She looked at him with an expression he had seen in mirrors since Alabama. Fear, anger, and the terrible need to still be human. "I taught boys his age," she said. "I know we cannot save everybody, but I need to save somebody today." Max looked back at the crossroads. The rooftop riflemen had shifted to watch the wagon. The guards were spread out now, attention drawn inward. Snow thickened. Visibility dropped. He made his decision the way desperate men did, not because it was safe, but because the cost of not deciding had become worse. "We do it fast," he said. "No hero speeches. We make confusion, grab them, and run into the trees on the north side." "How exactly?" Max opened his pack and pulled out the half-gallon of gasoline, a rag, and the cheap lighter Caldwell had given him. "Fire gets attention." Nora stared at him. "You carry a very strange toolkit." Refrigeration repair turns a man into a collector. They moved through the trees until they reached the back of the feed store. Max soaked the rag, stuffed it into the bottle, and waited for the roof guard to turn toward the road. Then he lit it and threw the bottle through a broken rear window. Flame bloomed inside the building. A second later, smoke rolled out, black and thick. Someone shouted. The roof guard scrambled backward, slipping on snow. Max stepped out from behind a stack of pallets and slammed the rifle stock into the man's knee as he dropped from the low awning. The guard hit the ground with a howl. Max kicked the scoped rifle under the pallets and motioned Nora forward. At the road, chaos spread fast. Men ran toward the feed store. The red jacket man turned, yelling orders. The old couple froze beside the wagon. Nora moved like a woman who had rehearsed fear until it became motion. She ran low, grabbed the teenage boy's sleeve, and shoved him toward the trees. Max fired one shot into the air above the gas station. The crack shattered the evening. The mule bolted, dragging the wagon sideways. A guard jumped clear and fell hard. "Move now," Max yelled. The older man understood first. He pulled his wife up and pushed her after Nora. The boy stumbled, caught himself, and ran. Max backed away, rifle up. The red-jacket man saw him then. Their eyes met across the snowy road. The man raised a pistol. Max fired before thinking. The shot struck the man high in the shoulder and spun him into the side of the wagon. He fell screaming, red spreading fast across his jacket. Max did not wait to see whether he lived. He ran. Branches whipped his face. Snow blurred the trees. Nora was ahead with the boy and the older woman. The old man lagged, breath tearing out of him. Max grabbed his arm and half-dragged him uphill. Behind them, men shouted. A rifle fired twice, the shots cracking through branches overhead. They crested the ridge and dropped into thicker timber. Max led them along a deer trail until the shouts faded. His lungs burned. The old woman sobbed with each breath. The boy looked ready to vomit. Nora kept one hand on his shoulder, guiding him forward with quiet words Max could not hear. They did not stop until full dark. The family had a small camp in a hollow where a spring seeped from under a rock. Their names were Dale, Miriam, and Luke Hensley. They had been trying to reach Dale's cousin near Bristol with seed grain and tools. The crates in the wagon had held nails, saw blades, hinges, and hand tools. Worth more than cash now. Worth killing for. Dale sat on a log, shaking from anger more than cold. That was everything we had to trade. Miriam put a hand on his shoulder. We still have Luke. The old man's face broke then. He turned away and covered his eyes. Luke stood stiff as a fence post, embarrassed by his father's grief, and too young to understand that grief was not weakness. Nora knelt by the boy. You did good back there. I did not do anything. You ran when it mattered. Sometimes that is the thing that keeps people alive. He looked at her with the suspicious hope of a kid who wanted to believe adults still knew something. Max built a tiny fire under a rock shelf using dry bark and the candle stub from the church. They ate in silence at first. Miriam shared parched corn. Nora shared cornbread. Max gave Dale the tire iron because the man had lost the shotgun from the wagon and looked naked without something in his hands. Dale accepted it with a nod. You two headed north? Maine, Max said. The old man's eyebrows lifted. Lord help you. He has been busy. Miriam studied Nora. You married? Nora choked slightly on a sip of water. Max looked into the fire. No, ma'am, Nora said. Miriam nodded as if that answer had confirmed something private. Road is easier with someone who will pull you out of cold water. Nora looked at Max. The firelight made her face softer and more tired. Most roads are. Later, when the Hensleys slept under a shared blanket, Max took first watch. Nora sat beside him, instead of lying down. You were angry, she said. I nearly got us killed. We saved them. We lost fuel, fired shots, and made enemies. Both things can be true. He rubbed his hands together, feeling the ache in his knuckles from striking the roof guard. I'm trying to get home, Nora. Every fight takes a piece of that chance. And every time you walk past people who need help, that takes a piece of something else. He looked at her then. Snow speckled her hair. Her eyes were steady, not accusing, just tired of pretending survival could be measured only in miles. You think I do not know that? He asked. I think you know it too well. The answer disarmed him more than anger would have. He looked back into the dark. After a while, she leaned closer, not touching him, but close enough that he felt the warmth of her shoulder through both their coats. Thank you for coming with me, she said. I almost did not. I know. That is why it matters. They sat that way until the fire collapsed into coals and the north wind carried the smell of smoke away from them. Somewhere beyond the ridge, the tollmen still owned their crossroads. But for one night the Hensleys had their son, and Max still had enough of himself left to feel the cost. The Hensleys left before sunrise, taking a ridge path Dale claimed would carry them east of the tollmen and down toward a safer valley. Max did not know whether safer meant safe or simply less likely to kill them before dark. Those distinctions had become important. Miriam hugged Nora like they had known each other for years. Luke shook Max's hand with solemn dignity, then gave Nora a folded piece of notebook paper. She tucked it into her pocket without reading it until the family had vanished between the trees. When she opened it, Max saw a child's careful handwriting and a drawing of a woman with a pistol standing beside a man with a rifle. Underneath, Luke had written, "Thank you for helping us when nobody else would." Nora read it twice. Then she folded it neatly and put it inside the inner pocket of her coat. "You all right?" Max asked. "Not yet." She wiped at one eye with the heel of her hand. "But I am glad I am not." They walked north under low clouds. The storm had left only a thin layer of snow, but the temperature kept dropping. Ice formed in ruts and along the edges of puddles. The land rose and fell in long folds, farm fields giving way to timber, timber giving way to little towns with empty storefronts and church signs that still promised potluck dinners from a calendar that no longer mattered. Near noon, they reached a place called Ransom. The town sat in a shallow valley with a creek running behind it and a rail line cutting along the far side. At first it looked abandoned. Then Max saw laundry hanging between two houses and smoke rising from a chimney with a cap made from hammered sheet metal. Someone had tried to keep living here. He raised a hand for Nora to stop. They watched from behind a delivery van half buried in leaves. A woman came out of a house with blue shutters and dumped a bucket of wash water into the yard. She was thin, middle-aged, and moved with the caution of someone accustomed to being watched. A teenage girl followed her carrying a basket. Both wore scarves over their hair. Nora whispered, "That house has people. More than one. Friendly place?" No way to know. As if summoned by the question, a man appeared from the alley between the house and a shed. He carried a shotgun, but not aggressively. His beard was gray and his left leg dragged slightly. He scanned the street, saw the van, and seemed to look straight through it to where Max and Nora crouched. "Come out slow," he called. "I ain't looking to shoot unless you make me." Max sighed. So much for quiet. They stepped out with hands visible. Max kept the rifle slung, but not raised. Nora did the same with the crowbar hanging from her packstrap. The man with the shotgun looked them over. "Travelers, then?" "Passing through," Max said. "Everybody is passing through until they need something. We need water and information. We can trade a little food or work." The man studied him. "Work, I believe. Food, I doubt. Name is Arlen Price? This is my place, more or less." The woman with the bucket had gone still by the porch. The teenage girl disappeared inside. Nora stepped forward half a pace. "We do not want trouble." Arlen gave a dry laugh. "Nobody wants it. People just keep bringing it." He led them to the house with blue shutters after taking Max's rifle and Nora's pistol at the porch. Max did not like it. Nora liked it less. But Arlen had 3 more armed people watching from windows by then, and hunger made pride less useful. Inside, the house was crowded with the living. 9 people shared it. Arlen, his wife Beth, their daughter Rachel, 2 elderly neighbors, a young mother with twin boys, and a man named Cooper who had once worked at the rail yard. The front parlor had been turned into a sleeping room. The dining room held crates of supplies stacked against one wall and a table scarred with knife marks. The kitchen smelled of beans, wood smoke, and the sour tang of too many bodies in too little space. Beth Price gave them each a cup of warm water with pine needles steeped in it. It tasted like drinking a Christmas tree, but it warmed Max's hands and throat. "You came from south," Arlen said when they were seated. "How bad?" Max considered softening it. Then he decided these people had earned truth. "Bad enough that cities are traps. Bad enough that roads belong to whoever can hold them. Birmingham was burning when I passed. Montgomery had checkpoints. Tennessee is breaking into little kingdoms." Cooper, the rail yard man, leaned forward. He was broad and bold, with a scar across his chin. Any government, army, or anything useful? Mostly rumors. I have seen some sheriff roadblocks and a few militia groups. No national help. No working grid. No reliable fuel. Beth closed her eyes briefly. Arlen stared into his cup. Nora asked, "What about north of here?" The room grew quieter. Arlen said, "There is a group holding the rail bridge 10 miles up. They call themselves the county authority. Started as deputies and volunteers. Turned into something else. They take supplies for protection. If you do not pay, you are not protected from them." "How many?" Max asked. "Maybe 30. Maybe more. They have radios that work short range, horses, old trucks they keep running somehow. They took our doctor last week. Said the clinic needed centralized management." The young mother made a small sound and hugged one of the twin boys closer. Nora leaned forward. "You had a doctor?" Beth answered. "Dr. Elena Voss. She ran the clinic with no power and half her supplies gone. She saved my neighbor's grandson after he got blood poisoning from a dirty nail. The authority decided that made her valuable." Max felt the shape of another problem forming around him. He looked at Nora and saw that she felt it too. Arlen noticed. "Do not get ideas. People get ideas, then people get buried. We are not here to fight your war," Max said. "That is good, because we are not strong enough to win it." They traded work for shelter. Max repaired a hand pump in the backyard, replacing a cracked leather cup with a piece cut from an old belt and cleaning grit from the valve. Nora helped Beth organize food and taught Rachel how to make a simple reading lesson for the twin boys, using charcoal and scraps of cardboard. The sight of Nora kneeling on the floor with children at her knees did something strange to Max. It pulled the world backward for a moment toward classrooms and lunchboxes and ordinary mornings. At dusk, Arlen returned their weapons and brought Max to the shed. Inside, under a tarp, sat a motorcycle from the late 80s with a dented tank and dry-rotted tires. "You fix engines?" Arlen asked. "Some repairs. Refrigeration mostly, but engines are engines until they get proud. Cooper thinks the plug is bad. I think the carburetor's fouled. We have a little gas, but not enough to waste." Max crouched beside the bike. "Why do you need it?" Arlen looked toward the house. "Because Rachel's fever came back this morning. Beth thinks I do not know. Dr. Voss had medicine. If I can get to the clinic or where they keep her, maybe I can trade. The authority took her. You said that yourself." "I did." "Then going there alone is a good way to die." Arlen's face tightened. "A man's child gets sick. He does not sit still because the odds are ugly." Max looked at the motorcycle, then at the house where Rachel's silhouette moved behind a curtain. He thought of his sister Ellie waiting in Maine, or not waiting at all. He thought of his mother feeding wood into a stove. He thought of Nora, who had saved a boy yesterday because not saving him had become impossible. "Let me look at it," he said. The motorcycle had old fuel varnished inside the carburetor and a plug fouled black. Max cleaned what he could by lantern light while Arlen held the lamp and Cooper handed him tools from a coffee can. Nora appeared after an hour with a bowl of beans. "You skipped supper," she said. "I got distracted." "By a motorcycle older than both of us?" "Speak for yourself." She set the bowl down and looked at his blackened fingers. "You are going with him, aren't you?" Cooper suddenly found a reason to step outside. Arlen stayed silent. Max wiped his hands on a rag. "Rachel may need medicine. The doctor may need help. The rail bridge is on our route." "That is not an answer." "It is the one I have." Nora's jaw worked. "Yesterday you told me every fight takes a piece of your chance to get home. Yesterday you told me walking past people takes a piece of something else." She looked away, angry because he was right and afraid because right did not mean safe. "I am coming," she said. "Not yet." That was not a request. Arlen cleared his throat. "For what it is worth, I would rather have both of you than one of him." Max gave him a flat look. Not helping. Nora stepped closer, voice lower. "Do not make me stand in another kitchen waiting to find out if someone I care about comes back. I have done enough of that." The words changed the air in the shed. "Someone I care about." She had said it fast, almost like she regretted it before the last syllable landed. Max did not smile. It would have been the wrong thing. He only nodded. "All right," he said. "We go before dawn." We look first. We do not start shooting unless we have no choice. That plan has a familiar weakness, Nora said. Which part? The no choice part keeps showing up. He looked back at the motorcycle. Then we try to be smarter before it does. Near midnight, the engine coughed, spat smoke, and came to life in the shed with a ragged snarl. Everyone in the house came running. Arlen killed it after 3 seconds, but the damage was done. Rachel stood barefoot on the porch, pale and shivering, smiling as if the sound had been music. Beth wrapped a blanket around her daughter and looked at Max with gratitude that felt heavier than blame. That night, Max lay on the parlor floor beside Nora, separated by a narrow strip of cold air and a stack of folded coats. He did not sleep for a long time. Nora whispered, "Are you awake?" "I am awake." "I meant what I said." "In the shed." He stared at the ceiling beams. "I know." "That scares me." "Me too." A floorboard creaked somewhere in the house. A child coughed in sleep. Outside, the repaired motorcycle ticked as it cooled in the shed, a small old machine that might carry them into trouble or through it. Nora reached across the narrow space and found his hand under the edge of the blanket. Her fingers were cold. He held them until they warmed. Neither of them said more. There were things the old world had allowed people to say with flowers, dinners, slow walks, and time. The new world had stripped all that away and left only this: 2 tired people holding hands in the dark while danger waited 10 miles up the road. They left the blue-shuttered house before sunrise with Arlen leading the motorcycle by hand until they were far enough from the sleeping town to start it. The engine caught on the 3rd kick, coughing like a smoker, then settled into a rough idle that sounded impossibly loud in the frozen morning. Max rode first, with Arlen behind him because Max knew engines and Arlen knew the road. Nora rode on the back for the first mile, then made them stop so she could walk whenever the road narrowed or the bike labored uphill. Fuel mattered more than comfort. The plan was simple enough to worry Max. Arlen would guide them to an old drainage cut overlooking the rail bridge. From there, they would watch the authority compound, find where Dr. Voss was being kept, and decide whether trade, talk, or theft offered the best chance. Simple plans looked clean only before they touched people. The road north followed the rail line to hardwood ridges and narrow bottoms. Twice they hid the motorcycle in brush while riders passed in the distance. The horses moved at an easy pace, but the men on them sat with rifles across their saddles and red cloth tied around their left arms. The red cloth bothered Max. Uniforms were how men gave themselves permission to become a machine. Arlen spat into the leaves after the 2nd patrol vanished. County authority. Used to be deputies. Some were decent. Some were waiting their whole lives for permission. The red cloth official? Max asked. Official enough to get you robbed. Nora crouched beside them, rubbing warmth into her fingers. Do they have prisoners besides the doctor? Arlen's gaze slid away. Some prisoners. Folks who owe tax. Folks who talk too much. Folks with skills they want. Tax, she said bitterly. That is what they call it. Makes it sound cleaner than theft. By mid-morning, they reached the drainage cut. It ran beneath the rail bed through a concrete culvert large enough for a man to crawl through. Max left the motorcycle under a cedar tree and followed Arlen up a slope thick with briars. The ridge opened onto a view of the bridge and the old clinic beyond it. The rail bridge crossed a rocky river in a single long span of black steel. Beside it, a county road bridge carried the main route north. Both ends were blocked with trucks, sandbags, and sharpened poles lashed together into crude barriers. The clinic sat on the far side, near a cluster of brick municipal buildings. Smoke rose from burn barrels in the parking lot. Men with red cloth bands moved between the buildings. Max counted 12 outside before he stopped counting, because the number would only get larger inside. That is not a checkpoint, Nora whispered. That is a fort. Arlen pointed to the clinic. They keep her there during the day. Treat their people, sort supplies, whatever else they make her do. At night they move her to the old jail behind the courthouse. How do you know? Max asked. Cooper's cousin was held there for 2 days. Got loose when they sent him out to bury bodies. He came back half dead and talked until fever took him. Max studied the compound. Direct approach would fail. Shooting would draw every rifle in the place. Trade might work if they had something the authority wanted, but they had very little and could not trust a bargain with men who built cages. Nora touched his sleeve and nodded toward the river. What about underneath? Below the road bridge, the river ran low around stone piers. A maintenance walkway clung to the side of the rail bridge, half hidden by steel beams. It looked narrow, rusted, and dangerous. It also bypassed the roadblock. Arlen shook his head. Not safely. That thing is slick as ice. One slip, and you are in the river. Can it be done? Max asked. A fool could try. That was not the question. The old man sighed. Yes, maybe. A careful fool could try. They watched until noon. Patterns emerged. 2 guards at the clinic entrance. 4 near the bridge. Patrols every half hour, sloppy when the cold made them miserable. A woman in a gray coat came out twice, escorted by a man with a shotgun. The second time she knelt beside a guard whose hand was wrapped in bloody cloth. Even from the ridge, Max saw the way she moved with calm, efficient anger held under control. That is Dr. Voss, Arlen said. Nora stared at the doctor. She does not look broken. They have not figured out how to break useful people without losing the use, Max said. The words felt colder after he said them. They made their move in late afternoon when the light went flat and the wind rose off the river. Arlen stayed with the motorcycle in their packs. Max and Nora climbed down through the drainage cut, crawled under a sagging fence, and reached the riverbank beneath the rail bridge. The maintenance walkway was worse up close. Rust flaked under Max's gloves. Ice filmed the outer rail. The drop to the river was 20 feet, maybe more. Water slid black over stones below. The roar of it helped cover their movements, but it also swallowed small sounds that might have warned them of trouble. Still time to call ourselves smart and leave? Nora said. You first? I hate when you make my point sound cowardly. It is not cowardly. It is just late. They crossed one careful step at a time. Halfway over, a train car shifted somewhere above them with a deep metal groan. Nora froze. Max reached back without looking and felt her grip his wrist. The bridge settled. Nothing fell. They kept moving. On the far side, they climbed through a gap in the brush behind the clinic. A back door stood 20 yards away, propped open with a brick to vent smoke from a barrel stove inside. Max smelled antiseptic, sweat, and boiled cloth. Voices drifted out. A guard stood by the door, smoking a hand-rolled cigarette. He wore a red cloth band and a deputy's old jacket with the patches cut off. He looked bored, which was useful. Bored men believed the next second would resemble the last. Nora picked up a stone and threw it toward a dumpster at the corner of the building. It clanged loudly. The guard straightened and walked toward it, muttering. Max stepped from behind a stack of pallets and drove the tire iron into the back of the man's knee. The guard folded with a grunt. Nora caught his shotgun before it hit the ground. Max clamped a hand over the man's mouth and pressed the tire iron across his throat. Quiet, Max whispered. Stay alive. The guard chose wisely. They bound his hands with cord, gagged him with his own scarf, and dragged him behind the pallets. Nora kept the shotgun. Inside the clinic, the hallway was dim and hot. Exam rooms had been stripped. Shelves stood open. The waiting room was now a supply depot, with crates of canned food, medicine, blankets, and tools marked in chalk. 2 men argued in the front room about inventory. A third slept in a chair with his boots on the desk. Max and Nora slipped into a side room where Dr. Voss was washing instruments in a metal basin. She looked up, saw the shotgun, and did not scream. Her eyes moved from Max to Nora and back again. I assume you are not here for an appointment, she said quietly. Nora lowered the shotgun slightly. Arlen Price sent us. Rachel has a fever. He needs medicine. We also thought you might want to leave. The doctor's mouth tightened at Rachel's name. How high? High enough to scare her parents. Dr. Voss dried her hands. She was in her 40s, with dark hair pinned severely at the back of her head and exhaustion carved deep around her eyes. There is amoxicillin in that locked cabinet. Also, ibuprofen. The key is on the belt of the man sleeping at the desk. Leaving is more complicated. How complicated? Max asked. There are 6 patients here who cannot travel fast. 1 is a child with pneumonia. 2 are prisoners they beat during questioning. If I disappear, they will die or be punished for it. Nora's face changed. Max felt the plan tearing in his hands. Doctor, he said, keeping his voice low, we cannot empty a clinic inside an armed compound. I did not ask you to, But you are not leaving without them. Not yet. The answer was calm and final. Max wanted to argue. He wanted to tell her that courage and suicide often wore the same coat. Then he thought of Nora in the trees above the toll road and knew the argument would taste like ash. Footsteps approached the door. Nora moved behind it. A young man with a red band entered carrying a ledger. Doc, Captain Harlan wants the count before supper. He saw Max too late. Nora pressed the shotgun barrel into his ribs. Do not shout, she said. This room is too small for everyone to miss. The young man went pale. He was maybe 19, with acne along his jaw and fear where arrogance should have been. Dr. Voss looked at him. Ely, listen carefully. These people are going to take medicine for Rachel Price. You are going to help them. They will hang me. They will not know if you do exactly what I say. Max studied the boy. Are you here by choice? Ellie swallowed. My father made me join. Said it was this or starve. Then choose again, and do it quietly. Ely looked at Dr. Voss, and something in his face loosened. Captain keeps the key ring. Desk man has the cabinet key, but not the jail key. We only need the medicine, Max said. Dr. Voss opened a drawer and began filling a cloth bag. And a message. Tell Orlin to crush half a tablet for Rachel if she cannot swallow. Give her fluids and keep her warm but not overheated. If rash appears, he brings her here, authority or no authority. Here at the clinic? Nora asked. I am still the closest thing to a doctor they have. I use that. The plan went bad in the front room. It was always going to go bad somewhere. Max lifted the cabinet key from the sleeping man's belt, opened the cabinet, and packed antibiotics, pain relievers, gauze, antiseptic, and a small bottle of iodine. He took less than he wanted because taking too much would be noticed before they were gone. Nora had just closed the cabinet when the front door opened and a heavy voice filled the clinic. Why is the back garden not at his post? Ely whispered a curse. Dr. Voss took the bag from Max, shoved it into a laundry basket, and covered it with bloody towels. Follow my lead. Captain Harlan entered the hallway like a man used to rooms making space for him. He was tall, thick through the middle, with a trimmed beard and a sheriff's badge pinned to a wool coat. Not a real badge now, Max thought. A memory nailed to a threat. Harlan looked at Max and Nora. Who are these? Dr. Voss did not blink. Laborers from South Road. Your men brought them in after the bridge patrol found them. I need hands to move waste and boil linens, if you expect me to keep treating your fools. Harlan looked at Nora's coat, Max's hands, and the basket. I was not told. I cannot fix incompetence outside my exam room, Captain. Only inside it. The sleeping desk man woke and looked around, confused. Ellie stood rigid by the wall. Harlan smiled without warmth. You get sharp when you are tired, Doctor. Then let me sleep. For one long moment, Max thought it might work. And then a muffled thump came from outside behind the clinic. The bound guard, waking him up to kick the pallets. Harlan's eyes shifted. Max moved first. He slammed the laundry basket into Harlan's chest, driving him backward into the desk. Nora struck the desk man across the face with a shotgun stock. Ely grabbed a tray and threw it at the front room. Instruments scattered like bells. Run now, Dr. Voss snapped. They ran through the back door into shouts and cold air. Harlan roared behind them. A shot cracked from the clinic window, then another. Bark exploded from a tree beside Nora's head. Max shoved her toward the brush and fired once over his shoulder, not aiming to hit so much as to make men duck. They reached the maintenance walkway with the medicine bag swinging from Nora's shoulder. Ely was behind them, breath sobbing, because choosing again had apparently become a full commitment. Max grabbed his coat and hauled him onto the walkway. Move or fall, Max said. They crossed under fire. Bullets struck steel above them with sparks and shrieks. Nora slipped once, caught the rail, and kept moving. Ely froze halfway across until Max shoved him hard enough to make anger replace fear. On the near bank, Arlen appeared above the drainage cut with the rifle Max had left him and fired 3 careful shots that made the men at the bridge scatter. They tumbled into the brush together. Arlen saw Ely and raised the rifle. He helped, Nora gasped. Arlen hesitated, then lowered the barrel. Bike is ready. Go now. The motorcycle could not carry all of them fast, so they did not try. Max strapped the medicine to the tank. put Arlen behind him, and sent Nora and Eli through the woods toward a rendezvous point, Arlen named between breaths. Then he kicked the bike alive and tore down an old logging road with gunfire fading behind them. They reached Ransom after dark. Beth cried when Arlen placed the medicine on the kitchen table. Rachel slept in the parlor, cheeks flushed, hair damp. Dr. Voss's instructions passed from Nora's mouth to Beth's hands with the care of a sacred text. Ely stood outside on the porch until Cooper frisked him, cursed at him, and finally allowed him inside. No one trusted him. Ellie did not ask them to. Max sat on the back steps with blood drying on his knuckles from a scrape he did not remember getting. Nora came out and sat beside him. Rachel took the first dose, she said. Beth says, "Thank you. Arlen says he owes you his house. Tell him not to offer. I might accept." She leaned against him lightly. This time, neither of them pretended it was accidental. "Dr. Voss stayed," Nora said. "That is true. I hate that we left her. We did not leave her with nothing. Ely knows the inside. Harlan knows someone can reach him. That changes things. Does it change enough?" Max looked toward the dark north road, where the authority would be angry, embarrassed, and alert. "Probably not." Nora let out a tired breath. "You could lie sometimes. I am saving my lies for when they matter." She turned her hand palm up on the step between them. He took it. The night was cold, the road ahead worse than before, and Max knew they had made another enemy they could not afford. But Rachel breathed easier inside the house, and Nora's fingers laced through his with the trust he had not earned all at once, but had been given piece by piece. That had to count. In the new world, if something good survived a day, it counted. The county authority came for ransom 2 nights later. Max had expected them sooner. That was the problem with fear. It made waiting feel like mercy until the thing you feared finally showed itself. Rachel's fever had broken that morning. She sat at the kitchen table wrapped in a quilt, eating thin broth while Beth tried not to cry into the pot. Arlen looked 10 years younger and 20 years more dangerous. Ely spent the day splitting wood under Cooper's watch, flinching whenever anyone raised a voice near him. The boy had told them what he knew. Harlan had 40 men at full strength, but only 20 close to the bridge on most days. He had food stores, medical supplies, prisoners, radio scavenged from emergency services, and a belief that winter would make him king of every road within 50 miles. "He will not let the clinic raid pass," Eli said at supper. "Not because of the medicine. Because you made him look weak." Cooper snorted. "Men like that should try being weak for real. Builds character." Max did not smile. He was at the window, watching the street beyond the blue shutters. Snow had stopped, but the cold remained. The moon laid a thin shine over roof lines and dead cars. Ransom looked peaceful. Peace had become the most suspicious thing in the world. Nora came to stand beside him. "You think they come tonight?" "I would. That is not comforting." "You did not ask for comforting." "I may start." He glanced at her. "Then I will lie badly." She touched his wrist, a quick private gesture, then stepped back before anyone noticed. He liked that she still tried to make room for tenderness even when the walls felt thin. They prepared as best they could. Arlen had 6 firearms in the house, not counting Max's rifle and Nora's pistol. Ammunition was limited. Cooper organized sight lines from upstairs windows. Beth moved the children and elderly neighbors into the root cellar beneath the kitchen. Nora filled bottles with water in case fire came. Max inspected the back fence, the shed, the alleys, and every possible way a man might approach the house without being seen. At midnight, dogs began barking on the far side of town. There were not many dogs left. Hungry people had taken some. Hunger had taken others. The ones that remained did not bark for nothing. Max raised a hand in the dark hallway. Everyone went still. The barking spread, then cut off sharply. A minute later, a horse snorted somewhere beyond the black row of houses to the south. Arlen whispered, "How many?" "Enough," Max said. The first shot came from the east end of town. Not at the house. A warning, maybe, or a nervous finger. Then a voice boomed through the night. "Arlen Price. Send out the thieves and the traitor boy, and this stays polite." Harlan's voice carried well. It had practice commanding rooms and crowds. Arlen stood behind the front wall with his shotgun angled down. "Polite, he says." Beth appeared at the cellar steps. "Do not answer him." was not planning to recite poetry. Max moved to the upstairs front window and eased the curtain aside with one finger. Men stood in the street behind dead cars and porch posts. He counted 9 visible. More in the alleys. A lantern burned near the old post office, throwing enough light to show Harlan in the open with 2 men behind him. Nora crouched below the sill beside Max. Can you hit him? Maybe so. Will that stop it? Maybe not. There's that comforting honesty again. Harlan called out again. I know you have my property in there. Medicine, weapons, and a deserter. You have 1 minute to send them out. After that, I tax the whole town for your stupidity. From somewhere across the street, a man shouted, Leave us be, Harlan! Harlan turned and fired into the dark. A window shattered. A woman screamed. That answered the question of polite. Max sighted on the lantern instead of Harlan and fired. The lantern burst, plunging the street into darkness. Cooper fired from the back bedroom. Harlan's shotgun roared below. The authority men answered in a ragged burst that chewed splinters from the front of the house and punched holes through the parlor wall. Beth screamed from the cellar. Max worked the rifle bolt and forced himself to breathe through flashes, movement, and shadow. He fired at muzzle blasts and shapes, not because he wanted to kill, but because missing could mean Beth's children dying under the floor. Nora moved from window to window, firing only when she had a clear target. She was careful. That mattered more than being fast. Once, a man rushed the front porch with a bottle trailing fire. Nora shot him in the thigh before he threw it. He fell screaming, and the bottle shattered in the snow, flames licking uselessly across the yard. Fire on the west side, Cooper yelled. Max ran down the hall. Through the back window, he saw 2 men trying to light the shed. If the shed burned, the house might catch next, and the motorcycle would be gone. He fired once and missed. The men scattered behind the woodpile. Nora came up beside him. I can get to the kitchen roof from the pantry window. Not yet. I can see the woodpile from there. I said no. She looked at him, not angry this time, but fierce. Max, I am not asking you to give me permission to stay alive. I am telling you where I can help. He hated it. He nodded anyway. She squeezed through the pantry window onto the low roof over the kitchen while Max covered her. The shingles were slick with frost. She crawled flat, settled behind the chimney, and fired downward. 1 man dropped his torch and ran. The other raised a pistol. Max shot him before he could aim. The fight stretched and folded strangely after that. Minutes became separate pieces. Cooper dragging a chair against a door. Beth passing ammunition up from the cellar with white hands. Eli standing in the kitchen with a butcher knife because no one had trusted him with a gun. Harlan laughing once, a short, harsh sound, when a man tried to break the back door and got a face full of birdshot through the panel. Then the authority changed tactics. They stopped trying to take the house and began punishing the town. A house 2 doors down caught fire. Then the dry goods store. Flames rose orange against the black sky. People screamed in the street. Harlan's men shouted threats and dragged residents from porches. The attack had become a lesson, and ransom was the chalkboard. Max understood the move with sick clarity. Harlan did not need to win the house if he could make everyone else hate the people inside it. Harlan understood too. He swore and lowered his shotgun. If we stay, he burns them all, he said. Beth grabbed his arm. If you go out, he kills you. Maybe so. Max looked at Nora crawling back through the pantry window, face streaked with soot, eyes bright with anger. There is a third option, she said. I am afraid to ask, Max said. The rail line. Cooper said the old yard has a switching shed with dynamite for clearing rock. Cooper stared at her. I said it might, and it is half a mile away through people shooting at us. Harlan wants to control the bridge and the rail line, Nora said. If the switching shed goes up, he has to pull men back or risk losing supplies. Max looked at Cooper. Explosives still there? Maybe blasting caps. Maybe bad powder. Maybe nothing. Can you find out fast? Cooper's face tightened. I know the yard. Harlan looked from Max to Nora. This is insane. Yes, Max said. But she is right. They left through the cellar tunnel. Max had not known about it until Harlan lifted a trap door behind shells of potatoes and revealed a narrow passage dug decades earlier by some previous owner with either foresight or a smuggling habit. It led under the backyard and opened behind the shed. From there, Max, Nora, Cooper, and Eli slipped through a drainage ditch while Ransom burned behind them. Eli insisted on coming. Cooper objected until Eli said, "I know Harlan's whistle signals. If they shift patrols, I can tell you what it means." That ended the argument, though not the distrust. The rail yard lay beyond the creek, a scatter of rusting cars, maintenance sheds, and weeds poking through gravel. The switching shed was a squat concrete building with a steel door. Cooper found the spare key under a loose brick, where railroad men had hidden it for 20 years. Some habits survived the end of the world. Inside, they found 2 crates of old dynamite, sweating crystals, a box of blasting caps, and enough danger to make Max's mouth go dry. "Do not touch that like it owes you money," Cooper whispered. "Can we use it?" Nora asked. "We can use it or die carrying it. Those are the choices." They rigged the charge under Cooper's direction, near the track junction closest to the authorities' supply route. Max knew enough about tools and pressure to understand he was handling something that might decide to kill them because he breathed wrong. Nora stood watch at the door. Ely listened to distant whistles and whispered updates. "Too short. They are regrouping at the post office. 1 long means riders moving east." "How close?" Max asked. "Close enough that we should already be gone." They ran the fuse, lit it, and moved. Cooper counted under his breath. The explosion struck the night like the sky cracking open. The track junction erupted in fire, gravel, and screaming metal. The shock knocked Max to one knee. Windows shattered across the yard. Horses shrieked in the distance. For 5 seconds the world went silent in Max's head, then sound returned as a high ringing whine. Nora pulled him up. Her mouth moved. He could not hear the words. He read them anyway. She was telling him to move. Harlan's men pulled back from Ransom, just as Nora had hoped. Not all of them, but enough of them. The fire still burned, but townspeople came out with buckets and blankets. Harlan led a counterattack from the blue-shuttered house, driving the remaining men toward the southern road. By dawn, the authority was gone from Ransom. Gone did not mean defeated. 3 townspeople were dead. 2 houses had burned to frames. The dry goods store was a smoking hole. Cooper had a cut across his scalp from flying glass. Ely had saved him by dragging him behind a rail car when shots came from the yard. That did not make anyone trust Eli, but it changed the way they looked at him. Max found Nora behind the Price's house at sunrise, washing soot from her hands with water that steamed in the cold. She looked exhausted beyond speech. "You were right about the shed," he said. "I wish being right felt better. It rarely does." She turned and he saw tears cutting clean lines through the soot on her cheeks. The house that burned first had a little boy in it. They got him out, but he kept asking for his dog. Nobody could find it. That is what he cried about. Not the fire, the dog. Max set his rifle down and stepped closer. He did not tell her the boy was lucky, though he was. He did not tell her dogs died and people had to keep moving, though that was true. He put his arms around her and let her bury her face against his coat. She shook once, then held still, fighting herself until the fight left her. When she leaned back, her eyes were red and steady. "I do not want this world to make me hard all the way through," she said. "Then do not let it. You say that like it is a choice. It is. Not always an easy one, but still a choice." She studied him. "Are you hard all the way through?" He thought about Alabama, Birmingham, the bodies near the sedan, the man in the red jacket, the guard on the clinic floor, and the way he had stopped counting reasons to feel guilty. "No," he said, "but I'm scared of how close it gets." She nodded, accepting the honesty like a gift. By noon, Ransom's leaders gathered in Arlen's kitchen. Harlan would return with more men. The bridge compound had been embarrassed, its rail route damaged, and its authority challenged. Staying meant siege. Leaving meant abandoning homes some had lived in for 50 years. Max did not speak until Arlen asked him directly. "You want my opinion?" "I want the truth," Arlen said. "You cannot hold this town against 40 men through winter. You have children, elderly, sick people, and burned stores. Harlan has supplies and a reason to make an example. You need to scatter or move together before he closes the roads." The room absorbed it poorly. People argued. Beth cried quietly. Cooper slammed a fist on the table. Ely stood by the door like a ghost waiting for judgment. Nora spoke last. "There is another way." Dr. Voss is still at the clinic. There are prisoners there. There may be people under Harlan who hate him but are afraid to be first. If Ransom runs, he grows stronger. If Ransom hits the clinic and jail before he regroups, maybe the authority breaks. Max stared at her. So did everyone else. Harlan said, "You were talking about war." Nora's voice did not shake. "I think war already came. I am talking about deciding whether we only bleed or also fight back." Max looked at the faces around the table and saw fear, anger, loss, and hope too, dangerous and small. He thought of Maine. Every hour here pulled him farther from home. Every fight made the road longer. But the road north ran through Harlan's bridge, and somewhere inside that compound, Dr. Voss had chosen to stay with people who could not run. Max rubbed both hands over his face. "If we do this, we do it before dark tomorrow. After that, he will be ready." Nora looked at him across the room. She did not smile. She knew what the decision cost him. Harlan nodded slowly. "Then we plan." Outside, smoke rose from the burned houses and drifted north with the wind. It pointed along the road Max still had to travel, as if the country itself were marking the way home with fire. Planning a rescue with hungry civilians was nothing like the stories Max had grown up watching on television. Nobody had matching gear. Nobody had clean intelligence. Half the people in Harlan's kitchen argued from grief, and the other half argued from fear. The map of the bridge compound was drawn on the back of a flour sack with charcoal, corrected by Eli, cursed over by Cooper, and nearly ruined when one of the twins spilled water across the corner. Still, by sunset, a plan existed. Thin as paper. Better than nothing. The authority had three main strengths: the road bridge, the clinic, and the jail behind the courthouse. Harlan's food stores were in the courthouse basement. His prisoners were in the jail. Dr. Voss moved between jail and clinic under guard. His men expected a revenge attack from the South Road or directly at the bridge. They would not expect Ransom's people to come through the storm drain that emptied behind the courthouse, because only Cooper, Eli, and two former rail workers remembered it existed. "Storm drain is a generous phrase," Cooper said. "It is a wet hole full of rats and old cans." "Can people fit?" Max asked. "Unhappy people, yes." Nora leaned over the flour sack map. "We need 3 teens. 1 to cut the bridge alarm, 1 to open the jail, 1 to create a distraction at the clinic." Harlan looked at her with open respect now. "You sure you taught school and not bank robbery?" "Third graders are excellent training for hostile groups with poor impulse control." Even Beth laughed at that, though the sound carried exhaustion. Max led the jail team with Nora, Eli, Cooper, and 2 ransom men named Walt and Simon. Harlan led the bridge alarm team despite Beth's protests. The distraction team would be smaller, mostly smoke and noise near the clinic supply yard, enough to draw guards without trapping Dr. Voss in crossfire. They moved after midnight under a sky full of low clouds. Snow began again, fat flakes this time, falling straight down in the windless dark. It muffled steps and blurred distance. Good for moving, bad for seeing. The storm drain entrance was a concrete mouth half hidden by brush behind the old rail yard. Cooper went first, muttering about every life choice that had led him to crawl through frozen filth with a shotgun. Max followed, then Nora, Eli, Walt, and Simon. The tunnel stank of mud, rust, and animal droppings. Water seeped through Max's gloves. Twice he had to flatten himself to squeeze under collapsed sections. Rats skittered ahead of them, offended by company. Nora whispered behind him, "I take back every complaint I ever made about bus duty." "What is bus duty?" "Standing in rain while children forgot how lines work." "I thought it was hardship. I was young." "That was last month." "Exactly, and very young." The absurdity almost made him laugh. He needed that. Fear sat heavy in the tunnel, pressed close by the concrete and dark. They emerged behind the courthouse in a drainage ditch crusted with ice. Above them, the jail stood as a square brick building with bars on the windows and a chain-link fence around a small yard. 2 guards warmed themselves beside a barrel fire near the back door. Another stood under the courthouse awning, watching the street. From the direction of the bridge came a faint pop, then darkness swallowed the red lamp that had marked the alarm post. Harlan's team had done its part. Max waited 10 seconds, then moved. Cooper tossed a piece of brick into the alley. One guard looked toward it. Nora slipped behind the other and pressed the pistol to his back. Hands slow, she whispered. Max took the first guard from the side, one arm around his neck, tire iron pressed under his chin. The men struggled until Eli stepped into view. Do what they say, Martin, Eli whispered. Please listen. The guard's eyes widened. Illy, is that you? Harlan said you were dead. He lied. He does that. They bound and gagged both guards. Waltz took their keys with hands that shook so badly Max had to steady them. The courthouse guard remained under the awning, unaware or pretending not to be. Then the clinic distraction began. A flash bloomed near the supply yard. Not a large explosion, more light than force. Shouts followed. A bell rang from somewhere inside the compound. Men ran toward the clinic, boots slapping through snow. Now, Max said. They entered the jail through the back door. The smell hit first. Waste, sweat, old fear. Lantern light showed a narrow hall with cells on both sides. Faces appeared behind bars. Some hopeful, some too tired for hope. A man in the first cell whispered, "Who are you?" "Quiet people," Cooper said. "Stay that way." Ely led them to the key cabinet. The ring from the guard opened it. Inside hung more keys, each tagged with numbers. Nora started unlocking cells while Max and Cooper covered the hall. The prisoners came out slowly. 9 adults, 3 teenagers, and 1 old man who could barely stand. A woman with one eye swollen shut. A former deputy removed his red arm cloth and threw it on the floor before anyone asked. But Dr. Voss was not there. Nora grabbed Eli's sleeve. "Where is she?" His face went pale. "If she is not here, Harlan kept her at the clinic. Or his office." Max swore under his breath. The plan was bending again. The former deputy stepped forward. He was lean, with gray hair and a bloodied lip. Harlan moved her to the courthouse this evening. He wanted her close after the attack. Upstairs office, likely. 2 guards. Maybe 3. Cooper looked at Max. "We got what we came for." Nora said, "No, we did not." Max looked at the freed prisoners huddled in the hall. Every second increased the chance of discovery. Every step upstairs increased the chance of dying in a building full of armed men. Then a woman's voice shouted from above. "Get your hands off me, Captain." It was Dr. Voss, angry and alive. Max pointed at Cooper. "Get them to the drain. If we are not there in 10 minutes, leave." Like hell. That was not a debate. Nora was already moving toward the stairwell. Illy followed her. Max caught up and took the lead. The courthouse smelled better than the jail, but felt worse. The walls still displayed framed photographs of county commissioners and ribbon cuttings, old authority smiling down while new authority rotted beneath it. Max moved up the stairs with the rifle tight to his shoulder. Ely pointed to the hallway on the right. 2 guards stood outside a door marked County Administrator. They heard something. One turned. Max fired once. Nora fired almost at the same time. Both guards dropped hard. The sound cracked through the building. Inside the office, Harlan had one hand wrapped around Dr. Voss's arm and a pistol in the other. He was not wearing the sheriff's badge now. It lay on the desk beside a bottle of whiskey, as if even he knew it had become costume jewelry. "You again," Harlan said. Dr. Voss looked at Max and Nora, then at Eli. "I see you brought better company this time." Harlan jerked her in front of him, pistol pressed near her ribs. "Put the guns down or I open her up." Max aimed at the edge of Harlan's face visible behind the doctor. It was not a shot he trusted. Nora stood half a pace to his left, breathing slowly. Ellie spoke before Max could. "Captain, let her go." "It is over. The jail is open. The bridge alarm is cut. Your men are chasing smoke at the clinic." Harlan's eyes flicked to him. "Boy, I took you in when your father begged me. You put a rifle in my hands and told me hungry people were animals. They are. Look at them. They steal, burn, lie, and kill. Order is all that separates men from dogs." Max said, "Order is not the same thing as you." Harlan's smile twitched. "You think you are different? You killed my men. You broke my bridge. You crawl through drains in the dark with guns. Difference is, I admit what the world is now." Nora's voice cut through the room. "That is not true. You admit what you wanted it to be." Harlan's eyes moved to her, and that small shift was enough. Dr. Voss drove her heel down onto his foot and twisted hard. Max lunged as the pistol fired into the ceiling. Nora grabbed the doctor's coat and pulled her clear. Ollie threw himself at Harlan's arm. The three men crashed into the desk. Whiskey spilled. The badge skittered across the floor. Harlan was stronger than he looked. He drove an elbow into Eli's face and sent him stumbling. Max caught Harlan's wrist with both hands as the pistol swung toward Nora. The shot went off inches from Max's ear, deafening him on one side. He slammed Harlan's hand against the desk until the pistol fell. Harlan punched him in the ribs, then reached for a knife on his belt. Nora fired once. The round struck Harlan low in the side. He staggered, eyes wide with disbelief, as if violence had been something he owned and rented to others. Dr. Voss grabbed the fallen pistol and pointed it at him with both hands. "Sit down," she said. Harlan sank into the chair behind the desk, breathing hard, one hand pressed to his side. Blood ran between his fingers. He looked smaller there. No badge, no men, no lantern-lit road to command. "You need me," he said. "They will tear each other apart without me." Dr. Voss kept the pistol steady. "Then we will learn medicine for that too." They did not kill him. Max wanted to. That truth bothered him more than the fight. Instead, they bound Harlan with curtain cord and left him in the office for his own people to find. Dr. Voss insisted on taking ledgers from the desk, lists of supplies and names of prisoners, proof of what had been done. Even now, she thought records mattered. Max hoped she was right. The escape collapsed into confusion outside. Some authority men surrendered when they saw prisoners armed with captured weapons. Others ran. A few fired from the bridge until Arlen's team flanked them from the railbed. The former deputy stood in the middle of the street with both hands raised, shouting names, telling men who had once served with him that Harlan was down and the jail was empty. By dawn, the bridge belonged to no one and everyone. That was not the same as peace, but it was better than a tyrant. Ransom's people moved fast. Supplies from the courthouse were counted under Dr. Voss's supervision and distributed to the clinic, the freed prisoners, and the towns that had been taxed. Harlan lived, barely, because Dr. Voss treated him with the same grim competence she gave everyone else. She posted 2 guards at his room and told them if they abused him, they would answer to her. "You are a better person than me," Max told her. "No," she said, washing her hands in a basin pink with blood. "I am a doctor. Some days that is harder. Some days it is all I have left." Nora found him later on the road bridge, looking north. The river ran black beneath patches of ice. Beyond the bridge, the road climbed into pale hills and disappeared. "Dr. Voss says Rachel will recover," Nora said. "That is good. Ely is staying with Arlen for now. Cooper says he still does not trust him, but he handed him an axe instead of a knife, so that is progress. Progress comes in strange shapes." She stood beside him. "We can stay a few days, help them sort out the bridge, and rest." Max nodded, though the word rest had begun to feel like a story people told each other before the next alarm. "You want to leave now," she said. "I want to be home already." "That is not the same thing. Your family might be safe." "They might. They might. They might not." He looked at her, and the honesty between them hurt more than a lie would have. "I know." Nora took his hand on the cold rail. "Then we keep going until we know." He squeezed her fingers. "You mean we?" "Do not act surprised. You would get lost without me. I have the compass." "A compass does not tell you when you are being stubborn." "Neither do you. You just tell me after." She smiled, tired but real. Behind them, Ransom's people carried boxes across the bridge, turning a place of fear into a place of passage. Ahead, the road waited with all its hunger, cold, and distance. For the first time since Mobile, Max did not feel entirely alone when he looked at it. They stayed in Ransom for 3 days. Not because Max stopped wanting Maine, but because leaving too soon would have been foolish and cruel in equal measure. The town had survived Harlan, but survival left work scattered everywhere. Burned houses needed salvage. The clinic needed guards. The bridge needed rules before another man with a badge and a hunger for control invented his own. Dr. Voss became the center without asking for it. People brought disputes to her while she changed bandages. They asked her how much food to distribute while she checked fevers. She answered when she could and snapped when they asked nonsense. No one seemed offended. Competence had become more valuable than charm. Arlen organized a bridge council with representatives from Ransom, freed prisoners, and 2 nearby farming settlements. Cooper hated the word council, but attended every meeting. Beth ran the kitchen at the blue-shuttered house like a field command post. Rachel improved enough to sit by the stove and read Luke Hensley's note after Nora showed it to her. Rachel cried over it, then demanded paper to write back even though no one knew where Luke was. Letters are hopeful things. Nora said when Max found her sharpening a pencil for the girl with a pocket knife. Hard to deliver. Still hopeful. You planning to start a post office? Do not tempt me. Children need mail. Adults too, probably. Max leaned against the door frame. You miss teaching. She looked down at the pencil shavings in her palm. Every day. I miss the noise. The ridiculous questions. The smell of crayons. I miss being tired from normal things. What would you teach them now? Reading and math. How to grow beans. How to tell a good person from a charming one. How to be afraid without letting fear become a god. That is a full curriculum. The school year changed. He watched her hand the pencil to Rachel. The girl wrote slowly by lantern light, tongue caught between her teeth in concentration. For a moment the world narrowed to graphite on paper, and a child believing words could still travel farther than roads. On the 4th morning, Max knew they had to leave. The road north would not wait for weather, grief, or the strange comfort of being useful. Winter deepened every day. His mother and sister were still a question mark written across Maine, and questions like that could rot a man from the inside if he did not chase them down. Ransom gave them more than Max expected. Dr. Voss packed medical supplies in a cloth roll, antibiotics, fever medicine, bandages, iodine, and a small pair of scissors. Arlen gave Max the repaired motorcycle with a look that dared him to refuse. It is yours, Arlen said. You brought it back to life. You use it to save my girl. I cannot feed it long-term anyway. Max stared at the bike. Fuel is scarce. So are good men who keep walking toward family. Take it. Use it when you can. Push it when you must. Trade it if you have to. Beth hugged Nora and pressed 2 jars of apple butter into her pack. For when everything tastes like smoke and sadness, Nora blinked hard. That is most days. Then do not eat it all at once. Cooper gave them a railroad map sealed in a plastic sleeve. Tracks will get you north when roads fail. Bridges, yards, water towers, maintenance sheds. Some places will be watched. Some will be empty. Better than guessing through suburbs. Elise stood apart until Max approached him. The bruising around the boy's nose had turned yellow at the edges. He looked younger without the red cloth on his arm. You staying? Max asked. For now. Arlen says I can work. Cooper says if I steal, he will throw me in the river. Sounds fair. Ellie nodded, then swallowed. When you get home, if things are good there, tell people not everyone who wore red wanted what Harlan wanted. Some were scared. Some were stupid. Some changed too late. Max studied him. Changing late is better than not changing. But it does not erase what came before. I know. Then keep proving it. The boy nodded again. Max shook his hand. It mattered that Eli's grip was steady. They left under a clean, bitter sky. Nora rode behind Max for the first 10 miles, arms around his waist, her weight shifting with the bike over broken asphalt. The engine rattled and complained, but it moved. The cold bit at Max's face until his eyes watered. Fields rolled by, white and brown. Smoke rose from scattered farmhouses. Once, a group of children stood beside the road and stared at the motorcycle as if it were a dragon from an old tale. They saved fuel by coasting downhill and walking steep grades. By afternoon, they reached the edge of a larger town marked on Cooper's rail map as Elwood Junction. The railroad cut through the west side near warehouses and a grain elevator. The road through town was clogged with abandoned vehicles and a barricade made from school buses. Max killed the engine well outside town. We go around. Nora slid off the bike and stretched her back. Because barricades are never invitations? Not the kind we like. They pushed the motorcycle through a line of trees and followed a drainage ditch toward the rail yard. The town smelled wrong before they saw why. Not just smoke, but spoiled food and waste. Too many people living without systems that used to hide the cost of being alive. From a rise behind the grain elevator, they saw Elwood Junction's Main Street. Hundreds of people had gathered around the old high school. Tents filled the football field. A sign over the entrance read, Community Relief Center in faded blue letters from before the power died. Another sign had been painted beneath it. Food distribution closed until further notice. A crowd pressed against the school doors. Men with rifles stood on the roof. Someone threw a rock. Someone else screamed. Then a shot cracked from the roof, and the crowd surged back like a single animal. Nora whispered, There are children down there. Max watched the movement, the panic, the density of hunger. There are too many people down there. What happened? Relief Center ran out. Or whoever controls it says they did. A woman in the crowd lifted a baby above her head, pleading toward the roof. Max could not hear her words. He did not need to. Nora turned away first. We cannot fix that. The admission cost her. He could hear it. No, he said. We cannot. They moved along the rail line, using boxcars for cover. The yard office had been looted. A maintenance shed offered 2 quarts of oil, a coil of wire, and a pry bar Max liked better than the bent tire iron. Nora found a child's backpack under a desk. Inside were crayons, a rain poncho, and a paperback book about horses. She took the poncho and the book, but left the crayons arranged neatly on the desk. Why leave those? Max asked. Because some kid might find them and need a color that is not gray. He nodded. Some answers did not need improving. They camped that night in a signal hut north of town. The hut was barely large enough for both of them, the motorcycle, and their packs. Max wired the door shut from the inside and covered the tiny window with cardboard. They ate cold beans and a spoonful of Beth's apple butter, passing the jar back and forth like contraband joy. Nora closed her eyes after tasting it. Beth is a saint. Because of apples? Because she remembered people need sweet things. Outside, voices passed along the tracks after midnight. Max and Nora went still. Men whispered. Boots crunched over ballast. One tried the hut door. The wire held. Max had the pistol in one hand and the rifle across his knees. Nora held the shotgun taken from the clinic guard. The doorknob twisted again. A voice outside said, Locked. Keep moving. Another voice answered, Could be supplies. Could be bullets. You want to check? A pause. Then footsteps moved on. Nora stayed frozen until the sounds faded. Then she lowered the shotgun and let out a shaking breath. Could be bullets, she whispered. I like him. Very wise stranger. Max smiled in the dark. I will send him a thank you note when your post office opens. She nudged his boot with hers. After a while, she shifted closer until her shoulder touched his. He put an arm around her, and she rested her head against him with the weary trust of someone who had spent too long sleeping lately. Tell me about Maine, she said. Cold, rocky, and stubborn. People say less than they mean and mean more than they say. Sounds familiar? My mother has a little house outside Dover. White sodding, green trim, wood stove in the kitchen. My sister Ellie used to leave books everywhere. Under couch cushions. In the pantry. Once in the freezer. Why the freezer? She said she wanted to know whether suspense kept better cold. Nora laughed softly. I like her already. She is smarter than me and made sure I knew it by age 8. She wanted to study marine biology. Spent half her childhood dragging me to tide pools and telling me I was stepping on important things. Were you? Usually, yes. Nora was quiet. We will find them. He wanted to believe her. He did not ask how she knew. Hope did not always need evidence. Sometimes it needed a voice in the dark willing to speak it. The next day brought sleet. They followed the rail line north through cuttings and over small bridges, pushing the motorcycle more than riding it. Around noon, they reached a water tower where someone had painted an arrow and the words Safe Camp 3 miles. Paint looked fresh. Nora studied it. Could be a trap? Maybe so. Actual safe camp? Maybe so. You know, your range of certainty has narrowed since I met you. The world keeps refusing to be convenient. They decided to scout before approaching. The arrow led to an old summer camp by a lake, cabins tucked among pines. Smoke rose from several chimneys. A fence of rope and tin cans surrounded the main cluster, more alarm than barrier. People moved inside with purpose, but not panic. Max saw women splitting wood, men repairing a roof, children carrying buckets under watchful eyes. No visible red cloth. No bodies on display. No toll sign. At the gate, a teenage girl with a .22 rifle stepped from behind a tree. Stop there. Hands where I can see them. Max and Nora stopped. An older woman approached a minute later. She wore a knit cap, a heavy coat, and the expression of someone who had been tired since September. "What are your names?" "Max Mercer." "Nora Bell." "Passing north. We can trade work for a night inside the fence." The woman's eyes moved to the motorcycle. "How much fuel?" "Some fuel. Not for trade unless the offer is worth walking." That earned a thin smile. Honest answer. "I am Marcy Vale. This is Lake Hollow. We do not take weapons, but muzzles stay down and safety stay on. You cause trouble, you leave without your boots." Nora glanced at Max. "That is oddly specific." Marcy's smile vanished. Experience usually is. Lake Hollow felt like a glimpse of what the world might become if fear did not win every argument. It was not soft. Guards watched the fence. Food was counted. Chores were assigned before blankets. But children studied letters near a stove in the dining hall, and someone had hung paper snowflakes in the windows. Nora saw them and stopped walking. "Who teaches?" she asked. Marcy pointed to a cabin. "A retired librarian named June teaches when her hands do not hurt." "Why do you ask?" "I can help." Within an hour, Nora was at a table with 12 children, using charcoal on scrap cardboard to build a lesson from whatever books Lake Hollow had saved. Max watched from the doorway while repairing a broken stovepipe with wire and sheet metal. Her voice changed when she taught. It was not softer exactly, but clearer. The children leaned toward it like warmth. Marcy came to stand beside him. "She yours?" Max kept his eyes on the stovepipe. "She is, herself." "Good answer. Not the one I asked." He tightened the wire. "We are traveling together." "That answer is worse, but I will let it pass." That evening, Lake Hollow held what they called common supper. Everyone received a bowl of rabbit stew stretched with barley and winter greens. Max ate slowly, aware of how close hunger sat even in organized places. After supper, a man played a fiddle with only 3 strings. Children danced badly and with great seriousness. Nora clapped along. Max stood near the wall, uncomfortable with joy until Nora caught his hand and pulled him into the open. "I do not dance," he said. "Nobody here does. That is why it is safe." He stepped on her foot once. She blamed the apocalypse. He told her the apocalypse had better rhythm. She laughed, and for a few minutes the room was not a camp in a broken country. It was simply people moving because music still existed. Later, outside beneath cold stars, Nora kissed him. It was not dramatic. No thunder. No perfect speech. She stood with him beside the lake while moonlight silvered the ice near shore, touched his coat sleeve, and rose onto her toes. Her lips were cold at first, then warm. Max held himself still for a heartbeat, surprised by how badly he wanted to lean into something good. Then he did. When she pulled back, she looked nervous in a way. Gunfire had not made her. "Was that a mistake?" she asked. "Not yet. You answered fast. I am learning." She smiled and rested her forehead against his chest. He wrapped his arms around her carefully, as if tenderness had become something rare enough to break if gripped too hard. The next morning, they could have stayed. Marcy offered them a cabin corner for the winter if they worked. Nora did not answer right away. Max saw the temptation in her face, and he felt it too. Lake Hollow had food, children, walls, music, and the beginnings of a school. It had a future, fragile but visible. But it was not home. Nora found him by the motorcycle while he checked the chain. "I told Marcy no." "You did not have to." "Yes, I did." "Why choose that?" She crouched beside him. "Because you are going to Maine, and I am going with you. Not because I have nowhere else. Because I choose to." He set the wrench down. The words landed deeper than he expected. "I do not know what we will find," he said. "Neither do I. That is why people go together." They left Lake Hollow with a little dried rabbit, 2 knitted hats, and a list of settlements rumored to still be decent along the rail corridor. June the librarian gave Nora 3 children's books wrapped in oilcloth. Marcy gave Max a stern warning about a town called Black Creek, where travelers had gone missing. By noon, Lake Hollow was behind them, hidden by pines and distance. The rail line curved northeast. The air smelled of snow. Max rode with Nora behind him, her arms around his waist and her cheek against his back when the road smoothed enough to risk speed. He still feared what waited in Maine. He feared finding the house empty. He feared finding it occupied by strangers. He feared finding graves, but for the first time, fear did not have the whole road to itself. There was Nora. There was the bike beneath them. There was a map in his pocket, medicine in her pack, and a hard-earned belief that not every light in the world had gone out. Ahead, the tracks gleamed beneath a thin skin of ice, pointing north through the broken country. Max followed them. The rail line led them into country that seemed made for silence. The old tracks climbed through cuts of black stone and leafless hardwood, then vanished beneath wind-blown snow before showing themselves again where the sun had touched the steel. Max kept the motorcycle in second gear and let it creep along the gravel service track beside the rails. The bike coughed when the grade steepened, and Nora leaned with him when the tires slipped, not saying a word unless she had to. They had learned that wasted talk could make a person tired, and tired people made bad choices. The cold pressed through his gloves and settled in his knuckles until the clutch lever felt like a piece of ice. Every mile north was bought with fuel, caution, and the dull ache in his shoulders. Lake Hollow had given them more than food. It had given them a warning, and that warning rode in Max's head like a second passenger. Black Creek. Travelers missing. No decent answer from anyone who had seen the place and lived long enough to speak on it. Marcy had drawn a crooked circle on Nora's paper map and tapped it with the end of her pencil. Do not trade there. Do not ask for shelter there. Do not sleep within hearing of their church bell. That last part had bothered Max more than the rest. People could lie about food, guns, and politics, but details like a church bell usually came from something real. By noon, the clouds lowered until the ridgelines looked sawed off. The woods grew thick with pine and mountain laurel. Snow clung to the north side of every trunk. In summer, Max thought the place might have been beautiful. Now it felt like a country that had pulled its coat tight and hidden its face. Nora tapped aside twice, their signal to stop. He eased the bike into a stand of hemlock and killed the engine. For a few seconds, the ticking metal sounded too loud. Then the mountain took the sound away. Nora slid off and stretched her legs. Her cheeks were red from the wind, and her dark hair had worked loose from her cap in soft, wild strands. She took the map from inside her jacket and held it down against the seat with one gloved hand. "We are close," she said. Her voice stayed quiet, but Max heard the strain beneath it. The service road bends east in another mile. Black Creek is somewhere past that valley. Max crouched beside the front tire and rubbed snow from the tread. "We can cut around it. Maybe." Nora studied the map. The paper shows an old logging road that crosses the ridge, but the contour lines are ugly. The road through town is probably uglier. She looked at him, and for a moment the cold, the hunger, and the dirty sky fell away enough for him to see the woman beneath all the survival. There was fear in her eyes, but there was calculation too. Nora Caldwell did not fear easily, and when she did, she made use of it. If we cut around and the bike dies on that ridge, we walk. If we go through town, we might not walk out. Max nodded once. Then we go around and walk if we have to. The logging road was not a road anymore. It was a scar through trees filled with branches, ice, and ruts deep enough to swallow the bike's tires. Max pushed while Nora walked beside him, one hand on the rear rack to steady the load. Twice they had to unload everything and drag the motorcycle over fallen limbs. The second time, a jagged branch tore the sleeve of Max's coat and opened a shallow line across his forearm. Blood darkened the cloth before the cold slowed it. Nora saw it before he could hide it. "Stop," she said. "It is only a scratch. It is bleeding through your coat. That still makes it a scratch." She gave him the look she saved for men who confused stubbornness with strength. He let her peel the sleeve back. Her fingers were gentle, but not soft. She cleaned the cut with a sting of alcohol that made his jaw lock, then wrapped it in a strip of cloth she had boiled and dried back at Lake Hollow. The care embarrassed him more than the pain. Before the storm, he had been a man used to fixing machines alone. Now he was a man on a mountain, while a woman he had not known a month ago tied cloth around his arm like his life mattered to her. "You get quiet when somebody helps you," Nora said. "I am thinking. That is not the same thing." He looked away toward the woods. "I am not used to needing help. Nobody is until they do." She tied the knot, then held his wrist for 1 second longer than necessary. "You are not weaker because I can reach what you cannot." The word settled somewhere deep and uncomfortable. He wanted to answer with something clean and honest, but the mountain gave him no time. Somewhere below them, metal struck metal. It rang once, then again, a hard, deliberate sound that carried through the trees. Not the bike, not the wind. Max turned his head toward the valley. Nora did the same. The sound came again, and this time another followed it from farther east. "Pal," Nora whispered. Max killed the small hope that had started to rise in him. "We move." They pushed faster, lungs burning in the cold. The road crested near sundown, where the trees thinned and the land dropped away into a narrow valley. From there they could see Black Creek. The town sat along a frozen stream, its houses crowded close around a white church with a sharp steeple. Smoke rose from several chimneys, but no one walked the street. No children, no dogs, no livestock. A bell hung in the church tower, and beside the church stood a line of poles with dark shapes tied to them. At first Max thought they were sacks. Then the wind shifted one of the shapes and showed him boots. Nora breathed in sharply. Max put a hand on her shoulder, not to quiet her, but to keep himself steady. Even from the ridge the message was clear. Black Creek did not want travelers to misunderstand its laws. The bodies had been left where everyone could see them, frozen stiff, heads slumped forward, clothing stiff with old blood. The town was not empty. It was waiting. They backed away from the edge and moved into the trees. Darkness thickened fast, and with it came the dangerous choice every traveler hated. Keep moving blind or stop cold. Max wanted distance from the town, but the logging road beyond the ridge dropped into a ravine so steep that one wrong step could break the bike or a leg. They found a hollow beneath a rock shelf and dragged pine branches across the entrance. No fire, no light. Food was a shared handful of dried rabbit and a mouthful of water so cold it hurt his teeth. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Below them, the bell rang once, in the dark. Then the mountainside answered with faraway dogs. Nora shifted closer beneath the blankets. Her shoulder pressed against his. "Max, listen. I hear them." "Not that." She swallowed. "If they find us, do not let them take me alive." The words came calm, which made them worse. He turned toward her, his eyes finding only the pale shape of her face in the dark. "Do not ask that of me. I am not being dramatic. Neither am I." She was quiet for a moment. "I saw what men did outside Lake Hollow. I saw what the raiders wanted at the Caldwell place. We both know what happens when decent laws die and bad men think God stepped out of the room." Max felt something cold and furious move through his chest. "Then we do not get taken." "That is not an answer. It is the only one I can give." He reached for her hand beneath the blanket and held it hard enough that she could not miss the promise in it. "I will fight with you. I will run with you. I will carry you if I have to. I will not stand here and plan your death like it is a weather report." Her fingers tightened around his. After a while, she rested her head against his shoulder. "You always make hope sound like work. It is work. Then keep working." Below them the dogs came closer, then moved away along the valley floor. The cold deepened. Max did not sleep much, and when he did, he dreamed of church bells and dead men turning their heads to watch him pass. Morning came gray and hard. Frost coated the branches they had pulled over the rock shelf, turning their hiding place into something that looked natural enough from 20 feet away and worthless from 10. Max slid out first with the rifle and listened. The dogs had gone quiet before dawn. That did not comfort him. Quiet meant either distance or discipline, and after seeing Black Creek, he was unwilling to give the town credit for mercy. Nora packed without being told. She had a way of moving in the cold that wasted nothing. Fold the blanket, tie the straps, check the medicine pouch, touch the pistol at her hip, look once at Max, not for permission, but for timing. He had known women who filled silence because they feared it. Nora lived inside silence like it was shelter. That made her presence stronger, not smaller. The motorcycle refused to start. Max kicked it until his leg ached, then crouched and checked the fuel line with hands that wanted to shake from cold and anger. The tank was not empty, but the engine had been fighting bad fuel since the last trade. Water, rust, or both. He drained a little into a tin cup and watched a cloudy bead settle at the bottom. He muttered under his breath. "Is it bad?" Nora asked. "Bad enough. Can you fix it? I can make it complain less." He cleaned the line, drained the carburetor, and prayed to the small gods of old engines and stubborn men. On the 5th kick, the bike coughed. On the 8th, it caught, smoking blue for several seconds before settling into a rough idle. The sound was too loud on the ridge. Every second they stayed felt like a flare burning above them. They rolled east along the high road, keeping the town to their left and below. Snow hid stones beneath the track, and more than once Max had to put both boots down to keep the motorcycle upright. The rifle lay across his lap, unsafe and necessary. Nora watched the woods behind them with the pistol under her coat. They made 3 miles before the first shot cracked from the trees. The bullet struck the trunk beside Max hard enough to throw bark across his face. He twisted the throttle, and the rear tire spun, biting nothing but slush. Another shot hit the gravel in front of them. Nora fired twice behind them without waiting for instruction. Max forced the bike forward, shoulders hunched, the front wheel dancing across frozen ruts. Men shouted from the trees. He caught glimpses of coats, rifles, and pale faces between the trunks. A figure stepped into the road ahead carrying a shotgun. Max had less than a second to choose. He could break and die clean, turn and wreck, or trust the old machine. He stood on the pegs and drove straight at the man. The man's eyes widened. He fired too soon. The blast tore branches above them. Max leaned left at the last instant. The motorcycle clipped the man's hip with a sickening thud, and the shotgun went spinning into the snow. Nora shouted something he could not hear over the engine. Another man ran from the right with a hatchet raised. Max felt the impact before he saw it. The handle struck his pack and nearly tore him from the seat. Nora kicked backward and caught the attacker in the chest. He fell under the rear tire, screaming as the bike lurched over him. Max did not look back. Looking back was how people gave death a second chance. The road dropped fast into a creek bed. Ice covered the bridge. Max tried to slow, but the rear tire slid sideways. The motorcycle went down with a metallic crash, throwing them both across the boards. Pain flashed through his ribs. His cheek struck ice. The rifle skittered away. The engine died. For one breath, the world narrowed to the smell of gasoline and cold wood. And then Nora yelled his name. Max pushed himself up and saw blood on her temple. A thin line, bright against her skin. She was on her knees, reaching for the pistol. Men were coming down the road behind them, 5 or 6 shapes moving fast. Max grabbed the rifle and fired from the bridge, not aiming so much as forcing them down. One man folded behind a stump. Another dove into brush. Nora crawled to the motorcycle and pulled at the rear rack with a snarl that sounded nothing like fear. Max fired again, worked a lever, fired once more. The attackers scattered. They were not soldiers. They were hunters of the weak, and resistance made them careful. "Bike is pinned," Nora said. The front tire had wedged between broken bridge planks. Gasoline dripped in a steady patter. Max slung the rifle and helped her lift. His ribs screamed. The motorcycle came free with a scrape of bent metal. The headlamp was cracked. One saddlebag had torn open, spilling precious cans across the bridge. Nora grabbed what she could while Max kicked the starter. Still nothing. He kicked again. Still nothing. A bell rang from the valley behind them. Not far. Not memory. It was real. Men answered it with short calls that carried through the timber. "Leave it," Nora said. Max stared at the bike. It had brought them through Tennessee, over ridges, out of Lake Hollow, and almost around Black Creek. It was metal, rubber, fuel, and now dead weight. He knew that. Knowing did not make it easy. A running machine in a dead country was a kind of miracle, and abandoning a miracle felt like sin. Nora seized his sleeve. "Max, we leave it or we die beside it." That cut through him. He took the rifle, the compass, the maps, and the smallest tool roll. Nora took medicine, food, and the children's books June had given her. They left the broken saddlebag, the bent headlamp, and the machine that had carried them as far as it could. Max poured the leaking fuel across the bridge and struck a match. The fire ran blue and orange beneath the bike, then climbed. Smoke rose like a signal they could not prevent. They crossed the creek on foot, boots slipping on stones, water soaking one side of Nora's pants where she went to a knee. Max pulled her up and felt her shiver. Behind them, the bike burned hot enough to pop metal. Someone shouted from the far side of the bridge. A rifle cracked. The shot snapped over Max's head. They ran. Running with packs in mountain snow was less like speed and more like controlled falling. The forest slacked at them. Branches clawed Max's face. Nora stumbled once, recovered, and kept pace. He wanted to ask about her head, but there was no breath for it. The creek twisted north through a gorge where the banks rose steep and slick. They followed it because water hid tracks poorly, but terrain punished pursuit. Men who hunted travelers expected roads. Max bet their lives on them hating hard country. An hour later, the dogs found the creek. The sound came from behind them in a rising chorus that tightened every muscle in Max's body. Nora looked over her shoulder, then at the slope to their right. Climb up. Too steep? For dogs, too. She was right. The slope was a mess of shale, roots, and frozen leaves. They climbed on hands and boots, grabbing saplings, dragging packs. Twice Max slipped and slammed his knees into stone. Nora lost her footing near the top, and he caught her by the strap before she slid back. The dogs reached the base of the slope and barked themselves hoarse. Men cursed below. One tried to climb and sent a sheet of shale rattling down, nearly taking his own dog with him. Max and Nora crawled over the ridge into a stand of laurel so thick it scraped their packs from both sides. They kept going until the barking softened behind them and the bell was only a faint, ugly memory. When at last they stopped, Nora leaned against a tree and closed her eyes. Blood had dried along her temple. Her lips had gone pale. Max reached for the medical pouch. Let me see. You are bleeding too. Mine can wait. That is what foolish men say right before they fall over. Then tell me I am handsome while you fix it. For the first time all morning her mouth moved toward a smile. It did not get there, but it tried. You're filthy, stubborn, and passable in bad light. He laughed softly, then winced because his ribs hated joy. She sat on a rock and let him clean the cut at her hairline. It was shallow, but scalp blood always looked worse than it was. His fingers brushed her cheek as he worked, and her eyes held his with a steadiness that made the woods feel less empty. I thought they had you on the bridge, she said. I thought they had you first. Then we were both wrong. Best kind of wrong. She caught his hand before he pulled away. Her glove was damp and cold. Do not go quiet inside your head about the bike. It saved us until it could not. That is all anything gets to do now. Max looked back toward the ridge they had crossed. Smoke from the bridge lifted in a dirty smear above the trees. Black Creek would know which way they had gone, but losing the motorcycle changed the chase. They were slower now, but also smaller. No engine, no tire track, no fuel smell. Just two people in a country large enough to hide graves and Mercy both. We walk, he said. Nora adjusted her pack. Still north. He nodded, and they moved beneath the bare trees while snow began again in tiny, hard grains that struck their coats like thrown salt. The loss of the motorcycle changed the shape of time. On wheels, a mile was inconvenience. On foot, a mile was negotiation. It asked what a person had eaten, how wet his socks were, how much fear had kept him awake, and whether the next ridge meant safety or another price. By afternoon, Max could feel every pound in his pack. His ribs throbbed from the crash, his knees burned from climbing shale, and the cut on his forearm pulsed whenever his heart worked too hard. Nora limped slightly on the side that had gone into the creek, though she denied it with enough force that Max stopped asking. They found an abandoned deer stand near dusk and climbed into it only after circling twice to check for sign. The ladder creaked under Max's boots. The platform smelled of old pine, mouse droppings, and cold metal. It was too small for comfort, but it put them 12 feet above the ground and gave them a view through the trees. Max rigged a line with a tin cup and 2 loose cartridges across the ladder. If anyone climbed in the dark, the noise would wake the dead, or at least wake 2 half-frozen travelers who were trying hard not to join them. Dinner was a can of beans split with a spoon and no heat. Fire was out of the question. Black Creek might still be searching, and smoke traveled like gossip. Nora took 3 bites, then offered the can back. Max did not take it. Eat, he said. I did. You tasted. So did you. I am bigger. That does not make you more valuable. He looked at her in the dim light. Did I say that? Not with words? The rebuke was quiet, but it struck. Max leaned against the tree trunk and let the cold air fill his lungs before he answered. I spent a long time with my father teaching me that men eat last. That sounds noble until the man cannot stand watch. He meant it as care. I know. She softened a little. My mother used to feed everybody else first. By the time she sat down, the pan was scraped clean. My father called it love. I got older and thought maybe love should include the person giving it. Max took the can, ate 2 spoonfuls, and handed it back. That is fair. Nora looked pleased without smiling. That is the first sensible thing you have said since the bridge. They slept in turns, if the shallow drifting between fear and pain could be called sleep. Near midnight, a fox moved beneath the stand and froze when the tin cup clicked in the wind. Max watched it slip away between the trees. He envied the animal its light body and clear purpose. Hunt, hide, survive. Humans made everything heavier. They carried memory, guilt, promises, and maps that showed roads no longer worthy of the name. At first light, they climbed down stiff and sore. The snow had stopped. Their tracks from the night before were softened but not erased. Max brushed the ladder rungs clean with a branch, more out of habit than belief, and they moved northeast through the timber. By mid-morning, they struck a narrow road with cracked pavement and weeds pushing to the center line. A mailbox lay crushed in the ditch. Farther on, a hand-painted sign hung from a fence post. Mercy trade. Food, tools, care. No thieves. Nora read it twice. That sounds too kind. Kind places exist. So do traps with nice signs. Max studied the road. There were tracks, but not many. Boot prints, cartwheels, 1 horse. No tire marks fresher than the last snowfall. The sign had been painted carefully, not in panic. The fence beside it was repaired with wire and green branches. Someone here still believed in maintenance. That mattered. They approached with hands visible and weapons hidden but ready. The settlement stood around an old feed store, a church hall, and 3 houses clustered near a crossroads. A rope gate blocked the road. Behind it, a gray-haired woman with a lever rifle stood beside a teenage boy whose shotgun looked almost too heavy for him. Neither looked cruel. Neither looked careless. "Stop there," the woman called. Max stopped with his palms out. "We are passing north. We can trade. Everybody can trade until they learn what trade means." Nora stepped slightly forward. "I have medical supplies and training. We do not need trouble." The woman's eyes moved to Nora's face, then to the dried blood at her temple. "Training from where?" "Clinic work, emergency room support, and a father who made me learn more than I wanted." "Can you set a broken finger?" "Yes." "Can you pull a bad tooth?" "If I must." "Can you tell a fever from bad water?" "Usually." The woman studied her for another long moment, then lowered the rifle a few inches. "Name is Ruth Bell. This place is not a town. It is what is left after a town learned manners again. You come in, you follow rules. Weapons unloaded at the porch unless you are on watch. No stealing. No wandering into houses. No asking people what they lost unless they choose to tell. Break those and you leave hungry." Max glanced at Nora. She gave a small nod. "We can follow that," he said. Mercy trade smelled of wood smoke, livestock, and boiled onions. It was the best smell Max had known in days. The feed store had been turned into a market of sorts, though money had no place there. Shelves held jars, packets of seed, candles, hand tools, socks, and dried herbs tied in bundles. Everything had a tag written in charcoal. Beans for labor, ammunition for medicine, wool for salt. The old cash register sat open and empty, a relic from a civilization that had believed value could be printed and numbered. Ruth brought them to the church hall, where a dozen people sat on benches around a stove made from a cut-down barrel. A man with a swollen hand waited near the front, sweat shining on his face. 2 fingers had been splinted badly and had turned angry purple. Nora took one look and set down her pack. "I need boiled water, clean cloth, light, and somebody strong enough to hold his arm without crushing it." Ruth pointed at Max. "He looks useful." "Sometimes," Nora said. The man with the hand was named Eli, and he tried to joke until Nora touched the splint. Then his face went gray. The break had shifted under the skin. Max held his forearm while Nora worked, her voice low and steady. She told Eli when pain was coming before it came. She did not lie, but she did not frighten him either. When she pulled the fingers into place, Eli made a sound like an animal caught under a door. Blood spotted his sleeve where his nails cut his palm. Ruth watched Nora with new respect. Afterward, the fingers lay straighter. Nora wrapped the hand gave instructions, and accepted a cup of hot broth like it was treasure. Max saw her hands tremble only after she sat down. Ruth noticed too. "You two running from Black Creek?" The hall quieted. Max kept his cup near his mouth to hide his reaction. "We came around it. Nobody comes around it without being chased." "Then yes," Nora said. "We were chased." An old man near the stove spat into a can. They used to be ordinary people. Then Pastor Lyle decided the fall meant he could make himself king with scripture and rope. Ruth's face hardened. "Leave the sermon out of it, Carter." "It is true." "Truth still needs manners." Max leaned forward. "How far do they reach?" Ruth looked at the door as if distance itself might be listening. "Farther than they should. They take people, make them work, hang a few as examples, trade the rest if they cannot use them. They are hungry, armed, and convinced cruelty is order. That makes them worse than thieves." Nora wrapped both hands around her cup. They had bodies near the church. No one answered for a while. The stove popped. Outside, someone chopped wood in slow, even strokes. Ruth finally said, "They hang travelers who resist. They also hang their own. Fear keeps a town moving when love runs out." Max thought of the bell in the dark, and the dogs at the creek. "They will not stop at the bridge." "No," Ruth said, "but they will not hit us today. They like easy meat, and we learn not to be easy." That night, Mercy Trade gave them floor space in the church hall in exchange for Nora tending 2 more injuries, and Max repairing a hand pump that had frozen hard enough to crack a seal. The work steadied him. Pipes made sense. Pressure made sense. A machine did not smile while hiding a knife. He replaced the seal with a strip of rubber cut from an old inner tube, warmed the housing with coals, and got water moving again by lantern light. When the pump finally coughed brown, then clear, the people around him cheered softly as if the sound were music. Nora came outside while he was wiping his hands. Snowflakes caught in her hair. "You looked happy for a minute." "Water is honest." "That sounds like something you would say." "I know where I stand with a pump." "And with me?" He stopped wiping his hands. The question was not teasing. Not entirely. The lantern behind her made her face warm against the cold dark. He wanted to step toward her, but wanting had become dangerous because the world had become skilled at taking. He took the step anyway. "With you, I am still learning," he said. "But I know I would rather be lost with you than safe alone." Nora looked down, then back up. "That is a terrible thing to say to a woman who keeps maps." "I meant it kindly." "I know." She slipped her hand into his. "That is what makes it trouble." They stood beside the repair pump while Mercy Trade settled into guarded sleep. For one small minute, no one shot at them, no bell rang, and the water in the trough steamed faintly in the cold. Max let himself have the minute. Then Ruth stepped from the shadows and ruined it with necessary news. "If you are going north, leave before dawn," she said. "Black Creek scouts were seen south of the mill road. I can give you a guide as far as the old tunnel. After that, you're in country nobody here claims." Max squeezed Nora's hand once before letting go. "What does the guide cost?" Ruth gave him a tired look. "You fixed my pump." She fixed Eli's hand. "That buys more than directions here." Nora said, "Thank you." "Do not thank me until the tunnel is behind you." Ruth looked toward the dark road. Some places keep the cold out. Some keep people in. The guide was a boy named Caleb, who was old enough to carry a rifle and young enough to still look surprised by his own height. He met them behind the feed stall before dawn with a scarf over his mouth and a lantern shaded by a tin plate. Ruth stood beside him, giving instructions in the same tone she might have used for patching a roof. "Keep off the open road. Do not touch the red gate. If the fog comes, stop until Caleb says otherwise. If a bell rings, hide first and think later." Caleb listened without impatience. That told Max the boy had heard the speech before and seen why it mattered. His rifle was a bolt action with the stock cut down to fit him better. The metal was oiled. The sling had been repaired with twine. No decoration, no foolish carving. A working gun for a working child in a country where childhood had become a luxury item. "How old are you?" Nora asked as they started along a path behind the church hall. 14, Caleb said. "That is young for guiding strangers. I was 13 when the lights died, so 14 feels older than it should." Max liked him immediately and wished he did not have to. Liking people made it harder to leave them behind. The path crossed a frozen pasture, slipped through a gap in a stone wall, and entered woods that smelled of cedar and damp earth. Mercy Trade disappeared behind them with no farewell beyond one low whistle from the watchpost. People in that settlement had learned to save ceremonies for events that deserved noise, and survival rarely did. Caleb set a hard pace. He knew where snow hid creek holes and where a ridge could be crossed without showing a silhouette. Twice he stopped and crouched, touching tracks with gloved fingers. Once he pointed to a smear in the snow where someone had dragged a sack or a body. He did not comment. Max did not ask. Questions could turn a boy into an old man faster than years, and Caleb was already moving in that direction. By mid-morning, fog settled low in the hollows. It came in pale sheets that turned trees into ghosts and swallowed distance. Caleb raised a hand. They stopped beneath a leaning oak. From somewhere ahead came a dull thump, then the scrape of metal. Max lowered his pack without sound and brought the rifle up. Caleb whispered, "Red gate." Through the fog, Max saw it. A farm gate painted red hanging across a narrow lane. Beyond it, ships moved near a barn. Not many. 3, perhaps. 1 horse. A cart. The men by the barn were loading something wrapped in blankets. One of them wore a white strip of cloth tied around his sleeve. Black Creek marker, Max guessed, or something close enough. Nora's mouth tightened. Caleb shook his head before she could speak. "Not ours," he breathed. "Who are they?" she whispered. "People from Miller's Shelf, maybe. Or traders. Does not matter. We cannot help them." The statement was too practiced. Max hated it because it was probably true. There were 3 of them, already tired, with limited ammunition and miles to go. The men by the barn had the advantage, and there could be more inside. Heroics got good people killed and bad people supplied. That did not make watching easier. A small cry came from the cart. Not a man's cry. A child's. Nora moved before Max could stop her. Not far. Only 1 step. But Caleb caught her sleeve with desperate strength. "Please listen," he whispered. "Please do not." The plea froze her more than any command could have. Max saw her throat work. He looked through the fog again and saw the blanket shift. A child's face appeared for half a second, dirty and terrified. Then a man shoved the blanket back into place. Max had spent the collapse teaching himself when not to act. He had driven past dead cars. He had left bodies beside roads. He had abandoned men who would have killed him for a can of soup. Survival required borders around compassion. But borders moved when a child's face appeared from a stolen cart. He looked at Nora, then at Caleb. The boy's eyes were wet with fury. "How many?" Max whispered. Caleb swallowed. 3 seen. Maybe more. The barn has a side door. Lane runs to the creek. If they get to the main road, we cannot catch them. Nora stared at Max. The decision was already in her face. He could refuse, and she might forgive him someday, but he would not forgive himself. "We do it very fast," Max said. "Not brave." Fast and quiet. Caleb breathed out like a person stepping from one life into another. He pointed with 2 fingers, mapping the place in the air. Max would move left through the brush to the stone trough. Caleb would stay high and cover the lane. Nora would circle right to the side door and keep anyone inside from joining the fight. It was a bad plan, built from fog and anger, but bad plans were sometimes all the world had left. Max moved low, boots careful, rifle tucked close. The fog hid him until it almost did not. A man at the cart turned as if he had heard something. Max froze behind the trough with his heart beating hard enough to shake the sights. The man spat, wiped his nose, and went back to tying rope. Max waited until Caleb fired. The first shot struck the dirt near the lane, not a man. It was a warning or a miss. Either way, every head turned. Max rose and fired at the closest man, hitting him in the chest. The man dropped backward against the cart. The horse screamed and lurched. Nora fired from the right. The second man spun, clutching his side, and fell into the barn door. The third dove behind a pile of split wood and fired wildly into the fog. Max worked the lever and moved before the shooter could fix on the muzzle flash. Caleb fired again from the ridge. Splinters jumped from the woodpile. The hidden man cursed. Nora shouted, "Drop it!" He answered with a shot that punched through the barn siding. Max came around the trough, saw the man's boot beneath the woodpile, and fired low. The man screamed and dropped his rifle. His leg kicked red across the snow. "Hands where I can see them," Max yelled. The man sobbed curses instead. Nora reached the cart and tore back the blankets. 2 children lay beneath them, a girl about 8 and a boy no older than 5. Both were bound at the wrists. The girl had blood at her lip and eyes too old for her face. The boy made a sound like he wanted to cry but had forgotten how. Caleb came down from the ridge with his rifle held tight. "We have to go. These children need help," Nora said. "Mercy trade is behind us." Max looked at the children, then at the lane. The fight had taken less than a minute, but gunshots were bells of their own. Anybody within a mile had heard. He cut the ropes with his knife. The girl pulled the boy close and stared at him as if kindness might be another trick. "What is your name?" Nora asked her. The girl did not answer. Nora softened her voice. "Mine is Nora. This is Max. The boy with the rifle is Caleb, and he looks mean because he is scared." Caleb gave her a hurt look, then remembered he was 14 and trying to look hard. "We need to leave." The girl whispered, "Anna." "And him?" "Micah." Max searched the dead men quickly, hating every second of it and doing it anyway. Ammunition, 2 knives, a pouch of salt, matches, and a folded scrap with marks that looked like roots. The injured attacker had gone quiet, either from shock or choice. Max took his rifle too. Nora saw him look at the man. "He will bleed out if we leave him," she said. "He took children." "I know." There was no accusation in her voice. That made the moral weight heavier, not lighter. She was not asking him to save the man. She was only reminding him that choices had names. Max knelt long enough to pull a belt tight above the torn leg and shove a cloth pad against the blood. The man groaned and tried to spit at him. Max leaned close. "You are alive because she is better than you," he said. "Remember that if you get the chance." They took the cart because the children could not move fast enough on foot. The horse was half wild from fear, but Caleb knew how to handle it. They left the red gate behind and pushed north through fog that had turned from cover into threat. Twice they heard distant voices. Once a bell rang, faint and ugly. Anna did not speak again. Micah clung to her sleeve and watched Max with dark, hollow eyes. The old tunnel waited beyond noon, cut into a ridge of black rock where the rail line vanished underground. The entrance had been reinforced with stone blocks long ago, now rimmed in ice. Cold air breathed out of it, carrying the smell of wet earth, rust, and something animal. Caleb stopped the cart 50 yards away. "This is where I turn back," he said. Nora looked at the children. "They cannot go through that." "They cannot go back to the red gate either," Caleb said. His voice shook, but he held it. "Mercy trade will take them. Ruth will curse at first and make room before she finishes cursing." Anna's hand tightened around Micah's. She looked at Nora. "Will they sell us?" Nora crouched in front of her. "No, honey. Ruth Bell scares grown men and feeds children. You will not like all her rules, but you will be safe." The girl searched Nora's face. Whatever she found there made her nod once. Max gave Caleb the extra rifle from the attacker, along with some ammunition and the salt. "For mercy trade." Caleb stared at the rifle. "Ruth will say this is too much. Tell Ruth she is wrong." "She will like that." Nora hugged Anna carefully. The girl stood stiff at first, then folded into Nora with sudden force. It nearly broke Max to see it. Micah hugged Nora too, burying his face in her coat. When Nora stood, her eyes shone, but she did not let tears fall. The world had become stingy with salt. Caleb turned the cart around. Before he left, he looked at Max. "The tunnel is straight for almost a mile. There are side chambers. Do not stop in them. There used to be men living there, but Mercy ran them out last month. Maybe they stayed gone." "Maybe is not my favorite word," Max said. "Mine neither." Caleb glanced at Nora. "Thank you for choosing wrong back there." Nora looked confused. "Wrong choice. Ruth says the right choice is usually the one that gets everyone home. You chose the one that saved those kids. Sometimes that is wrong and still decent." He flicked the reins before either of them could answer. The cart rolled into the fog, taking Anna and Micah toward a settlement that might keep them alive. Max watched until the shapes vanished. Nora wiped her face with her glove. "Do you think they will make it?" "Yes," Max lied, because hope sometimes needed a bodyguard. She looked at the tunnel. Then we go through the dark. Max adjusted the rifle and stepped beside her. Together then. The tunnel swallowed daylight in layers. At the entrance, Max could still see the snow and the gray sky behind them. 50 yards in, the world narrowed to the circle of their lantern. 100 yards in, even the memory of sky felt borrowed. Water dripped from the arch ceiling and struck old ties with a sound like slow fingers tapping a coffin lid. The rails gleamed beneath rust and ice. Their boots crunched on gravel, then splashed through puddles so cold Max felt it through the leather. Nora walked close enough that her shoulder brushed his pack. She held the lantern low to protect the flame from tunnel drafts. The pistol stayed in her other hand. Neither spoke for the first 10 minutes. The dark made words feel expensive. Every breath came back changed by stone. Every scrape a boot carried ahead of them and returned from behind, making it sound as if another pair walked in step. The first side chamber appeared on the left, a square black mouth cut into the wall. Max raised the rifle. The lantern light touched blankets, tin cans, a broken chair, and old ashes. Someone had lived there. Maybe many someones. The smell that rolled out was human and stale, layered with smoke, waste, and damp wool. Nora angled the lantern away quickly. "Do not stop in them," she said, repeating Caleb. No argument. They passed to more chambers. In the third, something moved. Max stopped so fast Nora bumped him. The lantern flame shivered. From the darkness came a low, wet growl. Not human. A dog, maybe. Or a coyote. The sound crawled along the stone. Max backed one step. Nora lifted the pistol. A shape lunged into the light, ribs sharp beneath patchy fur, eyes reflecting gold. It was a dog once, some shepherd mix, gone feral and starving. Its lips peeled back from broken teeth. Max did not want to shoot. In the tunnel, a rifle shot would crack their hearing and tell every living thing where they stood. The dog made the decision for him. It sprang. Nora fired first. A pistol flash filled the tunnel. The dog hit the gravel at Max's feet and kicked twice before stilling. The sound rolled away into the dark, multiplied, and came back as thunder. Nora's face went pale in the lantern light. Max grabbed her sleeve and pulled her forward. "Move," he said. They moved. Behind them came answering sounds, not echoes. Voices followed. A scrape. A cough. Someone deeper in the tunnel had heard the shot. Max cursed himself, then remembered there had been no better option and cursed the world instead. They picked up speed, half walking, half trotting, packs slamming their backs. The lantern swung wildly. Shadows leapt across the curved walls. A voice called from behind them. "Hold there?" Max did not hold. Nora looked back once, then pointed ahead. "Exit light." At first he thought she meant the lantern. Then he saw it, a faint gray square impossibly far ahead. The tunnel exit. Between them and it lay darkness, puddles, rail ties, and at least one group behind them. Max's ribs protested every breath. His legs were lead. The exit did not seem to grow closer. Another voice shouted. A shot boomed behind them. The bullet hit stone overhead, showering grit across Max's neck. Nora stumbled. He caught her by the pack strap and dragged her upright. They ran harder. The tunnel floor changed near the exit where a rock slide had spilled across the tracks. Max climbed first, boots sliding on loose stone. Nora came behind him, lantern in her teeth for one terrible second while she used both hands. A figure appeared in the dark below, carrying a long gun. Max turned and fired from the rocks. The muzzle flash showed a bearded face, wide eyes, and a coat made from stitched blankets. The man fell backward into the dark. "More coming," Nora said. Max did not look. They scrambled over the slide and out into daylight that felt like a blow. Snow blinded him. Cold wind slapped sweat against his skin. He pulled Nora behind a concrete retaining wall, just as two more shots cracked from the tunnel mouth. Chips of old concrete spat near his boot. Nora returned fire. Max counted rounds without wanting to. Not enough for a war. Enough for escape if the world felt generous. The tunnel opened into a narrow rail yard tucked between ridges. An old maintenance shed stood 50 yards away, roof half collapsed. Beyond it, tracks crossed a trestle over a frozen river and vanished into woods. The trestle was the only visible way out that did not involve climbing cliffs. "Bridge," Max said. They ran for the trestle. The boards between the rails were rotten in places and missing in others. The river below moved black beneath plates of ice. Max hated heights and hated admitting it even more. He kept his eyes on the far side and placed each boot carefully while trying to move fast enough not to be shot. Nora crossed behind him with a steadiness that would have impressed him if terror had left room for admiration. Halfway across, a shot struck the rail beside Max with a metal scream. He dropped to a knee. The trestle shook. Nora nearly collided with him. He turned, braced the rifle against the rail, and fired twice toward the tunnel mouth. The men there scattered behind the retaining wall. One fired blind and missed badly. Max worked the lever and felt the sick click of an empty chamber. Out, he said. Nora reached into his coat pocket without asking and shoved loose cartridges into his hand. That small act of trust nearly undid him. No talk. No panic. Just the two of them filling gaps in each other's movements. He loaded 3 rounds while she fired the pistol over his shoulder. Then they moved again. The far end of the trestle gave onto a cut through pines. They did not stop until the river was out of sight and the tunnel men no longer followed. Maybe they feared open ground. Maybe ammunition mattered to them too. Maybe they had eaten enough people or lost enough friends to know when pursuit was bad math. Max did not care. He cared only that Nora was still beside him and breathing. They reached a broken signal house near dusk. It was a concrete box with a metal door hanging crooked and enough roof to keep snow off. Inside, old electrical cabinets lined one wall, their copper long stripped by scavengers. There was no stove, but Max found a rusted barrel outside and dragged it in after punching a vent hole through a shattered window frame. Smoke would show, but hypothermia did not care about stealth. The fire took slowly, fed by splintered cabinet doors and pages from a moldy manual nobody would ever need again. Warmth crept into the room with painful kindness. Nora sat with her back to the wall and closed her eyes. Her face looked thinner than it had at the Caldwell farm. Max wondered how much of her he had failed to notice because he had been too busy counting danger. "You are staring," she said without opening her eyes. "Checking if you are alive. That is a strange hobby. I have had worse." She opened her eyes then. Firelight turned them softer, though the tiredness remained. "That man in the tunnel. The one you shot." Max fed another strip of wood into the barrel. "He was shooting at us." "I know. But I saw his face. He looked scared. Scared people can still kill you. I know that too." She rubbed her hands together. "I hate how many things can be true at the same time now." Max sat across from her. The fire popped between them. It was always that way. The collapse just burned off the lies that made it easier to ignore. That is bleak. It is honest. Honest can still be bleak. He accepted that. Outside, the wind pressed snow against the signal house. Inside, smoke curled toward the broken window, and the room smelled of damp concrete and old wires. They ate the last of Mercy Trade's bread with a spoonful of blackberry jam Ruth had tucked into Nora's pack without ceremony. The sweetness stunned Max so much that he had to close his eyes. It tasted like summer, like kitchens with power, like mornings before people checked doors for blood. Nora watched him. "You miss home more when food tastes familiar." "I miss my mother's jam." "Tell me about her." He looked at the fire. Talking about his mother made Maine feel both closer and crueler. "Her name is Ellen. She can make a meal out of almost nothing and still complain that it should have had more pepper. She raised my sister and me after my father died. She is small, but if you mistake small for fragile, she will correct you in public." Nora smiled. "I like her already. My sister, Lily, is 21. She paints signs for shops, or she did. She has more patience than me and less fear of people. If she is alive, she has probably organized half the town and made enemies with the other half." You said if? The word hung there. Max wished he had chosen another. "I have to be honest about what we might find. Honest does not mean rehearsing grief before it arrives." He looked at her then. "And what do you rehearse?" Nora's smile faded. "My father's porch. The way Mabel stood in the kitchen when we left. The fact that I chose you and the road and he let me. I rehearse whether that was bravery or selfishness. It was choice. That is not always cleaner." Max moved beside her, leaving the fire between them and the door. He did not try to fix the ache in her words. Some things were not machines. Some things broke and still had to be carried. He put his arm around her shoulders. She leaned into him after a moment, stiff at first, then fully, as if allowing comfort took more courage than crossing the trestle. "You said earlier you would rather be lost with me than safe alone," she said. "I did. I would rather be scared with you than brave for people who never ask if I am tired." He kissed her forehead because anything more felt too large for the room and too small for what he felt. She turned her face up and the second kiss found her mouth. It was not frantic. The world outside was frantic enough. It was slow, cold at first, then warm, a promise made in a concrete shack with smoke in their hair and death somewhere behind them on the rails. Afterward, she rested against him and watched the fire. "We still need to reach Maine. I know. And I still need you to stop trying to feed me your share of beans." "I will try. That is not an agreement. It is the best survival treaty I can offer tonight." She laughed softly. It was a small sound, but in that broken signal house, it felt rich enough to spend. Snow fell all night and kept falling after dawn. It came heavy, soft, and relentless, hiding the rails, smoothing tracks, and turning the world into a blank page no one had asked to read. Max woke with Nora's head on his shoulder and his left leg numb beneath him. For several seconds he did not move. Warmth had become rare enough that wasting it felt criminal. Then the fire collapsed into ash with a sigh, and the cold returned like a landlord demanding rent. They left the signal house after burying the ashes under snow and brushing out their tracks as best they could. The rail line was harder to follow now. The steel vanished beneath white except where wind scoured it clean. Max used the compass in the shape of the cut to keep them heading northeast. Nora carried the lantern unlit and kept stopping to listen. Snow changed sound. It muffled danger until it was close, then made every branch snap seem like a rifle cocking. By late morning, they found the first sign of a larger road, a state highway crossing over the tracks on a concrete bridge. Vehicles crowded the road above, abandoned in both directions. Some were burned. Some had doors open, snow-filled interiors where windows had been smashed. The bridge itself had been blocked with a school bus turned sideways and 2 delivery trucks behind it. Someone had made a barricade there, then left or died. Max climbed the embankment to look while Nora covered him from below. The highway stretched across rolling land toward a town hidden by trees. On the bridge railing, someone had painted a message in black tar. No more room. It was not a threat exactly. It was worse. It sounded tired. Nora joined him. Which state? Max pulled the map from inside his coat. Could be Virginia still, or the edge of West Virginia, depending where Caleb's tunnel put us. The maps are not exact through these hills. Are we still moving toward Pennsylvania? Yes. Then that is enough geography for today. They searched the vehicles because hunger had made dignity negotiable. Most had been stripped clean months ago. In the glove box of a minivan, Nora found crayons, napkins, and a photograph of a family at a beach. She stared at it too long, then put it back where she had found it. Max found a tire iron, half a roll of tape, and a sealed packet of instant coffee beneath the seat of a wrecked sedan. The coffee felt like a religious object. "We can trade that," Nora said. "We can drink that." Trade. Drink half, trade half. Now you are learning. They were still debating the future of the coffee when a voice called from the far side of the bridge. "Step away from the cars." Max went still. 3 people had come from behind the school bus, white sheets tied over their coats for snow cover. 2 carried rifles. The third held a long spear made from a kitchen knife lashed to a broom handle. They were not Black Creek. Their faces were too clean, their stance too careful, their fear too openly displayed. Max raised his hands slowly. "We are passing through." A woman with a rifle stepped forward. She had gray braids tucked beneath a wool hat and eyes that had not slept well in a long time. Everybody passes through until they find something worth staying for. Nora answered before Max could. "We took tape and coffee. You can have the tape back if this bridge is yours." The woman's eyes narrowed, not with anger, but surprise. Honesty had become uncommon enough to make people suspicious. "Keep it. Tape is not worth shooting over." "Good," Nora said. "I am tired of being shot at." One of the men behind the woman snorted despite himself. The tension shifted by 1 thin inch. The woman's name was Helen Price, and the bridge belonged to a hill settlement called Red Fern, though settlement was generous. It was 31 people living in a summer camp and guarding the highway, because every hungry crowd from the south eventually found roads. They had no interest in guests, but they had interest in information. Max told them about Black Creek, Mercy Trade, and the tunnelmen. Helen listened without interrupting, then spat over the bridge rail. "Pastor Lyle keeps getting bolder," she said. "We heard he started taking children." Nora's face tightened. "He did. And you saw that?" "We stopped at once." Helen looked at her differently after that. Once is more than most. Redfern did not invite them in, but Helen traded a small bag of cornmeal and a strip of smoked meat for Max's repair of a camp stove valve and Nora's look at a feverish woman in one of the cabins. The fever turned out to be infection from a bad tooth, which Nora treated as much as she could with warm water, salt, and hard advice. Max worked on the stove outside beneath a tarp, hands stiff, while two boys watched every move like he was performing magic. "How do you know that is the broken part?" one asked. "Because everything else is doing what it should," Max said. "How do you know where it should do?" Max almost said because the world used to have manuals. Instead, he handed the boy the valve spring. "You learn by looking at the job each piece has. Most things tell you what they are for if you are quiet enough to notice." The boy turned the spring over carefully. "People too?" Max looked toward the cabin where Nora was working. "Sometimes people lie about what they are for. Do you?" The question came so directly that Max laughed once. "Probably true." The boy considered this with grave disappointment. "Adults are not as useful as I hoped. That remains true even with power." By mid-afternoon, the stove worked, the woman with the tooth slept, and Helen Price gave them directions toward an old farm road that would cut north without touching the main town below. She also gave them a warning about a militia checkpoint near a quarry. "They call themselves the County Guard," she said. "Some are former deputies. Some are men who wanted badges before the world ended and found guns after. They may let you pass. They may take your gear and hand you a receipt written on toilet paper." Max folded the directions into the map. "Any way around?" "Several. All worse." Nora accepted a cup of hot water and coffee so weak it was mostly memory. "What do they want? Order or the sound of the word?" Helen looked north toward the quarry road. "Be careful with men who love order more than people. They can explain anything they do." They left Redfern before evening with more food than they had arrived carrying and less certainty about the road. Snow slowed them to a crawl. The farm road Helen had marked ran between stone walls and dead fields. Cornstalks stood black beneath white caps. Crows watched from fence posts, fat on things Max tried not to think about. The sky darkened early. They found the farmhouse near dusk because smoke rose from the chimney. That should have been comfort. Instead, it made them stop behind the wall and watch. The house was narrow and old, painted yellow beneath grime. A barn sagged behind it. No animals moved. The smoke was thin, not the steady plume of a busy home. A single set of tracks led from the porch to the well and back. Nora whispered, "One person. One person wants us to think that. You're getting suspicious. I am being educated by the road." The front door opened before they decided. An old man stepped onto the porch holding a shotgun pointed at the floor. He was tall in the way some old farmers remain tall even after age bent them. White hair showed beneath a cap. His voice carried clearly across the yard. "You two can freeze behind my wall, or you can come in and be polite. I saw you 20 minutes ago." Max looked at Nora. She lifted one shoulder. There were only so many hours a person could refuse warmth before caution turned into pride. They approached with hands visible. The old man kept the shotgun low but did not set it aside. "Name is Gideon Shaw," he said. "I have soup, not charity. You can split wood before you eat." Max almost smiled. "That is fair." Inside, the farmhouse smelled of cabbage, smoke, and old books. Every window had quilts nailed over it. A black stove ruled the kitchen. Gideon moved slowly but with precision, as if age had taken speed and left habit. He set 2 axes by the back door and pointed toward the woodpile. Max split until sweat soaked his shirt beneath the coat. Nora stacked beside him, refusing to stay inside despite Gideon's protests. By the time they finished, their hands were numb and their stomachs ached from the smell of soup. They ate at a small table by lantern light. Gideon said grace without performance, then asked where they were headed. Max told him Maine. The old man lifted both brows. "That is either loyalty or madness." "Both," Nora said. Gideon liked that. He gave her a second piece of cornbread. After supper, Gideon showed them a wall map marked with pins, string, and handwritten notes. It was the most complete picture of the broken region Max had seen since Alabama. Red pins for danger, blue for trade, white for families known to shelter travelers if approached right, black pins for places no one came back from. There were more black pins than Max liked. My son was a trucker, Gideon said. He kept roads in his head. After the lights died, people came through here with stories. I write what repeats. Nora touched a blue pin north of them. Is this real? As real as anything second-hand. Quaker Meeting House. They feed travelers who work. No guns inside the fence. That rule makes some people angry enough to reveal themselves before supper. Max traced the route. This could get us into Pennsylvania. Could, Gideon said. Could also get you killed if the county guard moved west, since the last word I heard. Roads change owners now. That night, Gideon gave them the parlor floor and an extra quilt. Max lay awake, listening to the old house creak. Nora lay beside him, not touching at first. Then her hand found his in the dark. Do you trust him? She whispered. Enough to sleep with one eye half open. That is not trust. It is modern trust. She sighed softly. I miss old trust. Max squeezed her hand. Me too. From upstairs came the sound of Gideon coughing, long and rough. Nora listened with a clinician's attention. When it faded, she whispered, He is sick. How sick? Bad lungs. Maybe worse. He should not be alone. Max heard the unasked question. They could not carry every lonely person north. They could not save every good soul in every house with smoke. The road was teaching them that mercy had weight, and they were already bent beneath what they carried. He knows, Max said. That does not make leaving him better. No. She turned closer in the dark. I hate this part of surviving. Which part? The part where being alive starts to feel like passing tests nobody should have to take. Max had no answer that would not insult the truth. He held her hand and listened to snow slide from the roof in soft, heavy sighs. Gideon Shaw was awake before them. When Max entered the kitchen, the old man had coffee boiling in a dented pot and 2 folded papers on the table. He looked worse in morning light. The skin beneath his eyes had a yellow cast, and his breathing sounded like wind moving through torn cloth. He saw Max noticing and gave him a look sharp enough to cut the pity before it formed. Do not start doctoring me with your face, Gideon said. Max raised both hands. I would not dare. Good. Your woman already tried. Nora came in behind Max, hair still sleep-tangled, expression unapologetic. I suggested you conserve energy. I'm conserving it by not arguing with you more than needed. You are losing that battle. Gideon chuckled until it turned into coughing. Nora's face changed instantly. She moved toward him, but he waved her off with irritation that did not quite hide gratitude. Sit down and eat, then leave before the road melts into mud. Breakfast was cornmeal mush with a spoonful of sorghum. Max ate slowly, aware that Gideon had likely given more than he should. The old man pushed 1 folded paper toward him. It was a hand-copied section of map showing back roads, wells, and places to avoid. The second paper was a letter sealed with wax from a candle. If you reach the meeting house, give that to a woman named Rachel Voss, Gideon said. She will know my hand. Nora took the letter carefully. What should we tell her? Tell her I am still too stubborn to die on schedule. Is that true? Gideon's eyes softened at the edges. True enough for mail. Max folded the map into oilcloth. Why help us? The old man looked out the window toward his empty barn. Because my son tried to get home from Ohio and never did. Maybe someone helped him. Maybe nobody did. I cannot fix that road, but I can put a stone on yours. There was nothing sentimental in the answer, and that made it harder to bear. Max thanked him. Gideon accepted the thanks with a grunt and handed him a small packet of nails, a coil of wire, and a whetstone. The world is held together by people who carry small, useful things. Before they left, Nora checked Gideon's lungs despite his complaints. She left him packets of willow bark, instructions for steam, and a warning that he ignored before she finished speaking. On the porch, she hugged him. He stood stiffly, then patted her back with one large hand. You watch that one, he told Max over her shoulder. She will spend herself down to bone if you let her. Nora pulled back. I'm standing right here. Then hear it twice. Max nodded. I know. Gideon pointed at him. Knowing and doing are cousins who do not visit enough. They left with snow squeaking under their boots and the old man watching from the porch until the road bent. Nora did not look back after the first turn. Max knew why. Some farewells became harder if given too much room. The farm road carried them toward lower country where the snow thinned and mud waded beneath. By noon, they reached the quarry road Helen had warned them about. From a ridge, they saw the checkpoint. 2 dump trucks blocked the road. A faded county cruiser sat beside a shack made from pallets and sheet metal. Men in mismatched uniforms warmed themselves around a barrel fire. A flag hung from a pole, not national, not state, just a white field with a green county outline painted on it. Local power, Max thought, the kind that grew fast when larger power died. Go around? Nora asked. Max studied the slopes. Maybe, but not before dark. Gideon's map shows a creek crossing south and a cut through the quarry. Rough, but it bypasses the gate. Rough isn't hard, or rough isn't foolish. Both have been true before. They chose rough because the checkpoint looked too neat. Men who stood carelessly around a fire could still be dangerous, but men who checked papers in a world without working offices had already decided theater mattered more than sense. The creek crossing soaked Max to the thigh and left Nora shivering despite her attempt to hide it. The quarry cut rose beyond it, a steep channel of pale rock and frozen mud. They climbed slowly, using roots and exposed stone for grip. Halfway up, voices drifted from above. Max dropped flat, pulling Nora down beside him. 2 men walked along the quarry rim, rifles slung, talking about food stores and a woman named Beth who had refused a work order. Their boots crunched within 20 feet of where Max and Nora lay hidden under a shelf of stone. One man stopped to urinate over the edge. The stream splashed close enough that Nora's face twisted with silent disgust. Max almost laughed from nerves which would have killed them as surely as a shout. When the patrol moved on, they climbed the rest of the cut and slipped into a stand of scrub pine beyond the quarry. The bypass had worked, but the road north was now behind a fence topped with scavenged wire. Max cut through with Gideon's tool while Nora kept watch. The wire snapped louder than he liked. A dog barked from the checkpoint. Then another. Fast, Nora said. They crossed the road at a run and plunged into a drainage ditch on the far side. Shouts rose behind them. A whistle blew. The sound was ridiculous and terrifying at once. A remnant of schoolyards and traffic duty turned into an alarm for armed men. Max and Nora ran bent low through weeds and ice, following the ditch until it entered a culvert beneath an old access road. They crawled through on hands and knees, packs scraping concrete, water freezing their gloves. On the far side, a shot cracked. The bullet hit the culvert lip and screamed away. Nora rolled into the brush. Max followed, mud across his chest. They kept moving until lungs and legs became one burning complaint. The county guard pursued for less than a mile. Either they were lazy or they cared more about controlling the checkpoint than chasing 2 travelers into rough ground. Max would take any mercy, even laziness. They did not stop until afternoon light began to fail. By then Nora was shaking hard. Her creek-soaked pants had stiffened with cold. Max found an old hay shed in a field and pulled her inside. The roof leaked at one corner, but the back wall blocked the wind. He wanted a fire. Smoke might still draw the patrol. He wanted to keep moving. Nora's hands could barely unbuckle her pack. The decision made itself. Fire, he said. Smoke shows. Cold will kill faster. She tried to argue, but her teeth chattered badly enough to steal the words. Max gathered dry hay from the center of the shed and splinters from a broken rail. He built the smallest fire he could, feeding it slowly, shielding the glow with a sheet of rusted tin. Then he turned his back while Nora changed into her last dry layers. When she told him he could look, she was wrapped in both blankets, humiliated and angry in a way that made his chest hurt. "Do not stare like that," she said. "Like what?" "Like I am made of glass. You are shaking." "I am aware." He sat beside her and pulled the blankets around them both. "I am not thinking you are glass. I am thinking I need you alive." The anger in her face faltered. She looked at the fire instead. "That is unfair." "Probably true. You cannot say things like that while I am too cold to be difficult. I will write a complaint form when we find paper." She leaned into him despite herself. Her body shook for a long time. He rubbed her arms through the blanket and listened to the wind worry at the shed boards. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once, then stopped. The road had spent the day trying to strip them down to motion and fear. In the shed, beside a fire no larger than a cooking pot, they became people again by degrees. When Nora's shaking eased, she said, "I left home because of you." Max did not answer too quickly. "I know. That is not an accusation." "I know that too. I need to say it because if we reach Maine and your family is there, wife will try to make sense again around them. Your mother, your sister, your town, your history. I will be the woman who arrived from the road with a pack and bad hair." He looked down at her. "Your hair is not the problem. Max, listen, you will not be outside the story. You cannot promise how they will see me." "No, but I can promise how I see you." She waited, eyes bright in the firelight. He felt suddenly clumsy. Machines gave a man bolts and pressures. Love gave him a language he had not maintained. "I see the person who pulled me out of myself when all I wanted was distance," he said. "I see the woman who kept children alive today because she refused to let the road teach her cruelty. I see someone I am afraid to lose in a way that has nothing to do with needing a nurse or another gun." Nora's mouth trembled once before she mastered it. "That was almost too good. I can ruin it if you want. Please do not." He kissed her, and this time there was no concrete shack, no tunnel echo, no immediate gunfire. Only hay dust, smoke, cold noses, and the fierce relief of being held by someone who had seen the worst parts of the day and stayed. The kiss deepened, then gentled. They did not hurry. They had spent too long running. Later, after they ate cornmeal cooked badly in a dented cup, Max studied Gideon's map by firelight. The Quaker meeting house lay 2 days north if the roads held. Beyond that, Pennsylvania. Beyond Pennsylvania, New York, or the long cut through western Massachusetts, depending on which routes remained passable. Maine was still far enough away to feel like a prayer, but closer than Mobile. Closer than Alabama heat and green sky. Closer than the man he had been when the lights went out. Nora traced the route with one finger. If the meeting house is real, we rest there. 1 day of rest. 2 days. 1.5? You bargain like a man who forgets I control the bandages. 2 days, he said. She looked satisfied. That is wise. A sound outside ended the softness. Not a dog, not wind. A footstep in frozen mud. Max put a finger to his lips and reached for the rifle. Nora doused the lantern with a pinch of wet cloth, leaving only the low fire glow behind the tin. Another step came from the front of the shed, then a whisper. "Please, I saw smoke. I am not with the checkpoint." The voice belonged to a woman, young or trying to sound young. Max moved to the edge of the door, rifle ready. "Step where I can see your hands." A figure appeared in the doorway, thin as a rail beneath a man's coat. She raised both hands. Behind her stood a little girl with a scarf wrapped around most of her face. The girl's eyes were huge. The woman had a bruise along one cheek and dried blood at her mouth. Nora was already standing. "How many with you?" "Just us." "Who did that to your face?" The woman looked back toward the road. "County Guard. They said my husband owed labor after he died. They were taking me to the quarry camp. I ran when your smoke pulled their dog off." Max felt the day tilt. Mercy had weight. Here it was again, standing in a doorway, with a child half hidden behind it. They had food for maybe 2 days if careful. They were tired, hunted, and cold. Taking in 2 more people could slow them enough to get everyone caught. Refusing them could send them back to men who collected debts from the dead. Nora did not look at Max for permission. He loved her for that and feared it. She stepped aside. "Come in before the fire dies." The woman sagged with relief, so sudden Max thought she might fall. The little girl entered first, staring at the rifle, then at Nora's face. Nora knelt and held out a piece of cornbread. The child took it with both hands and began to cry without sound. "Your name?" Max asked the woman. "Beth," she said. "This is Rose." "Beth?" "The name from the patrol." Max glanced at Nora. She had heard it too. The road was no longer a line north. It was a net, and every strand they touched pulled another life toward them. They fed Beth and Rose, cleaned the blood from Beth's mouth, and learned enough to make sleep difficult. The county guard was not simply stopping travelers. They were collecting workers for the quarry, controlling grain from nearby farms, and issuing paper orders backed by rifles. Men who resisted disappeared into the pit. Women were assigned to kitchens, laundry, or worse depending on who had power that week. Beth's husband had died of fever. The guard claimed his labor debt passed to her. Debt for what? Nora asked, voice flat. Beth laughed once. A broken sound. For protection. Max stared into the fire and saw the shape of the coming choice. Gideon's map would take them near the meeting house. Beth knew a footpath that reached it faster, but across land the guard patrolled. The meeting house might shelter Beth and Rose. It might also be the next target if the guard wanted food and moral cover. Every answer opened another door. Near midnight, after Beth and Rose slept under one blanket and Nora sat sharpening a small knife with Gideon's stone, Max stepped outside. Snow had stopped. Stars burned cold above the shed roof. He could see the dark line of the road, the distant ridge, and beyond it, nothing but the invisible north. Maine was still out there. His mother and sister were still the first promise. But the road kept adding names to the list of people who mattered. Nora came out and stood beside him. "You are thinking too loud." "I am thinking we cannot save everyone." "I know. Do you?" She turned to him. "Knowing does not require obedience." He let that settle. "Tomorrow we take them to the meeting house." "Yes." "Then we keep moving." "Yes." "Unless the guard follows." Nora leapt toward the unseen quarry. Her face was tired, beautiful, and hard in the starlight. "Then we make sure they regret it." Max took her hand. The cold pressed in from every field. Every road, every mile still owed. Behind them, two strangers slept by their fire because Nora had opened the door and Max had not closed it. Ahead, a meeting house waited, or a trap, or another test with no clean answer. He thought of Gideon Shaw placing a stone on their road. Maybe that was all good people could do now. Put stones down for the next traveler. Build a path out of small mercies and hard fights. He squeezed Nora's hand once. Still north. She leaned against him, warm through the layers. Still together. They stood beneath the winter stars until the cold forced them back inside, carrying the words like coals cupped against the dark. The meeting house sat beyond a frozen apple orchard, half hidden by trees and the blue smoke of 3 careful chimneys. Max saw the roof first, a steep gray triangle against the morning, then the bell cupola above it. The bell rope had been cut and tied high, so no frightened child or careless hand could ring it by mistake. After Black Creek, any bell made his stomach tighten, but this place sounded different before it ever spoke. There were split logs stacked under tin, rabbit hides stretched near a shed, and boot tracks going in more directions than a raiding party would tolerate. People lived here because they had chosen to hold ground together, not because one man had made himself king. Beth walked behind Nora with Rose pressed to her side. The little girl had slept with the cornbread wrapped in her hand, and woke afraid someone might take it back. Nora had not tried to pry it loose. She only gave the child another piece and said, quiet as snow, that food given freely stayed given. That sentence did something to Beth. She looked down at the bread, then at Nora, and her face folded around a grief too large for tears. Max carried the rifle and watched the tree line. He wanted to give the women space for tenderness, but tenderness did not stop bullets, and the county guard had dogs. A post made of stacked stone and rough timber blocked the lane before the orchard. 2 men stood behind it with shotguns and heavy coats patched at the elbows. Neither looked like soldiers. That made them harder to read. One had a farmer's beard and red eyes from wood smoke. The other was younger, but his hands knew the weapon, and his face had already forgotten the softness of youth. The bearded man lifted one hand. That is close enough. Max stopped with both hands clear. We were sent by Gideon Shaw's map. The name changed the air. The younger guard looked at the older one. Bess took a breath that might have been hope. The bearded man stepped closer, eyes moving over their packs, boots, faces, and weapons. He saw the blood at Beth's mouth, the child Nora's medical satchel, and Max's torn sleeve. He saw too much and said too little. Gideon is dead, he said. We know, Max answered. He died helping travelers cross the bridge south of here. The man's jaw tightened. That sounds like Gideon. Nora stepped forward before Max could decide whether to say more. This is Beth and her daughter Rose. The county guard claimed labor debt on a dead man and dragged them from their home. They need shelter. The younger guard looked past them toward the road. You were followed? Maybe, Max said. No tracks close behind, but they had a dog last night. We cut through frozen creek bed for a mile and brushed our trail with pine. That may buy time. It may not. The bearded man studied him more closely then. Practical information had more weight than pleading. You know how to cover ground. I know how to stay afraid in a useful way. That earned the faintest change in the man's face. Not a smile. Something like respect trying not to show itself. He motioned to the younger guard. Open it. Keep them covered until Mara sees them. The barrier was pulled aside just wide enough for one person at a time. Max entered last. He did not blame them for the caution. If anything, he trusted them more for it. A safe place with no suspicion was only a place that had not yet paid its bill. Inside the orchard, the meeting house became a whole world. A dozen families had filled the grounds with small signs of stubborn life. There were lean-to shelters against the north wall, barrels catching snowmelt beneath the gutter, and a fenced pen holding 4 goats that looked offended by the condition of civilization. Children moved in pairs, each carrying something useful, from firewood and water to a basket of folded cloth. No one ran loose. No one screamed for play. Childhood here had rules written by winter. A woman came from the meeting house steps wearing a dark coat, work gloves, and a scarf the color of faded blueberries. She was about 50, broad-shouldered, and calm in the way of people others lean on until there is no room left for personal panic. Her gray hair was pinned tight beneath a wool cap. She carried no visible weapon, but every guard watched her as if her word could chamber around. I am Mara Vale, she said. Some folks still call me Reverend, but these days I mostly count potatoes and settle arguments before they become funerals. Nora introduced them. Beth tried to speak and failed. Mara looked at her bruised cheek and at Rose's silent grip on her coat. The older woman's face did not soften so much as deepen. You're inside the line now, Mara told Beth. Nobody here collects labor from widows or children. Beth covered her mouth with one shaking hand. Rose stared up at Mara as if the words were too strange to trust. Nora put a hand on the child's shoulder. Max looked away toward the orchard because some moments were not his to watch. Mara turned to him. Gideon's map brought you? Partway. Nora read it better than I did. Most men admit that only after marriage or disaster. Nora's mouth twitched. Max felt heat creep through his beard despite the cold. Mara noticed, of course. Women like Mara noticed everything and wasted nothing. We can offer one meal, a corner of floor, and counsel, Mara said. After that, we decide what is owed and what is possible. Nobody stays here free, but nobody honest has turned out hungry. We are heading north, Max said. I am headed to Maine. My mother and sister are in Dover. Maine is a long word in this weather. It is shorter than regret. Mara held his gaze for a second, then nodded. Come inside. Leave rifles at the rack, sidearms holstered unless you want every nervous man here pointing at you. We have rules because rules are cheaper than graves. The meeting house smelled of beans, damp wool, lamp oil, and humanity pressed too close for too long. The pews had been pushed against the walls. The center floor held cots, crates, and a long table made from old doors set over sawhorses. A blackboard near the pulpit carried chalk marks for food, guard shifts, sickness, tools, and births. Births had only 2 marks beside it. Deaths had 12. Max read the board while Nora helped Beth sit near the stove. Potatoes, 70 pounds. Cornmeal, 32. Beans, 19. Salt, 8. Kerosene, low. Medicine, desperate. Rifle cartridges do not ask in front of strangers. Someone had drawn a small cross beside Gideon's name under the dead. The sight pushed a dull ache through Max's chest. The old man had been one more stone in the road, and now his name had been reduced to chalk. A boy brought bowls of bean stew. Rose held hers with both hands and waited until Beth nodded before eating. Max ate slowly, forcing himself not to wolf it down. Hunger made a man look wild, and looking wild in a guarded settlement was a mistake. Nora sat beside him, shoulders slumped for the first time that morning. Her eyes stayed on Beth and Rose. He knew what she was thinking because he was thinking it too. That had delivered them to a better place, not a safe one. Better and safe had become different words. Mara returned with a thin man named Abel who kept the meeting house ledger. Abel wore spectacles with one cracked lens and had ink on his fingers. He asked questions with a clerk's patience and a jailer's caution. Where were they from? Which roads had they used? How many armed men had they seen? What colors or marks did the county guard wear? Did they carry working radios? Did they have vehicles that still ran? Every answer went into the ledger beside date, weather, and witness. You write it all down? Max asked. Abel tapped the pencil against the page. Memory gets brave after a few days. Paper stays afraid in the same shape. Max liked that. He did not like what the answers built. The guard controlled the quarry, the grain store at Hobbs Mill, and 2 bridges across the river. Black Creek men had been seen trading with them, which meant cruelty had learned to share roads. People taken by one group could be sold to another. Labor, food, women, guns, fuel, medicine. The old market had died, but trade had not. It had only shed its manners. Mara closed the ledger. You brought trouble to our door. Beth flinched. Nora's face hardened. Max answered before Nora could. Trouble was already on the road. We only changed its direction. Mara looked at him for a long time. That is often what mercy does. The words were not accusation, but they were not comfort either. Outside, the afternoon light thinned behind cloud. The meeting house grew warmer, and the smell of wood smoke settled into Max's coat until he knew he would carry it for days. He should have slept. Instead, he helped repair a cracked stovepipe in the rear room, then split wood until his hands stopped shaking from the feeling of being indoors. At dusk, Nora found him behind the shed. You are hiding in work again. I am making useful firewood. You are hiding in useful firewood. He set them all down and leaned on the handle. They may come for Beth. Yes, and if they do, this place will pay for what we did. Nora stepped closer, the cold pinking her cheeks. This place was going to pay someday, either way. Men like that do not stop because no one annoys them. Max looked toward the meeting house windows, where candlelight shivered behind oiled cloth. I keep telling myself the road is simple. Go north, find my family, keep you alive. Then people keep stepping into it. People are the road now. That made him laugh softly, though nothing about it was funny. You always say the hard thing like you are handing me a cup of coffee. I miss coffee enough to take offense at that comparison. He smiled despite himself. She reached out and brushed a wood chip from his beard. The touch was small, but it found him beneath the armor he had been building since Alabama. He caught her hand before she could draw it back. Nora, he said, then stopped because the rest felt too large. I know, she said. You do not know what I was going to say. I know enough to be afraid of it. Before he could answer, a shout rose from the orchard post. Not panic. A warning. Max turned and saw the younger guard running toward the meeting house with his rifle in both hands. Behind him, down the lane beyond the barrier, 3 figures appeared through the dusk, carrying a white feed sack tied to a pole. Mara came out onto the steps. Her face changed only in the eyes. Abel whispered from beside Max, "County Guard." The 3 men stopped outside the barrier as if they owned the road and were considering whether the meeting house deserved permission to remain on it. The white feed sack moved in the wind, stiff with frozen grime. It was not a flag. It was a message pretending to be one. Max stood near the woodpile with the maul in one hand and the rifle still inside at the rack, which was exactly where Mara's rules had put it. He hated the distance between himself and the gun, but he hated panic more. Mara walked to the post without hurry. 2 guards moved with her, shotguns low but ready. Nora came out behind Max and pressed his rifle into his hands. He looked at her surprised. Rules are cheaper than graves, she said. So is common sense. He took it and moved to the shadow beside the shed. From there he could see the men at the road. One was thick through the middle with a black beard that shone with grease. One was tall and narrow, wearing a deputy's old winter jacket with the badge torn off. The third was young, maybe 20, and kept looking at the meeting house windows as if counting targets made him important. The bearded man spoke first. Evening. Reverend Vale. Mara is fine, Silas. You know I prefer formal ways when doing county business. The county stopped paying your salary when the courthouse burned. Silas smiled as if that amused him. The county is whoever keeps order. Order does not usually drag widows by the hair. The smile thinned. So Beth had been right. So this man knew. Max felt Nora stiffen beside him. Every person in the yard seemed to breathe less. Silas planted the pole in the snow. "We are missing property." Mara's answer came mild and lethal. "Then you should keep better track of your boots." The young man laughed, then stopped when nobody else did. Silas glanced at him with irritation. A woman named Beth Harlan and her girl ran from assigned labor. 2 travelers aided them. "We followed sign here. Send them out, and we leave the church whole." Mara folded her gloved hands at her waist. "No person inside this line is property. That is an old-world notion." "No, it is older than the world you think you invented." The tall man in the deputy jacket shifted his rifle. Max's sight moved to him without conscious thought. His finger stayed off the trigger, but only just. Nora stood close enough that he could hear her breathing. Beth and Rose were inside, he hoped, hidden in the rear room with the children. He imagined Rose holding that cornbread and felt his anger sharpen into something clean and dangerous. Silas sighed. "You are making this harder than it needs to be? Hobbs Mill sends grain through our store. Your people trade for flour. Your goats graze near our road. Accidents happen when neighbors get proud." Mara nodded. "Threats are clearer when you make them plain." "Plain, then. Return what belongs to the guard or lose access to the mill road. Anyone from this place caught beyond the stone bridge will be taxed double. Anyone hiding the woman will answer for theft." The orchard murmured behind Mara. Fear moved from person to person like a cold draft. Max could feel how few choices the settlement had. They were not an army. They were hungry families behind a half-built wall, and Winter did not care who held the moral high ground. Abel stepped from the meeting house with the ledger in his hand. "By whose authority are these taxes issued?" Silas looked at the book as if it were something rotten. "You want paperwork? I want names." "Write mine. Silas Boone, Field Captain, County Guard. Write this too. 3 days from now, we come back with an order signed by Major Valles. If Beth Harlan is not waiting at the gate, we will search every building, seize double stores, and take 1 laborer for every lie told to us today." Mara's face did not move. "You are done here." The young man raised his rifle a few inches. Max's sight settled on the bridge of his nose. The tall man saw movement in the shed shadow and turned his head. For 1 long second, they all stood in the tiny space before the world breaks. Then Silas put a hand on the young man's barrel and pushed it down. "Not today," Silas said. "Today's courtesy." "Courtesy would have stayed home," Mara replied. Silas laughed once, pulled the pole from the snow, and turned away. The 3 men walked down the lane without looking back. They did not need to. Their threat remained behind them, standing taller than any of their bodies. When they were gone, the meeting house yard erupted in low voices. Some wanted to send Beth away before she cost them everything. Some wanted to fight at the bridge. Some wanted to hide the stores and pretend obedience until spring. Max heard all of it and respected the fear beneath each opinion. Hunger made cowards of nobody. It only made math cruel. Mara raised one hand and the voices lowered. "Inside now. We do not solve life in the snow." The meeting house filled past comfort. People stood along the walls, sat on crates, leaned against pews, or crouched near the stove. Beth sat with Rose in the rear corner, both wrapped in a brown blanket. Rose had stopped crying. Max found that worse. Children should cry when frightened. Silence meant fear had taken root too deep. Mara stood near the pulpit, not above them, but visible. "You heard Silas. We have 3 days. Speak plain." Carter, the old man from the stove, spoke first. "We cannot hold against them if they come in force." A woman with a baby tied against her chest snapped back. "So hand over a mother and child? That is your plan?" "My plan is to not see 30 people killed for 2. Nora stood before Max could touch her sleeve. "It will not be for 2. That is the lie men like Silas use. Today it is Beth. Tomorrow it is your son for labor, your daughter for kitchen duty, your grain for protection, your goat because somebody with a rifle likes stew. You can pay a wolf 1 chicken at a time, but you still end with an empty yard." The room went very quiet. Nora's voice had not risen, but it had cut through every corner. Carter looked down. "Easy to say when you can leave." Nora's face changed. Pain showed for half a second, then she buried it. "It is not easy. Nothing about leaving the dead behind is easy." Max saw Mara catch that sentence and tuck it away. Nora had not spoken much about the Caldwell farm in front of these people, but grief had a smell to those who had lived with it. The room recognized her then, not as a stranger with bold advice, but as someone who had already paid for saying no. Abel opened the ledger. Here are facts. We have 19 rifles if we count the 2 that jam when cold, 43 shotgun shells, 162 rifle cartridges across 4 sizes, food for 29 days if rationed hard, less if we feed travelers, 4 goats, 6 rabbits, and enough seed to matter only if we see spring. The guard has at least 30 armed men, maybe more, plus the quarry prisoners. The man near the door said, "Then fighting is suicide." Max spoke before the fear could settle into truth. Defending the meeting house head-on is suicide. That does not make every fight suicide. All eyes turned toward him. He wished they had not. Max did not want to be the man with a plan. Men with plans got followed, blamed, and buried. But he had seen Birmingham burning, Black Creek waiting, and Silas smiling with lawless confidence. Some things grew if left alone, Mara said. Say what you are thinking. Silas needs the mill road, the quarry, and fear. He does not need every house. He does not have to occupy you if he can make you obey from a distance. That means his strength is spread out. It also means he cannot afford public failure. Abel's pencil moved. You propose what? Make him fail where people can see it. Carter barked a humorless laugh. That sounds like a speech, not supper. No speech. The quarry holds prisoners, workers with reasons to hate the guard. If those people get loose, Silas loses labor and face. If grain records burn at Hobbs Mill, his taxes become guesses. If the bridge approach is blocked, his 3-day threat becomes a march through bad woods in bad weather. Mara watched him with narrowed eyes. That is not one plan. That is 3 acts of war. No, Max said. It is one message. You are not easy meat. The room shivered with the idea. Hope and terror often wore the same face at first. Nora looked at Max, and he knew she understood the cost. A raid meant leaving the line. It meant using people who were already hungry and scared. It meant he would be pushing deeper into a local fight when Dover still waited hundreds of miles north. Beth stood slowly. Rose clung to her blanket. My husband died in the quarry camp, Beth said. Her voice shook, but it carried. His name was Daniel Harlan. He was not lazy. He was not a debtor. He got fever after working in freezing rain, and when he could not stand, they left him in a shed. I buried him with a spoon because no one would loan me a shovel. No one moved. Beth swallowed. There are men in that pit who will fight if someone opens the gate. There are women in the laundry building who know where the keys hang. Silas has men, but most of them are bullies, not soldiers. They drink when they think nobody can touch them. Mara stepped closer to her. You know the camp layout? Beth nodded. I know enough. Carter rubbed both hands over his face. Lord help us, we are really discussing this. Nora said, No, we are deciding whether to do it with our eyes open. The meeting lasted until the lamps burned low. No vote was clean. No decision felt noble. In the end, Mara chose what leaders choose when every road is stained. Beth would stay. Children and the sick would be moved into a root cellar north of the orchard. Food would be divided and hidden in 3 caches. A small group would leave before dawn to scout the quarry and Hobbs Mill. Max, Nora, Beth, Caleb from Mercy Trade, Abel, and 2 meeting house men named Tom Voss and Lenny Pike. Mara would hold the line at home. Afterward, Max found Nora outside beneath the cut bell rope. Snow whispered through the cupola above them. She looked tired enough to fall, but her eyes were bright. You could have kept moving, she said. So could you. I asked first. He leaned against the wall. I keep trying to make home a place on a map. Then someone puts a child in front of me and ruins the geometry. Nora touched the back of his hand. Maybe home is the place you are willing to defend even when you do not get to stay. He looked at her. The words went through him like cold water. That is a painful definition. Most true ones are. He wanted to kiss her then, not because the world had ended, but because she kept making it worth saving. He did not. Not in the shadow of frightened families and a coming fight. Instead, he turned his hand and threaded his fingers through hers. At dawn, he said. At dawn, she answered. They left the meeting house while the sky was still the color of old iron. No one made farewells. Farewells spent courage too early. Mara gave Nora a packet of dried mint, 2 rolls of clean cloth, and a small bottle of honey hidden in a sock. She gave Max a compass with a cracked face and a look that weighed more than the compass. "You are not from here," Mara said. "No. That may be why you can see it without all the old grudges in the way. Or why I am dumb enough to step into it. Those are not always separate gifts." She glanced at Nora, then back to him. "Bring back who you can. Do not spend everyone trying to save everyone." Max nodded, though the promise sat poorly. Behind Mara, Beth knelt and held Rose so tightly the girl squirmed. Beth was coming because she knew the camp. Rose was staying because children did not belong on raids, though the New World had forgotten that rule too often. Nora crouched beside Rose and touched the girl's scarf. "Your mother is brave," Nora said. Rose whispered something Max could not hear. Nora's face softened. "I will help her come back." It was a dangerous promise, and Nora knew it. She made it anyway. Max understood. Some promises were not made because a person controlled the outcome. They were made because a child needed to hear that adults had not surrendered the future. The scouting party moved north through the orchard, then down into a creek bed where the ice held in some places and cracked in others. Beth walked with her jaw set and her eyes fixed ahead. She carried a kitchen knife, a coil of rope, and grief sharpened by use. Caleb had returned from Mercy Trade by a back path before dawn, bringing a map Ruth had marked in charcoal. The boy did not brag about the distance he had covered in the dark. He simply took his place near the front and pointed out where the creek would hide their tracks. Tom Voss was a broad man with a red beard and a limp from an old logging accident. He carried a shotgun and smelled faintly of goat. Lenny Pike was narrow, nervous, and quicker than he looked. He had been a school bus mechanic before the lights died. That gave Max something to talk about in whispers as they climbed through scrub pine toward the ridge above the quarry. "Anything left running around here?" Max asked. Then he shook his head. "A few old tractors, if we can get fuel. One dump truck at the quarry still starts when they warm the battery by the stove. God keeps it like a shrine." "Old diesel?" "Yes. Loud as sin and twice as stubborn." Max filed that away. Machines were opportunities if a man could listen to them. By mid-morning, they reached a shelf of stone above the quarry valley. Beth dropped to her knees before anyone told her to. The others followed. Below them, the land had been carved open into gray terraces filled with snow, mud, and rusted equipment. A fence surrounded the lower camp. It was not much of a fence, mostly cattle panels, wire, and salvaged chain link, but guard towers at 2 corners made up for lazy construction. Smoke rose from a long shed near the pit. Men moved there in lines, carrying stone in sledges. Their shoulders sagged with exhaustion. Beth pointed with a trembling finger. "Worker shed. Laundry there. Guardhouse by the gate. Keys hang inside on a board. Grain wagon comes from Hobbs Mill near sunset every other day. Today should be a wagon day." A bell drew quickly in the ledger, though how he kept his fingers steady was beyond Max. Nora lay beside Beth, watching the movement below. "How many guards?" "Daytime, maybe 12 in camp. More sleep in the old office building. Silas keeps favorites at the mill because it has better food." Caleb whispered, "South Tower has a boy. He is chewing on his glove." Max looked and saw him. Young, cold, and bored. The most dangerous kind of guard because fear could make him fire at any sound. The North Tower held an older man with a scarf over his face and a rifle across his knees. He looked more awake. Tom eased back from the edge. "We cannot take that." "Not by storm," Max said. "We do not need to own it. We need to open it." They watched for hours. Cold climbed through Max's knees and elbows. He counted guard rotations, smoke breaks, latrine trips, and how often the gate opened. He watched the workers too. Weak men did not become strong because someone handed them freedom. If the gate opened, some would run, some would freeze, and some would turn on the nearest guard with bare hands. That chaos could save them or drown them. Nora nudged him. "You are making the face." "What face?" "The one where you are building a machine out of people and hating yourself for it." He kept his eyes on the quarry. "I hate that you can read it. I hate that I learned how." Near noon, a guard shoved an older prisoner to the ground near the sledges. The man did not rise fast enough. The guard kicked him in the ribs, then raised a club. Beth made a small sound in her throat. Max put a hand over hers before she could move. Nora did not look away. Her face went pale and hard. The club came down twice. The old prisoner curled around himself. Another worker tried to step forward, but 2 rifles lifted from the gate. Tom muttered a curse. Caleb's eyes shone with fury. Lenny looked like he might vomit. Max felt the old anger from Birmingham, from Black Creek, from every dead car and hungry child. Try to take the wheel. Anger wanted speed. Survival required timing. He forced himself to count again. 12 guards, 2 towers, 1 gate, 1 wagon, 1 old diesel dump truck kept warm like a shrine. At mid-afternoon, they pulled back into the trees and made a cold camp without fire. Abel's sketch lay on a flat stone between them. "We hit the grain wagon before it enters the quarry," Max said. "Quiet if we can. Loud if we must. We use it to get 2 people close to the gate." Nora looked at the sketch. "Beth and me." Max wanted to refuse so badly his mouth opened before reason caught up. Nora saw it and raised an eyebrow. "You look like a man about to say something stupid," she said. "It is a bad idea. Most of yours are. This one needs women because the laundry workers know Beth, and because a guard expects desperate women to obey faster than armed men." Beth nodded. "If I am in the wagon under sacks, I can get to the laundry. There is a rear board loose enough to pry. I used it once to pass bread to Daniel." The name made silence settle over the map. Max pointed to the road. "Caleb and Lenny take the south tower from the drainage ditch. No shooting unless it is already loud. Tom covers the gate from the rocks. Abel carries messages and watches the road. I take the truck, if I can get to it." Abel stared at him. "You take the truck? If that dump truck runs, it can block the gate, smash the grain store door, or make every guard look the wrong way." Lenny rubbed his thin hands together. "I can help with that. Old quarry diesels usually have a manual fuel shutoff and a starter switch that is more suggestion than security." "Good," Max said. "Then you come with me after the tower." Nora's eyes stayed on the sketch. "How do we get out?" That was the question. It sat there like a stone in the mouth. Getting in required nerve. Getting out required fortune, timing, and men with rifles missing under stress. Caleb tapped the north edge of the drawing. There's a culvert behind the stone piles. It drains to Mill Creek. Small, but people can crawl it if they do not panic. Beth nodded slowly. "Daniel told me about that. Guards use it to dump slop when the ditch backs up." Tom grimaced. "That sounds lovely." "Lovely is not the target," Nora said. They refined the plan until it became simple enough to remember and fragile enough to fear. Then they waited for sunset. Waiting was worse than moving. Moving gave the body something to do with dread. Waiting made dread sit in the lap and breathe in the face. Max cleaned his rifle by feel and checked each cartridge. Nora sat beside him, rolling cloth into tight strips. Beth stared through the trees toward the quarry as if she could see through stone and time to the place where her husband had died. Caleb sharpened a small hatchet. Abel wrote a letter to Mara in the back of the ledger in case none of them returned. Lenny whispered mechanical facts under his breath like prayers. When the first wagon creak reached them from the mill road, every head lifted. Max looked at Nora. "Last chance to tell me I am crazy." "You are crazy," she said. That was never in doubt. Helpful. She leaned close enough that only he could hear. "Come back to me in one piece, Max Mercer. I'm not finished arguing with you." He wanted to say something brave. What came out was better because it was true. "I will try hard." Nora touched his cheek once, then slipped into the trees with Beth. The wagon creaked closer. The sky darkened. Down in the quarry, men who thought fear was a wall prepared for another ordinary evening. Max raised his hand and felt the others tense around him. When the wagon passed beneath the ridge, he dropped it. The wagon driver never saw Tom until the shotgun filled his view. He was a round-shouldered man with a wool cap pulled low and a pipe clenched between his teeth. The pipe fell into his lap when Max stepped from the brush and put a finger to his lips. The guard beside him reached for a pistol. Caleb's rifle clicked from the ditch, and the guard froze with his hand halfway inside his coat. "Quiet keeps you breathing," Max said. The guard believed him. Lenny tied the man's wrists with baling twine while Tom helped the driver down. The driver started shaking before anyone touched him. "I only haul grain," he whispered. "I got children at Hobbs Mill." Nora emerged from the trees with Beth behind her. "Then do not make yours or anyone else's orphans today." The driver nodded so fast his cap slipped. Max hated the fear in him because it was ordinary. Not every person serving cruel men was cruel. Some were trapped, some hungry, some weak, and some had made one compromise too many and found themselves hitched to a wagon full of stolen food. The collapse had made villains easier to see and guilt harder to sort. They stripped the guard of his coat and white sleeve strip. Nora put the coat on over her own, hiding her hair beneath the cap. Beth climbed under the grain sacks at the back, curled tight in the space they made. Max took the guard's pistol and tucked it into his belt. It was poorly cleaned, but better than a wish. "You drive," Max told the wagoner. The man's eyes widened. "They will know. They expect you scared." "Be that. I am that. Then you are halfway there." Nora climbed onto the bench beside him and slouched like a bored guard. Her face disappeared behind the scarf. From 10 feet away in dim light, she might pass. From 5, everything depended on confidence and the laziness of men who thought they owned the road. Max, Winnie, Caleb, and Tom followed through the trees parallel to the lane. Abel stayed behind with the tied guard and a message to run if shooting started before the gate. The wagon creaked toward the quarry. Every turn of the wheels sounded too loud. Snow muffled some noise and sharpened the rest. Max could hear leather tack, horse breath, the soft curse of the wagoner when a rut jolted the load. He could hear his own heartbeat and wished it had better sense. At the bend before the gate, the road dipped. Caleb split right toward the drainage ditch, moving with the strange grace of a boy raised by danger. Lenny followed, less graceful but quiet enough. Tom took position among the rocks west of the gate. Max crawled toward the old office building where the dump truck sat under a lean-to with a stovepipe jutting from the wall nearby. 2 guards stood beside a barrel fire, sharing something from a bottle. The wagon reached the gate. A guard stepped out with a lantern. "You are late." The driver hunched. Horse threw a shoe nail near the bend. The guard lifted the lantern toward Nora. "Where is Pike?" Nora spat into the snow. "Sick behind the cart. You want details. Go smell him." The guard laughed. "No, thank you." Max nearly breathed again. The guard pulled the gate chain. Metal scraped. The wagon rolled inside. From the south tower came a muffled grunt. Caleb had reached the boy. Max did not look. Looking cost seconds. He slid along the office wall, reached the lean-to, and crouched behind a stack of rusted drill bits. The dump truck was older than he expected, a heavy yellow beast with cracked glass and a bed scarred by years of stone. Someone had run a stovepipe from the office stove beneath the hood to keep the engine warm. Crude, risky, effective. He smelled diesel, hot metal, and old oil. The driver's door hung open. The key was not in it. Of course not. One of the barrel fire guards laughed at something. The other turned to urinate against the office wall. Max waited until the stream started, then rose behind him and struck with the pistol butt at the base of the skull. The man folded into the snow without a sound loud enough to matter. The second guard turned, mouth open. Max crossed the distance and drove his shoulder into the man's chest, slamming him into the barrel. Coals spilled. The man swung the bottle. Glass broke against Max's cheek, slicing hot across skin. Max hit him twice, hard and ugly, then clamped a hand over his mouth as they went down. The guard fought with panic strength. His knee caught Max in the ribs. Max's breath vanished. The man reached for a knife. Max grabbed his wrist, smashed it against the truck step, and felt the blade fall. He drove his elbow into the man's jaw once, then twice. The guard went loose. Lenny appeared beside the truck, eyes wide. "You look bad. Find the key." "Right." They searched fast. No key under the visor, none in the door pocket, none on the guards. Lenny cursed softly and crawled under the dash. "Old switch. I can jump it, but if the batteries are weak, we get one try. Save poetry for later." From the laundry building came a woman's shout. Not fear. A signal. Beth had made contact. Then another shout answered from the gate. The camp changed. Men turned. A prisoner dropped his sledge and tackled a guard from behind. The world became motion. "Now," Max said. Lenny touched two wires with a screwdriver. Sparks jumped. The starter groaned once, then died. Lenny slapped the dash. "Come on, you stubborn pig!" A rifle fired near the gate. The horse screamed. Nora's pistol cracked twice. Workers scattered, then surged. The gate guard tried to close the chain, and Tom shot him from the rocks. Max saw Beth running toward the worker shed with 3 women behind her. One carried a ring of keys. Another carried a shovel like an axe. Lenny tried the wires again. The engine turned, coughed black smoke, caught, then roared so loud the valley seemed to split. Every head turned toward the truck. Max climbed into the driver's seat as Lenny scrambled up beside him. "Can you drive this?" Lenny yelled. "Not well." "Perfect." Max slammed the clutch, found first gear after grinding metal hard enough to make Lenny wince, and lurched forward. A guard ran from the office with his rifle half raised. Max did not slow. The man dove aside as the truck smashed through the lean-to posts, dragging tin roofing over the hood with a shriek. Max aimed for the gate, not to leave, but to block. The truck struck the open gate panel and tore it from its hinges. Chain snapped. Men scattered. One unlucky guard slipped in the mud and went under the front bumper. Max felt the impact through the wheel and kept going until the truck sat sideways across the entrance. "That blocks it," Lenny said, voice shaking. "Then move." They jumped down as bullets punched the truck bed. Max returned fire toward the office windows, not seeing targets, only needing heads down. The quarry had become chaos. Workers poured from the shed. Some ran for the culvert. Some attacked guards with rocks, shovels, and bare hands. Years of fear broke open all at once. It was not clean. It was not noble in the way stories made uprising sound. It was desperate, bloody, and intimate. Nora dragged a limping woman toward the drainage ditch. Beth had a key in one hand and blood on her sleeve that Max prayed was not hers. Caleb appeared from the south tower with the captured boy guard ahead of him, hands raised. The boy was crying. Caleb looked sick but alive. A horn sounded from the mill road. Not a car horn. A hand cranked alarm. More guard coming. Max shoved Lenny toward the ditch. "Culvert. I can help with the truck." The truck did its work. Tom fired again from the rocks, then waved frantically. "Move now." "Keep moving." Max ran toward Nora. A guard came from between 2 stone piles and swung a club at her back. Max fired from the hip and missed. The guard turned. Nora pivoted and drove her knife into the man's thigh, then slammed the heel of her hand into his throat. He dropped to his knees, gagging. Max reached her and caught her by the elbow. "You good?" "I am angry." "That will do." They ran together, pushing people toward the culvert. The opening was smaller than Max liked, a black half circle with icy water running through it. A woman panicked at the mouth, clawing at the stones. Beth grabbed her face with both hands and forced her to look straight at her. "Breathe and crawl, Anna. Your son is waiting somewhere that is not here." The woman sobbed once and went in. Others followed. Tom stayed behind a broken loader, firing carefully to slow the guard near the office. Caleb helped a gray-haired prisoner with a smashed hand. Lenny counted people into the culvert like a mechanic tracking parts in a machine that might explode. Silas Boone appeared near the office building with 4 men behind him. Max recognized the black beard and the greedy confidence even at distance. Silas saw the truck blocking the gate, the workers escaping, and Beth at the culvert. His face changed from disbelief to rage. "Beth Harlan," he shouted. "You dead woman." Beth did not flinch. She lifted the ring of keys and threw them into the quarry pit as hard as she could. The keys flashed once and vanished into dirty snow and broken stone. Silas raised his rifle. Max fired first. His shot struck the office wall near Silas's head, showering him with splinters. Silas ducked. Nora pushed Beth into the culvert. Max fired again, then felt a punch of heat across his upper arm as a bullet grazed through coat and flesh. Pain came bright and immediate. He ignored it because pain could wait and bullets could not. Tom yelled from the loader. "Last ones!" Caleb shoved the old prisoner into the culvert and crawled after him. Lenny went next. Nora grabbed Max's packstra. "You." After Tom. Tom rose from cover to run. A shot hit him low in the side. He staggered, dropped his shotgun, and almost fell. Max swore and ran back into the open. Nora screamed his name, but he kept moving. He got under Tom's arm as rounds snapped past them. Tom was heavy, and fear made him heavier. "Leave me," Tom gasped. "Shut up and limp." Nora appeared on Tom's other side. Together, they dragged him toward the culvert. Silas fired again. Stone chipped near Max's face. Tom groaned with each step. At the opening, Lenny reached out from inside and grabbed Tom's coat. Hands pulled him into darkness. Nora ducked in. Max turned to fire one last shot. Silas stood beside the truck, smoke swirling around him, hatred playing even through distance. "This does not end here," Silas shouted. Max worked the lever and answered quietly, though Silas could not hear him. "Then follow and learn." He crawled into the culvert as bullets rang against stone behind him. The tunnel stank of rot, ice, old waste, and terror. People crawled ahead in darkness, breathing hard, scraping knees and elbows. Water soaked Max's gloves. His arm burned. Nora was just ahead of him, one hand reaching back every few feet until she touched his sleeve and knew he was still there. Behind them, the quarry roared with men shouting, a truck engine dying and the old world losing one more small kingdom. The culvert emptied into a creek choked with ice and dead reeds. People spilled out one by one, filthy, shaking, and half-blind from the dark. Some laughed because they were free. Some vomited. Some tried to run before knowing where the ground was, and Caleb had to tackle one man before he broke through thin ice near the bank. The sky had gone deep purple. Snow began again, light at first, then steady enough to soften tracks. Max crawled out behind Nora and nearly dropped when his boots hit the creek stones. His arm had gone hot beneath the sleeve. The bullet had only grazed him, but the coat was sticky, and the cold made the pain feel distant in a way he did not trust. Nora saw his face and grabbed his wrist. "Let me see." "Later." "Now. We have people in the open." Her eyes flashed. "And I have one stubborn man bleeding through 2 layers. Tom groaned from the bank. That ended the argument. Nora turned to him with a curse under her breath and went to work. Tom's injury was ugly, but not immediately fatal if luck and cleanliness held. 2 things in short supply. The shot had torn through the meat above his hip and missed the bone. Nora packed cloth against it, used honey where she dared, and tied pressure with hands that did not tremble until after the knot was set. Beth moved among the former prisoners, counting them, naming them when she could. 11 had made it through the culvert. 6 men, 4 women, and 1 teenage boy with a shaved head and eyes like broken glass. More had scattered through the quarry or been cut off before the culvert. Nobody knew how many would live to see morning. Freedom had come like a door opened during a fire. Not everyone had reached it. A woman named Anna clutched Beth and sobbed into her shoulder. A gray-haired man kissed the frozen ground. The teenage boy stood apart with fists clenched and stared back toward the quarry as if deciding whether to return and kill until someone killed him. Max recognized that look. It had visited him more than once since Mobile. Max put himself in the boy's path. "What is your name?" The boy's eyes dragged to him. "Evan. You thinking about going back?" "They still have my brother." The words hit hard. Max looked toward Beth. Her face answered before she spoke. She knew. She had seen the brother or knew enough prisoners to guess. "How old is he?" Max asked. 12. Nora's head lifted. Even Tom stopped groaning for a second. Evan pointed with a shaking hand toward the quarry. "He was in the worker shed. I saw him. He did not come out." Max wanted to close his eyes. Instead, he looked at the people around him. 11 saved. 1 child still inside. A horn on the mill road. Silas alive. Tom hurt. Ammunition lower than before. The math was merciless, and Mercy hated math. Beth stepped toward Evan. "What is your brother's name?" "Micah." "Was he wearing a green cap?" Evan's face changed. "You saw him?" Beth nodded slowly. Laundry women hid 2 children onto the boiler platform when the shooting started. Green cap and a little girl with red mittens. Anna told me as we crawled. "They may still be hidden." Evan swayed as hope struck him harder than grief. Max looked at Nora. She knew what he was asking without words, and she hated the answer as much as he did. Caleb came up beside them. "There is an old goat path above the creek. It loops toward the meeting house, but if we follow it south first, it comes near the boiler building." Tom coughed. "You are not going back in there." "Not all of us," Max said. Nora's face went still. Max. 2 children under a boiler platform. I heard. Then you know? She looked away, jaw tight. I know I hate you for being right. They moved the freed prisoners into the cedar hollow Caleb knew. A pocket of trees where rock sheltered one side and the creek noise covered whispers. Abel arrived breathless with the driver from the grain wagon, who had chosen flight over returning to the mill. Abel had also brought bad news. More guard were on the road from Hobbs Mill. The meeting house had maybe until dawn before Silas gathered enough anger to strike. Max made the second plan smaller because small plans sometimes survived contact with the world. Caleb would lead the free prisoners toward the meeting house with Abel and Lenny. Beth would go with them because Rose needed her and because she had already walked back into hell once. Tom would be carried on a blanket sling if necessary. Max and Nora would circle back with Evan. No one liked it. That did not make it wrong. Beth caught Max before he left. If you find Micah, tell him Evan came back. Tell him his brother did not run. I will bring him if I can. If you cannot, Max looked at her, unable to lie. Then I will not leave him wondering. Beth nodded once, hard. Then she went to help lift Tom. The goat path climbed through brush and stone. Evan moved fast until Nora caught his coat and hissed at him to slow down. The boy obeyed, but every line of his body pulled toward the quarry. Max understood. Blood called louder than caution. They reached a ridge above the boiler building after full dark. The quarry below glowed with scattered fires and lanterns. The dump truck still blocked the gate, but men were working to move it. The alarm horn had stopped. That worried Max. Noise meant confusion. Quiet meant orders. The boiler building was a squat brick structure behind the laundry, with a coal chute on one side and a rusted vent stack on the roof. 2 guards stood near the main door. One smoked. The other paced with a shotgun. No tower had a clean view of the coal chute. That was the only mercy. Nora examined Max's arm by feel while they crouched behind the ridge. You need this cleaned. After? That word is doing a lot of work tonight. Can you climb through the chute? She gave him a look. I am smaller than you, not Smoke. Evan whispered, I can fit. No, Max and Nora said together. The boy glared. He is my brother. Nora leaned close to him. That is why you cannot be the first one through. If you panic, he panics. If you get caught, he sees it. Let us open the way. Then you move when told. Evan looked ready to argue, then nodded with visible effort. Max took the guard coat he had stripped from the wagon man and put it on again. The white sleeve strip made his skin crawl. He walked down the slope with Nora 10 steps behind in the dark and Evan waiting above. The smoking guard saw Max first. Who are you? Max kept walking like a tired man with authority borrowed from anger. Gate crew. Silas wants the children from the boiler checked before the prisoners try to burn the place. The pacing guard turned. What children? Max cursed inwardly. The man had not known. That was good and bad. Good because the hiding place remained secret. Bad because Max had just planted suspicion. You deaf? The laundry women hid rats everywhere. Open it. The smoker squinted. I do not know you. And I do not care. Silas is looking for someone to blame, and if you want it to be you, keep asking questions. That worked on the pacing guard. Fear of a boss outranked doubt. He reached for the door latch. The smoker did not. His eyes moved past Max, maybe seeing Nora in the dark, or maybe seeing too much confidence in a stranger's face. His hand dipped toward his belt. Nora fired from the shadows. The shot hit the smoker in the shoulder and spun him into the wall. The pacing guard swung the shotgun toward the flash. Max rushed him before the barrel settled. The shotgun fired into the roof edge. Max slammed the man against the door, got a hand under his chin, and drove him down the steps. The guard hit hard. Max kicked the shotgun away and struck him with the rifle stock until he stopped reaching. Move, Nora said. Evan came down the slope at a dead run. Max hauled the boiler door open. Heat and coal stink rolled out. The room was dim, lit by a single lantern near a banked furnace. Pipes crossed the ceiling like black ribs. Nora went in first, pistol up. Micah, Evan whispered too loud. Micah. A tiny sound came from beneath the boiler platform. Nora dropped to her knees and lifted a loose tin panel. Two faces stared out, pale in the lantern light. One boy with a green cap. One little girl with red mittens clenched against her mouth. Evan made a broken sound. Micah crawled out and slammed into him. The brothers held each other so fiercely they nearly fell. Nora pulled the little girl free and wrapped her in her own scarf. "Name?" Nora asked. The girl whispered, "June." "June, I am Nora. You stay against me and do exactly what I say." Footsteps pounded outside. More than one set. Max grabbed the lantern and smashed it against the coal pile, plunging the room into furnace glow and shadow. He shoved the children toward the rear service door. Nora led them. Evan carried June when her legs failed. The first guard came to the front and fired blind. The shot burst brick chips near Max's head. Max fired back at the muzzle flash. The guard dropped into the doorway, blocking the second man. Nora got the rear door open, and cold air knifed through the heat. They ran uphill through brush while shouting rose behind them. June clung to Evan's back with her red mittens locked under his chin. Micah stumbled once and Max dragged him upright. Nora turned twice to fire, each shot measured. Not wild. Never wild. She spent ammunition like she spent truth, only where it mattered. At the ridge, a bell rang from somewhere near the office building. Max hated that sound now. It followed them through the trees, iron and accusation. They did not stop until the quarry lights vanished behind the slope and the creak noise returned. Evan sank to his knees with both children wrapped in his arms. Micah cried into his brother's coat. June stared at Nora with solemn eyes and refused to let go of her scarf. Max stood with his hands on his knees, breathing hard. Blood from his arm had run down into his glove. Nora saw it in the starlight and said nothing for once. She only took his hand and held it for 1 second. The bell kept ringing behind them. This time it did not sound like warning. It sounded like rage. They reached the meeting house just before dawn with 3 children, a line of freed prisoners, one badly hurt man, and the storm walking behind them like a white animal. The orchard post opened without challenge when Caleb whistled from the creek bed. People came out with lanterns hooded by tin. No one cheered. Cheering would have felt like inviting punishment. Instead, hands reached, blankets opened, and the wounded were taken inside. Rose saw Beth and ran so hard she slipped in the snow. Beth caught her daughter and folded around her, both of them crying without shame. Evan arrived carrying June, with Micah leaning against his side. The brothers stared at the meeting house as if a building without shouting guards was too strange to trust. Mara came down the steps and counted every face. When she reached Tom on the blanket sling, her mouth tightened, but her voice stayed steady. "Inside, to the stove room. Nora, tell me what you need. Boiled water, clean cloth, honey, whiskey if you have it, and someone strong enough to hold Tom still without arguing." Carter stepped forward. "I can hold." Nora gave him a quick look. "Good then. If you faint, fall away from my work." He almost smiled, or almost did. Max tried to help carry Tom, but Nora caught his sleeve. Her fingers came away dark. "You sit next. Tom first. Tom first, then you. Do not make me waste strength yelling." There was no softness in her face now. She had spent it on children and terror and running in the dark. Max nodded because arguing would only hurt them both. The meeting house became a field hospital by candlelight. Tables were cleared. Blankets were boiled. Children were fed in small portions, so empty stomachs did not rebel. Men stood guard at every window. Abel wrote names as fast as people could speak them. Tom survived the first hour. That was not the same as surviving, but it was more than Max had feared. Nora cleaned the injury, packed it, stitched what could be stitched, and worked with a fierce silence that kept everyone from asking useless questions. When Carter went pale, she ordered him to breathe through his nose and keep his knees loose. He obeyed like a schoolboy. Max sat on a crate with his coat off while Mara cut away his sleeve. The graze along his upper arm was ugly and dirty but shallow compared to Tom. That did not stop Nora from appearing beside him the moment Tom was covered. "I said you were next." I waited. Against her nature, trying to grow. She made a sound that might have been a laugh if exhaustion had not crushed it flat. Then she cleaned the burn of the graze with whiskey. Max gripped the crate until his fingers hurt. "You can curse," she said. "Children present. They have heard worse tonight. That does not mean I should add to it." Her hands paused. She looked at him then, really looked, as if the sentence had found a door she had not known he had. You are a strange man, Max Mercer. Usually I get called stubborn. That too. She finished wrapping his arm. Her touch lingered for half a breath. Then Mara called her to June, who had a fever starting, and the moment passed into work. By mid-morning, the freed prisoners had told enough for the settlement to understand what had been broken loose. The quarry held fewer guards now, but more rage. Silas had lost labor, keys, grain, and face. Worse, witnesses had escaped with names. Men who had hidden behind orders were now known by people who could speak. That mattered. In the new dark, reputation could kill slower than a bullet, but reach farther. Mara gathered the settlement council near the blackboard. Max stood with Nora along the wall, both too tired to sit because sitting might become sleeping. Beth held Rose in the front row. Evan sat between Micah and June, one arm around each child. Caleb leaned near the door with his rifle and looked older than he had the day before. Abel read the revised facts. Freed from quarry, 11 adults and 3 children. Injured 4 serious, including Tom. Guard dead or disabled, unknown. Grain wagon captured, then abandoned. Dump truck used to block quarry gate. Keys lost into pit. County guard expected response, immediate. Carter rubbed his eyes. They will come today. Mara nodded. Yes. A woman near the stove asked, "Can we leave?" Not all of us fast enough. Not with Tom, the children, the old, and the food stores. Then we fight here. We prepare here, Mara said. Fight if forced. Survive if possible. Max stepped to the chalkboard and drew the orchard, lane, creek, and meeting house in rough lines. No one asked him to. No one stopped him. That was how authority shifted in a crisis, not with ceremony, but with chalk in a steady hand. Silas expects fear, Max said. He expects you to bunch inside and wait. Do not give him a single target. Move food and children to the north root cellar before noon. Break the main lane with felled trees after that. Leave the barrier looking weaker than it is so they commit forward. Put shooters in pairs, not crowds. Nobody fires until Mara gives word and thus they cross the inner line. Tom's brother, a hard-faced man named Eli, frowned. You've done this before? No. I have watched people die from doing the opposite. That answer satisfied nobody, but it silenced several objections. Lenny added practical improvements. Old farm tools became caltrops in the frozen ruts. Grease from the kitchen was smeared on the flat stones near the barrier where boots would slip. Empty bottles were strung with wire across a side path to rattle if anyone tried to flank. Nora organized the infirmary and made every person wash hands with ash soap before touching bandages. Mara moved through it all with calm that did not deny fear but refused to feed it. Max and Caleb felled 2 dead trees across the lane using a crosscut saw that bit slow and steady. Caleb worked without complaint until Max made him stop for water. You saved people last night, Max said. Caleb wiped his mouth with his sleeve. I also almost shot a boy in the tower. Almost is not. Did. I wanted to. Max looked down the lane. Snow softened the road where Silas would come. Wanting is not doing either. Caleb stared at the saw handle. Does it get easier? Killing, choosing, remembering. Max could have lied and given the boy a soldier's comfort. He did not. It gets clearer sometimes. Not easier. Caleb nodded as if that was what he had expected and hated. They were back to sawing. Silas came at 3 in the afternoon with 12 men, 2 horses, and a sled, carrying what looked like a small cannon until Max saw it clearly and realized it was a pipe bomb launcher made from scrap plumbing. Crude, but crude killed fine if close enough. They stopped beyond rifle range. Silas rode 1 horse, black beard iced at the edges, white sleeve strip bright against his coat. Mara stood at the barrier with no weapon in her hands. Max hated that and understood it. She was the face of the settlement. Behind her, hidden among sheds, trees, and windows, 19 frightened people held guns and tried to breathe quietly. Silas cupped his hands. Reverend Vale, you have made a large mistake. Mara's voice carried in the cold. You have had every chance to leave decently. You stole county labor, murdered lawful guards, and destroyed equipment. We sheltered abused people and defended ourselves from armed thieves. Silas smiled. Pretty words for the ledger. Send out Beth Harlan, the men who raided my quarry, and the boy named Evan. Do that, and I only take half your stores. Max watched the men behind Silas. Some looked eager. Some looked cold. Some looked ashamed and angry at the shame. That was useful. An army made of bad men was still an army. An army made of uncertain men could crack. Mara raised one hand. Abel stepped beside her and opened the ledger. "For the record," Abel called, voice trembling but loud, "state your legal authority to seize persons and food from the settlement." The question struck harder than Max expected. Silas laughed, but two of his men glanced at each other. Law was dead in many places, but its ghost still troubled those who remembered being ordinary. Silas lifted his rifle. "This is my authority." Mara did not move. "Then say that. Say you rule by gun and hunger, not law." Silas's face darkened. He gestured to the men with the pipe launcher. They dragged it forward. Max's mouth went dry. If that thing reached the barrier and fired into the meeting house, the room full of injured and children would become slaughter. Mara lowered her raised hand to her side. That was the signal. The first shots came from the orchard, not the barrier. Two meeting house hunters fired from the left, striking near the pipe crew and forcing them down. Max fired from the shed loft and hit the man carrying the powder bag. The bag burst white and gray across the snow. Silas's horse reared. The lane erupted. The guard charged because pride had pushed them too close to retreat cleanly. The front men hit the greased stones and went down hard. One slid into the wire-strung bottles, which exploded into noise. Shotguns thundered from the woodpile. Nora fired from the meeting house window, calm and terrible. Caleb, beside Max, fired once, worked the bolt, and whispered an apology that may have been to God or to himself. Silas tried to rally them. He was brave in the worst way, the kind of brave that spent other men first. He rode forward shouting until Lenny pulled a rope hidden under the snow. The dead tree they had not finished cutting cracked loose from the bank and dropped across the lane behind the first wave. Men found themselves trapped between two obstacles under fire. Some fought. Some ran for the ditch. One threw down his rifle and put his hands up. Ely shot a mod who was aiming at Mara. The man spun and fell against the barrier, leaving red across the snow. The pipe launcher crew abandoned the weapon. Max shifted aim to Silas and saw him dismount, using the horse as cover. Then the meeting house door opened. Bats stepped onto the porch with Rose behind Mara's coat and a shotgun held too low because she did not know the weight of it. Silas saw her. Rage remade him. He raised his rifle toward the porch. Max fired. His shot missed Silas but hit the horse's tack. The animal screamed and lurched sideways, smashing into Silas and knocking him down. Nora fired from the window. Silas rolled behind the sled, close enough to death to understand it. For the first time, Max saw fear on his face. "Fall back," one of the guards shouted. Silas screamed for them to hold. They did not. The uncertain men broke first, then the eager ones realized courage was less attractive without company. They dragged two injured men and left the pipe launcher in the road. Silas stumbled after them, limping, one hand pressed to his side. He turned once at the bend and pointed toward the meeting house. Max could not hear his words over the ringing in his ears. He understood the meaning anyway. This was not over. When the last guard vanished beyond the trees, no one cheered. Mara stayed standing until Abel told her she could stop. Then she sat down hard in the snow. Beth dropped the shotgun and held Rose. Caleb climbed down from the loft with shaking legs. Nora came to Max, saw he was still upright, and leaned her forehead briefly against his chest. "We lived," she said. "For now. Do not ruin it immediately." He wrapped one arm around her, careful of the rifle between them. Across the lane, the snow around the barrier was churned and red. The meeting house still stood. The bell rope still hung, cut above the porch. The people inside had learned something terrible and necessary. They could be hurt. They could also hurt back. By evening, the storm erased the battlefield, but not the cost. Snow-filled footprints, softened blood, and laid a clean skin over broken wood and shell casings. Max knew better than to trust it. Weather hid evidence. It did not forgive. The people of the meeting house moved in a silence deeper than exhaustion, dragging dead guard to a tark near the lane, carrying their own injured inside, collecting weapons, counting cartridges, and finding out how many lives remained attached to their names. 2 meeting house men were dead. Ely, who had shot the man aiming at Mara, had taken a round through the chest before the guard broke. He died with his brother Tom's hand gripping his sleeve. A young woman named Sarah, one of the orchard shooters, bled out before Nora could reach her. She had 3 children in the root cellar, and a husband who sat against the wall afterward, staring at nothing while those children asked why their mother would not come in from the snow. Victory did not feel like victory when it had to be explained to children. Nora washed her hands in water gone pink, then clear, then pink again. Max watched from the doorway until she snapped at him to either help or stop haunting her. He helped. He carried water, held lanterns, fed the stove, and learned that the human body could become both fragile and stubborn in the same hour. Tom fevered? June slept against Beth with Rose on the other side of her. Evan refused to leave Micah, and nobody made him. Mara stood at the blackboard after dark and changed the numbers. Food lower, cartridges lower, dead higher, injured higher. Freed people added to the living column because Abel insisted the board should show mercy as plainly as loss. Mara looked at the chalk in her hand for a long time before writing Sarah's name under the dead. When she finished, she pressed the chalk so hard it snapped. Max found her later in the entry with her coat open and her face gray. You need to sit. I have been told that by 3 people. It grows less useful with repetition. Usually means it is true. She looked at him, and for the first time since he had arrived, he saw how tired she really was. Leadership had held her upright like a splint. Now the break showed. Silas will be back with more if he can gather them. Maybe? Do not comfort me with maybe. I am not. Men like him depend on looking inevitable. Today he looked mortal. Some of his people ran. Some surrendered. Some died following him. That changes the story. Mara leaned against the wall. Stories do not stop bullets. No, but they decide who fires them. That made her study him. You sound like you believe that. I am learning it against my will. Outside, Carter and Caleb guarded the lane with 2 former prisoners. Inside, Beth helped sort bandages, while Rose and June slept under the same blanket. Lenny repaired the captured pipe launcher enough to understand it, then dismantled it with visible disgust. Abel copied names from the quarry onto a separate page. Witnesses, dead, missing, and men who had served the guard and might be persuaded to surrender before the next fight. The ledger had become more than record. It was memory with teeth. Near midnight, Nora stepped outside and sat on the meeting house steps. Max followed with 2 cups of hot mint water. He gave her one and sat beside her, leaving a hand's width between them because she looked like a woman held together by thread. If you tell me to sleep, I may hit you, she said. I brought mint water. That was wise. They drank in silence. The orchard beyond the lane was pale under snow. Somewhere a goat complained softly, offended that human war had disrupted feeding schedules. The sound almost made Nora smile. Max rubbed at the bandage on his arm. Tom. Maybe. Fever will decide what I cannot. I hate that. You did everything. That sentence is what people say when everything may not be enough. He had no answer. She looked down into the steaming cup. Her hair had come loose from its pins and soot marked one cheek. He thought she had never looked more beautiful, which felt unfair to say while death sat inside behind them. Nora. She closed her eyes. If this is the part where you say you are leaving at dawn, let me drink first. The words struck him because they were too close to what he had been carrying. Dover waited. His mother. His sister. The promise that had pulled him from Mobile through dead cities and burning towns. Every day spent here made winter sharper and the road longer. Every person saved added another reason not to move. Home had become a compass needle, shaking between blood and duty. I do have to leave, he said. She opened her eyes, but did not look at him. I know. I hate that. I know that too. He set his cup down. Come with me. She turned then. The question had been between them for days, but speaking, it changed its shape. It became less dream and more demand, less comfort and more risk. You say that like it is simple, she said. No, I say it because it is not simple, and I still mean it. These people need help. Yes. Beth needs someone who knows medicine. June may have fever. Tom may turn bad. Mara is carrying a tone on one spine. Yes. Your family needs you. Yes. Her mouth trembled, and she looked away before it became tears. Then what are we doing, Max? He wanted to answer like a man from before, with plans and dates and clean promises. Instead, he told the truth. Try not to let the world decide for us. Nora breathed out, slow and shaky. I do not want to be another thing you lose on the road. You are not a thing. You know what I mean. I do. He reached for her hand and stopped short, giving her the choice. After a moment, she took his. I'm afraid if I keep moving, I drag you into my promise. I'm afraid if I stay, I break it. I am afraid if you stay, I understand, and it still tears me in half. She looked at their hands. That is a lot of fear for one man who pretends to be made of tools and bad coffee. I miss bad coffee. I know. The smile came then, faint and wounded by the day, but real. She leaned against his shoulder. For a while they were only two tired people on a cold step, sharing heat while a broken country slept badly around them. At dawn, the next choice arrived before either of them had made peace with the last one. A sentry whistled twice from the north orchard. Not alarm. A signal. Mara, Max, and Carter went out with rifles ready and found 3 men standing beyond the creek with hands raised. One wore a white sleeve strip turned inside out. Another had a bandage across his forehead. The third carried a folded paper under his cap. "We lost Silas," the bandaged man called. "Others won out. He is at Hobbs Mill with maybe 18. He says he will burn this place when the wind turns east." Mara did not lower her rifle. "Why come here?" "Because you beat him. Because he shot his own man for running. Because my wife is in Miller's shelf and I am done stealing grain from people who look like her." Max watched the man's hands, his eyes the way his shoulders held fear. Could be a trick. Could be truth. Most likely it was both, because human beings were rarely clean. The man held up the folded paper. He sent riders to Black Creek. "If they answer, you will have guard and churchmen by tomorrow night." That name moved through the orchard like a shadow. Black Creek. The bell. The bodies. Max felt the road north tilt again. Mara took the paper with a gloved hand. Abel read it aloud inside an hour later. Silas wanted men, dogs, and rope from Pastor Lyle in exchange for grain and prisoners once the meeting house fell. The message was plain enough to chill every person in the room. "We cannot hold against both," Carter said. "Then we do not wait for both," Mara answered. The council argued while morning brightened. Some wanted to evacuate north. Some wanted to strike Hobbs Mill before Black Creek arrived. Some wanted to send a false message and lure Silas away. Max listened, eyes on the map. Hobbs Mill sat on the road they needed anyway. North of it, an old rail spur cut toward the state line and, eventually, the long roads that could take him closer to Maine. The mill was obstacle, threat, and route all in one. Nora stood beside him. "You see it?" "Yes." "So do I." The plan formed with painful clarity. Move the children, injured, and food caches north through the creek path. Send word to Mercy Trade and any farms willing to break from Silas. Strike Hobbs Mill not to occupy it, but to seize grain, scatter the guard, and destroy the records tying people to debt. Then move. Not everyone would go to Maine. Most would not. But the road north could carry more than Max and Nora now. It could carry a piece of the meeting house before Black Creek swallowed it. Mara looked at him across the map. "You're leaving." "Yes, and taking half my trouble with you." "Looks that way." "That is a rude gift." "Best I have." For the first time, Mara smiled without bitterness. "Then we make it useful." By afternoon, the settlement became motion. Packs were built. Grain was divided. Children were told it was a journey, not a flight, because words mattered even when children saw through them. Tom was strapped to a sled. June's fever held low. Beth chose to go north with Rose, Evan, Micah, and the others who had no homes left behind them. Carter chose to stay with Mara and a rear guard until the last cache moved. Caleb volunteered to guide the first group and looked proud when nobody called him too young. Nora found Max in the shed, sharpening a hatchet that did not need sharpening. "I am coming," she said. He looked up slowly. "With me?" "With the North group. With Beth and the children. With you. If you stop making that stunned face." Relief hit him so hard he had to look down. "I did not want to ask again." "I know. That is why I answered before you could become noble and unbearable." He laughed quietly, and it almost broke into something else. She stepped close and put her hand against his chest. "I am not choosing you instead of the people who need me," she said. I am choosing the road where I can help them and still keep my promise to myself. There is a difference. I know. Good. Also, if your mother hates me, I am blaming you. She will not hate you. You cannot know that. You saved me too many times. She will probably feed you first. Nora's eyes softened. The shed smelled of cold iron, hay, and smoke. Outside, people shouted over sled ropes and hid in grain. Inside, for one stolen second, the world narrowed to her hand on his chest and the sound of them breathing. He kissed her then. Not hard, not desperate, not like a man trying to steal comfort before war. It was careful and honest, a promise made with all the fear left in it. Nora kissed him back, then rested her forehead against his. Still north, he whispered. Still together, she said. The words had carried them through nights, bullets, and snow. Now they carried more. By dusk, the first sled slipped out through the orchard and down into the creek bed. Behind them, Mara stood beneath a cut bell rope with a rifle in her hands. Ahead, Hobbs' mill waited with Silas Boone, stolen grain, in the road beyond. Max adjusted his pack, checked the rifle, and looked once at the meeting house glowing in the winter dark. It was not his home, not in the way Dover was, but he had bled for it, and it had fed him, and people he loved were leaving its line beside him. The way home had grown wider than a map. He stepped into the creek bed beside Nora, and the north swallowed them one careful footprint at a time. The creek bed took them away from the meeting house under a lid of black branches and falling snow. Max walked second in line, close enough to see Nora's shoulder ahead of him and far enough back to watch both banks. The water had pulled away from the center stones and left shelves of ice along the edges. Every boot step sounded too loud. Every sled runner scraped like a file against bone. Beth kept Rose against her hip with one arm and held a rope with the other. The rope ran back to the sled where Tom lay wrapped in quilts and feed sacks, his face gray beneath a cap someone had pressed onto his head. June rode beside him, half asleep and fever-warm, with Micah walking at the rear as if he could guard everyone by wishing hard enough. Evan carried a shotgun that looked too big for him. Caleb moved ahead with Nora, choosing places where the ice would hold and where the creek cut deep enough to hide them from the road. Behind them, somewhere beyond the orchard and the ruined trail, Mara and Carter were preparing to make Hobbs' mill bleed. Max had helped draw the plan, and that made leaving feel like cowardice, even though the plan required it. The settlement could not move children, food, and injured people north if every rifle stayed to fight Silas Boone. Someone had to carry the fragile part away. That was what Max told himself. It did not make the weight lighter. Nora stopped beneath a fallen sycamore and lifted one hand. The line froze. Snow gathered on shoulders and caps. Max listened past the sound of his own breathing. At first, there was only water under ice. Then a faint rhythm reached them from above. Hooves on the road. Not many, maybe 2 horses, moving slow. Caleb slid down the bank on his belly and landed beside Max with no more noise than a sack of flour. "Riders," he whispered. "I heard them," Max said. "Guard scouts if they stayed on the north road." Nora hooked back. "Can we go under the sycamore?" Caleb shook his head. "The sled will catch." Max glanced at Tom. The man was awake now, eyes narrowed against pain, hand wrapped around the quilt as if pride could hold him together. Max crouched beside him. "We may have to move you rough." Tom's mouth twitched. "I have been married twice and jailed once. Rough is not new to me." Beth drew Rose closer. "Will they come down here?" "Not unless they see sign," Max said, and hoped he sounded like he knew more than he did. The horses stopped above them. Leather creaked. A man coughed. Max eased the rifle off his shoulder, not aiming yet, just bringing it to the place where his body understood it. Nora had already moved beneath the bank with her knife in one hand and a pistol in the other. Her face had gone still, and the stillness scared him more than anger would have. A voice drifted down. "Tracks cut to the creek." Another voice answered, older and flatter. "Everybody cuts to the creek when snow is coming. Keep riding." Boone said no one leaves the meeting house. Boone says many things when other men have to freeze for them. Max held his breath. Above him, a horse stamped. Loose dirt rolled down the bank and tapped the ice by his boot. Rose made the smallest sound. Not a cry, just a child's breath catching on fear. Beth pressed a hand over the girl's mouth and kissed the top of her scarf. The younger rider spoke again. "I smell smoke." Max's stomach tightened. They all smelled of smoke. Every person alive did. Wood smoke lived in hair, cloth, skin, and hope. It was the scent of people who had not yet frozen. The older riders spat. "You smell your own coat." "Move." The hooves started again. The sound receded by inches until the road took it and the snow swallowed the rest. No one moved for another full minute. Max lowered the rifle and felt his fingers ache from gripping it. Caleb let out a slow breath. That was Mercer and Lot. Lot is lazy. Mercy from lazy men still spends. Nora looked at him. Can the younger one track? Well enough to find smoke and brag about it. Then we leave the creek at the next stone cut, Max said. If he changes his mind, he will follow the easy line. Caleb nodded. There's an old drainage tunnel ahead. It goes under the road and into Miller's pasture. How far? Half a mile if the ice holds. Twice that if it does not. They moved again, faster now, less careful than Max liked and more careful than panic wanted. The creek narrowed into a throat of stone. Twice the sled tipped. Once, Tom hissed through his teeth and went white around the mouth. Nora walked beside him after that, one hand on the sled rail, talking in a low voice about nothing important. She told him how bad Max was at pretending he did not need help. She told Rose that Maine had blueberries and cold beaches and men who thought lobster traps counted as conversation. Rose listened like the words were scraps of candy. Max loved Nora in that moment with a force that made him angry. The world had become too dangerous for love to feel like peace. It felt like another person he had to keep alive with bare hands. By mid-morning, the drainage tunnel appeared ahead, a black oval rimmed with ice. It smelled of mud, rust, and old leaves. Caleb went first with a candle stub cupped in one mitten. Nora followed, then Evan, then the sled. Max took the rear. They were halfway through when a gunshot cracked behind them. The sound slammed through the tunnel and came back broken into pieces. Rose screamed into Beth's coat. Tom tried to sit up. Max shoved him down with one hand and aimed at the circle of white behind them. A second shot came, farther away, then yelling. Not at them. From the road. Caleb whispered from the front. Mara started early. Max pictured the meeting house men striking before Silas could gather himself, pictured the mill guards waking to smoke and shouting, pictured Mara beneath the cut bell rope with her rifle steady and her mouth set. The plan had teeth now. Nora looked back through the darkness. Her eyes caught the candlelight. Keep moving. They crawled out into Miller's pasture under a sky the color of tin. Behind them, Hobbs' mill began to answer the meeting house with scattered rifle fire that rolled through the valley like doors being kicked open. No one cheered. The sound meant people were dying. It also meant the road north might open for the length of one desperate morning. Max helped haul the sled up the bank and turned to look south. Smoke climbed beyond the trees. Thin at first, then thicker, bending with the wind. Beth stood beside him with Rose pressed against her leg. Is that good smoke or bad smoke? Max watched it rise. Smoke does not care what kind of men made it. But do we? He thought of Silas Boone's ledger, of the quarry camp, of children strapped to death their parents had not chosen. He thought of Maine and his mother and the promise that had pulled him through every mile. Then he thought of Nora's hand on his chest in the shed, and the way home becoming wider than a map. We care, he said. That is why we keep walking. They crossed the pasture bent low against the wind, leaving the first battlefield of the day behind them and carrying its cost forward in silence. Hobbs Mill was not a town so much as a place where roads had learned to obey one building. The grain house sat beside the frozen creek with its wheel locked in ice and its roof heavy with snow. A wagon yard stretched on one side. On the other, a row of cabins held workers who had once been neighbors and now owed labor to men with rifles. Smoke lifted from 3 chimneys. A 4th column came from the storehouse roof, and that one was too black to be ordinary. Max saw it from Miller's pasture as the north group crouched behind a low stone wall. The children had been tucked into a shallow wash with Beth, June, and 2 older women who had fled the meeting house before dawn. Tom insisted on sitting up with a shotgun across his lap, but Nora took it from him and laid a hand on his shoulder until his pride surrendered to exhaustion. Caleb crawled back from the wall with snow in his eyebrows. They hit the wagon yard, not the grain house. Mara kept her head. How many guard? Max asked. Hard to tell with smoke. I saw 6 by the mill door and 2 on the road. More inside? Nora studied the yard. Where is Silas? Caleb's jaw tightened. If he is smart, not near the first fire. Max believed that. Men like Silas Spoon did not stand where the first bullet might find them. They made other men brave by standing behind them. A bell began clanging from the mill. Not a church bell, but a metal rim struck with a hammer. The sound carried across the fields in ugly bursts. Workers spilled from the cabins, some barefoot, some carrying children, some holding tools like weapons without knowing who to use them against. A guard shoved one man with a rifle barrel. Another guard kicked open a cabin door and dragged out an old woman who had not moved fast enough. Nora's face changed when she saw that. Max saw the decision before she spoke. "No," he said quietly. She did not look at him. "Do not say no unless you can live with watching it. The children are behind us. I know where the children are." Caleb's voice came tight. "The old woman is Widow Pike. She hid me once when Boone's men were looking for runners." Max closed his eyes for one breath. He could feel the shape of the trap. Silas would expect anyone with a conscience to break cover when helpless people were put in front of them. That did not make the helpless less real. It only made the trap uglier. A rifle cracked from the far side of the yard. One of Mara's men, maybe Carter, maybe Abel, fired from behind an overturned wagon. The guard who had shoved the worker spun and went down hard. The yard erupted. Workers ran. Guards shouted. The old woman fell to her knees in the snow. Max opened his eyes. "Caleb, take Evan and 2 people who can move. Get the children farther up the wash. If we do not come back, follow the old canal north and do not wait past dark." Nora looked at him then. That sounded like permission. "It sounded like I am tired of arguing with you when you are right." A flash of grief and affection crossed her face, gone almost before he saw it. "Try not to make me regret being right." They moved along the stone wall, keeping low. Max carried the rifle and a hatchet. Nora carried the pistol and a canvas satchel of cloth, honey, and things that kept people alive when bullets failed to do the job. Tom cursed behind them because his body had betrayed his courage, and Beth told him to save his anger for breathing. The first guard they reached was a boy with a red scarf and a shaking rifle. He stepped around the wall to piss and saw Max too late. Max hit him with the rifle stock before the boy could shout. The blow took him in the cheek and folded him into the snow. Nora caught the rifle before it clattered. "He is breathing," she whispered. "Good for him," Max said, and meant it less than he wanted to. They crossed behind the smoke, using the storehouse fire as cover. The heat punched through the cold and brought the smell of burning grain, wet timber, and horse dung. Max saw Mara near the wagon yard, coat torn at the sleeve, rifle up, shouting men toward the grain house. Carter was with her, bleeding from the scalp, but moving. Abel knelt by a fallen worker and pressed both hands against the man's side. Mara spotted Max and looked furious for half a second. Then she pointed to the mill office. "Ledger is in there." Max shouted back, "Silas?" "Gone to ground or gone north." That was worse than either answer alone. Nora grabbed his sleeve. "The office first. If those records survive, this starts again with a new man behind the desk." The office door was barred from inside. Max put his shoulder into it once and got only pain. A shot punched through the plank beside his head, throwing splinters across his cheek. He dropped flat. Nora fired twice through the gap under the hinge side. Someone inside screamed and stumbled. Carter appeared with a sledgehammer and a grin that looked carved from fear. "Step aside, Maine." He swung. The first hit cracked the brace. The second broke it. The third sent the door inward. Max went in low, rifle first. The room smelled of lamp oil, ink, and panic. A clerk with spectacles stood behind a desk holding a pistol in both hands. Max aimed at his chest. "Drop it," Max said. The clerk looked at the doorway, at Carter, at Nora, at the smoke sliding across the ceiling. He dropped the pistol. It hit the floor with a thud. Nora crossed to the shelves. Ledgers lined them, each one thick with names, debts, punishments, food allotments, labor days, and little marks that turned lives into numbers. She opened one and read for 3 seconds. Her mouth tightened. "All of it," she said. Max found a crate. Carter swept books into it by the armload. The clerk made a strangled sound. "Those are legal records." Carter looked at him. That word died with the courthouse, friend. People owe. Nora stepped close to the clerk, not threatening with the pistol, not needing to. People owe their children food, their dead a proper grave, and their neighbors a choice. They do not owe Silas Boone their backs because he learned to write numbers in a book. The clerk's eyes filled with tears. He will kill me. Max took the man's coat from a peg and threw it at him. Then run before he remembers you can read. Outside, Mara's people had reached the grain house. Workers joined them now, not all, but enough. A woman with a flower-white face swung a shovel at a guard's knee. A man with one arm dragged sacks into the yard. Shots came from the north road. Different rhythm. Mounted rifles. Carter heard it and swore softly. Black Creek. Mara shouted from the yard. Fire the books and move. Max carried the crate to the burning storehouse. Nora took one ledger from it and held it open for a worker who stood nearby, shaking with rage. Your name? She asked. The man pointed with a blackened finger. There is my name, Samuel Reed. They had my boy marked for spring quarry. Nora tore the page out and handed it to him. Burn it yourself. Samuel stared at the paper as if it were a snake that had finally stopped moving. He found his name, whispered that it was there, and then shoved it into the flames. Others crowded close, reaching for books, pages, anything with their names on it. The fire took ink, debt, and fear together. Paper curled black and lifted into the wind. Max did not feel victory. He felt time running out. The first Black Creek rider came into the yard at a gallop with a dark coat flapping behind him and a long gun raised. Mara fired from one knee. The rider pitched sideways and struck the frozen ground under the horse's hooves. The horse screamed and bolted into the smoke. North group moves now, Max said. Nora nodded, but her eyes were on the cabins. A little boy stood in one doorway, barefoot in the snow, too stunned to run. Max saw him too. For a heartbeat, he hated the boy for existing where conscience could see him. Then he hated himself and ran. He reached the child as a guard came from the alley between cabins. The guard swung a club, not at Max, but at the boy. Max hit him shoulder first. They crashed into a wood pile. The club clipped Max above the ear and filled the world with white sparks. He drove a knee into the man's ribs, then another. The guard clawed for a knife. Max found the hatchet first. When it was over, he was on his knees in red snow, breathing like an animal. The boy had not moved. Nora was suddenly there, wrapping the boy in a coat. She looked at Max, saw the blood on his hands, and did not ask him if he was all right because both of them knew the answer would be a lie. We go, she said. They ran for the wash as Hobbs' mill cracked open behind them. Workers poured into fields with sacks over shoulders and children under arms. Mara's people fired and fell back. Black Creek riders formed on the north road, and above the smoke, Max saw a tall man on a gray horse watching from the ridge. Silas Boone had not gone to ground. He had gone ahead. The old canal ran north under a skin of ice and snow, a straight scar through fields that had forgotten the men who dug it. Caleb led the children along its eastern bank while the rest of the group staggered after him with whatever they had managed to carry out of Hobbs' mill. 2 sacks of cornmeal, 1 sack of beans, half a crate of smoked pork, a bundle of blankets that smelled of mildew and salvation. Not enough to call abundance. Enough to make stealing it worth killing over. Max walked at the rear again, because he could not stop looking back. Smoke still marked the mill. The sound of fighting had faded, replaced by a distant confusion of shouts and the occasional rifle shot. That might mean Mara had broken through. It might mean her people were being hunted through the yards. The truth had been left behind with the burning ledgers. Nora walked beside him for a while without speaking. Her coat was scorched at one cuff. A streak of soot crossed her forehead. She had blood on her sleeve that was not hers, though Max had learned that such facts did not always comfort. Your ear is bleeding, she said at last. It is attached. That is a poor medical standard. I have used worse. She stopped him with 2 fingers against his chest and made him turn. The group kept moving ahead. Nora pulled off a glove, touched the hair above his ear, and frowned. It is a cut, not a break. Sit when we stop, and I will clean it. Max looked past her at the smoke. When we stop. You are doing that thing again. Which thing? Acting like concern is a luxury item. He wanted to answer lightly. The words would not come. I left people fighting behind us. You also pulled children out of a place where debt had become a cage. Both can be true. They are true. That is why your face looks like winter took up residence inside it. He almost smiled. Almost counted. Poetic for a woman carrying pistol smoke in her hair. Do not flirt with me while avoiding basic care. That did make him smile, small and tired. She saw it and let the matter rest for 3 breaths. Ahead, Rose slipped and went down hard. Beth dropped beside her. Evan turned with fear ready in his shoulders, but Rose pushed herself up before anyone could help. Her mitten was wet. She stared at it, then at the long white canal, and began to cry in the silent way that made adults feel useless. Nora left Max and went to her. She did not tell the child it was fine. It was not fine. She took off her own outer mitten, put Rose's wet hand inside it, and said, "You keep this one warm for me. It belongs to my foolish hand, and I need someone responsible watching it." Rose sniffed. "Your hand is foolish? Terribly foolish. It once touched a stove to see if the stove was serious." Rose looked at Nora with the solemn judgment of a child deciding whether adults could be trusted after all. Was it serious? Very serious. Beth laughed before she could stop herself. The sound broke something open in the line. Not happiness. Something thinner, but still useful. The people kept moving. They reached a lockkeeper's house near dusk. It sat where the canal narrowed between stone walls, its roof sagging and one side blackened by an old fire. The door hung crooked. The windows were broken out. Max searched it with Caleb and found no living threat, only mouse nests, frozen ashes, and a dead man in the back room wrapped in a blanket. The body was old enough that Mercy had already left the place. They carried him to the shed and covered him with boards. Beth made Rose wait outside. Evan helped without being asked, his jaw clenched until Max thought the boy might crack a tooth. "You do not have to prove anything," Max told him. Evan kept pulling a board into place. "I am not proving." "Then what are you doing?" "Learning what men should do before I meet more who forgot." Max had no answer that would not cheapen it. He helped with the last board. Inside, the lockhouse became shelter by inches. Caleb plugged windows with feed sacks. Micah found dry kindling in the loft. Nora cleaned Max's cut while he sat on a crate and tried not to flinch. She worked with boiled water and a strip of cloth, gentle when gentleness could help, and firm when it could not. "You went quiet after the cabin," she said. "Which part?" "The part where the boy almost died and another man did." Max stared at the floorboards. "I have killed before." "I know. It is not getting easier. I would be more afraid for you if it did." The fire popped. Around the room, people settled into corners, chewing slowly, watching the windows. Tom slept with his mouth open and shotgun across his lap again because Nora had stopped trying to win every battle. June's fever had eased enough for her to complain about the taste of broth. Complaint sounded like life. Max looked at Nora. "I thought home was a place I could reach if I just kept moving. Now every mile adds people. That is how roads work." "Roads? They do not just connect places. They collect stories. You are unhappy because yours keeps filling up. You make it sound noble, and make it sound heavy. Noble is what people call heavy things after someone else has carried them." He lowered his head and laughed once, softer than the fire. "You have been saving that line. I have many lines. Most are wasted because you are bleeding or stubborn." Beth crossed the room and handed Nora a cup of broth. "For the healer who gives away mittens." Nora accepted it. "I am not a healer." "You are what we have," Beth said. "That counts." The room went quiet in the way rooms did when someone spoke a truth no one wanted to challenge. Nora looked into the cup, and Max saw how much the words cost her. She carried every life she could not save under her skin. He wondered how many names she had buried there before he met her. Later, when the children slept and the fire had been banked low, Caleb spread the cracked map on the table. The canal would take them north another 14 miles before it met the rail spur Mara had mentioned. From there, an old service road crossed toward the river town of Ashford. If the bridge still stood, they could move faster. If it did not, they would have to choose between the river ice and a 3-day swing west. "Black Creek will try the main road first," Caleb said. "Silas will send local men along the canal once he gets his breath." Max tapped the map near Ashford. He already knows we are going north. I saw him on the ridge. Beth hugged her arms. Why would he care about us now? The mill is burning. Because people saw records burn, Nora said. Fear works only if everyone believes it lasts. If Rose walks away, if Samuel Reed walks away, if the quarrymen walk away, the story changes. Tom opened one eye. Also, Boone is pride-wearing boots. Caleb nodded. He will want examples. Max looked at the sleeping children. Examples could do that. The word sat in his stomach like bad meat. Silas would not need to catch everyone. One body near the road, one sign, one story spread by scared mouths, and half the valley would crawl back to chains before spring. Nora followed his gaze. Then we do not let him write the story. No, Max said, voice low. We write it in tracks he cannot follow. They killed the fire before midnight. The lockhouse turned bitter cold. Max slept sitting against the wall with Nora's shoulder against his and the rifle across his knees. Sometime in the dark far to the south, 3 shots sounded in even spacing. A signal, or an execution, or a warning meant to crawl under every door in the valley. No one asked which one. At first light, they left the lockhouse cleaner than they found it, and colder than they wanted. Max took one last look at the covered body in the shed. He did not know the man's name. He wished he did. The old world had drowned in numbers, accounts, passwords, and screens. The new ones seemed determined to drown in nameless graves. He stepped back onto the canal path. Nora waited ahead, Rose wearing one of her mittens, Beth pulling the sled rope, Caleb scanning the trees. North was still there. So was Silas Boone. Max adjusted his pack and followed. The canal path gave them speed until it gave them danger. By noon, the snow had thinned enough for tracks to show clean and dark along the bank. Every person in the line left a story behind. The sled runners wrote deep grooves. Rose's small steps drifted in and out of Beth's longer stride. Tom's boots dragged when he tried to walk and failed. A child could follow them. A proud man with riders could do worse. Max cut pine branches and brushed the path when the ground allowed it, but there were too many feet and not enough time. Caleb led them through cattails and across frozen ditches. Nora walked near June, coaxing broth into her whenever they stopped. Evan ranged too far until Max called them back with a look. The boy came grudgingly, but he came. Around mid-afternoon they heard dogs. Not close. Not yet. A faint baying from behind them, rising and falling with the wind. Everyone stopped as if the sound had put a hand on their throats. Rose pressed herself against Beth. Micah whispered a prayer so softly only his lips moved. Caleb swore under his breath. They brought hounds from Black Creek. Max looked at the canal, the woods, the sky. Snow coming again, but not fast enough. Water under ice, but too shallow to carry scent for long. Fire could confuse dogs if the smoke sat low. Pepper could help if they had enough. They did not. How far to Ashford? He asked. 4 miles to the edge. 6 to the bridge. Too far with Tom. Tom heard him. Leave me a pistol, in the dramatic phrase. I can slow them. Nora rounded on him. You will not make jokes about dying because you are embarrassed to need help. Tom blinked. I was making a practical suggestion. You were making it with a fool's mouth. The old man looked at Max. She always like this? Max said, only when she is right. The dogs called again, closer now. Nora knelt beside the sled and began pulling things from her satchel. We have garlic, ash, lamp oil, and a little vinegar. No pepper? Max asked. Enough to season despair. Caleb pointed toward a stand of spruce ahead. There is a beaver pond through there. Ice may hold near the edges. It will not hold horses. Max made the choice because there was no time to hate it. We split sign, not people. Caleb, take Evan and make a false trail along the bank. Step heavy. Drag a blanket. At the bend, cut across stones and circle back to the pond. Do not be heroes. Evan straightened. I can do it. That is why I'm telling you not to turn it into something else. The boy flushed but nodded. Nora mixed ash, garlic, and oil into a paste that smelled strong enough to make Rose gag. She smeared it on strips of cloth and tied them to low branches where the false trail began. Beth wrinkled her nose. Will that stop dogs? Nora wiped her fingers on snow. It will offend them. Sometimes offense buys minutes. They moved for the beaver pond. The trees tightened, and the snow beneath them changed from crust to powder. Max carried Tom for the last 100 yards in a fireman's lift that made his back scream. Tom cursed the entire way, mostly at himself, which Max found easier to ignore than gratitude. The pond lay between hummocks and dead brush, its surface gray under drifted snow. A lodge rose near the center like a dark mound. Caleb tested the edge with a pole when he returned, breathing hard, Evan behind him with a red face and frightened eyes. "Hounds took the false trail," Caleb said. "Riders are slower." "How much time?" Max asked. "Maybe 10 minutes before a smart handler pulls them off." Max looked at the pond. "Then we cross where the ice is ugly." Ugly ice meant frozen reeds, uneven snow, places a horse would refuse and a desperate person might manage. They tied ropes around waists. Beth carried Rose. Micah and Evan helped with the sled, pushing from behind while Caleb pulled. Nora went ahead with the pole, tapping, listening. Max brought the rear with the rifle. Halfway across, June slipped from the sled blanket and woke with a cry. The sound flew across the pond. Beth hushed her. Nora turned back, and the ice under her left foot cracked. Everyone froze. The crack ran away from her boot in a white line. Water seeped up, black and sudden. Nora shifted her weight with terrible care. Max started toward her. "Stay where you are," she said. "I am not leaving you there." "Then do not make us both stupid." The dogs erupted behind them, loud and close. A hammer shouted. Brush snapped. Max looked from Nora to the tree line and felt every choice sharpening at once. Nora slid the pole sideways and lowered herself onto her belly. The ice groaned. She pulled one knee free, then the other. Max aimed toward the woods as the first dog burst through, a lean brown hound with steam pouring from its mouth. It hit the pond edge and skidded, nail scratching. Behind it came a man in a black coat with a shotgun. Max fired once. The shot struck the ice at the man's feet. Not the man. The ice. The edge broke with a sound like a door splitting. The man dropped out of sight to his waist and screamed. The dog bolted sideways, howling. "Move!" Max shouted. They moved. The sled lurched. Tom grabbed June before she spilled out. Beth stumbled and went down on one knee but kept a rose above the ice. Caleb and Evan dragged until the rope cut into their gloves. Nora crawled backward, then got her feet under her and limped toward the far bank. More men reached the trees. Shots came wild through branches. One round skipped across the pond and sprayed ice chips into Max's coat. He fired back at movement, not knowing if he hid anything and not waiting to learn. The far bank rose ahead. Hands reached down. Beth climbed first with Rose, then Micah, then the sled. Max turned for Nora. She was 10 yards away, dragging her left leg. Blood dotted the snow beneath her boot. He went to her despite the ice, despite her glare, despite every reasonable thing. She leaned into him when he reached her, just once, and that frightened him more than the bullets. "Foot cut," she said. "Not deep. You can lie better than that. I can run worse than that, so hurry." They crossed the last stretch together. A shot tore through Max's pack and burst a small bag of cornmeal inside it. White dust puffed around his shoulder. Nora laughed once, sharp and disbelieving. "You are leaking breakfast. Keep moving, and I will be offended later." Caleb and Evan pulled them up the bank. The group plunged into spruce shadows as the first rider tried to force a horse toward the pond and failed. The animal reared. A man shouted Silas Boone's name like a curse or a prayer. They ran until running became staggering. They kept going until the dogs faded behind them, and the woods opened onto a ridge above Ashford. The town lay below in the blue light of evening. A river cut beyond it, wide and dark beneath plates of broken ice. Smoke rose from chimneys, but not enough. The bridge still stood. On its near end, a barrier had been built from trucks, logs, and old doors. Men moved there with lanterns. Max crouched beside Nora behind a fallen pine. Her boot was dark at the side. He wanted to look. She shook her head. "Bridge first," she said. "Your foot first. Bridge first, or the foot belongs to someone caught on this side." Beth hugged Rose and stared down at Ashford. "Are those good people?" No one answered quickly. Tom looked at the bridge with old, tired eyes. People with a bridge are never simply good. They are owners. A horn sounded behind him, far back in the woods. Then another answered from the south road. Silas had not caught them at the pond. He had driven them toward the only crossing. Max looked down at Ashford, at the barrier, at the river that would kill anyone who tried to cross wrong, and felt the trap close its cold fingers around the group. Nora took his hand under the pine branches. Her palm was cold and gritty with ash. "Still north," she said. He squeezed her hand and watched lanterns move on the bridge. Still north, but careful. Ashford had survived by becoming narrow. The river guarded one side. Steep hills and winter fields guarded the others. The road into town passed between two brick buildings with windows bricked from the inside and rifle slits cut through the mortar. Someone had cleared the dead cars from the main street and dragged them to the bridge, where they formed a crooked wall around a toll gate made from a school bus frame. Max saw discipline in it, and discipline scared him more than chaos. Chaos could miss. Discipline counted. They waited until full dark before approaching. Nora's foot had been cleaned and wrapped with strips torn from Max's ruined shirt. The cut was ugly, but not as deep as he had feared. She could walk if she kept weight off the outside edge. She could also lie about pain with the calm skill of a card sharp. Caleb went first with a white rag tied to a stick. Max walked beside him with the rifle slung and hands visible. Nora followed with Beth and Rose. The others stayed 20 yards back in the road shadow with the sled. A voice called from the bus frame. "Stop there." They stopped. A lantern lifted, throwing light across Max's face. Behind it stood a woman in a man's overcoat and a knitted cap. She held a shotgun like she knew its weight well. 2 more shapes stood above her on the bus roof. "Names," she said. "Caleb Shaw," Caleb answered, "from the South Ridge." The shotgun shifted slightly. "Gideon's boy?" "Nephew." "Gideon alive?" Caleb swallowed. "Alive when I left him." The woman looked past him. "And the rest?" Max said. "Travelers with children and injured people. We need to cross north. Everybody needs north when trouble walks south. Black Creek is behind us." That changed the air. A man on the bus roof muttered something. The woman did not move. "Black Creek comes this way often enough. Why are they interested in you?" Nora stepped into the lantern light before Max could stop her. "Because Hobbs Mill burned its records, and some of the people who were trapped there are no longer trapped." The woman's eyes flicked to Beth, then Rose, then the sled. "You bring trouble like a wagon brings mud?" "We did not invent the mud," Nora said. A long silence followed. Max liked the woman a little for not pretending the line was clever enough to settle anything. "Crossing price is food, ammunition, or labor," she said. "Children cross free. Injured cross if they do not bring fever. Armed adults give 1 round in 5 or 1 day on the barricade." Caleb stared. "Della, you know me. I know Winter better." The name settled as Della, and Caleb had not mentioned her, which meant something. His face had gone carefully blank. Max said, "We cannot give a day. Riders are behind us. Then give rounds. We need them. So do we." There it was. Not cruelty, but arithmetic. Max almost preferred cruelty because it was easier to hate. Beth stepped forward with trembling hands. "I have a wedding ring." Della's jaw tightened. "Gold buys nothing here." "It bought me once," Beth said. "Maybe someone still believes in it." No one spoke. Nora reached back and touched Beth's arm. Maxim slung his pack and pulled out 2 boxes of cartridges, one half full and one nearly empty. He hated the feel of them leaving his hands. Bullets had become decisions stored in brass. He held them out. "This crosses all of us tonight," he said. "No labor. No more argument at the gate while Black Creek closes in." Della looked at the boxes. "That is not 1 in 5. No, it is what we can pay without turning children into graves." The man on the bus roof said, "Take it." Della ignored him. Her eyes stayed on Max. "You military?" "Refrigeration repair." That drew a short laugh from somewhere behind the barrier. Della did not laugh. "That used to be useful. Still is, if you have smokehouse problems." "We have every problem." Before she could decide, a horn sounded from the south road. Once, twice, and then a third call answered from the hills west of town. Della's expression hardened. "Open the gate," she said. "Get them through." Men moved the bus frame gate on squealing hinges. Max waved the others forward. The north group passed into Ashford between watching faces. Some were suspicious, some hungry. Some looked at Rose and looked away, because a child's fear was harder to meet than a rifle. Inside the barrier, town life showed itself in fragments. A forge glowed in an old garage. Rain barrels stood beneath every gutter. A butchered deer hung from a basketball hoop behind the school. The main streets smelled of wood smoke, manure, boiled cabbage, and too many people living too close to Old Grief. Della walked beside Max. You have maybe an hour before Black Creek reaches the south slope. Boone with them? He was on the ridge at Hobbs Mill. Then he is with them or ahead of them. You know him? I know his type. He came here in October with paper promises and 2 wagons. Wanted Ashford under his protection. You declined. We shot a horse out from under his cousin. That clarified the conversation. Nora limped on Max's other side. Will you fight him tonight? Della looked toward the bridge. We will hold our bridge. We are not marching south for strangers. No one asked you to. You wanted to. Nora did not deny it. They reached the bridge gate. Beyond it, the river moved black under ice plates. The bridge was steel and concrete, old enough to have rust in its joints, and new enough to still feel like the old world had left one hand extended. Lanterns marked the far side. Men were pulling planks from a shed and laying them over gaps where the deck had cracked. Della said, cross single file. Keep to the marked boards. If shots start, do not run unless you want the river to eat you. Tom lifted his head from the sled. Does the river eat slowly? Della looked at him. Not in January. Then I will behave. The first shots came before Beth reached the bridge center. They cracked from the south slope, high and angled. One round struck the bus frame behind them with a clang. Another hit the road and skipped into the dark. Ashford's roof men answered at once. The town did not panic. It opened like a machine. Move, Della shouted. Keep them moving. Max grabbed the sled rope with Caleb and pulled. Nora took Rose from Beth and tucked the child against her coat as Beth stumbled. Evan turned to shoot south. Max caught his collar. Across first, Max net. You cannot help from the river. The boy's eyes burned, but he moved. Halfway across, a lantern went out on the far side, not from wind. A shape rose behind the bridge rail ahead, and the man laying planks folded without a sound. Another shape lifted a rifle from the far abutment. Ahead, Nora shouted. Silas had sent men around. Max dropped the rope and fired at the muzzle flash. The bridge exploded into noise. Ashford men shouted from both ends. The north group was trapped on the span, river below, Black Creek behind, Silas's flankers ahead. Nora shoved Rose into Beth's arms. Down behind the sled. She limped forward before Max could stop her, pistol raised. Caleb went with her. Max fired again, then again. Each shot a piece of his bargain with Della spent in a blink. A Black Creek man climbed over the far rail with a knife between his teeth like a story villain who had forgotten stories were cleaner than life. Nora shot him in the shoulder. He fell backward into the river without a scream, swallowed by black water and grinding ice. Max reached the broken plank section as a second man rushed from the far side. The man swung a hatchet. Max caught the handle with the rifle barrel, felt the shock in his wrists, and drove his shoulder into him. They slammed against the rail. Rust flaked beneath Max's hand. The man smelled of whiskey, wool, and fear. Max hit him with his forehead. Pain flashed. The man sagged. Caleb struck him behind the knee with a plank, and together they shoved him down. Della's people reached the far side from a side stair Max had not seen. Shotguns boomed under the bridge approach. The flankers broke first. Men who expected surprise hated being surprised back. South of the bridge, Black Creek kept firing. Ashford answered from the barricade with disciplined bursts. The span trembled under everyone trying not to run. Go! Max shouted to Beth. Now. The north group crossed the last 20 yards in a stumbling knot. Della stood at the far gate, face lit by muzzle flashes, and shoved people through with both hands. When Max reached her, she grabbed his sleeve. Your deal just changed. I gave you ammunition. You gave us a war at both gates. Nora stepped beside him, pale with pain and anger. Open the north road and we take part of that war away from you. Della stared at her. Then she looked back at the bridge, where Ashford men were pulling the planks and preparing to leave gaps no horse could cross in darkness. You have 10 minutes, she said. Then we cut the bridge lights. Max nodded. That is enough. It was not enough. It was what they had. They left Ashford through the north gate, under rifle fire and red sparks from the forge chimney. Behind them, the town narrowed itself again and held. Ahead, the road climbed through dark pines toward the rail spur and whatever country waited beyond Silas Boone's reach. Rose cried against Beth's shoulder. June moaned on the sled. Tom muttered curses that sounded like prayer. Nora's limp worsened, but her eyes stayed clear. Max walked beside her until the trees hid the bridge. Then he looked back once. Across the river, Black Creek lanterns moved like angry insects along the south bank. The way home it crossed another line. This one would not be uncrossed. They found the schoolhouse after midnight by following chalk marks on trees. Caleb said the marks were old Ashford guide signs, left for traders and families who knew to look for them. Max did not like following symbols he had not made, but Nora's foot had begun to soak through the wrap again, and June had slipped back into fever. Pride could freeze outside with the horses. The schoolhouse stood at the edge of a maple grove, a white rectangle with green shutters and a bell that had been wrapped in blankets to keep it silent. Its windows were covered from inside with shutters made of desk planks. Smoke rose from a stovepipe poked through one classroom wall. The place looked abandoned until a slot opened near the door and a woman's voice asked who sent them. Caleb answered. Della at Ashford opened the north gate. The slot closed. Bolts slid. The door opened just wide enough for a lantern and half a face. Bring the sick first, the woman said. Her name was Teacher Vale, and no one in the schoolhouse called her anything else. She had the severe posture of a teacher who had ruled children, parents, and weather with equal suspicion. Her hair was white, pinned tight. Her hands were spotted with age and steady as tools. She looked at the armed adults, the children, the sled, the blood on Max's coat, Nora's limp, and Beth's hollow cheeks without visible surprise. The Thiever corner is by the stove, she said. Weapons stay loaded but pointed at the floor. Anyone who argues, washes, pots. Tom raised one hand weakly. I will be polite because I fear dishes. Teacher Vale looked him over. You fear dying more, but dishes are a start. The schoolhouse held 23 people before Max's group entered and too many after. Families slept in rows between desks. A chalkboard still held half a lesson about fractions, the numbers ghostly beneath soot. Maps had been pulled down and used to patch cracks. Children's drawings curled along one wall, bright houses and green trees from a time when children still believed in both. Nora sat on a bench while Teacher Vale examined her foot. Max stood nearby until Nora gave him a look. I am not going to vanish because you blink, she said. You almost went through ice today. I did not, which is the important detail. Teacher Vale poured boiled water into a basin. He may hover if he fetches clean cloth. Max fetched cloth. Beth brought Rose to the stove. The little girl had stopped crying and entered the stunned quiet that came after too much fear. Teacher Vale noticed. She pointed to a shelf beside the chalkboard. Rose, choose a book and bring it here. Rose looked at her mother, then at the shelf. Can I touch them? Books that cannot be touched are decorations. Choose one. Rose selected a battered reader with a blue cover and carried it like treasure. Teacher Vale nodded as if a serious matter had been settled. Through the rest of the night, the schoolhouse absorbed them. Caleb took the first watch with 2 Ashford runners who had arrived earlier. Evan fell asleep sitting against the desk, shotgun held across his knees until Max eased it away. Beth mended a tear in Rose's coat by firelight. Tom allowed Teacher Vale to inspect him and called her ma'am, with the speed of a man recognizing command. Max finally sat beside Nora as she wrapped her foot again. The cut was clean now. It would hurt. It would slow her. It would not take her, which felt like grace too large to trust. You need sleep, she said. So do you. I slept on the sled for 7 minutes while being bounced over frozen ruts. I am practically restored. He leaned his head back against the wall. You make jokes when you are scared. You repair things in your head when you are scared. What am I repairing? Everything you cannot reach. He looked at her hands. They were red from cold, cracked at the knuckles, capable of violence and mercy within the same minute. I keep thinking about my mother. She will have a wood stove going if she is alive. My sister will pretend she was never worried. They might be sitting there right now thinking I died in Alabama. Nora's face softened. Tell me about them. He had avoided that for weeks, not because he did not want to speak of them, but because speaking made hope less armored. In the schoolhouse, under a chalk lesson from a dead world, he let himself do it. He told her about his mother, Elaine Mercer, who kept soup in the freezer for storms, and would now hate that freezer for betraying her. He told her about his sister, Kate, who had married too young, left fast, and come home with a sharp sense of humor that could cut gloom off at the knees. He told her about Dover, Maine, about cold, salt air, working boats, hardware stores, and the way fog could make the harbor sound closer than it was. Nora listened without interrupting. When he finished, she rubbed her thumb along a crack in her knuckle. "It sounds like a place people would defend," she said. "I hope so. They will have had to change too." "I know. Do you?" The question did not accuse. That made it harder. Max stared at the stove. "I think part of me has been walking toward a house that stopped existing the night the sky changed. Even if the building is still there, the life inside will be different." Nora nodded. "Then maybe you are not walking back. Maybe you are walking forward to people you love." He looked at her. "That sounds like one of your saved lines." He was fresh. "I am offended you did not appreciate the craftsmanship." He took her hand. "I appreciate it." For a while they sat in the low murmur of sleeping people. Outside, wind touched the shutters. Somewhere far off, a shot sounded, then another. No one in the schoolhouse stirred except the guards. People had learned to sort danger by distance. That knowledge felt like a crime against what humans should have needed to know. Near dawn, Teacher Vale woke everyone by rapping a spoon against the stove. Up enough to listen, not enough to complain. Heads lifted. Children blinked. Adults tightened around fear. Teacher Vale stood by the chalkboard and drew 3 lines with a stub of chalk. Ashford sent word. Black Creek did not cross the bridge, but Boone's riders are moving west to find another way over. The North Road is no longer safe. The rail spurs watched. That leaves the Sugar Road through Mercer Ridge. Max stiffened at the name, though it had nothing to do with him. Caleb frowned. Mercer Ridge is a bad climb with sleds. Everything easy has men on it, Teacher Vale said. Bad is what remains. A man near the stove asked, "Are you coming?" The old teacher looked at the drawings on the wall. This house has served its purpose. Children are not bait for men with sermons and ropes. That decided it. The schoolhouse became motion. Maps came off walls. Chalk was packed in tins. Books were divided among children by weight and willingness. Teacher Vale made each child carry one, even Rose. "Why books?" Evan asked Max while rolling blankets. Max watched Rose tuck the blue reader under her coat. "Because she is reminding everyone we are not animals." Evan considered that. Animals carry useful things. So do people. Sometimes useful means remembering why you are still walking. By sunrise, the schoolhouse stood empty except for cold desks and a clean chalkboard. Teacher Vale had written 1 sentence across it before they left. Gone north with the children. It was not a challenge. It was not a plea. It was a statement of fact, and somehow that made it braver than both. Max stepped outside into a hard morning. Nora leaned on a staff Caleb had cut for her. Beth held Rose's hand. The road climbed toward Mercer Ridge under trees heavy with snow. Behind them lay Ashford, Hobbs Mill, the meeting house, and every place that had asked them to stay. Ahead lay a ridge, a hunted road, and the long turn toward New England. Max touched the compass in his pocket, then looked at Nora. She smiled tiredly. "Do not ask if I can walk. I was going to ask if you wanted my arm." "That is allowed." You offered it. She took it. Together, they started up. Mercer Ridge had nothing to do with Max's family, but the name followed him up the mountain like an accusation. The Sugar Road climbed through maples tapped long before the world fell apart. Old lines still ran between trees, black tubing sagging under snow, leading to a sugar shack halfway up the slope. In another life, families would have come here in late winter for steam, syrup, and children licking sweetness from wooden sticks. Now the tubes looked like veins in a dead machine. The climb punished everyone. The sled had to be hauled by 4 ropes. Tom walked when shame drove him upright, and rode when pain folded him again. June's fever broke near noon, soaking her hair and leaving her weak but clearer-eyed. Rose grew stubborn in the way children did when exhaustion turned into a private war. She refused to ride, refused to cry, and refused to let go of the blue reader. Nora's foot slowed her. but she used the staff and Max's arm with a rhythm that made refusal pointless. Every time he tried to take more of her weight, she noticed. "I am not cargo," she said after the third attempt. "I know. Then stop shipping me. Your jokes are getting worse. So is your stealth." Caleb ranged ahead with 2 schoolhouse men. Teacher Vale walked near the children and corrected posture as if flight through snowy woods were a classroom exercise. Beth stayed close to Rose, but Max saw how the woman kept looking back. Hobbs Mill still had hooks in her thoughts. Fear did not fall away just because a person escaped the fence. At the sugar shack, they stopped long enough to eat cold corn cakes and melt snow. The building had been stripped of anything easy to carry, but the arch still stood and the evaporator pan remained bolted in place. Max ran a hand along it, thinking of steam and sweet smoke. Machinery without power did not sadden him the way dead phones had. This pan could still work if someone had sap, wood, and patience. The old skills had not died. They had merely been ignored by people who thought convenience was the same as strength. Nora sat on an overturned bucket and watched him inspect the firebox. "You look happier with rusty iron than you do with most people." Rusty iron is honest about what it needs. People are honest too, eventually, usually after causing damage. She smiled. Rust does the same thing slowly. Before he could answer, Caleb came back fast from the tree line. His face carried news before his mouth did. "Riders below," he said. "West side." They found a crossing. The group went still. Teacher Vale gathered the children with one hand motion, quiet and practiced. Max moved to the doorway and looked downslope. Through trees far below, dark figures moved along the lower road. Not many, 6 or 8. Horses peeking carefully. Too far to hear. Close enough to matter. "Boone?" Nora asked. Caleb lifted the field glass Della had given him at Ashford. He looked for a long moment. Gray horse. Tall rider. Silas Boone had crossed the river. Tom cursed softly. "That man has the manners of a tick." Max studied the slope. The sugar road climbed another mile to the ridge crest, then dropped through a narrow cut toward an abandoned logging camp. If they reached the cut first, they could lose horses among the rocks. If Boone reached the crest while they were strung out with the sled, he could shoot down on them until surrender felt like mercy. "We cannot outrun horses uphill with children," Max said. Nora followed his gaze to the black tubing between trees. "Then we make the hill unfriendly." It took everyone who could work. They cut sections of sagging sap line and tied them low between trunks where snow drifted over the dark tubing. They dragged deadfall across the easiest switchback and left the center looking open. Caleb and Evan climbed above the road with 2 rifles. Max took Teacher Vale's hatchet and split kindling into sharp stakes. Not enough to stop a horse cleanly, but enough to make a rider choose between slowing down and risking a fall. Nora set the children to packing snow over tracks near the false opening. Rose asked, "Are we making a trap?" Nora paused. "We are making a question for bad men to answer. What if they answer wrong?" Then they learned slowly. Teacher Vale, overhearing, said, "That is a grim lesson, Miss Nora." Nora looked at the old teacher. "It is a grim school." They pulled the group uphill before the riders reached the lower turn. Max stayed behind with Caleb, Evan, and a schoolhouse man named Price. Nora should have gone with the children. She did not. Max did not waste time telling her what both of them knew. The first rider came into view bent low against the climb. He saw the deadfall and slowed. The second rider cursed and pointed toward the open center. Silas Boone appeared behind them on the gray horse, coat dark against snow, hat brim low. Even at a distance, he looked composed, as if the mountain had been built for his arrival. "Do not shoot until the horses commit," Max whispered. Evan swallowed hard. "I know. I am saying it because I need to hear it too." That steadied the boy more than command would have. Silas raised a hand. The riders moved into the false gap. The lead horse struck the hidden tubing and went down screaming. The second horse tried to leap and tangled both front legs. Men shouted. Snow exploded. Caleb fired, not at a body, but into the ground near the third horse. It reared and slammed into the rider behind it. The line broke into confusion. Max fired at a man lifting a rifle toward the ridge. The man dropped the rifle and spun away, clutching his arm. Evan fired too high. Price fired and hit a tree so close to Silas that bark sprayed the gray horse's neck. Silas did not panic. He dismounted smoothly behind the horse, drew a pistol, and shot Price through the shoulder before Max could shift aim. Price fell with a grunt, sliding down the snowy bank. Evan started toward him. "Hold," Max snapped. More riders came through the trees on foot. Nora fired from Max's left, hitting one in the thigh. The man fell hard and crawled behind a maple. Caleb moved higher, working the angle. The trap had slowed them, not stopped them. Silas's voice carried up the slope. "Mercer, is it? I know you are there. You have my people." Max kept the rifle low and shifted behind a trunk. He did not answer. "You burned lawful debt records and stole grain from a protected mill," Silas called. "Return the prisoners and the children, and I will let the rest of you walk." Nora's mouth tightened. Evan whispered, "He is lying." Max said, "Of course he is." Silas continued, "The woman with you killed men at my bridge. The boy with you helped raid my wagons. I will have them. That is not anger. That is order." Nora leaned close to Max. "He loves that word. Order. It lets cruel men pretend they are cleaning." Max looked through branches. Silas had moved closer during his speech, using trees well. He was smart, patient, and dangerous. Behind Max, the children were still climbing toward the crest. He needed 5 more minutes. He called back, "Your ledgers are ash. Your mill workers are gone. Whatever you think you own is walking away from you." A shot cracked. Bark jumped near Max's face. He ducked. Silas's answer came colder. "People always walk back when hunger finds them." "Some do," Max said. "Some remember who made them hungry." Caleb fired from above. One of Silas's men cried out. The others scattered. Max used the moment to drag Price behind a stump. Blood pulsed through the man's coat, but not from the heart. Nora slid in, pressed cloth hard, and told Price to curse if he could hear her. He cursed with impressive variety. "Good," she said. "Keep doing that." Evan fired again, this time lower. A rider dropped behind a fallen log. The boy stared, shocked by his own aim. Max grabbed his shoulder. "Move now." They fell back by pairs. Caleb and Evan first, then Max and Nora with Price stumbling between them. Shots followed. One cracked through the staff in Nora's hand, breaking it in 2. She nearly fell. Max caught her. She swore at the broken wood like it had insulted her family. They reached the ridge crest breathing hard. Teacher Vale had the children hidden beyond the cut. Beth was there with Rose, face white but ready to run. Tom had managed to stand with the shotgun and looked like a ghost holding judgment. "Go down the cut," Max said. "Do not stop until the logging camp." Beth looked past him. "Where are you going?" "To close the door." Nora seized his sleeve. "Max." "Not alone." Caleb stepped beside him. Evan did too, jaw trembling. Tom lifted the shotgun. Teacher Vale opened her mouth, then closed it. Some arguments were already lost. The ridge cut narrowed between 2 shelves of stone. Above it, an old maple had fallen years earlier and lodged against a pine. Max had noticed it on the climb. Dead, heavy, waiting. They had no explosives, no machines, no time. They had rope, hatchets, and gravity. As the others descended, Max, Caleb, Evan, and Tom hacked at the last holding roots while Nora guarded the trail behind them. Silas's men reached the crest just as the tree began to shift. Silas sighed. For the first time, Max saw surprise break his face. "Back," Silas shouted. Max swung the hatchet until the handle stung his palms. Caleb pulled the rope. Tom fired both barrels into the snow near the closest man's feet, not to hit, but to make him jump the wrong way. The maple groaned, slid, then dropped across the cut with a crash that shook snow from every branch. Stone chips flew. The passage vanished under a tangle of trunk and limbs. For a few seconds, no one moved. Silas stood on the far side, separated by 20 feet of dead wood and rock. His hat was gone. Snow clung to his hair. His gray horse screamed somewhere behind him. Max stared at him across the barrier. Silas said, "You think a tree stops winter?" Max's chest heaved. "It does not stop winter. It stops you long enough. She will slow you." Silas pointed at Nora. "The children will slow you. Mercy always slows a man until someone without it catches up." Max felt Nora beside him, felt Caleb and Evan waiting, felt the north wind pushing through the cut. He wanted to say something clean and final. Life offered no such lines. It offered breath and the next step. "Maybe," Max said, "but you still have to catch us." They backed away before Silas could answer with a bullet. Then they turned and ran down the north side of Mercer Ridge, through pines and blowing snow, toward the logging camp and the unknown roads beyond. At the bottom, Beth was waiting against orders. Rose stood with her, blue reader clutched beneath her coat. "We heard the tree," Beth said. "Everyone heard the tree," Tom muttered, sinking onto the sled like his bones had melted. Nora limped to Rose and adjusted the child's scarf. "You did well." Rose looked at the ridge. "Will the bad man come around?" Max followed her gaze. Snow was already softening the fresh scar where the maple had fallen. Silas would come around if he could. Men like him mistook delay for insult. But horses could not cross the cut, not tonight. Black Creek would have to find another way. "Not before we leave," Max said. It was enough truth for a child and not enough for him. They reached the logging camp by dusk. The cabins were empty, but one had a roof, a stove, and enough dry wood stacked under a tarp to feel like a miracle. Teacher Vale organized the room before anyone could collapse. Nora sat heavily, and this time she did not pretend the foot did not hurt. Max wrapped it again while she watched him with tired eyes. "You close the door," she said. "For tonight. Tonight counts." Outside, the ridge stood between them and Silas Boone. Beyond the camp, the logging road bent northeast toward towns whose names Caleb only half remembered, and a state line that might mean nothing anymore. Still, north was north. Maine was closer than it had been yesterday. Max held on to that. After supper, Rose opened her reader and asked Teacher Vale to help with the hard words. The old teacher sat beside the stove and began to read in a low voice. Children leaned in. Adults listened while pretending not to. The story was about a boy walking home through snow. It was simple, old, and kinder than the world outside. Nora's hand found Max's under the blanket. "Your mother will like me," she whispered. Max looked at her, surprised. "You decided that." "I decided she raised a man who keeps picking up trouble and calling it responsibility. She will recognize the pattern." He laughed softly. The sound did not erase the day. It did not lift the dead or heal the living. But it warmed one corner of him, the cold not reached. "She will like you," he said. Nora closed her eyes and leaned against him. "Then we keep walking until she gets the chance." Outside, snow covered the logging road, the ridge, the fallen tree, and every track they had made. For once, Max let himself be grateful for what the weather hid. Morning found the camp buried to the windowsills. The storm had come hard after midnight, not with anger but with steady patience. Snow filled the logging road and erased the churned path from the ridge. It softened the cabins, rounded the woodpile, and made the whole world look untouched. Max knew better. Untouched was a lie snow told better than people. Still, the lie helped. If Silas Boone found a way around Mercer Ridge before noon, he would have to start again with no clean trail, tired horses, and men who had spent the night angry in the open. That mattered. In the new world, an hour could be wealth. Teacher Vale made everyone eat before work. She said children walked better when adults stopped acting like hunger was noble. No one argued because no one wanted pot's duty. Caleb and Evan dug out the cabin door. Beth helped Nora cut strips from a ruined blanket to rewrap feed. Tom sat near the stove and cleaned the shotgun with one hand, his other pressed against his ribs. Max went outside to check the road and found Price standing by the woodpile, pale but upright. Nora had packed his shoulder the night before and bound it tight. He looked like a man surprised to still own the morning. "You should be inside," Max said. Price shrugged, then regretted it. "Inside has people telling me that. That is because they are right. Probably. I wanted to see the ridge." Max followed his gaze. Trees hid the cut from here, but the memory of the crash seemed to remain in the air. It bought us time. Time is expensive now. Price looked at him. "I heard the children reading last night. First time in weeks, I heard a room go quiet for something other than fear." Max did not answer right away. Smoke rose from the cabin chimney and drifted north. Teacher Vale knows what she is doing. Teachers usually do. We only admit it later. They stood in the cold until Nora opened the door and called Max by his full name. Price smiled faintly. "You are in trouble." "Usually." Inside, Nora pointed to a crate where his pack sat open. You were shot through the cornmeal and did not mention losing food. I had other concerns. Food is a concern. I noticed when breakfast tasted like my coat. Her glare nearly held, then cracked. That was almost funny. Almost is my finest category. The others lipped up, sensing warmth like people near a fire. Beth smiled into her cup. Even Teacher Vale's mouth softened, though she hid it by correcting Rose's grip on a pencil stub. They left the logging camp in 3 groups to break sign. Caleb took the strongest walkers ahead, cutting a path through the drifts. Teacher Vale and Beth kept the children in the middle. Max, Nora, Tom, and Price guarded the rear. The road descended through pines so thick the mornings stayed blue beneath them. Branches shed snow in sudden soft collapses. Once, a deer bounded across the road, ribs visible, eyes wild. No one lifted a weapon. The animal vanished, and the group kept its hunger to itself. By midday, they reached a place where the logging roads split. One branch dropped toward a sawmill town Caleb did not trust. The other climbed toward a fire tower, and then bent east. The map showed both lines fading into blank paper. Blank paper had become familiar. Caleb wanted east. Teacher Vale wanted shelter before dark. Tom wanted to stop pretending he could walk. Nora said nothing, which worried Max most. He drew her aside while the others argued quietly. Your foot? Still mine. That was not the question. It is the answer I prefer. He waited. She looked away first. It hurts more going downhill. It will hurt either way. Choose the road that keeps children away from men with ropes. That is east. Then it is east. The fire tower road was barely a road. Snow hid rocks, ruts, and fallen limbs. The sled caught often. Every catch became a small battle, and each small battle spent warmth. Max pushed until his shoulders shook. Evan pushed beside him without complaint. The boy had changed since the pond and the ridge. Not grown exactly. Growth sounded too clean. He had been pressed thinner and harder. At the top of the second rise, they found the fire tower collapsed. 2 legs had buckled, dropping the cabin sideways into the trees. A weather station box stood nearby, door flapping. Inside it, Caleb found a notebook wrapped in oilcloth. The last entry was dated 6 weeks after the sky burned. It listed smoke columns, road movements, and a note about refugees going northeast toward a Quaker farm near the old state line. Quaker farm? Beth asked. Teacher Vale took the notebook and read with narrowed eyes. Could be sanctuary. Could be an old note leading to a cold field. Max looked at the date. 6 weeks is not forever. Tom snorted. It is if you are waiting for breakfast. Nora leaned over the page. State line northeast puts us closer to New England roads. Closer mattered. The word moved through Max before he could stop it. Maine was no longer a myth beyond the whole continent. It was still far, still dangerous, still possibly broken, but closer had become a form of prayer. They followed the notebook's bearing until late afternoon. The snow eased. The wind shifted. Near dusk, they found a hand-painted sign nailed to a maple. Travelers with children follow the stone wall at first light. No fires after dark. No name. No promise. No threat. The group stood before it in gathering blue shadow. Caleb scanned the woods. Evan licked cracked lips. Beth hugged Rose. Teacher Vale read the sign twice, then nodded once. Whoever wrote that understands the difference between hope and noise, she said. They camped without fire in a hollow beyond the sign. Cold settled over them like a second blanket, cruel because it covered everyone equally. Max lay awake with Nora pressed against him for warmth and the rifle under his hand. Rose slept between Beth and Teacher Vale. Evan muttered in dreams. Tom wheezed softly but kept breathing. Near midnight, Max heard movement beyond the hollow. He opened his eyes and felt Nora wake beside him. Neither spoke. A shape moved along the ridge, then another. They were not riders. They were careful walkers. Max lifted the rifle slowly. A whisper came from the dark. We saw your tracks. We saw children. We are not Boone's men. Max did not lower the rifle. Step where I can see empty hands. 2 figures appeared between trees, hands raised. One was a woman with a gray braid tucked into her coat. The other was a broad young man carrying no visible weapon, which made Max suspect the weapon was hidden or the man was foolish. The woman looked at the hollow, at Nora, at the children, and then at Max. My name is Ruth Calder, she said. The farm ahead is ours with others. If you bring violence, we turn you away. If violence follows you, we help you keep it outside our fence. Max rose slowly, joints stiff. Violence is behind us. How far? Far enough for tonight. Not far enough for comfort. Ruth considered that. Comfort has been scarce. Honesty less so. Wake your people. We move before dawn. Beth stirred. Rose opened sleepy eyes. Nora sat up and winced before she could hide it. Ruth noticed and pointed to her. That foot needs a better hand than cold cloth. Nora's chin lifted. Do you have one? I have a woman who stitched 3 men, 2 goats, and my husband's pride. She will do. For the first time in hours, Nora smiled. Max looked at the dark road northeast. Another stranger. Another gate. Another chance to choose badly. He was tired enough to distrust hope and desperate enough to follow it. Ruth seemed to understand. We will not ask what you carry until daylight. And then we ask what kind of people you intend to be while carrying it. Max almost laughed. The world kept reducing itself to that question. He woke the group. They packed in silence, hands clumsy with cold. As they left the hollow, snow began again, light this time, falling through branches like ash from a clean fire. Nora leaned on Max more than before. He did not comment. She did not scold him. Quaker Farm? He whispered. Maybe? Think they will like us? No one likes people arriving hungry before sunrise. Share. She glanced up at him. Burroughs has a book. Tom has terrible jokes. Teacher Vale has command presence. And you have the tragic face of a man trying to carry a collapsed country in one pack. We have charms. You forgot yourself. I was saving the best argument. He smiled into the dark. Ahead, Ruth Calder moved between trees with the assurance of someone who knew the land and trusted it to remember her. Behind them, the South lay buried in snow, smoke, and Silas Boone's anger. The way home had found another door. Max prayed this one opened inward. The Calder farm did not announce itself with fences or signs. It appeared by degrees through the gray morning, first as a line of stone walls under snow, then as apple trees planted in a windbreak, then as roofs tucked low against the hillside as if the buildings had learned to hide before the world gave them reason. Smoke came from 3 chimneys. No dogs barked. No engine coughed. No light glowed behind glass. The place felt alive, but it kept its life drawn close. Ruth Calder led them along a sunken lane between stacked stones. The broad young man with her walked behind the group with a staff in his hand and a pistol tucked into his belt where he thought Max did not see it. Max saw it. He also saw the way the man watched the tree line instead of the refugees, and that made him less angry about the pistol. Nora leaned on Max more heavily after the last rise. She tried to make it look like balance instead of need, but he felt the tremor in her arm. Her left boot had gone stiff with frozen blood from the cut near her heel. Every step put a hard line across her mouth. She would not ask to stop while children were watching. That made Max admire her and resent her in equal measure. Beth carried Rose for the last 100 yards. The little girl had fallen asleep with her face against Beth's coat, the blue reader tucked between them like treasure. Tom sat upright on the sled, pale and proud, pretending the ride had been his idea. Teacher Vale walked near the rear, one hand on June's shoulder, speaking soft instructions about foot placement, as if she were still guiding children through a school hall instead of a broken country. At the first outbuilding, Ruth stopped and turned. More people came into view without seeming to arrive. A man with white hair stepped from the barn shadow. 2 women appeared on the porch with rifles held low. A teenage girl watched from an upper loft door, one eye visible over a scarf. Max counted 9 armed adults before he forced himself to stop counting. Numbers had a way of becoming fear if a man stared at them too long. The white-haired man looked at Ruth. These are the ones? These are the ones I found, Ruth said. Whether they are the ones we keep is still a question. Max lowered his rifle until the barrel pointed at the ground. We will not bring harm inside your place if we can help it. The man's eyes moved over Max, Nora, the children, the sled, the thin packs, the flour dust still trapped in seams from their flight. Harm does not always ask permission. Nothing does anymore, Max said. That earned the smallest shift in the man's face. Not a smile. Recognition, perhaps. He nodded once. E.L.E. Calder. Max Mercer. You are a long way from your people, Max Mercer. I am trying to get back to them. Evie's gaze moved to Nora, and his expression sharpened. That woman needs a chair before she falls down and shames every man standing here. Nora lifted her chin. I prefer to choose my own dramatic moments. Ruth's mouth twitched. Hannah will like you, or throw something at you. Either way, you are going inside. The porch women lowered their rifles, but did not put them away. The group was guided into a summer kitchen built onto the back of the main house. Heat rocked around Max with such force that he almost staggered. The smell of beans, wood smoke, lye soap, and damp wool filled the room. For one dangerous second, he forgot to be cautious. Warmth could do that. It reached places bullets could not. A woman named Hannah took command before anyone fully crossed the threshold. She was shorter than Ruth, wider in the shoulders, and had the fixed stare of someone who had spent too much of the collapse telling stubborn people to sit down. She pointed Nora to a bench, Tom to a cot, June to a chair near the stove, and Max to a corner where he could be useful by staying out of her way. Max did not obey the corner. He knelt by Nora while Hannah cut the brute lace and eased the leather away. Nora gripped the bench edge, nostrils flaring. The cut had opened wider than Max wanted to admit. The skin around it looked raw and angry, but not yet black, not yet lost. Hannah examined it in silence, then looked at Nora. You walked in this how long? Nora glanced at Max. Long enough to hear a lecture. You will hear several. I expected as much. Hannah cleaned the foot with boiled water and a sting of spirits that made Nora draw a breath through her teeth. Max stayed beside her because she had not told him to move. He would take what grace he could get. Eli stood by the door with Ruth. You came from the South Road? From Black Creek country, Max said. That changed the room. It was subtle but complete. A ladle stopped against a pot. A rifle shifted in a woman's hands. The teenage girl in the pantry turned her head. Ruth said, Say the name plainly. Silas Boone. Ely closed his eyes briefly. We heard of him. Max looked up. From who? A wagon team out of Ashford 2 days ago. They said a man from Black Creek was buying loyalty with grain and fear. They said he was sending riders ahead of refugees, warning towns that thieves and murderers were coming north under the cover of children. Beth made a hurt sound without using words, then pressed her lips together. Rose woke enough to lift her head. Nora's eyes hardened. He's building the story before we arrive. Teacher Vale removed her gloves slowly. That is what tyrants do when facts are slower than horses. Hannah tied off a clean wrap around Nora's foot. If this Silas comes here, his story will not get him supper. Ellie gave her a look. Hannah. She returned it without apology. I said supper. I said nothing about mercy. Ruth stepped between them before the argument could grow legs. We have rules, and we have children under this roof. We also have eyes enough to tell frightened people from raiders. The question is not whether they are hungry. Everyone is hungry. The question is whether they carry the road's cruelty with them, or whether they are trying to put it down. Max felt the room waiting. He thought of all the answers that might satisfy decent people. He could talk about Hobbs' mill, the burned ledgers, the children they took out, the men who died. He could explain every mile. Words would still be cheaper than the truth. We have done things I would not have done before the lights went out, he said. Some of those things kept children alive. Some will sit with me until I die. I cannot promise we are clean. I can promise we are still trying to know the difference. Ruth studied him for a long time. Illy did too. Nora's hand found the back of his wrist and rested there, light but steady. At last, Ruth nodded toward the stove. Then eat. People answer better with food inside them. No one cheered. They were too tired for that. But bowls were filled. Bread was cut thin so it would stretch. Rose held her spoon in both hands and stared at the beans as if they might vanish if she blinked. Tom tried to thank Hannah and got told to chew instead. Even Caleb, who knew every creek bend and danger south of them, looked young while he ate. Max sat beside Nora on the bench. Her foot rested on a folded blanket. The heat had put color back into her face, though pain still lived behind her eyes. You almost fell outside, he said quietly. I did not fall. That is a narrow defense. It is still a defense. He looked at her hand around the bowl. It shook once, then steadied. I need you to stop pretending pain cannot catch you. She was silent long enough that he regretted the words. Then she said, "If I stop moving, I'm afraid everyone I could help will move beyond me." Max swallowed. The room seemed to fade around them. "You are not useful because you suffer quietly." That sounds like something Teacher Vale would put on a board. It is still true. Nora looked at him then, and there was enough fear in her face to make him wish for bullets because bullets were simpler. "What am I if I cannot walk?" He took the bowl from her before it spilled. "You are Nora. That was true before I knew whether you could shoot, stitch, carry, or argue a man into shame." Her eyes shone, but she did not cry. Nora saved tears like ammunition. "You make loving you inconvenient." He almost laughed. "That is not the worst complaint I have heard. Give me time." Across the room, Ruth watched them without trying to hide it. Max saw her see the shape of them and measure what it meant. Love made people brave. It also made them predictable. Ruth would know both facts. Anyone who had kept a farm alive through the end of the grid knew that every blessing arrived with work attached. After the meal, Eli asked Max, Caleb, Teacher Vale, Beth, and Nora to come to the washroom off the kitchen. Hannah objected to Nora moving. Nora promised to remain seated once there. Hannah muttered that stubbornness should be classified as fever. A map lay on a table made from old doors. Ashford sat 6 miles northeast. Beyond it, the river road crossed into hill country and then toward the old routes that would eventually lead to New Hampshire and Maine. Max's chest tightened at the sight of those names. He had been walking toward them so long that they looked unreal in ink. Ely tapped Ashford. The bridge is controlled by a committee that calls itself neutral. Neutral means they take tolls from everyone and choose truth after they see who has more rifles. If Boone already sent riders, you may not pass under your own names. Caleb leaned close to the map. "Is there another crossing?" Ruth pointed north. "A railroad trestle 9 miles upriver. It still stood last week. The crossing is narrow and high, no good for wagons, poor for sleds, impossible for people who are not foolish with height." Tom called from the kitchen, "I dislike advice that begins by describing me." A few tired smiles crossed the room. Ely did not smile. There is also a ferry cable at Mott's Landing. The boat is gone, but the cable remains. If the river ice is broken, a small party can rig a chair or cradle. It is slow and exposed. Max looked at Nora's wrapped foot. She saw him and answered before he spoke. "Do not make that face. I have several faces. The one where you decide for everyone and call it concern." Teacher Vale cleared her throat. "As delightful as the domestic preview may be, I would like to note that we have children, 1 injured old man and a sick girl. Narrow, high, slow, and exposed are all poor words for our situation." Ruth folded her arms. "There is a 4th path. You stay hidden here for 2 nights. Hannah treats the foot. We send word through our north line that you are not Boone's story. Then you move at night to the trestle with guides." Max wanted to accept so badly that suspicion rose at once. Why risk that for strangers? Illy's eyes moved to Rose, visible through the open door. "Because every child pulled from a bad man's reach becomes testimony against him," Ruth added. "Because if Boone can decide who is safe on every road, this valley is already his." The answers settled around the table. Max knew what it cost. 2 nights meant warmth, rest, and care. It also meant giving Silas Boone time to circle north. It meant the Cotters could pay for kindness and blood. Nora looked at Ruth. "What do you need from us?" Ruth did not pretend surprise. "Honest watches. Help moving grain from the barn to the root cellar before snow seals the wagon track. No wandering near the front lane. No fires outside. If trouble comes, children go into the spring cellar and nobody plays hero without being told where to stand." Max looked at Eli. "And weapons?" Ely met his eyes. "We do not invite killing onto this farm." Hannah spoke from the kitchen doorway. "We also do not invite dying from politeness." Ruth sighed. "That is the argument we have been having since September." Max looked from one caller to the other and understood. This farm was not peaceful because it had never met violence. It was peaceful because it had been wrestling with violence every morning and choosing by muscle and prayer not to become it. He nodded. "We will stand where you put us." "Good," Ruth said. "Tonight you sleep behind a door. Tomorrow you work. The day after, if the road allows it, we send you north." Nora reached under the table and squeezed Max's hand. He squeezed back. 2 nights behind a door. 2 nights to heal, plan, breathe, and remember they were still human. Outside, the snow fell harder, covering the lane, the apple trees, the old tracks, and the sign of their arrival. For the first time in weeks, Max was grateful for a storm. The farm woke before daylight without any bell. People rose because the cold told them to, because animals needed tending, because the wood box never filled itself, and because survival had become a kind of worship. Max woke on a pallet in the washroom with Caleb snoring near the door and Tom muttering in his sleep on the cot beyond the wall. For a few seconds he did not know where he was. Then he smelled beans, smoke, lanolin, and clean bandage cloth, and remembered the cotters had not thrown them back into the snow. Nora slept on the bench near the stove with her wrapped foot propped on a crate. Hannah had refused to let her climb stairs. Nora had argued until Hannah told her she could either sleep downstairs by choice or be carried there by women who had birthed calves in sleet and were not impressed by pride. Nora chose the bench and pretended it was strategy. Max stood quietly and stretched the stiffness from his back. His left shoulder ached where the packstrap had bitten for days. His ear throbbed. His hands were cracked and dark with old grime. No soap could fully remove. The man in the polished hotel window in Mobile had vanished. The man left behind looked older, harder, and thinner. He did not yet know whether he looked wiser. Ruth found him by the pump with ice forming in his beard. You know horses. I know enough not to lie to them. That may be enough. She led him to the barn. Inside, warmth breathed from animals and hay. 2 draft horses watched him with patient suspicion. A milk cow shifted in her stall. Chickens complained from a loft as if the end of the world had personally offended them. A teenage girl dropped a forkful of hay from the loft and climbed down with quick, sure movements. She was perhaps 16, narrow-faced with dark hair cut at her shoulders and a rifle bruise yellowing her cheek. Ruth introduced her as Miriam, Eli's niece. Miriam looked at Max's hands. You can split wood? Yes, I can do that. Can you mend harness? I can try. Can you keep your friends from touching things they do not understand? I can try harder at that. Ruth hid a smile by checking a feed bin. Miriam did not smile. We had a man come through who said he understood horses. He fed molasses mash to a colicky gelding and nearly killed him. Then he tried to steal a saddle. What happened to him? Miriam's gaze moved to the stall door. He left limping. Max nodded solemnly. I will avoid molasses in saddles. You do that? Work steadied the morning. Max hauled water, forked hay, checked a cracked hinge on the barn door, and repaired it with wire and a strip of flattened tin. Caleb helped Eli move sacks of oats from the wagon bay to a false wall behind the root cellar. Evan carried firewood until his arms shook. Teacher Vale held lessons for the children in the pantry, using an old seed catalog for reading practice and arithmetic based on ration portions. Beth helped Hannah wash cloth strips and boil instruments that had once been kitchen knives and were now part of a country medicine kit. Nora endured enforced rest until mid-morning. Then she turned the bench into a command post. People brought her torn mittens, fever questions, a cracked pair of spectacles, and 2 children who had been fighting over whether a goat could sense evil. Nora listened with the grave patience of a judge and the dry tongue of a woman who disliked nonsense but loved children enough to let them speak it. Max passed through with a coil of rope and found Rose seated beside her, reading slowly from the blue book. The words came halting but proud. You sound stronger today, Max said. Rose lifted the book. Teacher Bale says I only had 3 hard words. 3 is a respectable number. Nora looked at him. You have hay in your hair. That is because I'm improving the local scenery. The scenery objects? Rose giggled. The sound made Max's chest hurt. Children should have giggled in kitchens with morning light. The fact that it felt rare made him angry all over again. Near noon, a boy named Peter came running from the orchard watch. He was 12, red-faced and trying not to pant because the presence of refugees had made him want to seem older. Ruth met him at the porch. Rider on the south lane, he said. 1 horse, white cloth on a stick. Every adult in the yard stopped moving. The farm did not panic. That impressed Max. Panic wasted motion. These people had trained fear into tasks. Ellie took a rifle from the kitchen pegs. Ruth sent Miriam to the loft watch and told Peter to ring the little handbill twice if he saw more riders. Max reached for his own rifle, then paused. Ellie noticed. "Take it, you," I said. "White cloth does not make a man harmless." Max followed him to the front stone wall. Caleb came too. Nora tried to stand in the kitchen doorway and received a look from Hannah that could have nailed boards together. She sat back down with murder in her eyes. The rider came slowly up the lane with both hands visible. He was young, maybe early 20s, wearing a coat too thin for the weather and a scarf wrapped around his head. A branch with a dish towel tied to it rested across his saddle. Max knew him after the second turn in the lane. "Abel," Caleb whispered. Max remembered him from the meeting house in Hobbs Mill, a quiet man with a carpenter's shoulders and careful eyes. There was blood crusted on his sleeve, but he sat straight. Ely called out, "Stop there!" A bell stopped 30 yards from the wall. "I come with word from Mara Denslow. I do not ask shelter. Just a minute, and water for the horse if decency survived this far north." Ruth stepped beside Eli. "Dismount and walk the last 10 yards. Leave the rifle on the saddle." Abel obeyed. He looked exhausted enough to fall, but not careless enough to relax. When he reached the wall, he handed a folded paper to Max. The note was written in Mara's blunt hand. Max read it once, then again. Caleb said, "What does she say?" Max passed it to Ruth because the warning belonged to the farm as much as him. Hobbs Mill broke. Some workers scattered. Some joined Mara. Carter is alive. Silas Boone pulled riders north with Black Creek men. Mara thinks he means to take Ashford Bridge before we reach it. She says he is asking for Max Mercer by name and Nora with him. Nora called from the doorway, voice sharp. "I can hear you." Hannah replied, "Then you can hear me telling you to sit." Abel drank from the ladle Ruth gave him. His hand shook. Mara wanted more men sent north, but the valley is crawling. She said the ledgers burned, and that has people choosing sides faster than rifles can count. Boone has to make an example, or he loses the whole lower road. Ely folded the note along its creases. "How far behind you?" "Half a day if their horses hold. Less if they switch mounts at Pike's place." Ruth's face went still. Pike's place has children. Abel looked down. That was answer enough. Max felt the old pull under his ribs. "Keep moving. Protect your people. Do not let Boone turn another farm into a warning." You looked toward the kitchen. Rose watched from behind Beth's skirt. Nora sat with her foot wrapped, jaw clenched. Teacher Vale had one hand on June's shoulder. Tom watched from the cot with a shotgun across his knees and fury bright in his eyes. Ellie said, "We send you tonight instead of tomorrow." Hannah came onto the porch despite the cold. "Her foot will tear open." Nora answered before Max could. "Then bite it twice." Hannah pointed at her. "You do not command infection with attitude." "No, but I can insult it while walking." Ruth ignored both of them and looked at Max. "If Boone reaches Ashford before you, the bridge is closed. If he reaches us while you are here, my children are part of his message. Neither is acceptable. We move you to the trestle before moonrise." Max hated that the decision made sense. "Guides. Miriam and Eli know the upper track. I know Mott's Landing. We split your party for the first leg, then join again at the Sugar Road. You are risking your family." Ruth's eyes hardened. "Do not flatter yourself. We've been risking them since the lights died. You are only the shade today's risk chose." Abel was given food and a fresh wrap, then sent west with messages for farms that still trusted Calder name more than Boone's fear. He wanted to keep riding north with them, but his horse was spent and his eyes had begun to drift unfocused. Ruth Tulden duty done poorly killed twice. Abel accepted the rebuke because he was too tired to argue. All afternoon the farm turned into quiet preparation. Packs were repacked with less comfort and more food. Grain was sewn into cloth tubes that could be worn under coats. Hannah made a stiff leather support for Nora's heel from a cut saddle scrap and wrapped it tight enough to make Nora pale. Max watched from the doorway. "Can she make 9 miles?" Hannah did not look up. "That is the wrong question. What is the right one? How much damage can she survive before she has to stop whether she wants to or not?" Nora said, "I'm in the room." "Then learn from it," Hannah said. Max stepped outside before his fear turned into words Nora would hate. Snow had stopped. The sky hung low and bright. the way it did before hard cold. Ely was loading 2 sleds by the barn. Miriam checked harness with the seriousness of someone twice her age. Bess carried wrapped bread from the kitchen. Rose followed with a tiny bundle of candles and looked proud enough to make the bundle sacred. Tom shuffled over with his shotgun broken open over one arm. "You are making that face again. Apparently I own many faces people dislike. This one says you believe worrying hard enough becomes a plan." Max leaned against the porch post. "Does it ever?" Tom snorted. "If it did, every mother in history would have ruled the world." Max looked toward the lane. "Boone will not stop. Men like him stop when stopping is forced upon them. That sounds simple." Truth often sounds simple after someone else pays the bill. Max glanced at him. "You are cheerful today?" "I am alive, fed, and surrounded by young people making old mistakes. A man could do worse." By dusk, Nora stepped onto the porch using a new staff Miriam had cut and smoothed. She moved carefully but upright. Her eyes dared Max to comment. He gave the only response that would not start a fight. "That staff suits you." Nora looked at it. "Miriam says it is hickory and will outlast my temper. Miriam knows wood. Miriam knows people." The farm gathered in the kitchen for a short prayer before departure. It was not long, and it did not ask heaven for miracles, as if heaven were a storehouse. Ely thanked God for bread, for courage that did not brag, for truth carried safely, and for the strength to meet whatever came without surrendering the soul to it. Max did not know where his fate stood anymore. He still lowered his head. When they left, Ruth placed a hand on his sleeve. "You want home so badly you can taste it." Max looked toward the north track. "Yes, ma'am. Do not let wanting it make you blind to who was beside you." He turned back. Nora stood in the yard speaking to Rose. The child had her arms around Nora's waist, careful of the satchel, face buried in the coat. Nora looked over Rose's head and met Max's eyes. "I will not," he said. Ruth nodded. "Then go while the snow still lies for you." The gate opened without a creak because careful people had oiled it. The first sled slid through, then the second. Max walked beside Nora as the Calder farm disappeared behind apple trees in gray dusk. He did not know whether he would ever see it again. He hoped, with a force that surprised him, that it would still be there for someone else who needed a door. The upper track climbed through sugar maple and hemlock, too narrow for wagons and too shadowed for comfort. Ely led the first sled with the calm of a man who had walked the path in every season and had made peace with its moods. Miriam walked behind him, rifle across her chest, eyes moving constantly. She did not speak unless necessary. Max liked that. Silence, when used well, was not emptiness. It was a tool. Nora moved at his side with the hickory staff tapping softly through snow. At first she kept pace through Will alone. After 2 miles, Will began losing ground to pain. Her face drained of color. Her breath shortened. Max adjusted his stride without looking at her, knowing she would resent kindness less if it wore the shape of coincidence. "You are doing it again," she said. "Walking? Matching me? I have short legs," emotionally. She gave him a sidelong look despite the pain. "That sentence deserves punishment. It distracted you from pain into annoyance. Not exactly medicine. Best I have at the moment." Behind them, Beth and Teacher Vale kept the children between the sleds. Tom rode with one hand gripping the rail, making rude remarks about every bump until Hannah, who had come as far as the sugar road despite claiming she had not, threatened to dose him with willow tea, strong enough to make him confess to crimes he had not committed. The joke faded when Miriam lifted a fist. The line stopped. Max heard it a heartbeat later. A faint clink of metal from below the ridge. Then a hoarse blowing air. Not close, but not imagined. Ely stepped back to Max. "South Hollow Trail. Boone? Could be Ashford men. Could be Pike Place men. Could be wolves wearing hats for all the good guessing does." Miriam crouched by a maple and brushed snow from a mark carved into the bark. It looked like a simple notch, old and weathered. She touched it, then pointed left. Dry run. Ruth had explained the marks before they split. 1 notch meant the main path. 2 meant the dry stream bed. A cross mark meant turn back unless fire was already behind you. The Cotters had built their own language into trees because paper could be stolen and roads could lie. Ellie looked at Nora's foot. Dry run is rough, Nora answered before Max. Rough beats captured. Max said, "We can carry you over bad stretches." "I know." That stopped him. Not because she agreed, but because she had said it without anger. She knew her limits were closing and had decided not to waste strength pretending otherwise. They turned into the dry run. It cut north between banks of frozen leaf mold and exposed roots. The sleds had to be unloaded and lowered by rope through 2 drops. Caleb and Evan worked hard, hands red and faces set. Rose walked beside Beth, carrying the candle bundle under her coat. At one place, Nora's foot slipped, and Max caught her around the waist. She leaned against him for exactly 2 breaths. "I hate this," she whispered. "The creek bed. Needing help." "I know." "Do not sound gentle about it." "I know," he said again. "Rougher this time." She gave a breath that might have been a laugh. "Better." Near the 3rd drop, the metal sound returned from above and behind, louder now. Miriam climbed the bank like a squirrel and vanished. Ely motioned everyone down. The children crouched under the ledge with Teacher Vale. Tom slid from the sled, grimacing, and set the shotgun over a root. Miriam returned with snow on her hair. 5 men, 2 horses. Not riding hard. One has a lantern shuttered under his coat. They are following the main track, but one keeps checking the trees. "Names?" Eli asked. "I saw Croft from Pike Place." "The others are not local." Ruth had told Max about Croft, a hired hand, once decent when work was steady, then cruel when cruelty earned him extra rations. The collapse had promoted men like that, and had given small souls a large stage. Eli's jaw tightened. If Croft is with him, Boone took Pike's place or bought it. Nora shifted beside Max. "We cannot let them find the tree marks." Miriam looked at her. For the first time, respect softened the girl's face. "Already thought of that." She pulled a small knife and a strip of dark cloth from her coat. Eli shook his head once. "Miriam, I can reach the mark before they do. You can also get shot before supper. Then I should be quick." Max crouched near the bank. "Show me." Miriam pointed through roots to a place where the dry run curved near the main track. The marked maple stood 30 yards upslope, visible if a man knew what to seek. If Croft found it, he might understand there was a hidden path. If he did not, the north group could vanish into darkness. "I go with her," Max said. Nora's eyes snapped to him. He did not wait for the argument. "I can cover the slope and pull attention if needed. Miriam knows the mark. She cannot erase it and watch 5 men at the same time." Eli did not like it. He also knew dislike was not a plan. No shooting unless it saves a life. Max nodded. Miriam moved first, low and fast. Max followed at an angle, using trunks and brush. The cold air scraped his lungs. He reached a fallen hemlock and settled behind it with the rifle. Miriam slid to the maple, pressed dark cloth into the notch with sap, then shaved bark above and below until the old sign looked like storm damage. She worked with a focus that made the world seem to hold its breath. Voices came up the main track. "They had to come this way," a man said. Croft answered, "Calder has fox paths. Keep your eyes open." Another man laughed. "Old farmer will not cross Boone once. Boone holds Ashford. You do not know Eli Calder." Max saw them through branches. Croft was thick-necked and bearded, leading a horse by the reins. 2 Black Creek men followed, rifles in hand. The 4th carried a lantern. The 5th limped, which meant the pace had been hard. Miriam finished the mark and began sliding back. Her heels struck a buried branch. The snap was small, but the men heard it. Croft turned. There. Max fired into the snow between the men and the slope. The shot cracked through the trees. Horses screamed and pulled back. Croft dove behind a stump. The lantern man dropped flat. Max did not wait. He shifted left, fired again into a trunk above them, and shouted, "Road tax is paid in lead today. Keep walking north if you want to spend less." It was a foolish line, but it sounded like more men than one if delivered with enough confidence. Miriam used the moment to run down slope. Croft fired toward Max's muzzle flash. Bark and ice burst near his cheek. Max rolled behind the hemlock, crawled 3 body lengths, and fired a 3rd shot from a new angle. One of the Black Creek men shouted, "How many?" Croft swore and shouted, "That is enough." back to the horses. They did not retreat far. Max heard them pulling into cover, arguing. That bought minutes, not safety. He slid down the slope and found Miriam waiting with narrowed eyes. "Road tax," she whispered. I panicked creatively. "You are stranger than Ruth said." "She warned you?" "She said you look like a man trying to apologize to every mile." Max had no answer. They dropped into the dry run and rejoined the group. Nora looked him over once for blood. Finding none new, she exhaled. "Road tax?" she asked. "Everyone is reviewing my performance." "Because your performance wandered into theater." Ely was less amused. "They will not be fooled long." "They do not need to be fooled long," Max said. "They need to be slow." The dry run carried them to the sugar road after dark. Ruth waited there with 2 lanterns, hooded in, punched tin. Hannah beside her with a pack and the expression of a woman prepared to scold God if necessary. The reunion lasted only seconds. Ely told her about Croft. Ruth told him the lower road had seen 3 riders headed east toward Ashford. Boone was spreading men like spilled oil. Nora sat on a stump while Hannah checked the foot. Max watched from a few paces away. The rap had spotted through. Hannah did not curse, which worried him more than cursing. Nora looked at Max. "Before you ask, I am still walking." "Before you accuse, I was not asking." "You were thinking loudly." Hannah tied the wrap again, tighter. "She can make the trestle if pride keeps pumping blood. After that, someone else decides." "Who?" Nora asked. Hannah stood. The foot. The river lay another 3 miles ahead. The moon had risen behind cloud, giving the snow a faint iron glow. They moved in 2 lines now, Eli ahead with Miriam and Caleb, Ruth at the rear with Max. The children were nearly silent from exhaustion. Rose stumbled twice. Beth carried her after the second time and did not ask whether she was too heavy. At the final ridge before the river, they stopped. The railroad trestle crossed a black gorge below them. Snow lay along the ties. No train would ever come again. Yet the rails still ran into darkness with stubborn purpose. On the far side, the line entered a cut between cliffs and vanished north. A lantern moved near the near end of the trestle. Then a second. Max lowered himself beside Eli behind a rock. "Ashford?" Ellie nodded slowly. "Are Boone wearing Ashford coats?" Ruth came up behind them and whispered, "Mott's Landing, then." "We go to the cable." Ely shook his head. "If they hold the trestle, they may hold the landing." Nora leant forward, face pale in moonlight. "If we cannot cross, Boone only has to close his hand." Max looked at the trestle, the lanterns, the black river far below. He felt the shape of Part 7 narrowing into one brutal passage. Behind them, Croft and the others would regain the trail. Ahead, men waited at the bridge. To the east, the landing might already be lost. Teacher Vale whispered, "There is no clean path." Ruth answered, "There rarely is." Max watched the lanterns move. One man by the trestle, another pacing. Not enough to hold against a determined group unless there were more hidden. He thought of Silas Boone building a story before them. He thought of children asleep on their feet. He thought of Nora's blood in the rap. And Dover still hundreds of winter miles away. "Then we make a dirty one," he said. No one liked the words. No one corrected them. They did not rush the trestle. Rushing was what frightened people did when the road pinched them, and night made every shadow seem like a hand. Max had learned on the long road that panic loved speed because speed felt like action. Good action often began with stillness. Ely took Miriam and Caleb down the west slope to watch the lower approach. Ruth sent Beth, Rose, June, Teacher Vale, Tom, and the 2 sleds into a hollow screened by spruce. Hannah stayed with them, protesting softly until Ruth told her the living would keep needing her whether she approved or not. Nora crouched beside Max behind the ridge rock with her staff across her knees and the pistol in her hand. "You should be in the hollow," he whispered. "You should try a new opening line. I keep hoping one will work. Hope is admirable. Repetition is not." He looked back at the trestle. "Foot?" Angry. "Honest answer?" That was honest. "You asked the wrong question." Despite everything, he smiled. "Hannah has infected you." Hannah is what medicine would sound like if medicine disliked men. The lanterns near the trestle kept moving in a pattern. One man paced from the rail shed to the first support. The other stood by an old signal post. Every few minutes a third glow showed farther back, quickly covered. Max watched long enough for the rhythm to settle. 3 men visible or careless. Others possible. A small fire hidden near the shed. They were cold, bored, and listening more for people on the track than people above them. Miriam returned first, sliding into cover with snow on her sleeves. 4 men. 2 near, 2 in the shed. I saw Ashford coats, but they are mixed with Black Creek scars. Any horses? Max asked. 3 tied below the embankment. Ellie appeared after her. No sign at the landing from here. I cannot see the cable. Ruth studied the trestle. If those are Ashford men under Boone's coin, we may talk them down. Miriam's eyes flashed. Or they may sell talk to the next man. Ruth did not rebuke her. That is also possible. Nora leaned closer. Can we pull them away from the shed? Max looked at the slope, the rails, the coal cinders buried under snow. Maybe we can. They expect refugees from the south. We give them trouble from the north. Caleb understood first. Cross under the trestle? Not all of us. 2 people climb down, move along the support ledge, and make noise beyond the shed. The guards look that way. The group crosses from this side while the guards think someone already crossed. Ely's face tightened. That ledge is ice over stone. Max nodded. I did not say it was good. Nora said, I am too slow for the ledge, so do not make that face at me. I was not choosing you. That is the first wise thing you have said tonight. Miriam touched her own chest. I can go. Ely snapped. You're 16. I am also the best climber here, unless Mr. Mercer has been hiding a childhood in barns. Max said, She is right about the climbing. Ely glared at him. Do not help her. I'm not helping. I'm counting. Miriam lifted her chin. Ruth? Ruth looked at the girl for a long moment. You do not go to prove you are brave. I am tired of proving that. You go only if you can turn back the first moment the ledge says no. Miriam swallowed. I can do that. Max volunteered to go with her. Ely wanted to take his place. Ruth stopped him with one word, not loud, not harsh, but final. Ely. The old man went silent. The depth beneath that single word told Max decades of marriage lived there, all the arguments and funerals and harvests behind it. E stayed. Before they descended, Nora pulled Max aside. The hollow hid them from the others for a moment. Her hand closed around his coat. I know you are going because you think it should be you, she said. It should. That is not always noble. Sometimes it is just selfishness wearing a work coat. He flinched because the shot landed. I am trying to keep you alive. I know. That is why I am saying this before I kiss you and make it harder. He looked at her. Snow touched her hair, pain and sharp in her face, but not weakened it. Say it. Do not spend yourself like you are the only coin we have. For a second he could not answer. The river moved far below, invisible but present. I'm trying. Try harder and come back. She kissed him then, quick and fierce, not for comfort, but for command. He carried it with him down the slope. The climb beneath the trestle was worse than it looked. Rock leaned out over black water. The old maintenance ledge had half rotted away, leaving spikes, bolts, and patches of ice timber. Miriam moved like a shadow ahead of him, testing each hold. Max followed with hands gone numb despite gloves. Twice his boots slid. Once a rotten plank cracked under his weight and dropped soundlessly into the dark until the river took it. Above them, the guards talked. Boone says the man has a woman and kids with him, one said. Boone says a lot for a man not standing this watch. He pays in flour. Flour spends? Another voice, older. Keep your mouth shut and your lantern low. Max and Miriam reached the far support. A narrow ladder rose toward the track beyond the shed. Miriam went first. Max forced himself not to look down. At the top, they crouched behind a pile of old rail ties. The shed sat between them and the guards. A horse stamped below. Miriam took a stone from her pocket and threw it past the shed into the north cut. It struck metal with a sharp clang. The pacing guards spun. Another stone hit the signal post from the far side. Max added a shout, pitched low and angry. Get down the line. They are behind us. The effect was immediate. The guard by the post lifted his lantern toward the north cut. 2 men came out of the shed, rifles raised. One cursed. The older voice barked orders. From the south side, Ruth moved the first children onto the track. Max watched through a crack. Beth crossed with Rose, tied to her by a blanket strip. Teacher Vale followed with June. Tom hobbled between Caleb and Eli, furious and pale. The sleds came last, unloaded and carried by hand over the ties. Each step sounded enormous to Max, but the guards were staring north because fear had turned their ears that way. Then one of the horses below snorted and pulled hard. A rope snapped against wood. The older guard turned half around. Miriam saw it too. She threw her last stone at the hidden fire near the shed. Sparks burst. The men flinched. Max fired into the snow beyond them, making the shot seem to come from deeper north. Men shouted. Ruth waved the crossing faster. Nora came into view near the end, moving with the staff and refusing help until the open ties forced honesty. Max saw her foot slip between two timbers. His heart stopped. Caleb grabbed her arm from one side. Beth, already across, reached back from the other. Nora gritted her teeth and pulled free. She kept moving. The older guard understood too late. He turned and saw the last of the group crossing. "South side," he shouted. Max tackled him from behind the shed before the rifle came up. They hit the ground hard. The man's elbow caught Max in the ribs. Max drove a fist into his jaw, felt teeth cut his knuckles, and rolled as the man clawed for a knife. Miriam appeared with the rifle butt and struck the man's wrist. The knife fell. Max hit him again until he stopped reaching. A second guard rounded the shed. Miriam fired first. The shot took him in the hip and spun him into the wall. He screamed and slid down, blood dark on the snow. Miriam stared at what she had done. Max grabbed her shoulder. "Move now." Her eyes snapped back. She moved. They ran for the north cut as the remaining guards fired wild. A bullet struck the rail near Max and sang away. Another punched through his coat hem. He felt heat at his side, but did not stop. Nora waited at the mouth of the cut against every instruction he had ever given her. "You came back," she said, as if she had been holding the line against the possibility that he would not. Miriam did most of the work. Miriam pushed past them, face white. "Flatter me later." They fled along the railroad cut until the trestle lights vanished behind a bend. No one spoke for half a mile. The children were too scared, the adults too busy breathing. Finally, they stopped in a stand of pines with the track leveled out. Eli took Miriam into his arms. She stiffened at first, then folded. He held her without words. Ruth stood near them, eyes shining, jaw set. There would be no speech about bravery. Not now. Bravery could wait. The child who had fired a shot and watched a man fall needed an uncle before she needed praise. Max sat on a rail tie and looked at his side. The bullet had sliced his coat and scored skin along his ribs, shallow but hot. Nora saw it before he could hide it. "You are bleeding." "It is a scrape. Every man says scrape until cloth turns red." She cleaned it with hands that shook from pain and cold. He did not mention the shaking. She did not mention his white face. That was love too, knowing which truths needed silence. Ruth came over after checking the children. We crossed back to the old north road by dawn. Eli and Miriam returned from there. "Hannah will turn back sooner," with the south message. "You keep the rail line for 2 days if weather allows." Max looked at Eli and Miriam. "They helped us through. Boone will blame them." Ruth's expression did not change. "Boone already blames everyone who refuses to kneel. You could come with us and leave the farm for men like Croft. Our place is there. Yours is north." Nora tied off the wrap on Max's side. "Some roads go home. Some roads hold home in place." Ruth looked at her then, really looked, and smiled sadly. Hannah was right. "You are trouble worth feeding." Nora's mouth softened. "Tell her I listened badly but appreciated loudly." They moved again before the guards could rally. The railroad ran through pines silvered by moonlight. Under other circumstances, Max might have thought it beautiful. Now beauty arrived as a complication, something the heart noticed while the body wanted only survival. Near dawn, they reached a maintenance shack with half a roof and enough walls to cut the wind. Ruth stopped there. Hannah arrived an hour later from a lower trail with news that Croft's men had lost the track after the dry run but were pushing east. She examined Nora's foot and Max's side, scolded them both with equal precision, then packed her satchel. Illy took Max aside as the sky lightened. You reach the Old North Road by following the rail until the washed-out culvert. From there, take the Ridge Road toward Dunham. Do not enter Ashford. Do not trade where men ask too many questions about women and children. Boone's story will be waiting in mouths you cannot see. Max nodded. Thank you is too small. Small words still count. Miriam stood near the trees, avoiding everyone's eyes. Rose walked to her and offered the blue reader. Miriam frowned. What is that for? You can borrow it because you were brave. Miriam's face changed in a way that hurt to see. She crouched slowly. I have books at home. This one is good for roads. Miriam touched the cover, but did not take it. Then you should keep it for the road. Rose considered that. Then she tore a blank back page from the reader, folded it carefully, and handed it over. Then you can have a piece. Miriam accepted the paper as if it were a medal no government remained to give. I will keep it safe. Ruth embraced Beth, then Teacher Vale, then Nora. With Max, she only gripped both his hands. Do not mistake reaching home for ending the work. I will try not to. Try like a man who has eaten my bread. I will. The Cotters turned back south as dawn colored the snow. Max watched until trees took them. Then he faced north. The group had crossed the river. Boone was behind him but not gone. Maine was closer but not close enough. Nora stepped beside him, leaning on the staff. Still north. He looked at the rail line fading into pale winter woods. Still north. She nodded. Then we spend the day proving it. The railroad carried them through a country emptied by distance and weather. Snow softened the rails until they looked like two white cords laid through the trees. The old ties were treacherous under drifts. Every few steps, someone slipped. Every mile took more from Nora than she would admit. Max watched without staring, offering a hand only when the track itself forced the issue. She accepted help more often by afternoon. Neither of them spoke of it. The group had changed shape since Mobile existed only as memory. Max had left Alabama alone, thinking home was a straight line drawn by need. Now there was Nora with her staff and guarded heart, Beth with Rose tucked close, Teacher Vale turning survival into lessons, Caleb carrying the map like a duty, Evan trying to grow into courage without letting it rot into pride, Tom refusing to die because too many people expected it, June recovering by complaints, and others gathered by disaster until they felt less like strangers than pieces of a house still being framed. Near midday, they reached the washed-out culvert Eli had described. The rail bed ended in a gap, where spring floods had torn earth away and left the tracks hanging over a ravine. The rails bent downward into open air, useless and absurd. Below, water moved under ice shelves. On the far side, the line continued north as if nothing had happened. Caleb studied the drop. We cannot get the sleds across. Tom said, I appreciate any plan that does not involve throwing me. Beth looked at the packs. How far to Dunham? 7 miles by Ridge Road, Max said, reading Eli's notes. If the road is clear enough to find. Teacher Vale adjusted her scarf. Roads have a disappointing habit of attracting people. So do fires and food, Nora said. We are low on both. That was the truth no one wanted to count aloud. The Calder farm had fed them and sent them away with what it could spare, but a group with children and injured people ate hope quickly. They had cornmeal, beans, a little dried apple, and the last of the pork. Enough for 2 days is stretched hard. Less if anyone needed strength. Max sent Caleb and Evan ahead to find the Ridge Road. He wanted to go himself, but Nora's foot had begun to leave red spots again, and he did not trust himself away from her. That knowledge irritated him. Love, like hunger, made a man less free than he pretended. They rested beneath a stand of pine. Beth melted snow in a pot over a tiny fire screened by rocks. Smoke still rose, but low and thin. Rose sat beside Nora, carefully unwinding and rewinding a strip of cloth, because she had decided helping meant making bandages. Is Maine like the reader says? Rose asked. Nora looked at Max. You are the expert. Max sat back against a tree. Depends which reader. Maine has rocky beaches, cold water, pine woods, blueberries, hard winters, stubborn people, and more mud in spring than any civilized place should allow. Rose considered that. Are there stores? The question landed hard because every adult knew what she meant. Not stores as buildings. Stores as certainty. A place where a child could believe food appeared because shelves had names. Max kept his voice steady. There were. Some may still be used for trading. People will find ways to make places useful again. Will your mother have bread? He pictured his mother's kitchen in Dover. The blue curtains, the chipped yellow bowl, his sister laughing at something dumb while coffee brewed. Those memories belonged to another age, but he clung to them anyway. If she can make bread, she will. If she cannot, she will try to feed us something and apologize for it, even if it is better than we deserve. Rose smiled. I want to meet her. Max felt Nora watching him. I do too, he said. Caleb returned before the fire burned down. Evan came behind him with excitement barely contained. We found the ridge road. There are wagon tracks, old but not covered all the way. Someone uses it. Fresh sign? Max asked. 2 days maybe, Caleb said. Horse and cart. Going north. Nora pushed herself upright. Could be trade. Or Boone's story outrunning us again, Max said. They abandoned the sleds at the culvert after stripping them down to useful parts. Tom complained bitterly about losing his throne. Caleb built him a drag frame from rail ties and rope that was lighter but less comfortable. Tom called it an insult with handles and then thanked him when he thought no one heard. The ridge road was little more than 2 frozen ruts along the high ground. It curved through scrub oak and stone outcrops, sometimes clear, sometimes lost beneath snow. Afternoon faded early. Clouds pressed low, promising more weather. They pushed hard because stopping before Dunham meant another night exposed. They found the first sign of trouble at a crossroads where someone had nailed a board to a tree. The message was written in charcoal. Travelers report at Dunham's door. Food and safe passage for honest names. Thieves from south will be held. Beth read it aloud and went quiet. Evan kicked snow at the tree. Boone. Teacher Vale said, or someone Boone has frightened into helping. Nora looked at the words. Honest names. That is clever. Max knew what she meant. A frightened town could ask names, compare them to the warning, and tell itself it was only being careful. The trap did not need bars. It needed people who wanted safety more than truth. Caleb pointed to a smaller trail east. We could go around Dunham. How far? Max asked. Maybe 4 miles extra if it connects. Maybe a swamp if I remember wrong. Hunger argued for the town. Fear argued against it. Children needed food. Nora needed a real rest. Tom needed shelter. But Dunham had been prepared to think of them as thieves before seeing their faces. Beth spoke softly. If we go around every town, the children start politely. Max hated that she was right. We do not enter as a group. Caleb and I scout. Nora stays with the others. Nora gave him a look. He held up one hand. Your foot needs rest, and you know it. I dislike correct statements delivered by smug men. I am scared, not smug. That disarmed her. She looked away first, then scowled quickly. Max and Caleb approached Dunham near dusk through a line of cedar behind a frozen drainage ditch. The town had once been a place of 3 streets, a store, a church, a mechanic's garage, and houses set back under maples. Now the store was barricaded with counters and doors. Smoke came from the church chimney. A wagon stood near the store with a horse blanket over its load. 2 men with rifles sat under the awning. Another man checked people at the church door. There were people in the street. Not many, but enough. A woman carrying flour. A boy with a basket of turnips. An old man leading a mule. Dunham was functioning, if fear could be called a function. Caleb pointed to the wagon. Black Creek scarf. Max saw it tied around the wrist of one guard like a token. Boone reached here. A door opened at the store. Silas Boone stepped out. Max went so still the cold seemed to enter his bones. Silas looked clean compared to the road, his coat brushed, his beard trimmed, his gray horse tied nearby. He spoke with the storekeeper, one hand resting on the rail, body relaxed. Men like him knew the value of appearing calm in front of hungry people. Caleb whispered, He beat us. Max's first thought was Nora and the children hidden back on the ridge. His second was that Boone had not beaten them unless Boone knew where they were. His third was uglier and clearer. He will expect us to avoid the town once we see him, Max said. Caleb's eyes shifted. So what? So maybe we take what he does not expect. Food? Information first. Food if we could do it without getting people killed. They watched until dark deepened. Silas entered the church with 2 men. The guards at the store changed shift. A woman brought soup to the awning. The storekeeper, a thin man with a white beard, locked the front but left the back shutter loose after checking the alley twice. Caleb leaned close. That was invitation or mistake. Mistake would not look both ways. They waited another half hour, then moved through the ditch to the alley. Max tapped twice on the shutter because desperation should still have manners when possible. The shutter opened a hand's width. A single eye studied him. The storekeeper whispered, "If you are Mercer, you have 10 seconds before I close this and forget my conscience." Max said, "I am Mercer." The old man closed his eye briefly, then opened the shutter wider. "Then get in before Boone finishes his soup." Inside, the store smelled of lamp oil, burlap, onions, and old dust. Shelves stood half empty. The storekeeper held a revolver in one hand and shook with either age or fear. "Name is Alden Briggs," he said. "I do not like trouble, and trouble has taken to liking me." Caleb kept watch through a crack. Max faced Briggs. "Why help us?" "Because Boone asked too many questions about a woman with an injured foot and a little girl with a blue book. Men who hunt children are not law no matter what paper they carry." Max exhaled slowly. "Where is he headed?" "He thinks you will try the North Road after dark. He set men at both ends. He means to take the woman alive if he can. Says she is a thief and a killer. Says you burned a mill and stole children." He left out why. Men like that always edit. Briggs moved to a flour barrel and lifted a false bottom. Beneath it sat 2 cloth bags, a twist of salt, a packet of dried beans, and a small tin of tea. "Take this. Not charity. Payment for leaving fast enough that Dunham does not burn around my ears." Max looked at the food. "Do you have a route?" "A cemetery path behind the church climbs to the old quarry road. It is ice bad, but it misses both checkpoints. There is a culvert at the top. Crawl through. Follow the fence line to the north pasture. Then keep the hill on your left until morning. Do not use lanterns. Boone has men who shoot at light." Caleb whispered, "Someone outside." Boots sounded in the alley. Briggs shoved the food at Max and grabbed a broom. Behind the potato bins, Max and Caleb crouched behind burlap sacks as the back door opened. A young guard stepped in, Black Creek scarf at his throat. "Mr. Briggs, Boone wants more lamp oil." Briggs snapped, "Boone can want with payment like anyone else. He says town credit." "Town credit has been ill since October." The guard stepped farther in. Max saw the pistol on his belt and the stupid confidence in his walk. "He also says if a man comes asking after children, you send word. Only men asking here are men asking for things they do not pay for." The guard laughed and moved toward the back shelf. His boot brushed Caleb's. The boy tensed. Max gripped his sleeve. A bell rang from the church outside. Once, then again. The guard turned his head. Briggs seized the moment and shoved a jug of lamp oil into his hands. "Take it before I charge double for irritation." The guard cursed him and left. Briggs shut the door and leaned against it, breathing hard. "You have nerve," Max said. "I have fear." "Nerve is what people call it when fear is useful." Max took the food. "Thank you." "Small words count," Briggs said, echoing Eli without knowing it. "Now go prove I did not waste mine." Max and Caleb returned to the ridge by the cemetery path, taking twice as long to avoid the churchyard patrol. When they reached the group, Nora read the answer in Max's face before he spoke. "Boone is in town," she said. Rose clutched the reader. Beth closed her eyes. Tom muttered something that sounded like a prayer and an insult, sharing a coat. Max handed out the food. "Alden Briggs gave us a route. We move now. Quiet, no lights, through the quarry road." Nora pushed herself up on the staff. "Then let us get around the man before he remembers roads have edges." They moved under cloud and cemetery trees, passing stones whose names had outlasted the grid. Max glanced at the dark church where Silas Boone sat warm and fed, building lives for other people to live inside. For a moment, he wanted to turn back and finish it there. Then Rose slipped her hand into his, trusting him to choose the road over rage. Max walked north. The quarry road was worse than Alden Briggs had promised. Ice covered the first climb in glassy sheets, thin snow hiding the worst places until a boot found them. Stone walls rose on both sides, close enough to trap sound and wind. The old path had been cut for wagons hauling rock, Not children, injured feet, and men too tired to admit they were swaying. Max went ahead with Caleb to test each turn. Nora came behind with Beth and Rose. Teacher Vale kept June moving by asking her questions about every tree they passed. Tom rode the drag frame for the first half mile and cursed the invention with such invention that Beth finally threatened to wash his mouth with snow. He told her snow lacked moral authority. She told him to keep talking and she would find out. The humor carried them through the lower climb. It failed near the culvert. The culvert was an old stone throat under the quarry road where spring water had once crossed toward the lower pasture. In summer, a child might have crawled through laughing. In winter, with snow packed at both ends and ice ridged inside, it looked like the mouth of something dead. Max cleared the south opening with a broken shovel while Caleb and Evan watched the trail behind. The road below Dunham glowed faintly with lanterns. Boone had discovered the missing would soon. Nora lowered herself beside the opening and peered in. How long? 20 feet, Max said. Maybe 25. That is not long. It is when stone touches your back. Rose looked at the dark hole. Do we have to? Beth knelt in front of her. We do. I will go right before you, and Max will be behind you. You will not be alone in there. Rose swallowed. Will there be spiders? Tom said from the drag frame, any spider with sense has moved to Florida. Rose considered this and nodded, as if Florida had solved the matter. They sent packs first, pushing them through with poles. Beth crawled after them, then Rose, then June. Max followed Rose, speaking steadily so she could hear him in the dark. You are doing fine. Keep your knees under you. That is Beth's boot ahead. That sound is only my coat on stone. The cold drip is rude but not dangerous. You are almost through. Halfway in, Rose froze. Her breath came fast. I cannot, she whispered. You can rest, Max said. Resting is allowed. Quitting is not needed. It is too small. I know. Put your hand back. She reached back. He took her mitten carefully between two fingers in the cramped dark. Feel that? Yes, I feel it. I have you. Beth is in front. Nora is waiting outside to make fun of both of us if we take all night. So we should deny her that pleasure. Rose gave a wet little laugh. Then she crawled. They emerged into the north pasture under a sky without stars. Beth pulled Rose into her arms. Max came out last among the children, then helped drag Tom through on a rope while the old man threatened legal action against everyone present. Nora came next, jaw tight, face gray from crawling with her bad foot dragging behind. Max helped her stand. She leaned into him, not hiding it this time. You were right, she breathed. About what? Stone touches your back for a very long time. They almost had everyone through when a lantern flared on the south side of the culvert. Evan was still there with Teacher Vale in the last pack. A man's voice shouted from below. Caleb dropped flat, aiming through the culvert. They are on the road. Max could see only a slice of light and boot movement. Evan, crawl now. Teacher Vale came first, moving with grim dignity despite mud on her coat. Evan pushed the last pack after her. A shot cracked outside. Stone chips burst from the culvert mouth. Rose cried out. Beth covered her with her own body. Evan froze in the opening. Max crawled back in without thinking. The culvert became noise, breath, cold and stone. Another shot struck outside. Men shouted. Evan's face peered ahead, white in the dark. I dropped the rifle, he said. Leave it. I dropped it. Leave it and come to me. Evan did not move. Shame had pinned him harder than fear. Max crawled until he could grip the boy's coat. Look at me. A rifle is metal and wood. You are not. Move. The words reached him. Evan crawled. Max backed out with him, hearing boots scramble toward the far opening. Caleb fired through the culvert once, then again. A man screamed and fell away from the light. The others fired blind. Sparks jumped from stone near Max's ear. They spilled out of the north end as Caleb and Nora dragged them clear. Tom fired his shotgun over the culvert mouth, the blast deafening in the pasture. The lantern on the far side dropped and went out. Darkness snapped shut. Move, Nora said, voice rough. Move before they find the fence line. They ran across the pasture in a broken line. Snow hid low stone walls. Twice, someone fell. Max carried June for a stretch until Beth took her, then went back for Tom's drag rope. Behind them, voices spread along the road. Boone's men had not crossed yet, but they had found the edges. The pasture climbed to a fence made of split rails. Beyond it lay the old quarry itself, a black cut in the hill half filled with snow and frozen water. Alden Briggs had said, "Keep the hill on the left." The fence line skirted the quarry rim. One wrong step could send a person into darkness. Caleb led, moving slow despite urgency. "Stay close to the fence. Do not step right." Wind came hard across the open cut. It carried voices from behind and made them seem closer. Rose stumbled until Max lifted her onto his back. She wrapped both arms around his neck and held on with desperate strength. "I am heavy," she whispered. "You are cargo of high value." "What does that mean?" "It means I would fight a bear over you." "Are there bears?" "Probably sleeping and making better choices than us." Her breath warmed his collar. They kept walking. At the far edge of the quarry, the fence dipped where a tree had fallen across it. Caleb stepped over first. A shot came from behind, not through the culvert, but from the lower road. Boone's men had circled faster than expected. The bullet struck the fallen tree near Caleb, spraying rotten wood. He dropped. Evan shouted and lunged toward him. Max set Rose down and grabbed the boy before he ran into open ground. "He is moving," Max said. "Wait for the shot." Another rifle flashed from the lower road. Tom fired back, more anger than aim. Nora pulled Rose behind a rock and handed Beth the pistol. Beth stared at it for half a second, then nodded once. The road had taught her enough. Max saw the shooter's shape near a stump. Too far for a clean shot in the dark, but close enough for fear. He aimed at the flash point and waited. The rifle flared again. Max fired at the spark. The shape jerked and vanished. Caleb crawled behind the tree. "I am hit by splinters, not shot." "Then complain later," Nora called. They got everyone over the fence, but the delay cost them. More men were coming along the lower road. Lanterns bobbed between trees. One voice rose above the others, carrying with horrible clarity. "Mercer," Silas Boone called. "Every road ends somewhere." Max went cold. Boone was close enough to speak and calm enough to enjoy it. Nora looked at Max from behind the rock. Pain, fear, and fury all lived in her face. "Do not answer." He had not meant to, but hearing her say it helped. Silas wanted a conversation because conversations could become traps. Max gave him silence. Silas continued, "The town knows you now. The farmers will know by morning. You carry stolen children and stolen grain. You can run until Maine if your legs hold, but hunger will ask my questions for me." Teacher Vale whispered, "He speaks well for a snake." Tom grunted. Insult to snakes. Max studied the ground ahead. The fence line entered a stand of birch, then bent toward a narrow saddle between hills. If they reached the saddle, the dark might hide them again. If they stayed, Boone could pin them against the quarry. He crawled to Nora. "Can you move fast for 2 minutes?" "I can hate you for asking, and do it anyway." "That may be enough." They ran on Max's signal. Not straight. Straight lines invited bullets. They moved in ragged bursts from stone to birch to fence shadow. Shots followed. One tore through Teacher Vale's hat and made the old woman more angry than frightened. Another struck the drag frame and broke one handle. Tom rolled into the snow swearing. Evan and Max hauled him up while Caleb and Beth fired toward the lanterns. The saddle opened ahead, a shallow cut between hills. Snow blew through it in sheets. Everyone poured into the gap. Max stopped at the rear with Caleb. Boone's man reached the birches below. 3 lanterns, maybe 8 men. More in the dark. Caleb reloaded with shaking hands. "We cannot outrun them all night. We do not have to." Max pointed to the cornice above the saddle where wind had piled snow against a shelf of rock and scrub. It hung heavy over the lower trail. In daylight, he would have avoided it. At night, under pressure, it became a weapon. Caleb understood and looked horrified. That could take the whole slope. "Then we stand above it, not under it." They fired into the shelf, not at men. Caleb's first shot punched a dark hole. Max's second struck the rock behind it. A third from Beth, who had crawled up beside them despite orders, cracked like a hammer on glass. The snow shelf trembled. Boone's men shouted below. One began to run upslope. Max fired again. The cornice broke. Snow fell with a low, rushing growl. Not a giant avalanche from mountains and stories, but enough. It slid over the lower trail in a white sheet, dragging brush and loose stone with it. Lanterns vanished. Men yelled. A horse screamed once, then silence took the sound and buried it under the slide. The upper slope held. Max waited, rifle ready, heart pounding so hard he could hear it. Snow dust filled the air. Caleb coughed. Beth lowered the pistol and stared at the place where lanterns had been. Nora limped to Max's side. Did it get him? Max listened. Far below, someone groaned. Another voice called for a brother. No Silas Boone. No calm command. I do not know. She closed her eyes, not in relief, in exhaustion. Then we keep moving as if it did not. They left the saddle before the slide settled. No one celebrated. Even Tom was quiet. They had buried men under snow, and whether those men deserved pity or not, the sound of the slide traveled with them. Near dawn they reached a hunting cabin hidden among spruce. The roof sagged, but the stovepipe was intact. Caleb found dry wood under the bunk. Beth found 2 cans of peaches frozen solid in a cabinet. Rose cried when she saw them, not from joy exactly, but from too many feelings reaching the same door at once. Nora collapsed onto the bunk before anyone could tell her to sit. Her foot had bled through again. Max knelt beside her and unwrapped it with hands he forced to keep steady. She touched his cheek. I am still here. I know. You look like you need reminding. He pressed his forehead against her hand. The cabin smelled of rust, old wood, and peaches warming near the stove. Outside, morning came pale over a country that kept trying to kill them and occasionally gave them shelter. I am scared of reaching home without you, he said. Nora's thumb moved across his cheekbone. Then do not do that. It was not a promise the world was obligated to honor. It was still enough to make him breathe. They stayed in the hunting cabin only long enough to thaw the peaches, re-rat feet, and let June sleep through a feverless morning. The rest was temptation. A stove with a pipe that drew clean. Walls that cut the wind. A bunk where Nora could lie flat. A door that could be barred. Every good thing argued for staying, and every mile behind them argued against it. Max stood outside at noon and studied the southern trees. Snow had started again, light and steady. It would soften their tracks, but slow them too. The slide of the saddle had bought time. Perhaps it had killed Silas Boone. Perhaps it had only insulted him. Max had learned not to build plans on the death of hard men unless he had seen them buried and the ground frozen above them. Caleb came out with 2 steaming cups made from melted snow and the last of the tea Alden Briggs had given them. He handed one to Max. Tastes like bark and regret. Max sipped. Luxury has declined. You think Boone lived? I think assuming either way is how people get careless. Caleb leaned against the cabin wall. The boy looked older than he had at the meeting house and not in any way Max liked. Road miles aged children unfairly. If he did live, he will be slower. Slower helps, but not gone. No. The word stood between them, but Max did not let it become a sentence alone. Not gone unless we make distance count. Inside, Teacher Vale was using the cabin dust to draw a map on the tabletop. She had a gift for order in bad places. Children leaned around her while she explained how a ridge could be followed by watching tree growth and wind direction. Rose asked whether every tree was a sign. Teacher Vale told her everything was a sign if a person learned to ask better questions. Nora sat on the bunk with her foot elevated, pale but clearer-eyed. Hannah would have hated the cabin's dirt and approved the rest. The cut had not turned foul. That was the mercy of the morning. Pain remained, but pain was at least an honest enemy. Beth distributed the peaches in tiny portions. No one complained about the size. The syrup was too sweet, almost shocking. Max watched Rose take her first bite. Her eyes closed, and for a moment she was simply a child tasting summer from a rusted can while winter pressed against the walls. Beth saw him watching and looked away quickly. Some tenderness was easier to bear unseen. Tom inspected the broken drag frame and declared it repairable if someone with more energy than sense would fetch straight branches. Evan volunteered before anyone else could. Max stopped him at the door. You slept 1 hour. I can get branches. I know you can. That is not the issue. Evan's face tightened. I froze at the culvert. Max took him outside because shame did not need an audience. The snow hissed softly in the trees. You froze because fear grabbed you. Then you moved. That second part matters more. I dropped the rifle. You kept your life. I could have got you killed. Many things could have. That does not make all of them your fault. Evans stared at the ground. I want to be useful. Most dangerous sentence a young man can carry. The boy looked up, startled. Max continued. Useful is good. Desperate to be useful gets people killed. Learn the difference now, before the road teaches it harder. Evan swallowed. How do I learn? You do the next small thing well. Then the next. Today that means you sleep for 30 minutes. Then fetch branches with Caleb, not alone. The boy wanted to argue. He did not. That was progress. They left the cabin in mid-afternoon with Tom's drag frame repaired, the peaches gone, and the map copied onto a scrap of cloth and charcoal. The ridge road curved toward an old county line and then east. Caleb believed it would connect to the river highway above Dunham, past Boone's immediate reach. From there, the road bent toward the high country and, eventually, the routes that would lead into New Hampshire. Maine was no longer a dream beyond the horizon. It was a direction with neighboring names. That made Max more afraid, not less. The closer home came, the more wheel-losing it became. The road after the cabin was narrow and lonely. They passed 2 abandoned trucks, half buried in snow, an old mail carrier's jeep, and a farmhouse burned to stone. No bodies showed. That was not comfort. Winter hid what summer would have forced people to face. Near evening, they found a hand-painted sign nailed to a bridge rail over a frozen creek. Travelers may take water. Leave wood a fable. No stealing from the dead. Beyond the bridge stood a covered box with a hinged lid. Inside were 3 jars of creek water, frozen solid, a bundle of kindling, and a tin cup. On the underside of the lid, someone had carved names and dates. Some were recent. Some had marks beside them, small crosses or lines. A road shrine made from need. Teacher Vale traced the names without touching them. Civilization is a habit before it is a government. Beth put 2 sticks of their own kindling into the box. Then we practice. Max added one of the candles Rose had carried from Calder Farm. Rose watched with worry. That was ours. Now it is somebody's later, Max said. She thought about that, then nodded as if the exchange had been entered into a ledger kinder than Boone's. They camped that night in a gravel pit screened from the road by pines. No fire. Cold food. Watches in pairs. Nora took second watch with Max despite his objections, which he kept brief because he had learned something. They sat behind a berm with a view of the road. Snow reflected enough starlight to make the world pale and strange. You were quiet after the cabin, she said. I was thinking. Dangerous habit. Ruth said not to mistake reaching home for ending the work. Nora leaned on the staff, her breath white. She is right. I used to think getting to Dover would be the finish line. Find my mother. Find my sister. Board up windows. Cut wood. Survive. That still sounds like a good start. Start is the part I did not understand. She was quiet for a while. A branch dropped snow somewhere in the dark. Before the collapse, I thought my life had become smaller than it was supposed to be. Work, bills, rooms I did not want, men who thought kindness was a debt. Then the world broke, and suddenly the small things were enormous. Clean water. A dry sock. A person who keeps watch while you sleep. Max looked at her. Did you have anyone waiting? She stared at the road long enough that he thought she might not answer. A brother in Ohio, if he is alive. We had not spoken much. Pride is stupid when phones work. It becomes monstrous when they do not. We can look for him some day. She smiled sadly. You offer impossible things with a very serious face. I have been practicing. I know. He took her hand under the blanket they shared across their knees. I mean it. Home can be a place that sends people back out, not just a place that locks the door. Nora's grip tightened. That is a dangerous kind of home, probably the only kind worth building now. She rested her head briefly against his shoulder. Then we reach it first. A sound came from the road before he could answer. Not hopes, not boots. A whistle, low and deliberate. 3 notes. Max raised the rifle. Nora lifted the pistol. Caleb appeared from the dark, hands visible, breathing hard. Do not shoot. I saw a man on the road. Max rose. Where? North Bend. He is alone. Says he has word from Briggs. Nora muttered. The road has become very fond of messengers. They woke Eli's absence in their minds, then remembered the Cotters were gone south. Max took Caleb and circled through the pines. A man stood at the north bend with both hands raised. He was old, wrapped in a patched coat, with a lantern at his feet and no visible long gun. Max did not trust the lack. The man spoke before Max stepped into sight. Alden said if I found a hard-looking fellow with a woman on a stick and children too tired to lie well, I should say the storekeeper still has bad tea. Caleb whispered, "That sounds like Briggs." Max stayed behind cover. Name? Samuel Pike. Caleb stiffened. The name carried weight because Pike's place, children and Croft were tangled together in the warning. Samuel seemed to hear the silence change. My brother's farm was taken by Boone's men yesterday. Croft helped. I did not. I got 3 children out through the hog lot and sent them west. I am not asking you to trust my bloodline. What are you asking? Max said. To warn you that Boone lived. Nora had come up behind Max despite being told to stay. Her face closed. Samuel Pike continued. Snowslide killed 2 and broke 1 horse. Boone crawled out with a cracked face and murder in him. He thinks you head for the county line. He sent men to the highway and riders to the old toll bridge. But he cannot be everywhere. There is a school bus under the North Ridge. Old Diesel. Dead since the storm, but the body is good shelter. From there, you can reach the back road to Marlton by dawn. Max stepped into view but kept the rifle ready. Why help us? Samuel laughed without humor. Because my brother helped put a scarf on Croft and called it protection. Because 3 children had to crawl through pig filth to get away from men eating at their table. Because I am old enough to know when family shame needs payment. Nora studied him. Did Briggs send food? Briggs sent directions. Food he keeps for widows, he said, and you looked stubborn enough to find your own. That sounded like Briggs, too? Samuel gave them the route, then refused to come into camp. If Boone's men find my tracks with yours, I am more useful away from you. Follow the creek until the split maple, then climb. Do not take the right fort even if it looks easier. It drops toward the toll bridge. Max lowered the rifle a fraction. Thank you. Samuel picked up his lantern. Small words count. People keep telling me that tonight. He vanished down the road, an old man carrying a weak light through a world that punished decency and somehow kept producing it. The group moved before midnight. No one complained. The warning had burned rest out of them. The creek route was narrow but hidden, and Samuel's split maple stood where he said it would. They took the hard left fork, climbing through knee-deep snow while the easier right fell away toward unseen danger. Near dawn, they found the school bus under the North Ridge. Yellow paint showed beneath rust and snow. Its windows were cracked, but the roof held. Someone had swept it recently and stacked cedar boughs along the aisle. On the driver's seat lay a note weighted by a stone. For those going north, shut the door tight. Leave what you can. Rose touched the first seat. Was this for children? Teacher Vale's voice softened. It was. Is it still? The old teacher looked at the exhausted faces, the packs, the weapons, the child standing in the aisle of a dead bus that had become sanctuary. Yes, dear. In a different way, it still is. It slept in shifts on the bus seats. Max took the last watch from the driver's seat, staring through the cracked windshield at the pale road ahead. Nora slept across 2 seats behind him, one hand visible under the blanket. Beth and Rose were curled together. Tom snored with defiant volume. Caleb had finally surrendered to sleep, mouth open like the boy he still was. When morning came, the clouds broke for the first time in days. Sun touched the ridge and turned the snow bright enough to hurt. The road north lay clean and cold beyond the bus. Caleb checked the cloth map. Marlton by night if we keep moving. After that, the old highway. Then New Hampshire roads. Max looked at Nora. She was awake, watching him. How far to Maine? Rose asked from under Beth's arm. Max did not give the number. Numbers could lie by sounding certain. He looked at the sun, the road, the people gathered in the dead bus, and the north that had become more than geography. Closer than yesterday, he said. Rose accepted that. So did he. They left the bus cleaner than they found it. Beth put a strip of cloth in the shelter box with 2 fishhooks from Tom's pocket. Teacher Vale wrote a note on the back of the charcoal map copy, telling whoever came next that the left fork was safer and the right fork had men who traded food for names. Nora added Hannah's warning about boiled water and dirty cloth in her neat hand. Max left one candle stub, though it hurt to spare it. Then they stepped onto the back road to Marlton, moving into sunlight thin as mercy. Behind them, Boone limped somewhere in the south with his broken horse and his broken story. Ahead, home waited with its own troubles, its own hunger, its own doors that might or might not open. Max no longer believed the way home ended at a porch, but he still meant to reach one. Marlton did not look like a town at first. It looked like a mistake the snow had almost erased. A church steeple leaned above a line of bare elms. Roofs showed through white-laced branches. Smoke rose from a few chimneys and then flattened beneath the low gray sky, held down by cold. The road into the valley was blocked by two farm wagons rolled nose to nose, their wheels chained together, their beds filled with frozen earth and split firewood. Behind them stood people with rifles, shotguns, axes, and the hollow-eyed caution Max had come to recognize from every settlement that had survived long enough to distrust mercy. Caleb lifted one hand before they reached rifle range. "Let me talk first." Max wanted to argue. He did not. Caleb knew this ridge country, and Max had learned that pride got loudest right before it got someone killed. Nora leaned on her hickory staff beside him. The color had returned to her face during the morning walk, but every step still carried a price. She had wrapped the foot herself before dawn and glared at Max until he stopped looking at it. Beth walked close with Rose tucked under one arm and a blanket pulled over the child's head against the wind. Teacher Vale walked straight-backed as ever, though exhaustion had carved hard shadows under her eyes. Tom had refused to be pulled on the drag frame once. Smoke appeared ahead. "I will not arrive like luggage," he had said. "You will arrive breathing," Beth told him, and that had ended the discussion. A man came out from behind the wagons wearing a wool coat patched on both sleeves. His beard was rimed with frost. "Road is closed." Caleb stopped with open hands. "We are going north. We are not asking to stay. Nobody is asking until they are inside the line. We came by the bus shelter under the ridge. Samuel Pike said Malton still had law enough to hear people out." The man's eyes sharpened at Samuel's name. "Samuel talks too much." "Only when it matters," Teacher Vale said. The man looked at her, then at the children. His gaze did not soften, but it changed. "Names." Caleb gave his. Max gave his. Nora gave hers without lowering her eyes. When Beth gave Rose's name, the little girl tried to stand taller beneath the blanket, as if names were armor. The man listened until Max said Black Creek. Then every weapon behind the wagon line seemed to grow heavier. "A rider came 2 hours ago," the man said. "Said a thief named Max Mercer was using children as cover after murdering farmers south of Ashford." Max felt the old, tired anger rise. It no longer flamed. It settled cold in the center of him. The rider worked for Silas Boone? The man's mouth tightened. "He said he was carrying warning for decent folk." Nora shifted forward. "Decent folk do not need to outrun truth." A woman behind the wagons called, "Pretty words do not clear roads." Teacher Vale removed one glove and reached into her coat with painful care. Rifles lifted. Max did not move. She drew out the folded note from the school bus, the one she had added to before they left. "Then read plain ones." Samuel wrote the first line. Hannah Calder wrote the second. I wrote the warning about the right fork. If your writer told you children came as shields, ask why a man running from truth burns the signs left for those children. The patched man took the paper and read slowly. His face did not become friendly. Friendly had become a luxury, but suspicion began to share space with thought. Behind them a horse snorted on the south road. Max turned before anyone shouted. 2 riders came into view between the trees, moving too fast for harmless business. One wore a brown coat with a strip of red cloth around his arm. Black Creek. The other carried a carbine low across the saddle. "Down," Max said. This time nobody questioned him. Beth pulled Rose behind the ditch bank. Tom dropped with a grunt. Caleb slid behind a maple. Nora's pistol came up steady despite the tremor in her leg. The first rider saw the blocked road and hauled hard. The horse slid. The man with the carbine fired from the saddle. The shot cracked across the valley and smacked into the wagon bed, throwing splinters and dirt. Marlton answered with 3 guns at once. The carbine rider pitched sideways and struck the road hard enough to spray red across the snow. His horse bolted through the brush. The other rider kept his seat and tried to turn. Max fired once, aiming low. The horse screamed and folded. The rider went over its shoulder and rolled into the ditch, cursing. Nora was already moving before Max could stop her. Not toward the fallen horse, toward the rider. She limped through the ditch, pistol-trained, face pale and furious. "Hands where I can see them," she called. The man spat blood into the snow. He was young, perhaps 20, with terror under the grime. "You people are dead? Boone is north of you now." Max reached him and kicked the knife away from his hand. "How far?" The young man laughed too loudly. "Far enough." The patched man from Marlton stepped up beside Max. His name, he said at last, was Owen Rusk. He looked at the dead carbine rider, the crippled horse, the shaking young man, and the children in the ditch. And then he looked at Max. "That rider said you were murderers." "Some days we have killed men," Max said. "That does not make his story true." Owen stared at him. "That is the first honest answer I have heard since the lights went out." They did not enter Marlton as guests. They entered as witnesses. Owen had the young rider dragged to the meeting hall and made him speak in front of 12 armed residents, 3 elders, and every hungry face that had gathered near the stove. The young man tried to hold Boone's tale for 10 minutes. Then Nora asked him where Hannah Calder's note had come from, and Teacher Vale asked him the names of the children Max had supposedly hidden behind. He knew no names. He knew no roads. He knew only the script Silas Boone had given him, and the fear he had been promised would become power. By sunset, Marlton opened one side room of the church and gave the group beans, hot water, 2 heel loaves, and a map to the old highway. It was not welcome. It was survival making room for justice. Owen stood in the doorway while Max rolled the map. "Boone may not stop south of the state line. I know. People like him do not want roads. They want gates." Max looked at Nora, at Beth and Rose, at Tom sleeping with one hand still clenched around a strap. "Then we keep walking before he builds another one." That night, Nora sat beside Max near the church stove while wind rattled the windows. She pressed her shoulder against his. For a long while, neither spoke. "When we reach your home," she said, "what happens to all of us?" Max watched the fire settle. "I do not know. I did not ask, because I thought you did." He turned his hand palm up. She set hers in it. Her fingers were cold. "I left Mobile thinking home was a door with my mother on the other side. Now I think it is a promise you have to keep remaking after every bad mile." Nora rested her head against his shoulder, a small surrender made brave by the room full of sleeping witnesses. "Then we remake it in the morning." Max held her hand until the fire burned low and Marlton's guards changed watch outside. The old highway north of Marlton had once been a fast road. Now it belonged to winter. Dead engines and the people brave or desperate enough to thread between them. Cars sat half buried under snow, their shapes softened until they looked like rounded stones in a white river. Some had been stripped to frames. Others still held suitcases, children's coats, empty water jugs, and the sad little signs of people who had believed they would return after help arrived. Help had become a story told by those who needed sleep. Owen Rusk sent 2 Marlton scouts with them as far as the county line. One was a woman named Grace Bell, who carried a long rifle and limped from an old farm accident. The other was a quiet man named Isaac, who knew how to find culverts under drifts by the way snow sagged. Neither spoke much. That suited Max. Words cost heat when the wind cut sideways. They moved in a broken rhythm, walking, resting, listening, crossing open ground and hiding when distant sound moved wrong. Tom rode the drag frame more than he liked and complained with such art that even Grace smiled once. June's strength came and went. Evan helped Teacher Vale watch the younger ones, proud to be trusted and frightened of failing. Caleb kept checking the map, though the road itself was visible beneath the snow. Max understood. A map was not always for direction. Sometimes it reminded a person that places still had names. By afternoon, the highway dipped toward a frozen wetland where reeds stuck through ice like brown needles. The bridge ahead was out, not merely damaged, but gone. The center span had fallen into the creek. leaving jagged concrete edges and black water moving below. Someone had tied a rope along the side rail and dragged planks across a narrow maintenance ledge. Isaac studied it and shook his head. One at a time. Packs separate. No jokes? Tom sighed. My gift is never appreciated. Your gift will be appreciated from the far side, Beth said. They began with Pax. Caleb crossed first, then Grace. Max sent Beth and Rose next because waiting made fear grow in children. Beth stepped with careful patience. One hand on the rope, Rose tied to her by a strip of blanket at the waist. The little girl did not cry. That worried Max more than crying would have. Teacher Vale crossed with June. Evan came next. Then Tom, pale with humiliation and pain, inching along while Isaac steadied him from behind. The ledge creaked under their combined weight. Ice cracked below. Tom did not curse. Max knew then how scared he was. Nora was next. She looked at Max before stepping out. Do not make the face. I was thinking helpful thoughts. Your helpful thoughts wrinkle your forehead. She crossed with her staff strapped to her pack and both hands on the rope. Halfway over, her bad foot slipped on ice. Her body dropped hard against the line. Max's chest seized. Nora hung for one terrible breath above the broken span, boots scraping concrete, fingers locked white around the rope. Max took one step onto the ledge. Stay, she snapped, voice tight with fear and command. Grace leaned from the far side, rifle forgotten, one arm out. Reach for me. Nora's face twisted with pain as she dragged herself up. Grace caught her coat and hold. They both fell into the snow on the far bank. Nora rolled to her back and laughed once, not because it was funny, but because breath had returned and she did not know what else to do with it. Max crossed last and did not speak until he reached her. He knelt. You all right? No. The honesty struck harder than a joke. He took off his glove and touched her cheek. She leaned into his palm for half a second before remembering witnesses and stiffening. But I am here, she added. That counts. Grace looked south. With now. Sound carries along creek beds. They moved. Near dusk, the white land road narrowed between spruce and a line of abandoned tractor-trailers. It was the kind of place that made Max's skin tighten before danger showed its face. Too many hiding places. Too little sky. Too much silence. Caleb felt it too. He raised a fist. A voice came from behind the nearest trailer. Drop packs and guns. Children, walk free. Max saw the trap in pieces. A barrel through a cracked trailer door. A boot under the rear axle. Two figures behind the snowbank. Hungry men, not soldiers. Desperation made them dangerous because it had already explained forgiveness to itself. Teacher Vale called out before Max could. No child walks free with thieves deciding the road. The barrel shifted toward her voice. Max fired through the cracked door. The shooter screamed. Caleb shot once toward the snowbank. Grace fired a heartbeat later. The ambush broke open. A man rushed from between trailers with a hatchet lifted high. Nora, still seated in the snow where Max had pushed her down, raised her pistol and shot him in the thigh. He fell screaming, the hatchet spinning away. Isaac clubbed another man with the butt of his rifle. Beth dragged Rose behind a tire while Evan stood over them with a knife in both hands, shaking but present. It lasted less than a minute. It left the road red in 3 places and filled the air with powder smoke, bile, and ragged breathing. One of the attackers lay face down. Another clutched his leg and sobbed. The man Max had shot through the trailer door had crawled inside and died against a crate of rotten apples. The last one ran until Grace's warning shot split bark over his head. He vanished into the trees anyway. Max stood over the man Nora had shot. The man was perhaps 40, beard full of ice, eyes wild. We were hungry, he said. So are they, Nora answered, nodding toward Rose. The man started to cry. It was an ugly sound, and Max hated that it still worked on him. Teacher Vale searched the trailers with Isaac and found what hunger had hidden from shame. 2 tied bodies under a tarp. Both had been travelers. Both had been stripped of boots. Nobody spoke for a long time. Grace crossed herself, then seemed embarrassed by the old habit. We cannot carry justice with us. Max looked at the crying man. Justice, in the old world, had buildings, clerks, warm lights, and forms. Here it had cold hands and too many choices. Teacher Vale solved it, before Max could become the judge he feared. She took the man's knife, cut strips from a ruined coat, and tied his wrists to the trailer frame where he could reach a canteen but not a weapon. You will live if someone kinder than you comes along. That is more mercy than your victims received. Nora looked at Max. Her face asked whether that was enough. He did not know. He nodded anyway. They took the boots from the dead travelers and gave them to Tom and June, who needed them more than the grave did. Beth cried while helping clean the blood from Rose's sleeve, though none of it was Rose's. Rose watched the trees with eyes too old for her face. As darkness came, they left the trailer line and kept moving, slower now, heavier now, carrying more than packs. Max walked beside Nora, close enough to catch her if the foot failed, far enough not to insult her strength. Home better be worth it, she said. He looked north, where the road climbed into black spruce, and the air smelled faintly of salt that could not yet be there. It has to be, he said. We have spent too much getting there for it not to be. New Hampshire greeted them with a sign knocked half sideways and a road so steep it seemed to climb into the teeth of the weather. The painted letters were flaked and dull, but Caleb brushed snow from them with his glove as if uncovering a grave marker. Past this ridge, he said, I am guessing as much as the rest of you. That confession changed him. Caleb had carried local knowledge like a lantern through the dark. Without it, he looked younger. Max saw the fear under the boys' competence and remembered that none of them had been built for this. They were becoming it because stopping had become more dangerous than changing. Grace and Isaac turned back at the state line. Marlton needed its scouts. Grace gave Nora a small tin of salve and Max 3 cartridges wrapped in cloth. We cannot spare them, Grace said. Max tried to hand them back. She closed his fingers around the cloth. I know. Isaac pointed north. There used to be a fire station in Brindle Notch. They were volunteers, good people before and maybe good after. And if not, Beth asked. Isaac looked at Rose, then away. Then do not let them count you before you count them. They parted without speeches. Speeches belonged to warm rooms and clean shirts. On the road, people lifted hands and carried on. By midday, the wind sharpened. It came across the ridge in long invisible blades that found every seam in coat and glove. The road passed houses tucked among pines, most silent. Some burned, a few marked by curtains moving behind glass. No one invited them in. No one shot at them either. That counted as kindness in the new math. Brindle Notch appeared at the bottom of a hill, a cluster of homes, a white church, a feed store, and a fire station, with its big red doors painted over in gray primer. A line of rope stretched across the street. Behind it stood 4 adults and a teenage boy holding a shotgun too large for him. A woman stepped forward. She wore a firefighter's coat over a long skirt, and her gray hair was cut close to her head. State your need. The old phrase had the feel of practice. Teacher Vale answered with equal gravity. Passage, water, and news. Shelter if it is offered. We can trade work. No shelter. Beth tightened her hold on Rose. The woman saw it and winced as if Beth had struck her. Not because we are cruel. Because influenza went through last week and took 11. We have fever in 3 houses. We cannot bring travelers under roofs. Nora lowered her staff. Do you have a place outside the line where we can make a fire out of the wind? The woman studied her. You injured? Less than yesterday. That is not an answer. It is the one I have. The woman almost smiled. I am Leda Marsh. I used to drive the ambulance when fuel existed. You still speak like you do, Nora said. Leda sent them to the covered bay behind the fire station, open on 2 sides but roofed and swept. No one from Brindle Notch came close without cloth over nose and mouth. Max did not blame them. Plague had become another roadblock, invisible and patient. They traded labor for water. Caleb and Evan split wood from a pile of stormfall. Max and Beth repaired a gutter that fed a rain barrel, breaking ice with a hammer and clearing leaves from the trough. Teacher Vale sat outside the bay and told the teenage guard how to boil water without wasting fuel. Tom entertained June and Rose by inventing a grand history of the fire station mouse kingdom, complete with laws and betrayals. Rose laughed for the first time since the trailer line. The sound made 3 adults go very still. Leda treated Nora's foot from 6 feet away, giving instructions while Nora unwrapped and rewrapped it herself. It needs rest. I'm accepting alternate recommendations. Then marry a mule and ride north. Nora looked at Max. Do not get ideas. Max raised both hands. I was admiring the medical precision. That evening, Lita brought news in a tin cup of barley broth and a folded sheet of paper covered in hand marks. Main line is rough. Not because of the line, because everyone believes the next state has food. There is a road crew near South Berwick making travelers register. Some are decent. Some are opportunists wearing decent men's coats. Farther east, towns are closing in. Dover? Max asked before he could stop himself. Rita's eyes moved to him. Dover, Maine? Yes. I heard they still had a working hand pump at the school, a ration hall at the Grange, and a council fighting over who gets flour. That was 10 days ago. Names? His voice came out rough. Elaine Mercer. Lily Mercer. Lita shook her head. No names came with the news. Max nodded, because nodding was easier than letting his face change. Later, while the others slept in the engine bay, Nora joined him near the open door. Snow moved across the yard in thin, twisting sheets. Her foot was bare inside a dry wrap, tucked under a blanket. You heard no names, she said. I heard not dead. I'm trying to make that enough. Is it? No. She sat closer. When I was little, my mother would send me to the store with a list and exact money. She trusted me to come back. I remember hating the pressure of that trust. Now I would give anything to have somebody send me anywhere and know I would return. Max looked at her profile in the gray light. You can come back with me. I know. That was an invitation, not a logistics note. Her mouth softened. I know that too. For once she did not hide behind wit. She took his hand under the blanket where no one could see. I am afraid your home will have no place for me. Max thought of his mother's kitchen, his sister's laugh, the chair his father had built badly but refused to discard. He thought of the road stitching strangers into family, with danger and hunger as needle and thread. Then I will make one. That sounds simple. It will not be. Good, she said, resting her shoulder against his. Simple would make me suspicious. Before dawn, Brindle Notch gave them 2 jars of boiled water, a sack of oats, and the names of 3 roads to avoid. In return, Max left the last of his cash in the fire station office drawer. The paper money had no value, but he wrote a note around it. For the day it matters again. Lita read the note and folded it without laughing. Hope is a strange currency, Mr. Mercer. It is the only one I have not spent completely. They left as the fever town kept its distance and still raised hands in farewell. The Maine border came in the late afternoon under a bruised sky. There was no band, no cheering, no moment large enough to hold what Max felt. Just a roadside sign with chipped paint, a ditch filled with plowed snow, and a crow perched on top of the word Maine like it had been appointed witness. Rose saw it first. Is that your place? Max stopped walking. The others stopped because he did. The sign stood crooked, half its posts pulled loose by frost. Maine had once meant postcards, pines, cold water, and summers crowded with license plates. Now it meant one thing so powerful he could hardly look at it. It is the state, he said. Home is still ahead. Rose considered this. But closer than yesterday. Max smiled despite everything. Closer than yesterday. Beth cried silently. Teacher Vale took off one glove and touched the sign. Tom muttered that he had expected a brass band and a roast chicken. Caleb laughed, then covered his face with both hands for a moment. Nora stood beside Max without touching him. She knew better than to crowd a man at the edge of a prayer. They crossed the line and entered Maine like thieves entering church. The road beyond was worse than Lita had warned. Not physically, though the ruts were deep and the shoulders slick. It was worse because people had begun to gather along it in loose camps, believing the line itself would save them. Families sheltered under tarps between dead cars. Men huddled around smoky fires made from seat cushions and split fence rails. Children stared at passing packs with the frank hunger of wolves too young to know shame. Every camp had a different rumor. Portland had ships full of grain. Augusta had soldiers with fuel. Canada was taking people by train. The coast had fish enough for all. Dover had a doctor. Dover had burned. Dover was turning everyone away. The rumors struck Max like thrown stones. He could not dodge all of them. A mile north of the line, men in mismatched coats had set up a registration table in the middle of the road. A Bluetown truck sat behind them with no tires. A hand-painted board read "Traveler's Report here." The words were neat, almost official, which made Max distrust them at once. A heavy man with a deputy's badge pinned to a hunting vest raised a hand. Names, origin, destination, weapons count, food count. Max looked past him. 2 men by the truck watched the packs too closely. Another stood near a ditch where boot marks disappeared behind a snowbank. There were no town women, no children, and no elder with a notebook. Just men collecting information from the frightened. "Who do you report to?" Max asked. The heavy man frowned. "Road authority." "Whose authority?" "The kind with guns." Nora murmured, "He should have rehearsed longer." The man's eyes snapped to her. "You got something to say?" Teacher Vale stepped forward before Nora could sharpen the moment. "We have sick people and a child. We can give names at the next actual town hall. You will give them here." Max saw Boone's shape in it. Different face. Same hunger for Gates. A thin woman emerged from the camp beside the road carrying an armload of sticks. She froze when she saw the confrontation. Her eyes moved from the fake deputy to Max and then to Beth's hand around Rose. "They take food after names," the woman said, voice flat. "They call it a road tax." The heavy man turned. "Shut your mouth, Clara." Caleb moved first, not with a gun, but with the map. He let it slip from his fingers into the snow. When the fake deputy glanced down, Max stepped in and drove the butt of his rifle into the man's stomach. Air burst from him. Nora's pistol was up before the 2 men at the truck lifted theirs. "Hands high," she said. "Not halfway. All the way." Beth drew her revolver. Grace's 3 cartridges were in Max's pocket, but he did not need them yet. Evan came around the left side with Isaac's old hatchet, face bloodless but set. The men by the truck hesitated because bullies depended on everyone moving slower than fear. Clara dropped her sticks and picked up a length of pipe from the ditch. Others in the camps began to stand. One man lifted a shovel. Another picked up a rifle he had hidden under a blanket. Hunger had made them submit. Witness had reminded them submission was not the same as safety. The fake deputy tried to reach for his sidearm. Max struck his wrist with the rifle stock. Bone snapped loud enough to silence the road. The man screamed and fell to his knees. "No names," Max said. His voice carried farther than he meant it to. "No food count. No weapons count. No gate." The men by the truck backed away. One ran. The other 2 put their hands up and kept them there. Clara spat into the snow near the fake badge. It could have become slaughter. Max felt how close it was. So did Teacher Vale. She moved into the center of the road like an old queen claiming ruined ground. "Tie them, search the truck, and return what was taken," she said. "Anyone who kills out of anger will spend tomorrow ashamed, provided tomorrow is granted." The road obeyed because her voice made obedience feel civilized. They found sacks of grain, jars, ammunition, blankets, and a notebook full of names, destinations, and comments beside each. One note read alone and armed. Another marked a woman with boys. A third mentioned an old man with a silver watch. Max burned the notebook in the road while the camp watched. Clara stood beside him. She was thin as a rail and had a bruise yellowing along one cheek. "You heading to Dover?" "Yes." "Take the old mill road after Lebanon Corner. The main road has men like these, only better fed. Dover still has people. Hard people. Not gone." Max heard the difference and held to it. "Not gone." Clara looked at Rose. "They got a school kitchen feeding children twice a day if they can. That part I know." Beth closed her eyes. Before leaving, Max offered Clara the fake deputy's rifle. She took it without drama. "You should stay," she said. "People listen after you break a bad man's wrist." "My people are ahead." "They always are," Clara said. "That is why roads stay full." They pressed on before the tied men could become someone else's excuse for revenge. The old mill road left the main route under a stand of pines and followed a frozen stream east. Snow began again, soft at first, then thicker. By dark, they found an abandoned sugar house with a leaning roof and a stove too cracked to use. Max stood in the doorway and looked north through the falling white. He could feel Dover now, not as a place on a map, but as a pull in his ribs. Nora came beside him. "You were shaking. Cold. Try again." He let the lie go. "What if I'm too late?" She slipped her hand into his. "Then I stand there with you." "And if I am not?" Then I stand there too. He turned to her. In the dimness, with snow behind her and smoke stains on her coat, she looked like every mile had tried to take the softness from her and failed in the one place that mattered. Max kissed her gently. Not like a man stealing warmth from the end of the world, but like a man making a promise he meant to keep. She kissed him back with one hand fisted in his coat. Inside, Tom said, "Some of us are harmed by loneliness." Nora broke the kiss and called back, "Choose a different word, Tom." Tom paused. "Some of us are emotionally inconvenienced by loneliness." Rose laughed under Beth's blanket. Max laughed too, and for a few seconds the sugar house held more life than ruin. The last full day before Dover tried to kill them with hope. It began clear. Not warm, but clear enough that sunlight scattered across the snow and made every branch glitter. The old mill road climbed through pine, dipped past frozen ponds, and followed stone walls half buried under drifts. Max knew pieces of the country now. The colder dampened the air. The smell of spruce and distant salt. The stubborn farms built against wind. Even the silence sounded familiar. Familiarity hurt because every known shape carried the question of what had happened while he was gone. At noon they found the first sign from Dover, a plank nailed to a cedar post beside a fork in the road. The letters had been burned in with a hot iron. Dover Grange Kitchen. School pump. No entry after dark. Under that, smaller letters read, "Bring work or food." Max touched the sign with 2 fingers. That sounds like Lily. Nora watched him. Bossy. Practical with judgment attached. They took the Grange road. 2 miles later, they found the burned wagon. It sat in the ditch, one wheel gone, canvas frame blackened. A man's boot stuck from beneath the frame. The horse lay farther down the ditch, frozen stiff, harness cut away. Tracks surrounded the place. Several people. A struggle. Blood darkened the snow where the wagon bed had split. Max found a strip of blue cloth snagged on a branch near the tree line. He knew it before he picked it up. Lily had a blue scarf with white stitching. This piece was torn and dirty, but the stitching was the same. Nora saw his face. "Max, it is hers." Caleb crouched by the tracks. They went west. "Then we go west," Max said. Nora stepped in front of him, not blocking him, but anchoring him. "We go smart." He wanted to snap at her. The words rose and died because her eyes held his fear without flinching. "Tell me how." That saved him, not comfort but method. They hid the weaker members in a stand of spruce with Teacher Vale, Beth, Rose, June, Tom, and Evan. Max, Nora, and Caleb followed the tracks along a frozen drainage ditch until they found the camp in an old gravel pit. 3 men and 1 woman had built a fire beside a loader, half buried in snow. 2 captives sat with hands tied to a chain looped around the loader bucket. One was an older man Max did not know. The other wore a torn brown coat and had dark hair matted against her cheek. It was Lily. Max's breath left him without sound. Caleb grabbed his sleeve before he broke cover. Nora pressed her mouth near his ear. "Count first." He counted 4 visible, with maybe more inside the lean-to. There's 1 shotgun leaning against the loader tire, 2 pistols, several knives, and 2 living captives. Lily's head lifted as one of the men said something to her. She answered with what looked like contempt. Even from the ridge, Max recognized the tilt of her chin. "That is my sister," he whispered. Nora's hand tightened once on his arm. "Then we get her." They waited until the woman left the fire to gather wood near the ditch. Nora took her quietly, 1 hand over the mouth, pistol to the ribs, a hissed instruction. The woman froze. Caleb took her knife and tied her behind brush. "How many?" Nora whispered. "There are 3? We are not Black Creek." "No," Max said. "You are just Steve's, close to home." Caleb created the opening by throwing a stone into the loader's metal cab. It clanged loud enough to turn all 3 men. Max fired at the one nearest the shotgun, hitting him in the shoulder and spinning him into the tire. Nora shot the second man's pistol hand as he reached. Caleb came down the slope on the third with a hatchet in one hand, and more fury than caution. The third man lunged toward Lily with a knife. Max ran. Lily kicked the man's knee from where she sat tied. He stumbled. Max hit him with his whole body, drove him into the frozen gravel, and punched until the knife came loose, until the man's nose broke under his fist, until Nora grabbed the back of his coat and said his name like a rope thrown across deep water. "Max, he is done." Max stopped with his fist raised, breathing like an animal. The man beneath him sobbed through blood. Lily stared at him. "You look terrible." The words broke him better than tears could have. He crawled to her and cut the rope with hands that would not stop shaking. She threw herself into him so hard, his ribs hurt. "I thought you were dead," she said into his coat. "I thought you were." "Well, I asked first." He laughed and cried at the same time. The older captive was Amos Reed, a grange runner. He had been taken with Lily while hauling meal from an outlying farm. The wagon had burned when a wheel broke and the raiders panicked. "Your mother is alive," Lily said before Max could ask. "Angry, worried, cooking for half the town, and convinced you are too stubborn to die. She's going to be insufferable about being right." Max pressed his forehead to hers. "Good." Nora stood a few steps away, giving them space she did not have to give. Lily looked past Max and saw her. "You are Nora." Nora blinked. "I am." Max talks in his letters when he does not write them. I can tell when a woman has become important by how carefully he tries not to say her name. Max wiped his face with a shaking hand. "You were tied to a machine 10 seconds ago, and yet I remain observant." They disarmed the raiders, tied them, left food enough for one day, and took their spare boots. Lily approved of the mercy but kicked one man in the ribs before walking away. "That was not execution," she said. "That was punctuation." By late afternoon, Amos led them through maple lots and back pastures. At dusk, they topped a rise and saw Dover below. No street lights, no hum, no moving cars, but smoke rose from chimneys. Lanterns moved along lanes. The church bell rang once low and steady, calling evening watch. Max saw the school roof, the grange, the dark ribbon of the river, and beyond a row of snow-draped maples, a clapboard house with green shutters and one window glowing amber. His knees nearly gave. Nora's hand found his back. Lily squeezed his arm. "Come on," Lily said, voice shaking now. "Malma has been saving anger for you, and I cannot carry it another step." Dover did not rush to embrace them. Dover had survived long enough to put procedure between feeling and action. A watchman of the lower lane challenged them. Amos Reed answered. Lily shouted that if anyone shot her after the day she'd already had, she would haunt the ration committee personally. That got them through the first line. People gathered as they entered. Thin faces appeared in doorways. Lanterns lifted. A child called Lily's name, and she waved without slowing. Max felt the town measuring every stranger behind him. He saw Nora, Beth, Rose, Teacher Vale, Caleb, Tom, June, and Evan, all road people, hungry people, useful people perhaps, dangerous people perhaps. He wanted to tell Dover that these strangers had become his, but Dover did not know yet what that meant. Then the green-shuttered house opened. Elaine Mercer stepped onto the porch with a shawl around her shoulders and a ladle in one hand, as if she had come ready to feed or strike depending on the facts. Her hair had more gray than when Max left. Her face was thinner. Her eyes were the same, steady and fierce enough to pull him across the yard like a rope. "Maxwell James Mercer," she said. "Yes, ma'am." She slapped him. Not hard. Not nearly hard enough for the miles. Then she grabbed his face in both hands and pulled him down to her, and he was a boy again, folded against his mother while she shook and cursed him softly for making her wait. "I tried," he said. "I know." Lily climbed the steps and wrapped them both. For a moment there was no collapse, no road, no dead grid, no Boone, and no cold waiting for all of them. It was only a porch, a mother, a sister, and the impossible fact of return. Elaine saw Nora over Max's shoulder. Mothers had a way of seeing the true shape of a room before anyone spoke. "You brought people." "They brought me too," Max said. Elaine looked at the exhausted group in the yard. "Then get inside before I decide which of you to scold first." The house could not hold everyone, but it tried. Soup stretched. Blankets appeared from trunks. Neighbors brought chairs, then lingered because news had become food of another kind. Teacher Vale and Elaine knew each other for 10 minutes before beginning to organize the room. Willie sat beside Nora and asked direct questions with a sister's ruthless kindness. Rose fell asleep under the kitchen table with a dog that had apparently adopted the Mercers during the dark weeks. 1 hour, Max believed arrival might be enough, and then the church bell broke that belief. 3 hard rings came twice from the North Road alarm. Every Dover face changed. Max reached for his rifle. Nora rose with him, staff in one hand, pistol in the other. Elaine caught his sleeve. "You just got here." "I know." Her pain nearly stalked him. Then she looked past him at Beth, lifting Rose, at Lily buckling a knife to her belt, and at the strangers Max had brought under her roof. Elaine let go. "Then come back from this too." The North Road lay beyond the Grange, where stone walls formed a narrow approach into town. Dover's watch gathered there with hunting rifles, farm tools, and shielded lanterns. No one had uniforms. They had homes behind them, and that was uniform enough. Silas Boone came out of the dark on a limping horse, wrapped in a black coat crusted with ice. One side of his face was swollen from the slide. Behind him moved 8 men, not an army, but enough. They pushed 2 captives ahead of them, both Dover watchmen with hands tied. Boone held a pistol against a boy no older than Evan. Boone smiled when he saw Max. "You made it home." Max steps to the stone wall, rifle low. "Let them go. You took my mill, my stores, my men, and my road." Boone's voice carried across the snow. "I figured I would take the place you spent all that blood trying to reach." Teacher Vale spoke from Max's left, calm enough to steady the line. "He has fewer men than shadows. Count before you fear." Boone lifted the pistol tighter against the captive boy. "Open the storehouse. Hand over Mercer and the woman. The rest of you keep breathing." The boy's eyes found Max. He looked terrified and alive. Max lowered his rifle and stepped into the road with empty hands raised. "You on me. Come get me." Boone shoved the boy aside to aim at Max. That was the opening. Lily fired from behind the stone wall, not at Boone, but at the lantern hanging from the saddle of the man beside him. Glass burst. Oil splashed. Flame climbed the man's coat. Beth fired the shotgun into the snow at their feet, throwing ice and panic. Caleb dropped one raider with a clean shot. Nora shot Boone's pistol arm as the muzzle flashed, and the bullet meant for Max tore past his coat. Dover erupted. Farmers shot from behind walls. A butcher struck a raider with the cleaver handle. Amos tackled one captive clear, while Teacher Vale dragged the boy behind the Grange steps. Tom, barely standing, hooked his staff around a man's ankle and sent him down for Lily to finish with the butt of her rifle. Boone came at Max through the smoke, one arm hanging wrong, knife in the other hand. Max met him in the road. The first slash cut Max's coat and burned along his ribs. He ignored it. They slammed into the stone wall, rolled, and came up punching. "You should have stayed south," Boone snarled. "You should have learned to build instead of own." Boone drove a knee into Max's stomach. Max staggered. Boone lifted the knife. Nora's staff cracked across Boone's wrist. The knife fell. Boone struck her hard enough to drop her to one knee. Max tackled him into the ditch. They hit ice. It broke beneath them into a shallow drainage cut filled with black water and jagged stone. Boone clawed for Max's throat. Max trapped his arm and struck him until Boone's head hit rock. Still he fought, because some men could not stop without facing the emptiness beneath them. Nora appeared above the ditch, pistol trained but shaking. "Max, move away." Boone reached for the fallen knife under the water. Max seized his wrist and slammed the hand against stone. The knife skittered free. Boone lunged after it. The ice shelf under him gave way. He dropped hard into the deeper cut, struck the culvert edge, and went still as dark water closed over his coat. The last of Boone's men threw down his rifle. Elaine ran to Max with a towel in fury. Nora refused help until she saw blood soaking through Max's torn coat, then called him a stubborn idiot with such tenderness that Lily laughed and cried at the same time. Elaine pressed the towel to Max's side. "You're bleeding on my road. I came a long way to do it. Do not make jokes when I am deciding whether to forgive you." Nora leaned against him on the other side. Her cheek was swelling where Boone had struck her, but her eyes were clear. Elaine looked from Max to Nora and back again. "We will have to teach him home manners again," Elaine said. Nora smiled through exhaustion. "I would like that." Morning came pale and quiet, as if the night had spent all the noise the town could afford. Dover buried its dead on the hill behind the church because the old cemetery ground was frozen too hard and the hill caught sun first. Teacher Vale read from memory about mercy and endurance, not perfectly, but with enough truth that no one cared what book the words had come from. Boone was buried beyond the stone wall with his men. No marker. No speech. Max watched from a distance until Nora came beside him. "You do not owe him your eyes," she said. "I keep thinking I should feel more. You feel plenty. You are just tired of paying men like him with pieces of yourself." That was close enough to truth to hurt. Max took her hand openly. No one in Dover seemed shocked. After last night, privacy had become less urgent than proof that living people could still choose tenderness. The first week home did not feel like an ending. It felt like work. The school pump needed ice broken from the handle every morning. The Grange kitchen fed children twice a day and adults once if supplies allowed. Elaine ran the kitchen with a ladle, a ledger, and the moral force of a winter storm. Lily painted signs from scrap boards. "Clean water. Here. Children eat first. No road tax." Beth and Rose moved into the parlor until a better place could be found. Teacher Vale reopened a schoolroom and began with hand washing, maps, and the idea that rules still mattered when no one was coming to enforce them. Tom survived through stubbornness and applause. June followed Teacher Vale like a shadow. Evan joined the wood crew. Caleb asked whether Dover needed scouts, then pretended not to care when Max said every place did. Nora healed slowly. She hated it. Elaine put her in charge of the medical corner at the Grange, after discovering she knew how to clean cuts, set splints, ration boiled cloth, and frighten fools into sitting still. Nora protested that she was not a doctor. Elaine said neither was anyone else, handed her a basket of bandages, and walked away. On the 8th morning, Max found Nora on the back porch watching snow fall into the garden. She had wrapped herself in one of Elaine's quilts. Her hair was loose around her shoulders, and the swelling in her cheek had faded to yellow. "You're supposed to be inside," he said. "I am within sight of inside." "That sounds like a legal argument. I'm expanding my skills." He leaned beside her on the rail. The garden lay buried. In spring, if spring still cared to come, they would dig it larger. Every yard in Dover would become food if Elaine had her way. Nora looked toward the barn. "Your mother asked if I wanted the small room off the kitchen." Max kept his voice careful. "Do you?" "I do not know what wanting means when every choice feels borrowed from disaster. I want you here," he said. "Not because you helped me get back. Not because I owe you. Because when I picture tomorrow, you are in it before I decide anything else." Nora stared at the garden. Snow touched her hair and did not melt. "I had a home once. Then I had a road. I am not sure I know how to be kept without feeling trapped. Then do not be kept. Stay because you choose it, today. Choose again tomorrow if tomorrow earns it." Her eyes filled, and this time she let them. "That may be the most frighteningly decent thing anyone has offered me. I have been practicing frightening decency." She laughed softly and leaned against him. That afternoon, the town gathered at the Grange to decide what came next. They formed a road watch that would not tax travelers. They formed a food committee that put children first and workers second. They agreed the school would stay open, even if lessons happened near a stove with mittens on. They agreed strangers would be judged by conduct, not rumor. When the meeting ended, Rose climbed onto a bench and held up a sign she had painted with Lily's help. The letters were uneven but proud. "The way home is shared." No one laughed. Some cried. Tom declared it the finest law ever written by someone missing front teeth. Rose informed him she was missing only one, and it was temporary. Weeks passed. Snow deepened. The world beyond Dover remained broken. Power did not hum awake. Government did not ride in with fuel and medicine. People still came hungry on the road. Some were dangerous. Most were frightened. Dover turned some away, took some in, and buried more than it wanted to. Still, things began. A greenhouse frame rose against the school wall. Fishing lines were set under river ice. Beth learned to bake flatbread on the Grange stove. Caleb returned from the south with 2 families, news from Ruth Calder, and a letter in Hannah's blunt hand telling Nora to change the wrap every night. On the first clear evening of February, Max walked to the edge of town alone. The North Road lay under moonlight, white and quiet. For months, the road had been an enemy. A judge, a teacher, and a thief. It had taken blood. It had given people. It had stripped him down until the man who arrived in Dover was not the man who had stood outside a hotel bar in Mobile, watching strange colors burn across the sky. Footsteps crunched behind him. Nora came up beside him with her staff and Elaine's quilt around her shoulders. "Your mother said you were brooding heroically. I was standing." "She said you would claim that." Max smiled. Down in town, lanterns glowed in windows. Smoke rose straight from chimneys. "Somewhere," Rose laughed. The Grange bell rang once for evening count. Nora slipped her hand into his. "Do you still think home is a porch?" He looked at the dark road, then at the lights behind him. He thought of Mobile's dying streetlights, Birmingham's smoke, the old woman with Stu, the hanging trees, the bus shelter, Ruth's farm, Marlton's blocked road, Brindle Notch's fever, Clara with the stolen rifle, Lily in the gravel pit, his mother on the porch, and every hand that had reached for another when the old world failed. "No," he said. "A porch is just where you notice you made it." "Then what is home?" Max squeezed her hand. "It is the people who keep making room after fear tells them not to." Nora leaned against him, and this time there was no road pulling her away. Tomorrow would make its own demands. Spring would test them. Hunger would argue. Grief would visit. The world would remain broken in more places than they could mend. But the lanterns stayed lit. The bell counted the living. The school sign swung softly in the wind, its rough letters dark against the snow. The way home had not ended. It had become the work of staying.